I'm just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care a bit. Ooh, what a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going
Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, die ich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links. Ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, die ich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 808, ist so laut, findest du in der ganzen Stadt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die verlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. Her place hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucking for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, I can never help myself, pretty baby. She like 2020, always driving me crazy. She like spending money just as soon as I make it. Even with the drama, Lil' Mama, my favorite. She come with finesse and stutter steps, everything fresh to the death. She ain't gotta flex, she just say less. Come correct her, don't come at all. That girl done it all, run it all, window to the wall. Every time she call, it's a mission. It gon' be a trip, pay attention. I ain't even mad, she different. Just like sunlight in the distance, a little out of reach, ready made for the way. Cause the life is a beach, at least it's a mutual arrangement. If I'm being honest with myself, I wouldn't change it. Every time I'm with her, it's a mini vacation. Lose track of time like daylight savings. She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. Her place hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucking for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, I say what you having, she say what you got. I say what you need, she say what you want. I say what you on, she just say a lie. She could have the whole world on a string in a pocket. Stage dive with with it in a mosh pit. Everybody watching, she don't care with gossip. She stirred the pot cause she just a little toxic. She know she the plug and the charge in the socket. I would say it's love, but it's more catastrophic. Defies logic, a little obnoxious, but I'm so far gone like a Drake tape. Never had a chance in the first place. Maybe that's a mistake. I just had to know how her lips taste. Body talk letting her fixate this way. She know she my favorite escape. That's why she hit my line when it hit late. Right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place and me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucking for a pretty face. Okay, okay. And she always get away when I say it.
Could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
more than money to foster change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire.
choice is yours. You can keep this feeling, but sometimes you gotta be a quitter. Yeah. So join me on cloud nine. There's no better time than now. Yeah. We can taste the freedom, but feeling is believing. So what you waiting for? 'Cause we can live twice if we live it up. Let's sip from golden cups. Every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Live twice if we love to the max, but live with no regrets. Shovel every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Hey, oh, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Live it up like this. We can live twice if we live it up. Sip from golden cups. Double every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Live twice if we love to the max. Live with no regrets. Double every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it.
Walk with me through these derelict streets. Threatening behavior spreads like disease. Hell is empty, all the devils are here. Hell is empty, all my demons are here. Gaze in the fire, let me dance in the flames. Fuel my desire, there's hurt in my veins. Hell is empty, all the devils are here. Hell is... Am I wasting? I'm already gone the night. 'Cause you're I'm messed out, but no one makes me feel the way you do. Whiskey look like a hobby every time that you touch me. It's things we discovered, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. Ways that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's cover. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of ESL One Kuala Lumpur! Good morning, my wonderful Dota fans, both at home and here in the arena. We have such a great show for you guys today. The best teams left in the world fighting for their lives. We only have one more team to send home. And then that glorious grand final that will go down in history. A moment that I know I will never forget. I know you will never forget. Am I right? Everybody in the arena! There we go. Waking up. Fantastic. Well, today is sure to be full of a lot of surprises, a lot of fun, and a lot of memes, so I cannot wait. In fact, why don't we see what happened yesterday before we get to the incredible action that is on our way today.
Wait for Cedric to back up. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day. Slay anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slay anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm on the clock the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never seen before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Let's freaking go! Great, thank you so much.
And slaying was done yesterday here in the MyTech Arena. Welcome everyone to the final day of ESL One Kuala Lumpur 2023, where you now have 3 teams remaining. We had 12 of them to start, and now we are left with the top 3. A Chinese team and 2 Western European teams that I'm sure you are very familiar with. And I will be helping to guide you through it. I am Tsunami, and I'm joined by an esteemed panel of guests. It's BSJ, it's Winter, and it's the Slayer himself, Purge. Were you mouthing along to the lyrics?
Yeah, you can't.
I knew you
every
were.
Every time I hear it now, I think of the words.
You memorized all the lyrics? You were teleprompting it, I think, during...
I partially teleprompt. My memory's not that good for verbal stuff, so some of the stuff I get out of order, but yeah, I got like 75% of it maybe.
Well, of the slaying montage, some teams were slain yesterday as we had to say goodbye to G2IG and BetBoom team as they were unfortunately eliminated as the second to last day of eliminations. We can take a look at our entire bracket of top 8 teams to see how we finally got to this point of the lower bracket final and a grand final best of 5 awaiting us. Any unexpected results for you, Brian? Why should it be? This is exactly what we've seen the entire year, pretty much.
Yeah, I was going to say it's all following the script. Not only is it looking like potentially Team Liquid versus Gaming as part of the script, but it's always been Team Liquid starting in the lower bracket.
Yep.
Not just getting knocked down to the lower bracket, but literally starting there and making a run all the way through. I feel like these main events, half the series have Liquid in them because they have to win all their games and they keep doing it.
Yeah, but the deviation in the script this time is we have a Chinese team, you know?
Yes.
When was that, you know, how long ago was that when we see a Chinese team, especially in a winner bracket final and now a loser bracket final?
I think from the stat stock, it was over a year ago, and XXS was in that team. So he's like the one guy that's sort of been there both times. But yeah, it's been too long since we had a Chinese team go really far. It looked great in the group stage for them. They had good success outside of LGD. But yeah, in their last couple matches, they just looked super outclassed. So I hope that's not the case today.
Yeah, it's partially a product of, I suppose, the fact that maybe this team has not been able to catch up to the new patch quickly enough. And the fact that Liquid has been making this lower bracket rampage means they have the most experience on competitive games in this new patch, which I have to imagine gives them an advantage as we look forward to this lower bracket final.
Yeah, I feel like Liquid is the most willing to step outside the box so far, and that's what's gotten them this far. And I think that they're just a team that's always been composed in this setting, and they get stronger as the event goes on. And I think as the nerves get higher, that's the opposite of what a lot of teams will do. And I'm concerned for Azure today because the momentum Liquid has right now is pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, but I feel like they also need to figure out what kind of heroes that they should be prioritizing. I think if they look back at what Liquid and Gaming they are prioritizing in the draft with the new patch, like we see certain differences with the ideology of what they should be doing right now, and maybe if they could try to dissect it and understand it from yesterday night, you know, they might be able to come back as a new team like how they did in the group stage.
Yeah, I think it's very important that you bring something to the table in terms of strategy that is your identity. Obviously, stealing your opponent's ideas is a good option as well, but I felt like both Gaming and Liquid came into their series happy to focus on something, and they made it work. And I feel like all the teams that lost haven't necessarily been able to do that to the same degree. And that makes me worry for Azurai a little bit because while they have a wide, varied strategy, I worry that they haven't created something of their own yet, and they're still every game trying to think like, what's the perfect hero for this game? And it's like the best heroes. Just pick the best heroes. It's okay if you played them before. It's okay if they expect them. It's like just pick the meta heroes, the heroes that are going to be really good this patch. And if you haven't figured that out ahead of time, then you might struggle.
And they are not only playing for the glory of the Chinese region and showing that they can carry the torch, but they're also playing for a fair number of EPT points. Yes, the ESL Pro Tour has begun, and the stakes are high. So what you're looking at right now is currently the top 8 standings. And the top 8 teams who will be the highest points at the end of the circuit will be directly qualified to the EPT World Final. As for the immediate future, well, you see a DLS 2022 or 22 qualified. That means for Dream League Season 22, they get directly invited, and they will not have to go through a qualifier, which currently is in the hands of Game & Gladiators, BetBoom Team, Team Liquid, and Azure, which I suppose means that it'll just be these 4 teams potentially just in a different order, because the point values that you see right now are the minimum number of points that they can get, which third place gets 3,000 points, second place gets 3,600 points, and first place gets 4,800 points. But I suppose, based off of this, no matter what, it's going to be these 4 teams that we'll be seeing at Dream League Season 22.
Yeah, I assume if there was any other team in contention, we'd see them on there. And what's happening here is that it seems pretty consistent. You know, the top 4 teams across the season, you have Team Spirit as the 5th, and the only reason they're not in the top 4 is because they decided to take a break.
Right.
Much deserved.
Yeah, and everyone else there kind of had like a stable roster for the last like 2 years. Maybe Liquid had like 1 change, but like overall, I felt like teams are starting to realize it's really important to give players time to gel together and try not to come to conclusions too quickly and try to work on their problems, you know.
But those teams also won and did very well throughout the whole year. So
Okay.
It's very stable when I play with Slacks and Tsunami in the squad, but we're going to lose every single game. So yeah, you got to win and be stable. That helps.
Yep. How about you, Brian?
I don't know what it's like to win.
Do you prioritize having fun, or do you prioritize?
Oh
winning?
yeah, Dota's so fun. That's why I queue up every ranked game. I'm thinking I'm loading in. It's not for the MMR, it's so I have a good time.
Most relaxing video game I've ever played. It's just I log in and I'm like, yes, this is how I want to spend 40 minutes relaxing right now. And if you're relaxing at home, I know I'm saying good morning to the MyTech Arena, but maybe you're watching elsewhere in the world and you want to be a part of the conversation. Just like Alex wanted to be. Looking forward to the last day of ESL Dota 2 Kuala Lumpur's major. The crowd and teams are big time energized. Amazing to be here and enjoying this live. Wait, this person's actually here. Hashtag Rise Above Fate.
Let's find him, you know. Tell Slacks to get him, you know.
Guys, are you energized this morning? All right then, I guess Alex is right. Let's take a look at another hashtag Rise Above Fate. Caught a glimpse of gaming magic with this amazing cosplayer. That's Arena, who we saw yesterday in the cosplay showcase. Which one was your favorite that you saw, Brian?
That Oracle one looks
That
sick.
Oracle was amazing.
You guys have no idea. The Weaver is the best.
Well,
Yes.
that one was the most, like, the best role player, I would say.
The Weaver walking down the stairs is by far my favorite part.
Defeated by the stairs and stuff. Nothing's falling apart. I liked the timber style, the cell shading paint style was really, really cool. I appreciate that a lot.
We had a lot of very, very talented artists come by, but it's the talented players and the teams that I've been very excited about. It's a shame that our first tournament is already coming to an end, Brian. It was basically just like 6 days ago that we started this whole thing with all 12 teams, and now we're down to 3.
Yeah, Dota makes time fly because it's just so relaxing.
And time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, exactly.
So much fun playing CM every game now.
We have already maybe determined the meta, but we have to at least figure out who our lower bracket finalist will be as we look forward to a grand final. So let's get the games underway, friends. I won't take any more of your time. We're going to have one quick break, and when we return, Azure versus Team Liquid. We are seeing one of our teams walking into the MyTech Arena this morning as Azure make their entrance and prepare for a lower bracket final elimination series against Team Liquid. And hopefully they have more things planned, because we saw them in their upper bracket final against Gaming Gladiators, and well, all things considered, during their group stage, they looked amazing. I was highly impressed by what Azure were able to bring out, especially contrasted with the fact that their other region mates were G2IG and LGD, and well, Azure's roster was kind of slapped together at the last second. I didn't have high expectations of them. They smashed their way through group stage, made it through their upper bracket semifinal against Falcons? It was Falcons, yes. They beat Falcons 2-1. And so I was on the Azure train, and then the train got derailed whenever they decided to pick up Medusa against Gaming Gladiators.
Or you could say that the patch derailed them.
Also possible.
Because they played the first round upper brackets within the previous patch.
I wouldn't even blame the Medusa that much either. I mean, it lost and it looked kind of weak, but they were kind of like getting dove consistently all over the map. It was the issue. So they were just behind and being tempoed by the better team in that series, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like the Medusa wasn't exactly the problem. It was more like they got ran over in the lanes and they just couldn't recover. You know, when we looked at the draft, we felt like, oh, Medusa seemed like a reasonable pick against all the minus armor, the Sladas and the Weavers. They just got ran over in the lanes too hard.
Yeah, I interviewed Lau after they had won a series, and he was talking about how they were just pleasantly surprised to be this far in the tournament and having the success that they have with the new roster. So these guys, I don't think their expectations were even as high as top 3 going into this tournament, but I also think that the new patch on top of the new roster might have just been like a little bit too much chaos, a little bit too many moving parts at this stage of the tournament, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to bounce back.
Especially if it seems like their shortcoming is against high intensity, because that seems to be a Western European staple for the entire year, which means that Liquid should not be too different from Gaming Gladiators in that regard, as this entire lower bracket run from these boys, who are all, at this point, Liquid boys. Saberlight, he was a stand-in, but he's been adopted by the family. They love him over there.
Yeah, he's definitely been given a lot of love, like in terms of outside the game and in the game himself. You know, he has a lot of priority in the draft, and he definitely showed why he deserves the priority, especially with, the Night Stalker game where he kind of not solo carried, but he kind of carried the game, even though he got sacked in the lane.
It's also a nice surprise to see him playing Mars, because he's like, oh yeah, my Mars owns, and I just feel like I haven't seen it very often ever. So it's kind of like a nice surprise just to see him glow up in so many different ways.
Yeah, he feels like to me like the person that I think if he was the first guy that I saw did the Mars combo, you know, like at least on YouTube and all.
Year before Arena.
Yeah, and now it's a lot easier to do it because the formation time got reduced.
Yeah, I think when I watch Saberlight, he's one of the most palpable players to. Like, I know how he's vibing in real life when I'm watching him play as hero. You know, you can tell that this guy's feeling himself, or you can tell that he's a little bit rattled. In this tournament, he's just been the feeling himself version of Saberlight that we all love to see, because we all know what that's like in real life when he's on stream, when he's in interviews. And it's really cool to see that come to life in Dota, in a player's personality, and you could see him just styling on Mars throughout the course of the entire series yesterday.
Yeah, and around him, there are players that kind of keep him grounded. You know, you look at his teammates at Liquid, everyone is more chill, you know. They are like, oh, the game is still going on. Don't get too ahead of ourselves. And you kind of like you want to have that kind of balance on the team. One guy hyping everybody up, the other guy chill.
The balance,
game not over.
And the balance they're really having is that they're all playing fantastic right now. Like Foxy had some insane games yesterday. I think Insania has been playing for all. Nisha's looking solid. Mickey's doing good. Like they are just all hitting together at the same time. That's what you need to win tournaments.
Yeah, I think for Saberlight bringing that energy, it's so infectious that it's kind of strange to me, because their previous offlaner, Zai, was very mellow the entire time. 33, I would expect to be very mellow the entire time. So I wonder how they recalibrate between the players, because Foxy's very Scandinavian, low-key. Nisha, I don't know if it's like a Polish stereotype, but he's very low-key. And Insania used to be a little bit more bubbly, but aside from that random interview where he was baffled that anyone could lose with Saberlight on his team, he's also mellowed out a little bit.
I think Insania is one of those guys that kind of bounce, his vibes bounce off of the rest of the team. Like, whatever they're doing, he's going to follow that level of energy. And that was something I felt seeing him with Matu compared to Zai, or Yeah, compared to Zai. It's just like he did mellow out a lot, and I think that has to do with the fact that that's just Zai's personality in comparison to Matsu. And then you're seeing him come up on the interview with Saberlight, right? And so I think that Saberlight's presence on this team has been a nice breath of fresh air for them. It also took the pressure off them. And I think that if they don't put pressure on themselves, this is what we're going to see from Liquid today.
I love seeing the energy of these players in the game, but I also want to see it before the game. So we've got Slacks backstage with both the teams.
Hello, my friends. Yes, once again, I am backstage with both the teams, getting into this game, giving you guys a little vibe check before they get into their boost. Of course, I'm here with Jin once more. Shake my... Yes. Yes, thank you so much.
What's with the sniff?
I like your cologne. You smell beautiful, sir. Thank you. Please.
I don't have any.
Go ahead and talk to the team, my friend. How are you guys feeling? How's the vibe check of the boys?
All right, I have Team Azure with me, and let's find out. Lo, 你这边现在感觉怎么样呢？
挺好的。
有什么话想跟李逵战队说的吗？
哎，小丑妮莎，等我他们告的5分钟之内单杀你吧。Saberlight 替补到这里已经差不多了。Go home, 李逵。
I knew that one. I can recognize that one. No, go ahead.
So, he's saying we've got little clown Nisha over here. XM God will definitely kill you within 5 minutes of the game. And Saberlight, I mean, you're just a goddamn stand-in. Your time is up.
Whoa!
Time to go home.
Whoa, we were gonna do something wholesome. No, screw it. We're not doing the other wholesome bit. Saberlight, I'm gonna give this one to you. You gotta respond to that.
Actually, I'm saving all my trash talking after the day. Today we just play Dota, and after we win the tournament, then I'll do the talking.
Ah, fantastic. Any words for your enemy team before you go in?
I mean, I'm saving my trash talk for Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, shit! There we go. All right, I don't think I'll get better than that. It looks like both these teams are ready to go head-to-head. I'm super excited to see. Thank you very much. Let's see them get in the boost, my friends. Back to you on the panel.
Azure is just a little roadblock on Liquid's journey to Grand Finals, apparently. But Lo knows XM God against Nisha head-to-head. It's guaranteed.
Yeah, there's something about like trash talking on behalf of your teammate. I think that's just like really good camaraderie. It's weird. It's like a bit egotistical if you do it about yourself. But you're like, this guy,
dude,
he's gonna shit.
That's
on
why
you.
my boy Purge has the best analysis on this entire panel. He's gonna kill it, right, Brian?
Absolutely.
Look, Nisha had a slammer there, but I gotta say the Chinese teams are bringing the spicy head-to-head interviews. I really appreciate that. They're like, all the other, the Western teams are kind of like, oh, I really appreciate you. Nice Santa hats. Like, I don't want to hear that, dude. Give me a little spice. So I'm glad they started it there. That was good.
Especially because I always read these things on the Chinese players' streams, their personal streams. They're very outspoken, and then they come to these things and they're just like, oh, we're just here to play the game. Well, if they want to play the game, I want to see the game. So let's get ready for our game number 1, our lower bracket final between Team Liquid and Azure.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first game of the day. Ah, yes, the crowd is awake. Welcome, everybody. We have such a great show for you. One more match before we get into the grand finals. And we have these titans of the lower bracket coming head to head. It is such a sad time to send such a great team home for them. Not for us, though, because we're ready to watch some Dota, and we're ready to see who is going to make it to the grand finals! Well, without further ado, my friends, let me welcome our first team to the stage. Both of our teams in the lowers might have blue jerseys, but Azure has one in black and blue because they are here to beat some ass. Let's bring them out, ladies and gentlemen. Azure! And their opponents, no strangers to the lower bracket, no strangers to making it to the final day on land. We will soon see if destiny will repeat itself once again. Will it be the same finals that we have seen at every single event of 2023? I sure think it might be. Let's find out as we welcome to the stage, Team Liquid! That is what I am talking about. These teams are fired up today. Our audience is fired up today. And I hope you guys are fired up at home too. Because we have one hell of a match. Are you ready, Malaysia? Well, then let's get this party started, my friends, as we throw it back to Tsunami and the panel.
Thank you very much, Flex. Let's get these boys in the boots and let's put some heroes on the board. Because we got a draft to get into for this game number 1 lower bracket final. And a draft that I'm still wondering if Azure have spent some time in the lab. They had one day off before they did their winner bracket final after the patch dropped. Didn't really come up with anything too exotic in my opinion. I think the Death Prophet was a little bit more out of the box of 7.34E, but other than that, they seem to be very much group stagey kind of drafts. Liquid, they've been going off the beaten path this entire lower bracket final. Has Azure had enough time, Brian?
I just wonder what they're going to do about all Liquid's signatures, because I think that's what gives Liquid the upper hand right now, is since they seem to have found like the core crux of the heroes like Leshrac that make it work for them. That's just those extra bands that they have in the opening that allows Liquid to assume that you're probably going to do that. And then, as Saberlight's been saying, if they have something else cooking, is Azure going to be ready for it? That's my question.
Yeah, they have to stop copy-pasting other people's stuff, you know. They have to try to do their homework on their own, you know, try to come up with some original ideas that work with their team.
I think it's just going to be tough for them because of this. I mean, there's some obvious things that they should be able to expect. The CM, the Venge opener is something that Liquid's been doing consistently.
Yep.
They solved it, right? They did their homework.
But is it going to be enough, though? Like, what are they going to pick on for their own? They need to find like a balance between heroes that can be good in the mid-late game, that offer them good scaling, but also not forget the laning phase. Because yesterday against GG, they just completely got owned in the laning phase, and they have to try to find solutions for that. I feel like the support picks sometimes don't really synergize very well together for Team AR, and hopefully they are going to be able to make a better improvement on that.
I think with that considered, Slardar is still a fine hero in this current patch compared to the previous one. So as an opener, I think this is fine. Tons of flex potential. Takes away some minus armor stuff that Liquid might want to go through. Chen as a response though is very cool. The new change to your third skill, you can give armor to somebody temporarily, which against a Slardar, it's a good counterplay that you can use.
And Slada definitely not a good hero at dealing with creeps, Zeus, and early pushes. He doesn't excel at that. He wants to be able to go for pickoffs, try to split you up, and kill your team one by one. And Chen is definitely not something he likes to play against.
Yeah, if you pull up like Dota buffs, his worst matchups for Slardar, it's pretty much all illusion heroes and summons heroes. And that's because not only is it the fact that he has no way to like defend towers, but Slardar is also a hero that capitalizes heavily on killing you when you show on lanes. And these summons heroes and illusion heroes, they don't have to show themselves on lanes. Chen's going to be a hero that naturally provides that map pressure for you, and that's going to be conceptually powerful against Slardar, on top of what you already said, Kevin, where he now counters Slardar's minus armor kit as well.
Is it possible that those numbers are partially reflected of the skill build for Slardar for Eons, which was max bash? Because now that you max stun sometimes and you could buy a shard, like maybe that would give you better creep solutions? Or is that like too late in the game to justify?
It's like true that early game now he probably doesn't have his tier 1 get pressured as much as he used to, but I also think the fact that Slardar wants to see you. Like he's a vision-based hero that he jumps you first, and if he jumps you, you're gonna die in like 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's why he kind of needs like supports that offer him team fight, to kind of solve that problem, so he can actually come take the fight against all these Chen illusion heroes. Like supports like, I would say, they have some form of wave clear, like Phoenix, Phoenix banned, but Warlock, for example, you want heroes like that to pair with the Slardar. Ooh. Oh, Monkey, okay, so another hero that's kind of good against Slardar in the lane and in the game itself, because your Wukong gives you armor, so you're kind of okay fighting the Slardar, and Slardar doesn't really want to go into the ring to challenge you, And the way Slardar players have been playing the fights, mostly you get the acronyms, you want to stay around an area to get the buffs, in the team fights. You don't want to go too far, and against Monkey, it's difficult to do that.
Yeah, this hero can also flex in terms of mid and safe lane, so if potentially Azure Ray tries to, like, if you pick a carry that's really good against Slardar in lane, and they try to dodge it, with somehow swapping the Slardar to mid. You can't do that against Monkey King because Team Liquid has overall last pick. I'm sure they'll save Nisha's hero till last. Batrider.
Yeah, this is a Chinese flavor. I was thinking that this hero might be good when I saw the slight buff towards the flame break slow. Because sometimes I feel like he just needed that extra something to finish off the kills, Like for Batrider, every single kill you get in the laning phase or in the early game matters a lot to your mid-late game.
He's been picked, I think, only 1 game so far, banned 3 times, so this is definitely a bit out of nowhere.
Yep, and I would say that Batrider and Slardar, they are very similar heroes. They are both very good at picking off targets, but they are not very good at team fighting. And Mirana also got I would say a pretty nice buff with the shard. So right now, when you get a shard, you go in, you get the buff on the enemy team, and whoever gets hit by the buff will get you will get hit by 2 Star Storm when you cast it.
I'm scared for this Azure Ray draft in the sense that I think a Dispel is like insanely broken right now. If they pick like Oracle or Abaddon for Team Liquid, I know that looks a bit too defensive on paper, but Monkey King already an aggressive core to compensate a bit for the lack of stuns on your supports. And so that's like the lift save is a little bit of a pseudo save, but they also wanted that aggression. I'm wondering what Saberlight's going to pick because he needs to kind of combo break this.
Yeah, I agree.
Single target initiation, like a Tide Hunter.
I mean, Rubik with Chen is also a very, very classic combination of supports. I've been mentioning about how important it is to understand what support duo you have to be going on that fits the game plan. And Storm is something that Bad Boom has been running a lot in this patch so far. And Liquid is, I guess, trying to see if it works for them. It's very good against, like I would say, like if Batrider or Slardar, these 2 cores go mid, none of them fare well against Storm in the lane.
That's a good point, and it gives them some much needed catch. They were a little bit lacking on that. And it's also pretty survivable, getting away from some of the danger from Azure. I mean, there's still like lasso into arrow type stuff, but it looks like a pretty good Storm game for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm AR right now, I'm worrying, I have to consider if I'm able to actually move the Batrider to a support position. If my core is the Slardar and Batrider, I look at the Storm, that would be bad for me. So yeah, so they're going to switch things up, or maybe they already intended for the Batrider to be played as a support. So they're going to go with the Puck, which is a hero I felt like when I initially looked at the patch, I felt Puck has a lot of potential with all these magic amp items, the spell casting items being stronger. And against Storm, you're kind of like a decent counter with the silence and the leash.
Yeah, I like it here. I normally doubt it a little bit because it might not have enough single target damage, but against like Chen, Rubik, Storm, its disables are fantastic. And it can set things up for even Batrider. They could do like Dream Coils and Flame Breaks. So they've got some cool combos here.
I mean, so the build right now is you go Veil on the Puck right away. Bill Maelstrom shot, do you actually just try to delay your dagger as long as you can, and you go for more like a right-clicking build?
I wouldn't mind if he's a bit more of the sustain damage, because Azure's got plenty of burst, so if he wants to go like an Ags build, I'd be a bit wary that if they were able to get out of the foil on Team Liquid, that would spell doom for Azure's team fight. But if he is able to go like Witchblade Kaiasange into the later upgrade of the Witchblade, that might be what allows them to like kite the Monkey King ulti, poke him down, prevent him from jumping from tree to tree. Any damage over time is useful for that.
I mean, do you think like a Sven would fit their overall lineup for AR right now? Or do you think that they need something more like a in and out hero, like a slug kind of hero?
Yeah, I'd like that. Something that kind of pokes the bear a little bit, setting up for the rest of his team to pick and choose their targets. Because Coil right now is really their only poke. Like, Batrider, he's a hard committal. Same with Slardar. Mirana's going to wait for somebody else to go in. So if the carry can be more of a vision-based hero like Slark, I like that idea.
It's going to make Mirana have to fish less for arrows too. Like, they do have some setup with her, but it's not the most straightforward. So yeah, I definitely agree. It's some kind of initiation or jumper would be good too.
Yeah. Like if you can abuse the corrosive haze, that would be even better, you know, it's something that has heavy physical damage.
You could also just pick an illusion hero, like Terrorblade or something like that, that can scout for you with illusions, but also be somewhat of a frontliner. Because Liquid doesn't have too much, I'd say, like, real damage right now. I know they have Storm and Monkey, but it's something where it's going to be an initial burst, similar to what we talked about with Azure. I'm wondering who's going to win these long fights. Like, what are these teams going to do to extend these fights? What are they going to do to make their sustained damage over time more powerful? Okay, they do ban Terrorblade.
Lowe's Weaver is still in the pool. A one-position Weaver could
I mean,
be
as a
viable.
Rubik, you generally don't really like to play against Rubik as Weaver, so it'll be pretty hard to play the Weaver here. I mean, I feel like they need a lot of things here. They need a hero that can do damage. They also need a hero that is slippery. And they also need a hero that is stable in the lane because Liquid has the overall 24 pick, you know. They're going to counter pick the lane. And if you lose your lane on that fast-paced carry hero, let's say you're going for something that can fight early, and Liquid counters that lane, and what happens is the game is going to be really quick. They're going to run around and group up with the Chen very early and push down your towers. And what is that carry going to do, you know? Those are the things you have to really consider if you're AR right now. I think the lane is going to be my top priority. I need to be able to pick a lane that's going to be able to play against most of Liquid's heroes.
Oh, okay.
How about the bear?
Not bad, I guess.
It's more single target damage to combo with the Slardar, which is good. I mean, they're going to Roche and Tormentor extremely easily, but he does need time to get online. And if Team Liquid gets up on tempo, he's going to be pressured.
Maybe like a Dawnbreaker for Saber again? Something that's like a save of sorts, but the thing I like about this Ursa is a lot of the offlaners I was eyeing were like Omni, Tide, these like combo breaker melee guys that do not want to really lane against Ursa. My only concern for Ursa is he doesn't really pair well with the supports on Azure like early game.
Yeah, it's mainly for the laning phase, I think, and the scaling. Oh my god.
That's Saberlight special right there, okay.
Oh my god. Venomancer against Batrider and Ursa lane.
It's going to be so hard to blink into these team fights if Team Liquid gets set up, and it makes their push even better as well. So if he just gets these aura items, gets tanky, puts the slows on low, it's going to be a lot harder for
You get the Veil, you rush the Veil, like Mira mentioned yesterday, it's a very good build out on the offlaner. And you have Storm and Rubik to abuse the aura. I feel like this Veno pick seems like it's going to be able to do a lot. Like it's going to have like a pretty good laning phase itself, and mid-game, a rich Veno is a very scary Veno.
Yeah. I was curious about how these teams are going to take long fights, and Veno is probably the longest fighting hero in the game. He wants his damage to be ticking and ticking and ticking. The one X factor, I think, for Azure is that Mirana ulti is very good against Veno. Like in theory, you're scouting them out, canceling blinks with the wards, but that's not going to necessarily apply if they're able to engage during the Mirana ulti. So I'm going to keep an eye out for the Sentry battle, the ward battle, because this is a purely vision-based game. Whoever jumps, who's going to die.
And the other nice thing is that Veno is a hero that can be exploited in lane if they have a really strong dual lane, but due to their kind of janky Batrider to support type thing, their dual lane can work, but it isn't exactly like Bat versus the most synergistic dual lane ever. So if they can get away with this, Liquid could definitely run away with it.
I'm just excited to see some new heroes, and you know who else I think is excited? MyTech Arena. You ready for this lower bracket final? Let's get it started then. Let me send you to Odie Pixel and Cinderin.
Thank you very much, Neil. Absolutely looking forward to this one here in the lower bracket finals. Azure against Liquid, and as the panel talked about, both of these drafts ending with some exciting picks. We're getting the Ursa coming out from Azure, but that Veno from Liquid, it looks pretty disgusting, Sin.
It does. We were talking about this yesterday, how it's a new patch, it's the later stage of the tournament, there's going to be new tech coming out. I wasn't expecting perhaps this much in one single game, but, you know, I'm all for it. We're going to get a support bat, we're going to get the first Ursa of the entire tournament, we're going to get offlane Veno, which I don't think Liquid have played yet, so everybody digging deep here in this first game to try to find solutions to new problems that you, going into today, imagine this, like you're either of these teams and you're preparing for the series, you're doing all your mock drafts and whatnot. I don't think this is what you were expecting for either team in your prep, right? So at some point you just got to wing it, you got to go with what you're used to as counters to other heroes, and largely they're doing stuff on a hunch, right? Let's see how it plays out. The Veno in theory is just really good.
Gonna get knocked back here by the flame break. He has backup though. See if Liquid can fight back here. Indeed, the Gale's gonna connect on pretty much all. Then the barrel strike comes in. They've taken out XXS. They can almost certainly go for more. Tianming in trouble. Can they find the deny? At least they can't. It's gonna be Nisha getting a double. They're not even done yet. Xingqiu, he had the level 1 star still. He's not got an easy chance of jumping away or anything here at level 1. See if they can finish him off. They can. Mickey's in with the body block. Trying to see if he can pick up this kill as well. They'll get it. Instadia takes down Xingqiu. Liquid, they'll be starting this game off with 3 kills. One of them a first blood, and also the fact it's a double kill for Nisha.
There's always something about saying GLHF after crushing on the pre-rune fight. That always cracks me up. Yeah, I mean, what a setup there from Liquid, right? They're playing a defensive position. If the crush from XXS doesn't miss, this is a different story, but Liquid are ready, and this is one of the biggest strengths of Veno in the game. Yeah, level 1 fights. If you hit a multi-hero Gale and you get ahead, you can keep running him down. Also worth mentioning, Saberlight is playing with 3 Santa hats, so pretty overpowered. This Veno is effectively, he's 3-in-1.
That's true. Let's see how the lane goes. Well, get the knockback onto Saberlight. Blood grenade as well. Azure,
dead.
They should be able to get this kill here. Low runs him down. Azure, they'll pick themselves up a kill.
The thing about Veno versus Ursa lane, it's actually extremely volatile, because if you ever miss the Gale,
you're dead.
It actually just runs you down. I guess the one escape Saberlight will have in this lane in general is he can TP to the tower, because his enemies don't have a single TP cancel, until obviously Bat's level 6, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here. That's going to take a while. But yeah, nice response there from Azure, and they know this matchup. Low should be very familiar playing against Veno's Ursa. He's a master tier Ursa. It's one of the classic counter picks, so he knows the limits within that lane.
All right, top lane. I guess in terms of the matchups, when this was picked and such, you'd expect this to be a pretty easy time for Mickey on the Monkey King against Slardar? Or does it change with the fact that you've got a good amount of stun and potential follow-up damage from Xingqiu if XXS goes aggressive on Mickey?
I don't really know how to place this lane with the Mirana Slardar. I feel like it's a kind of uncharacteristic combination. Sure, you can Slardar crush into arrow, but do you really have damage?
This could be another one here for Azure. He's got the stick charges. Blood Grenade's actually not going to connect onto Low. Either way, Low's not going to continue to chase. Tianming trying to do his best to bring Saberlight down. Won't get the kill here. Definitely getting some nice space here for Low to hit the creeps, and keeping Saberlight and Boxy not in the healthiest of positions, so they could go again, jump forward. Saberlight, he's just straight up dead there. A bit of a misread from Saberlight for sure, putting himself in a very risky spot there, Sin.
Yeah, I thought actually his TP was going to be on cooldown for longer. It will be ready so he can come back to lane straight away, but yeah, this lane is quite explosive, right? Keep in mind, this was a direct counter pick from Liquid to try to win this lane, and honestly, so far, not really getting the job done.
No, Low's picking up these kills.
He's doing pretty okay. When they get these kills, you see the Bat Rider of Tianming is running a lot of regen, so they should just keep Low on high health and make these counterplays. Even, you're going to reach a point here where even if Gale hits, you're actually still in danger as Veno, because you're going to gap close with Ursa's jump as well as the Flame Break to knock you back in. So I think if Boxy ever leaves Saberlight alone, he's actually just going to feed. So very concerning, and it does lock Liquid a little bit in place. A lot of the time we see Boxy, make gate plays, maybe rotate mid. Probably not going to be an option here for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, no, absolutely, because Saberlight, left on his own, if he's not hitting a two-man Gale, he's probably dying in this lane.
The good news for Liquid, though, is the other lanes are going great. So Storm is doing very well against Puck. Nisha's sitting at 21-4 against the 16-0, and Mickey is very comfortable of top 20-2 against the 12-1. Obviously, their direct counterpick to this offlane Slardar was the Monkey King, and the way Liquid built this draft, Azure weren't interested in pivoting this to a safe lane carry Slardar or a mid Slardar. So Mickey will be enjoying this. And I also don't know about the Mirana against Chen, whether I would consider this a solution. All right, here we go. The play we talked about.
Towards Saberlight, he'll get the Gale back out, but already the swipes are stacking up. Saberlight's dead again. Boxy not going to be able to take out Low in return. The Bear's perfectly fine. It's a few times now, and they're doing it very well. Of course, the Gale come back up towards the end of that play, but Azure very much trying to abuse the window in which the Gale had been used earlier to throw out harassment onto Low, punishing Saberlight time and time again. It's 3 deaths now for him in that offlane.
I reckon the play from Liquid here is going to be a Chen rotation bot through the gate, because Mickey should be relatively safe even in a 1v2 for a little bit. Mirana Slardar are not exactly the strongest lane. If you do a good mischief play and you block some of the damage, you can probably stabilize a little bit. And also, the play from Insania doesn't need to be very long. You can just gate down, get the kills, gate back up, and be back to Mickey. It is something that Ursa is exceptionally vulnerable to. This hero sucks when he gets backstabbed because he doesn't have any way out. And as we've already established, there's plenty in the way of control on this offlane from the Liquid side. But yeah, imagine if this bottom lane was going poorly for Azure. This game would actually be looking really grim.
Yeah, Low and Tianming have been playing it very well. You know, I'm sure, you know, Low as an Ursa player, he's experienced many a Venno picker against him in his lanes in the past.
Yeah.
He knows how to deal with him.
Good
Same
scan
be
out
said
here.
for his support.
So the scan finds Xingqiu looking for a mid play. Insania is going to go over and cover it, and this is not going to lead to a kill for them. But
in fact, mid.
Nisha. Wait, what was that?
A very risky route to take, right? Walking along the Radiant high ground there.
I just don't understand what the plan was. That felt like a... Was there a rotation in that I missed? Was Monkey King actually there for a moment trying to set up on it?
No. They had Insania sort of in the neighborhood, but other than that, it was just the two of them.
Yeah, there was no catch available, so essentially just walked up on Puck's high ground, took the full spell burst from him and Xingqiu, and just died. That's a very big kill for XM to get. He's now going to get level 6, retreat to base, and can actually make a TP rotation now with Coil if he wants to show that off for the first time.
Definitely going to be considering it here. He's going to hover back towards the mid. Maybe see if he can get the 6-minute power rune. It's going to be the illusion top. Nisha's going to be able to grab it. Top lane, Mickey just getting dove upon here with Low turning up to the action. Low the one to pick up the kill. As it ends up being that the carry Ursa that turns up to top to take down the enemy carry and puts the pressure onto this tower. Despite that explosive start that Liquid had at the beginning of this game, outside of that, this has been fantastic for Azure. It could have very easily gone a different way. When you kind of get that, a mid-storm gets a double kill first blood against you, things could start to spiral out of control. They really have not here, as Azure have stabilized this game perfectly.
That's a really good point about how much Nisha was winning the mid lane. He had a huge advantage, so he was meant to, and then giving that 1 kill over to the Puck kind of stabilizes things. Also want to point out this top lane move that we just saw from the Ursa. I would say, for the most part, it's rather uncharacteristic for Azure, but this is what Gaming did to them yesterday. They were bringing their safe lane carry to the enemy safe lane very early on through the gate. Duracho did that 2 games in a row.
Well, see, Saberlight does TP over to make sure that Tianming's not able to steal the Wisdom Rune.
I think he might survive here potentially anyway.
Still got a Fairy Fire.
Get the rune. He
The
will
Fate
not
Bolt's
survive.
there. They protect the Wisdom Rune, and they're able to take the kill.
I wonder if he could have found a TP angle in the trees there outside of vision, but yeah. Nice coverage from Liquid to protect that rune. Very important that... This is, in a way, the first kill they get on the board, if you think about it. They got 3 kills before the lane started, and then they lost the laning stage 5-0 in terms of kills. But yeah, the CS is still looking pretty healthy.
I mean, look at this mid. They were really going to get aggressive there. They're even bringing in Low, level 5, to maybe try and capitalize off a Dream Core setup. So, Low, he's hungry for action.
This is some next level stuff. This is the safe lane Ursa kind of roaming. Top lane, though.
They'll punish XXS.
Yeah.
Of course, with their focus around mid, Azure, they've left XXS on his own. Liquid, they'll get the kill. Mickey to pick it up. I mean, Low, look at him sort of trying to hide from the side. He's just caring about hitting the heroes right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's going a little bit too far here. I really like the gate play top, but I think just go back bottom and start hitting some creeps. Like, this was getting maybe a little bit too cute. I think the mid play, if it works out, it's easy for us to say, right? Because that would have been such a surprising play that you wouldn't expect Nisha to see it coming. But at the same time, if it fails, you just wasted so much time and really fell behind on the CS. Keep in mind, he was winning the bottom lane, right? Now he's behind Venos CS.
Going to play for this. XM does have the coil available if he wants to try and make a play in return. Mickey's starting to fall low. There's the coil. It will just be used defensively. Holds them back and allows XM to escape.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tianming also showing up towards this top lane. Going to see if he can maybe deal with some of Insania's army here. And with the Fireflies, he's going to get a large amount of it. Now he cost his life though. Boxy and Mickey, they're hunting for him. He's in a bit of an awkward spot up here, but they'll see him and they'll catch him with the nukes. XXS, see what he can get in return. Closing in onto Insania. Boxy and Mickey waiting on their cooldowns until they're able to help out. But Xingqiu comes in with a beautiful snipe from the side there. Mickey not expecting that at all. As Xingqiu just comes in and just nukes down Mickey on a low HP as he was. They get the 2 kills there. Nisha on his own, so not looking to make a jump onto XXS. Couldn't quite get there in time to turn things around. See the cooldown for XM, 15 seconds and coils back up. Him and Tianming trying to make something happening. We're here with this Dream Coil back in play.
Yeah, Low is just being very, very patient here, letting Saberlight play the hard camp.
Yeah, this should be a pretty easy kill. I mean, if anything, okay, the TP's there.
Not gonna happen.
Oh, it's not gonna work. Low. Got the damage just in time, that final swipe coming in, and yeah, barely needed the rest of the rotation. He pretty much had that on his own there, Low. The tips coming out, they know that there's a chance they're starting to get into Saberlight's head with the amount of times they've taken him down. Back over towards the mid, XM and Tianming head over. They've got the stolen orb, but it doesn't matter because they're coiled. Boxy can't jump to safety. Azure continue to pick up these kills, make these moves that Liquid aren't able to match so far.
Yeah, with this haste rune now on XM, he has more potential around the map, even without coil. He can play with so much freedom when you have a haste rune in this game, because essentially there's very little lockdown on the side of Liquid to deal with this puck, so very much get in there. This mid play will also likely result in a tier 1 tower unless Liquid bring massive reinforcements here. They'll bring the Rubik for now, but yep, that tower's gone. You're probably getting the deny, and they will. So yeah, all things considered, this is not high.
Top lane, they're looking for the kill. They're going to dive in onto Mickey, and with the fact that Azure were able to force that reaction mid, Mickey, he's not got any backup coming in. There's a hand of God. Is he able to jump out in time? He's not. XXS closes in with another crush. They take Mickey down. Insania up. Trying to play around with XXS, but Xingqiu's here. Insania's not going to be able to push on forward with his summons, with the neutral creeps to try and threaten this Slardar whatsoever. Azure bully him back, and they'll get the space to take this tier 1 tower on top of taking Mickey's life.
It's a really healthy sign for Azure to be able to do this in the first 10 minutes, considering they got 3 kills on Liquid.
Yeah, this is huge for them.
And also that this was their Achilles heel yesterday against Gaimin, was this stage of the game. And you're playing against a Chen strat, and you've largely overcome what could have been an absolute
and now in the mid
beatdown.
They're going to be able to get the jump onto Nisha. Azure
they're making all the moves.
They're looking fantastic. You look back to, as you say, how we saw them do yesterday. They got completely crushed, but coming in on this lower bracket final against Liquid, and with that sort of first moment of play at the beginning of this game against them, they're just jumping all over the place. They're up to the tier 2 now. See if they can get away with this. Liquid might be able to punish it this time. They'll look for Tianming. They'll get the bat. But at the least for Azure, the rest of them should get out fine.
Yeah, that was a very clear back call there from Azure. They immediately just turned tail and ran on everybody else. Xingqiu will snipe a boundary run on the way out, and yeah, it's nice for Liquid to get that kill and get a little bit of space, but you rotated 4 heroes to kill a 5 bat is essentially what ended up happening there. The end result, not really that great. You do wonder when Liquid's lineup really starts coming together, you know, as a Chen strat, you've got this Veno that's a very, you know, slow offlane hero that wants action to come to it, or at least wants to be part of fights, and finally Saberlight is going to become a part of something now with this smoke play.
XXS surely is very dead here.
Yeah.
They're all just running at him. Put the Moonlight. TP's starting to come in. And detection?
Is he actually...
What?
He might be dead.
I think...
he is actually fine. Did they not have...
Did they not have any detection? There's 4 of them there, wasn't there?
No, okay. They just didn't have...
Okay. Well, XXS, he's happy with that one.
The audience are cheering. It's like, this is like my pub. This is very relatable.
Oh, no.
Whether you're 1K or 6 in the crowd, this happens every Mirana game.
I mean, there hasn't been a lot of Mirana played. Maybe Liquid just forgot what the ult did.
Genuinely, that is just one of the things where it's just habit, right? You haven't played against Mirana for your last 20, 30 games. Probably just didn't cross your mind. You're like, oh, wait, we forgot to buy dust this time.
Okay, well, things continue to look up here for Azure Ray. 3K lead now.
Low has a 13-minute battle period against a Veno lane. This is about, it's not getting better than this if you're an Ursa
This
player,
is some pretty perfect stuff. I mean, he's
really
pretty much what Grandmaster tier. It's showing. You know, this guy, he knows how to play the old bear. And this was even with sort of like, there was a minute of this game, right, where he was kind of taking a little walk to mid, taking a walk back to bottom.
It could have been even faster.
It really could have.
And yeah, this is also
crazy timing.
I guess, again, keep in mind, this is the first time this hero's even picked all tournament, right? So, again, in terms of like familiarity, sure, Liquid knows how to play against Ursa. It's not like, oh, I've never played against Ursa before, but there's a little bit of, you know, recency. Are you in the habit of it? Is your read on this patch, is Veno really the solution nowadays? You know, there's a lot of question marks. Also about the playing against a 5-bat, how often do you do that? You know, Azure Ray really coming in to try to surprise, and it's paying off.
I think so. I think, yeah, the outcome of that bottom lane has definitely sort of thrown a spanner in the works for what Liquid were planning to do with their draft.
And we've seen Saberlight as a stand-in for this team do really, really well. I feel like this is one of the worst positions he has had to play from in the tournament so far.
It's going to be tough for him.
And he's not playing, you know, the kind of hero where I can initiate for my team and everything's going to be great and we're going to follow through. Like his stereotypical heroes he's been playing in most games have been a little bit more on the, you know, frontliners like Night Stalker, or he's played Dawnbreaker, you know, these kind of strength heroes that can get in there and get the job done. Veno is a quite different beast, and this hero is really awkward when you fall behind as a team because it only really does one thing, and that's be disruptive and, you know, slither around and look for big fights. But if you're not the ones initiating the moves, you can find yourself in this awkward limbo where it's like, what am I going to do? You know, like, what's my purpose in the game? You're level 9, the Ursa's level 12. Yeah.
Tianming ready to dive in. TP's coming through. Can they burst Mickey? They'll get the drag back. Not quite, in fact. They didn't get the snap back on the coil, so Mickey's able to put the Wukong's command, and with the reaction from Liquid,
nice response.
They'll take down Tianming and keep Mickey alive.
Yeah, well played. They needed a little bit more juice there. Obviously, the combo of Azure Ray for that gank don't really have the most in the way of burst damage. Puck has a couple of spells, and then Bats is slowly whittling him down, and Hand of God, a nice solution to that problem. A couple of TPs. They get the 5-bat and they keep their monkey alive. That's well worth it. Keeping Mickey alive right now is very important because we haven't really talked too much about the Monkey King against Ursa matchup. Obviously, a big part of why Azure Ray did pick this hero is that it's one of the only melee heroes in the game that can truly overwhelm Monkey King. Even in his ult, you can die to this Ursa. The damage just becomes overwhelming. So with Low doing this well, definitely important to keep Mickey on track here. If he falls behind too much, then the Ursa is going to be having him for breakfast all game. And he also has Corrosive Haze, you know? The matchup's already bad enough as it is for the Monkey, but you add that minus armor on top.
Yep.
It's not easy being Mickey this game already.
Not
I think
all.
it's going to be tricky.
And they're getting the items to sort of buff and enable Low that bit more. The Solar Crest is already done on Xingqiu.
Yep. How many Solar Crests are we looking at this game? So there's one on Chen, there's one on the Mirana. Is anyone else eyeing it up right now? Doesn't look like it. It's just going to be a 1-for-1. No, never mind. There's going to be a crest on Tianming as well. So both supports on the side of Azure Ray will be running those. Obviously a great item in general this patch. I think it's considered one of the absolute best right now after the changes. Allows you to do different things. It helps against towers, it helps against Roche. You can put it on yourself to save yourself as a support against a hero like Monkey King or Storm jumping you. It can be the difference maker. Feels real nice. And Ursa doing Ursa things. Classic. Looking for that first Roche. We'll get it minute 17 this time around.
XM is going to get jumped. Nisha able to get him with the silence, and they'll catch him by surprise there with the Orchid reveal.
Nice find. Feels like Liquid have found a little bit more of a... Oh, hang on. Low. As his ward, he wants to jump.
He wants to go for a little bit of a solo play here.
Yeah. He's waiting to have the second overpower ready.
Yeah, no, not a chance there for the Gen. Same time, Saberlight's found Tianming, or Tianming found him. He's going to use the lasso, but Boxy will turn up to help out, as Tianming will get punished for trying to make something happen there. I mean, they pretty much had the 4 members of Liquid coming in just in case there was to be further backup from Azure Ray. It wasn't the case, it was just Tianming on his own. With that kill, though, in mind, Liquid, they're going to try and smoke up and play aggressive into Low's Aegis.
Yeah. This could go really well if they get the free pick. Maybe you just take the pick and then get out. Oh, quick dagger there from XXS will escape the Gale.
Yeah, makes things a little bit more complicated now for Liquid. Yeah. Unlikely to continue chasing here, as Low and XXS will get out. And you know, that timing for Nisha with the Orchid, it was nice in that he caught XM out the once, but he does now have the Yules done on Puck. So Orchid is going to be the counterplay online here for XM if he gets jumped again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Speaking of XM, he's found this new neutral item, the Whisper of the Dread. A very nice item on Puck. You get that mana pool, which is not the biggest part of it, but 10% spell damage is really welcome in this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gonna look to amp.
Radiant's middle tower is
Just that
under
little
attack.
bit extra. Puck is one of those heroes where sometimes you know you're just that close, you know, all of your spells combined, it's not quite there. But we get Witchblade, you get Whispers of Dread, and this might be the difference maker between whether you can solo the Rubik in a burst or not, especially considering Hand of God is a part of the game as well. It's extra amp. Gotta keep a lookout for it. And again, Dota a lot of the time is a game of feel, right? These players play it a lot. Some things are just second nature, and whenever a patch comes in and shakes things up like this, you know, the Puck suddenly has maybe a little bit more spell damage than you were expecting. You might misjudge situations and be like, how did I die? You know? Just a little bit sometimes. It's not much more than the Vambrace, obviously. The inversion of the Vambrace. You might not consider it. We'll see.
I think slowing down a bit here. I think, you know, for Liquid, getting their next set of items online, we're closing in on the pipe for Insania, so certainly help out against that burst from the Puck and the Bat Mirana combo that Azure have been hitting pretty hard with.
Right, eyes on Lu. Let's see how this works nowadays.
Should still be able to solo this right with the ult.
Okay. Jinky will miss the arrow on the Tormentor.
Jinky, yeah, he's got to be careful there. A lot of damage himself. But indeed, they have no struggle taking this out with the bear. Tormentor gone, shard for Jinkyu.
Widely regarded as one of the weakest shards in the game, this one though. The leap one from Mirana. So you get an extra charge, and you can, I believe this got changed at some point, so you can choose how you face when you leap, right? So you can like angle your hero as you arrive.
Yes. So you can get some cool angles for like a quick arrow.
For the arrow, and you get still get the fire, right? 170 damage. It could be something. Again, it's one of those things where you combine that with the Puck. Maybe that's the slight extra bit of damage you need for the kill.
I don't think he's going to be ready for this smoke gang. They'll catch him by surprise.
Nice and easy. Yeah, he's starting to, again, this is just a classic Venno problem. Lane didn't go well. Team isn't playing too aggressively as a group. Where do you go? You're going to have to go and farm somewhere statically, sit there with your Plague Wards. If you get caught by Moonlight, if you get caught by a smoke, you don't have anything in the way of defense, you're just food. Levels, not really anything to write home about. Almost level 11 on the Venno, XXS 12.5 on the offlane Slaughter, who laned against Monkey King.
And if they bring low round it, I mean, maybe even without low, they could potentially take away Liquid's Tormentor. They're going to find him in the trees! Jinkyu able to snipe him there, catches Boxy, TP's starting to come in, but the rest of Azure, they're ready to connect. Azure, I think they're happy to take this fight low. He could consider fighting this. Under the tower might be a bit too far. They'll let Tianming die under the tier 2, but the coils down on the 3 of them. Still a bit too far of a dive here for Azure. Whilst they do add the numbers, they're not going to throw things recklessly into a fight underneath the tower, so they'll hold back.
Yeah, very clear there what Tianming was going for. He was sitting right next to the Storm TP and wanted to instantly lasso, but Liquid were well aware of it. They were ready.
Yeah, now they'll make sure that they can get this Tormentor before there's any other chance for Azure to steal it.
So 1-for-1 split on those. You're going to see the replay of it here. So first this arrow onto Boxy, really clean there from Jinkyu. Nice angle. There's no escape path for Rubik, so they'll claim that no problem. And then instantly walking down here, but there is a ward seeing Tianming getting in position as well as the tower, to be honest. So.
And I think very necessary that Liquid did bring in the full 3 of them. Maybe if it was just 2 of them, Azure, they may have considered diving that. But Liquid having enough numbers there to put off Azure from going for an aggressive play.
I think the Puck spells were also still on cooldown from the Rubik kill. Otherwise, if he could have silenced on arrival there, that whole situation could look very, very different. We've got the shard for Liquid. Rubik. So they have the defensive toss now on the telekinesis. Quite nice against Ursa. Obviously, Puck coil is a little bit of a problem, but at the same time, it's one of those heroes where you can snap the coil and then get thrown out after, so you get enough distance to maybe get away from an Ursa or Slaughter follow-up. But you got to be so careful against these Azure heroes. There's a lot of burst now. The Ursa BKB online. He's almost completed Basher. If he finds somebody to jump, if you don't have Force Staff ready, I genuinely think Low can solo any hero right now from full to 0 with no counterplay. There's just, I guess Boxy has to be the man of the match now with the telekinesis save. That's literally the only solution I see to an Ursa getting on top of a hero with Bash.
And with that in mind, I think Liquid, they're sticking together as 5. They'll get the setup onto XXS. Is there going to be any sort of assist for him? They can't get him out of there. XXS is going down. The Boundless Strike connects onto another. They're going to try and turn this into a second kill. They get the control here with the telekinesis.
Wow. Nicely done.
Quick moves from Liquid as a team guarantee them the 2 kills and a chance to push on for the tier 2.
That was really cleanly set up on the follow-up kill. Max range Boundless into the Rubik lift into Centaur Stomp from the Chen. I think Xingqiu really thought he was safe after. He went for the Solar Crest play to try to delay the death on the Slardar. Did not expect he would be dying on his way out. So nicely done Liquid there. Finding the 2, probably the tier 2 tower as well. Low looking to trade top, but yeah, has to be a little bit wary of the missing heroes on the side of Liquid now. Rubik fogging. He will respect that. Will not get a tower. Not much of a trade as a result here, so nice bounce back there from Liquid in this situation. Still, looking at the net worth, the Ursa is very far ahead. Just waiting for that moment when Low is going to find his entry truly into the mid game. Close to the shard now too. He will look for a Boxy snack here in the mid lane. Quick reaction.
Very, very quick with the force and the telekinesis. Boxy was ready for that one. XM. Maybe seeing if he could still catch something. A blink out as soon as he catches wind of Mickey there alongside Boxy. Look to double back in here with the Moonlight Shadow. See if Low gets another chance to get that jump.
See the mindset here from Nisha, quite interesting. His level 15 talent choice here is going to be the 250 health, overtaking static remnant damage. So very aware here of the potential risk of just getting one-shot comboed. So he's going to take the defensive talent on Storm, who a lot of the time will, feel relatively safe in offensive plays. Just recognizing that huge amount of damage during the hard lockdown that they have. All right, Low.
Get the opening here with the telekinesis. Mickey considering dropping the Wukong's command. Liquid, they were heading for this with a smoke, but now it becomes clear that Azure Ray, they were ready and prepared. They've got some good deep wards in Liquid's jungle as well to keep an eye on these sort of setups. But Liquid won't get the jump that they hope for.
But they will get that D ward. I was about to say keep an eye out for once Liquid starts spreading out on the map again, that Azure Ray might pounce with the good wards they have, but getting that D ward quite crucial. They're still sticking around though, looking for a potential angle from the top side. Smokes are not available, but they also don't have Moonlight. So this is actually kind of awkward. You don't really have an obvious entry into this. Maybe fishing here with an arrow. Oh, ooh, okay, actually almost got there.
Liquid, taking it. Sableye getting jumped to the start. If they had the hand of God, but Sableye's taken down. They'll lay down the Wukong command. Low, desperately trying to get out of the reach of the ultimate. The BKB's there. He'll be able to separate himself from Mickey. An immediate buyback comes out from Sableye. Liquid, they still want to take this fight. They get the jump over towards the back lines. Tianming goes with the lasso on the wall. Sableye goes to jump for XXS with a crush. They're focusing Sableye, but Mickey, he's perfectly fine. BKB's up, turns towards XXS. They'll take the Slardar out. It's Liquid. Can they chase for more? There's still mana in the tank here for Nisha. Closes in onto Tianming. Boundless Strike back up. Liquid, they'll find a third here for Mickey with the triple kill. XM trying to burst Mickey. We'll get him Low. He could look to jump in on this.
Oh, he's got dagger cannon.
They're going to be able to stop it. And now Nisha, he's going to consider getting back in onto him, but Low pops the ult. It'll be used for now. Nisha very low on mana. Continue to sort of poke and prod with Low at the side of this fight. Nisha, he's sort of clarifying up as well. He could be good to jump again in a second. The mana starts to build back up. Telekinesis is there. Low, he's left exposed. No enrage, no BKB. He's gone. Liquid persists. And with that, no argument about it. They take this fight, and maybe it's not even done yet. XM, see if he's able to play his way out of this one. A quick orb and a blink. They've got the vision, but they've got nowhere to cancel it. So XM will escape. But that lead that Azure Ray have had for the majority of this game, it's really starting to get taken away from them. Yeah, Liquid, they can open up into the Roshan. Playing excellently as a team here in a situation as well where it looked like Azure Ray were going to be able to start the fight from a favorable position. They get the jump onto Saberlight. But at this point, I don't think Saberlight really cares if he's the one that's getting focused, because it's the other heroes on Liquid that are becoming the bigger problems.
I mean, this was clearly by design from Liquid. Saberlight, that was 100% bait, so they could set up the Wukong's command and get off all of their Chen value with Pipe and Hand of God. So this was the way that Liquid wanted to start this fight. I think they were hoping to get more out of it than this, though, to begin with, but the chase through did work out just fine enough. And The key point about this fight here is that Ursa is not a part of it. He's down all the way to the southwest, has already used his BKB and disengaged and kind of doesn't really want to fight anymore. And then Azure do feel like there's a potential turnaround played, which just wasn't really the case. So Liquid get a very, very great outcome. And arguably the biggest part of this is them getting the second Roach, just taking that away from Ursa to have that power play. You get the cheese here as well now on the Monkey King, so a line of protection against the potential Ursa jump coming down.
Oh, look at this Nisha.
Oh, okay. That was all his mana. Arrow, not gonna find...
Oh, they're gonna jump forward. They get the silence onto the two of them, XM. Fight popped here from Liquid. They are prepared if Azure want to try and take this fight, but it's gonna be difficult for Azure now to make the call into this Aegis and Cheese period. I mean, what is the plan now for Azure? Do you hold back, try and get the next item or such done on low? Do you look for fights into this Aegis? How do you respond to Liquid?
I don't think you need to be necessarily too concerned about the game slowing down a little bit. The real challenge is to not get found around the map now and get killed off by the Storm +1 combo. But if you play relatively tight but still find okay farm, I think your lineup scales exceptionally well. You have Slardar, Ursa, and Puck. Puck is always a late game wildcard if you get there. He's close to getting the Kaya Sanj, which would be a big upgrade for him, of course. And yeah, if you can weather the storm here and not get too bad of a fight, I think it's okay. Oh, okay. Mickey.
Oh, he's going to get knocked back, but he's able to jump off the tree in time. Turns with the boundless strike. They've lost Saberlight at the start of the fight. Of course, this time he doesn't have the option to buy back into the action. Mickey, BKB, gets the Wukong to mana. He pops the cheese. He's back up to full HP. Azure, they've got to start retreating here with the BKB starting to fall low, and XXS, the BKB's come to an end. XXS taken out by Nisha. Low, he's got no further manner of escape. He tries to stand his ground, but the damage is done. Low will fall. Triple kill this time for Nisha.
Foxy was looking for more even there, but can't quite get to Xingqiu. Only had one leap left, so that could have been an extra kill. Liquid with a huge mid game coming through from that one fight top. And keep in mind, Azure were the ones looking for trouble, and they got it.
And I think one of the little things as well that was picked up before that fight, I don't know how much of a difference it made, but Mickey got one of the more favorable neutral items for this sort of situations. He's got the Vindicator's Axe. Now he's really much less vulnerable to these kind of jump stun initiations from XXS. He's going to have so much protection. He's going to always be able to get the Wukong's command and BKB, and in that case, the cheese off.
Yeah, exactly. I actually think this neutral item choice made a huge difference there. He might have been burst down if he didn't have that, but all of that armor.
They're going to try and start something, but Liquid, they're ready for it. They'll just grab Tianming straight away. The bat's gone. I mean, XM's trying to do something to slow them down here on the push, but Liquid, they just don't care. They keep on pushing. They're onto the barracks. Nisha, force out the fortification. Now they'll give a little bit of respect here to Azure, backing out from the base.
Yeah, this is the right time to go back, but man, what a huge swing. They gained about 10,000 gold in 4 minutes here. Hex completed now, and Nisha opens up new avenues of killing off the Puck. Obviously, with Kaya Sanj, he's relatively tanky, and I don't think Nisha will be able to solo him, but with just a little bit of extra assistance from like a Boundless Strike or a little bit of a Rubik Burst, the Puck doesn't have the same amount of safety as it once did. We're going to see Saberlight completing an Aghanim Scepter now, so if he becomes the target of the fight, you have this guaranteed amount of damage coming out, and Liquid, yeah, they're going to keep their foot on the gas. They have 1 minute 30 left on Aegis. No cheese now, of course, after that mid-fight, but still very much an advantage you want to spend here. Send in Nisha, get the vision, burn the Aegis if you need to get a good fight started.
I mean, they know XM's in the trees. Nisha, it's going to be able to find him with that opening. Boundless Strike to follow up. There's no chance for XM, completely locked down. And dead now for 50. No buyback available on the Puck.
This should actually be a lane of barracks straight up. This wave is coming in about 15 seconds. It's going to cut the back door. You start setting up vision with the Venomancer as well. Puck is the primary base defender for Azure, so I think they're going to concede this. And obviously worth noting as well, this is a Batrider position 5 without a dagger, so entering into the fight and finding that setup is very dependent on Puck making the first move. So with him out of the picture,
they might lose 2 sets.
Yeah.
Straight down to the bottom lane. Liquid, they're not going anywhere.
Pushing very fast with that Deso on Mickey, so yep, you're right. There's more than just one lane. I didn't know if they could get more, but they definitely can. They'll get both full lanes here. So huge, huge advantage now, starting to mount.
And it definitely feels like sort of the tale of the last few fights has been that they could jump and kill Saberlight, but Nisha obviously very elusive, and then Mickey just with how much farm he has, they can't burst this Monkey King. 3k HP, Skadi done onto the BKB and this Vindicator's Axe. He is so difficult to jump.
I think this is the type of game where you maybe don't even replace the Vindicator's axe for tier 4. I just think it's that good. Attack speed is obviously great on the Monkey King, and the 20 armor when stunned is literally perfect for the lineup you're facing. So you, yeah, I'm not looking at a better tier 4 item than this one in this game for him for sure, but we'll see if we even get to that point, you know? Tier 4 items are 3 minutes away. Liquid might as well run away with it. If they find one more good team fight after this, Tormentor could look for a smoke play, potentially just finish things off. They're hitting this insane power spike right now. No need to give Azure a chance to come back, but they will look for something of their own again. And this time around, the smoke move from Azure will be against 0 Aegises and 0 cheeses. So maybe, just maybe. But the Monkey King is... The Monkey King with the axe is a really big problem.
I mean, that's the...
I mean, maybe you just can't go on him first.
I just was going to say, like, how are you looking to start this fight as Azure Ray? Like, who do you want to prioritize at the beginning of a team fight?
I think Storm is the absolute premier target, but he's also probably going to be the hardest one to find. If you're not getting the Storm, Rubik seems like a decent choice, but no, never mind. He has an Eon Disc, so tough. Yeah, there's no easy targets. I think Veno is probably the worst, right? Because he's going to do damage to you anyway. Yeah. Not an easy task. They will, I mean, regardless, they will not find anyone. They weren't even remotely close to a hero. Liquid playing the opposite side of the map, and they're making a move of their own, which could bear fruit onto Xingqiu here, potentially. Mickey having the advantage of Monkey King here. And he will break now, Xingqiu. Instant reaction. He comes in from the trees there, that might be different. Oh, wait.
Moxie.
Sentry.
He drops the sentry, the setup's there. The silence, I mean, they'll try and push them back with a flame break. Azure Ray, they really want to try and help him out here. They actually send in Tianming. He gets caught by the hex, they'll jump with a crush. Azure Ray, they're trying to take this fight. They're looking towards Nisha, but Nisha's going to get forced out to the side. He's perfectly fine. This was not a fight for Azure Ray to take. As XXS ticks down, they've got the Yules control there on towards Low. Low completely surrounded by Liquid. The bear is dead. As it's all just becoming a bit too much here for Azure Ray, Sind.
You go back in this game 10 minutes ago, about an 80% win expectancy for the Azure Ray lineup.
I mean, Liquid, they've just played this phenomenally.
Absolutely got obliterated. They didn't win anything since they were this favorite, and this is Mega Creeps. Probably over, honestly. I don't know if you can even stop Liquid if they choose to go for the throne. Like, even if you have all 5 heroes alive, can you still stop the push? Like, this ball just looks way too strong. Nisha now completing the Shiva's guard as well. He's super tanky.
We'll see if they have one final fight in them, but with 40 seconds, no Low. It's looking unlikely. The tier 4 starting to fall. Azure Ray, they're going to have to try something with just the 4 of them. Unlikely that that's going to be able to do anything with the way that the last few plays have gone. The Ancient exposed. They've got to try something soon. They get the jump forward, but Nisha able to dodge the crush. Silence in on towards Tianming. They get their hex down onto Mirana. Xingqiu's out. There's no further defense to be had here. They'll lay out the Wukong's command, kill off XM. This game, it's going the way of Liquid.
And it's worth keeping in mind, this definitely did not go according to plan, right, the whole way. There was definitely some ups and downs for Liquid in this one. They had 3 kills prior to the lane start, then they lost 5 kills in the laning stage early on, especially the Venomancer got punished really hard this time, Saberlight, but in the mid game, when it really needed to come together, when things were looking grim, they just played better.
They did.
This didn't feel like a strategic win in the mid game in terms of like, oh, this was when their lineup was going to peak. You know, we're going to be stronger here. We're finding this perfect timing. It was just all the little things. It's the right jumps. It's the better vision. It's the better shot calling. It's Azure arguably a couple of times running their heads a little bit against the wall when they're in an unfavorable fight. They still force it. They go for the smoke into the Aegis Cheese team. They get punished there too, you know? They're very hungry for the fights that maybe weren't the right ones, whereas Liquid just take all the right ones, find the openings.
Yeah.
And just credit to, honestly, this feels like a real, that's just a team win, right?
It really was. It was sort of, from the moment Liquid realized that they were able to group up as 5 and stay as 5, I think pretty much every fight from then on onwards, they were never caught separate from one another. You know, Liquid, as a 5-man, Azure were just never able to take them on.
And maybe there's a little bit of, you know, the hidden power of Chen. I feel like we didn't talk about him very much in the game, but all of these auras, the heal, just grouping up, playing around the creeps.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
The damage mitigation from Insania, very important to get ahead in these fights.
Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid with some fantastic coordination and team play here in this game 1 will take the first game of this best of 3 against Azure.
extremely clean performance out of Team Liquid in the beginning of this lower bracket final. It seemed like from the draft, things were pretty even. Everyone had their own idea of how the game was going to go. But as for team fights, it seems like Liquid consistently had the upper hand. I think the final death knell for Azure was that top Roche fight where they just kind of kept throwing bodies into it, but maybe they got a little bit out-spellcasted by Liquid.
Yeah, it was interesting because I was like, why did Saberlight not use any of his items when he got gone on the first time? And that was because they intended for him to buy back immediately, which I thought was a really cool call. What I will say about that game was I thought Veno was going to have a better lane. We all thought, wow, this Ursa's going to be spelled doom in the laning stage. Instead, he has a 13-minute Battle Fury, and Saberlight's like 0-4. So I think that game even went worse for Liquid than we thought it would, and they still managed to climb back. So that's not going to bode well for Azure going into Game 2.
Yeah, not to mention before the lane started, they had 3 kills, Liquid got 3 kills. And I felt like that would have been really bad for AR because their lineup, they had to do really well from the start. They had a lot of single target heroes. They don't have any team fight at all with their draft, and they were really relying on the laning phase to go well so that they could continuously pick people off with the Ursa and the Puck. I mean, that kind of did go well for them initially. The Ursa played a very good early game. He dodged the lane. He couldn't lane against the Veno. He made a couple of good rotations. The first one to the gate, 4 minutes I think. He went top. He killed Mickey on the Monkey King, and after that he also tried to rotate towards the middle lane at around 6-7 minutes, but there was a ward. But overall, he had the right mindset in the game. What he should be doing.
Yeah, their early game was solid on Azure, but I just felt like the later stages of the game became a can we burst on one Liquid hero really fast? Because Slardar and Ursa are a little bit straightforward. It's single target physical damage, and whichever guy they would go on, you just force staff that guy. And then it's like, oh, I can't spend 3 seconds of BKB to run him down and maybe kill him. So it just felt like their kill potential against Liquid was not the same as vice versa. And I go back to the fact that Storm Spirit just looks better as a solo mid because you can jump just as far as a puck. You can lock down somebody in arguably longer in terms of the slows and the pull and the stuff like that. And it's easier for you to like get in and out, it feels like. And your damage scales better. It just feels like you offer more than what a puck does. Like I feel like Puck was a little underwhelming that game. He was there and he was playing the hero effectively, but your damage potential is just not quite the same.
I mean, but it's not necessarily his fault, I feel like the whole draft, the idea that AR had, they see the overall first pick Chen, they picked the Mirana to, the arrow, the creeps, but afterwards they made a lot of like adjustments where they wanted to just go for all out early game. That's what I felt like with the Bat Rider, the Slardar, the Puck, the Mirana. It was all meant for like early game. You could do well in your lanes, you need to snowball. And once you don't really get enough advantage out of that, you run into the situation where the Chen has all these auras, like Cinderan brought up. He has a Blitz, he has a Solar Crest, he has a Pipe. So where's your damage going to come from? That's why the Puck felt like he didn't do anything. The Pipe just mitigated everything from the Puck.
I think we also may have not known the full power of this new Chen with Divine Favor armor, because it seemed like Azure were prepared in terms of, oh, there might be a hero to save. In the first phase, they banned out Insania's Venge. They took out the Shadow Demon, which are the saves that Liquid has been running throughout this tournament. Maybe Chen might need to be higher on those ranks, because if you're going to go for a minus armor strat with the Slardar, you can't really let that Divine Armor be, or Divine Favor armor be a factor.
Yeah, I think everything Winder mentioned on top of the Divine Favor is what made it so difficult as the game went on, and I think it's for Azure to burst heroes. I think it's always going to favor the team that can stall fights in the late game, because items in Dota are much more easy to build tankiness and survivability than it is to build reliable burst and lockdown. So as you saw the longer fights play out, the Venomancer really showed its prowess. All they had to do was kite BKBs. Even if the Wukongs from Mickey was simply to dissuade the BKB usage, or like once they BKB'd on Azure, they have to then run away. That alone wins the fight for them because Storm Spirit's going to clean up.
On the topic of Mickey, he's actually our choice for our Acer Predator head-to-head as we selected the carries and saw how their numbers stacked up.
They both did well, honestly. Mickey has much better KDA, obviously, because they were winning the game for a longer period of time. He was able to back himself up, but Low had an excellent early game. His early rotations were fantastic. His itemization was good, but it was just, there's too much armor to cut through during the BKB durations for both heroes. So Monkey got to play more of a supporting type carry role, that he was always there with his team, landing stuns at crucial times to lair and committing when it was a good time. But Low had to go in first consistently, and because he was unable to get those kills, yeah, their team fights weren't going to be won.
I mean, the idea of like the Ursa is to get yourself in a situation where you're able to split the map with the puck and you force the enemy to have to deal with the waves, then you pick them off. But that was kind of hard against the Chen, you know. The Chen could just send the creeps, push out one wave, and there's no risk, right? You can't really pick off anybody. And once they push out the waves, they deal with everything, they group up, and then what is the Ursa meant to do there?
I also think this was a bit of a statement draft from Jabs yesterday. Insania comes in here, firing shots at Shopify Rebellion. How do you lose with this man on your team? Well, maybe, you know, I pick a lot of Storm Spirit on my team, that's why. Jabs is like, fine, I'll pick Storm Spirit too, I'll win with him too. And maybe now they're staring down and looking down the path of a grand finals, but how is Azure supposed to pick up the slack now as they look forward to? You worry about maybe even the supports even more, because they banned out Mars, Venge, Shadow Demon, phase 1. You have to go back to core bans, maybe. I think with the new patch, there's so many ways to mess up drafting. Like, there's so many things to think about, factors to consider. And when we looked at the Ursa pick, I was thinking like they have the Batrider lasso, they have the puck coil. They need somebody who's just gonna, they're gonna drag them into the carry. Like the carry is then gonna need to finish them off. But on Ursa, you're also gonna hard commit. So that means that if you pick heroes like Veno, you pick heroes like Monkey King, I think the only way Liquid was really meant to like save each other was just by being together as 5, and the last thing you want to do is throw yourself into the fray as well. So these are things that you kind of got to remember that the fundamentals of Dota apply across every single patch, and sometimes those are the things you forget because you're thinking about all the other things that we just mentioned. Well, let's hope that Azure can go back to basics and give us a 3-game series for this lower bracket final, or we'll see if Liquid will close it out. Stick around, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Azure versus Team Liquid.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
Betty gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, die ich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink, mit den Brüdern und wir chillen.
ESL One Kuala Lumpur is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Okay, I'm here with Bryle as well as Move from Tundra. So what we're doing today, guys, is that one of you is going to be controlling 5 level 1 heroes to do Roshan. You have starting items as well as just all level 1, and you get to decide what you guys think is the optimal strategy together and also decide who's going to be executing it. So first impressions, what do you guys think? What heroes are necessary for this strategy to work?
Something with auras, I think. Ursa, Beastmaster, and Shadow Fiend. So Abaddon, Lone Druid, Juggernaut, Ursa, and last one I'm not sure.
Ursa, Lone Druid, Shadow Fiend or Templar Assassin. Do you think Shadow Fiend is a bit more stable with his aura? But then with Templar Assassin, you know, it might be 3 melee heroes now.
So there's some heroes that I think everyone thinks of, like Ursa is something necessary. Beside that, we're still like looking and comparing some heroes, but we definitely need some more minus armor and attack speed, so our Ursa can actually slay the Roche.
All right, I'm ready. Okay.
There you go. Tower.
Okay, we're getting ready. So far, so good. The bug is dead though.
Immediately.
Okay. Timer started at 3:48 officially. Tombstone is tanking. This is going really well so far. The Tombstone takes so long to kill, actually. Yell Stripe used again, right on time.
How about the sub up?
My bad, left.
Just load with the weapon. With the weapon. Oh no! You got it. You can get him.
There. Then it's saying that later on we're gonna move the Undying a bit so that the Roshan will make us the Undying.
Hey, we're about to finish. We're gonna hit a nice time here. Basically finishing at 4:30. That was 42 seconds.
Oh no!
Oh god! It's so close. Might need to take the range heroes in. Whoa. Oh my gosh, Ursa's so low. Oh, nice. Well played. Well, what happened? Like, why did Ursa die? What was the mishap?
Health issue.
Health issue?
And then, like the healing salve wasn't healing fast enough.
Okay, guys. Well, thank you for playing. We got 2950 officially as the final health count for Roche. That was 42 seconds. That was incredibly well done, guys, as that is officially the fastest time as of now. And thank you for participating in the game, guys.
Now that's a hell of a leaderboard right there. 1 failed, 2 successes. Brian, your post-mortem on the level 1 Roche, tell me.
I would say that Monet and Baboka are 2 of like the try-hardest players I've ever met about like a random custom game. Like I'd say all the players are pretty enthusiastic about it. Like instantly they're all nerding out, thinking, oh, they're checking the abilities, how much minus armor is this, how hard is it gonna be for me to micro all 5 of these heroes at the same time. It was like a lot of fun to see how much they cared about winning such a like trivial game.
I mean, would you like to see a level 1 Roche in the game, in an actual game?
I did ask them, and they said no. Like even Tofu was just like, yeah, it's just too punishing. You need like specific heroes in your draft, and if the enemy even suspects it, you're just gonna die.
yeah, too much risk.
At the end of the day, they're all competitors. It doesn't surprise me that they take even the smallest things seriously. But one thing that needs to be taken extremely seriously by these teams is game number 2, especially for Azure. And the lone isolated Chance trying to give them energy because they need it. They are one game away from elimination. And in order to stave off the elimination, they are banning out Chen, Leshrak, Vengeful Spirit, and Pango. Liquid, they take out the Phoenix, and they take out the Magnus.
I mean, these are the heroes that Liquid has been winning with, so that's 4 bans that make a ton of sense here. It's going to open up the... change the first picks, though. Slardar maybe going to make it through still.
Both these teams, when they were second pick, banned Leshrak. That means they both, I think, believe Leshrak is an overall first pickable hero. Because otherwise, I don't think you would have to take it out of the pool in the early bans.
Yeah, but you mentioned earlier, Kevin, that you need to kind of like draft around something, and you felt like Liquid and Gaming Gladiators, they had something to draft around. And if you're Liquid, since you don't have the Venge and Chen, do you feel like Slardar is still like something that you want to draft around after seeing what happened to the hero last game?
It had a bad time, but I think it's still decent. This is a good opening, though. Just the first pick, Mars, been a while since we've seen this.
More stable than a Slardar, a lot more useful in the game. Provides you with catch, team fight, and laning phase, I feel like it's much safer for Mars than the Slardar. Slardar is like risky, in terms of the laning phase. You might not have a good time, but the hero needs to have a good time.
Yeah, I also think he just checks a lot of boxes for your team. He naturally supplies you with team fight, has a lot more natural synergies with supports like the Willow, any hero that can really dump out a lot of damage during that arena goes well as a carry. The Lunas, the Monkey Kings, a lot of these heroes are in Team Liquid's wheelhouse. And I also think they don't think they're going to get the Mars in the second round of drafting, so they had to take it now or never.
I mean, talking from the carry's perspective, if you see a Mars, what are the picks that come to mind, to deal with the Mars? You don't want to be a range hero, right, because of the bulk walk and the arena. So you need to be a melee hero.
I think that's what makes him so strong right now. I think a lot of heroes that traditionally counter him are not in the meta. Faceless Void comes to mind as a likely ban against low. I think any hero that can naturally jump out of the arena, Void, Morphling, would be my ideals. Lone Druid's also super annoying because you can't spear the bear. So that means that's actually a really smart ban because Low's been playing that a couple times throughout this tournament. I don't know how I feel about the Primal Beast. We saw like Centaur from Bedboom yesterday against the Mars. I think these two heroes are kind of similar in theory, right? Like they both rely on running around in fights, and they both have like in terms of Primal Beast, you can cancel his charge with God's Rebuke or the Spear, and you're going to see him coming. So
yeah, I mean, this is like one of their 6 opening picks. Generally, they've done it 2 or 3 times so far this tournament. It's like that or Phoenix or somebody else. So it's fine. I mean, it's definitely weaker than it was in the last patch. The raw HP items are not as good, and yeah, there's the counters with the Mars.
Yeah, talking about items, I think he kind of needs to rush BKB. I feel like sometimes you see primals being underwhelming. It's mostly because of the builds that they're deciding to go to. Sometimes you are way too greedy. You try to get the heart, and you feel like, oh, I'm having a good game. Why not just buy a heart, and scale, But as a matter of fact, your team just needs you to get BKB and run in, or Blade Mail BKB to run in.
More second phase bans filter through. Liquid take out the Enchantress, and Azure take out the Shadow Demon yet again, followed up with a Grimstroke.
This now looks much better as an opening because it's going to make Primal Beast better at whatever he does. Extra movement speed is fantastic on the hero.
Yeah,
and
but what if a CM comes out and Frostbite? What is your Primal Beast going to do?
That's true.
Get level 15 is what he's going to do, I think.
No, you just have to get a BKB. I mean, the CM is going to be very, very annoying to deal with in the early game until you have a BKB.
Or do they prioritize their Mars duel lane? Do they grab a Lion here or pick Boxy, the hero he wants, maybe first?
Nice call.
I mean, he's been playing it a lot. The Wraithbans make the build solid. The disables are really good against Primal Beast. So it's going to be hard for him to channel full ulti at this point.
I mean, do you feel like Lion has risen up the stock so much that he's kind of like the best pairing with Mars right now? Like traditionally, we see like the Snapfires, the Phoenix, sometimes even Skyraf.
I think it's safe. It's not as strong in the lane. Snapfire is one of the better laner supports, but as the game continues, Lion just has survivability now. So I just feel like Lion is the better across the board support versus a hero like that.
He also counters the heroes I was mentioning that are good against Mars. He's good against the mobile guys that can jump out of the arena, the Morphlings, the Voids. So I think it's kind of like Lion Timbersaw of old, like when a lot of teams would run that duo offlane, just kind of cover each other's weaknesses. Mars is going to supply you the AoE team fight, while Lion's going to give you that single target disable. Lich, I think we usually see him against like physical burst or physical threats in lane, you know, the Slard or off-lane type heroes, so I'm curious to see what Liquid plays with this.
He's kind of decent against the Primal, because in the lane, if it's an off-lane Primal, the slow, your Nova is very good at stopping him from doing damage with Trample. You can cancel his grab with the Gaze, and I think that maybe the other idea about the Lich here is to have a hero that can throw damage, throw spells into the arena. Because we were talking about, like, at least for me, I was thinking about CM more, but with the arena, sometimes it might not be as reliable for the CM to just get close to cast your ultimate. But whereas if you're a Lich, you just throw your Chain Frost in and you do damage right away.
Is there any reason why you would prefer it over something like the Crystal Maiden? Because if you want to deal with an offlane Primal Beast, we said Frostbite is effective. Why go for a Sinister Gaze? Why go for a Lich as opposed to the CM that Liquid's been running?
Yeah, it seems like the laning phase is similar, right? But as Winter mentioned, you can toss all your spells from really long range. So if you're able to sit in the back, Primal Beast does lack a bit of reach. He's going to need a lot of items to supply that. He's probably a good Veil builder, now that I think about it, like Veil into Shivas. So I think we're going to see like a BKB Blink Shivas to find these backline supports. But I'm wondering who's going to do it better, on which side. And this is the Void that's good against the Mars, but I also think that's why the Lion was kind of preemptively picked by Liquid. They saw something like this coming. They didn't target any of these type carries in their bans. They targeted the summons heroes that would give annoying like poke damage against the Mars in lane.
I do feel like the Lich is a little bit stronger in the lane than CM. You have better damage on your right click, way more movement speed. Your nukes are a little bit stronger damage-wise, I feel like, and you have a better mana pool. So there's just a little bit more oomph. But also the other thing is that, think about the heroes that Insania's been playing. A lot of them have saves in some way, either protecting with spells or saving with swap. And Frost Armor is going to give that a lot for him.
So how does the Frost Armor work with the Solar Crest? So it reduces the damage first, then it eats into the barrier?
Yeah, I think that's how it works, most likely. So, very good.
So it must be like so broken with this hero?
Yeah.
You get a lot of value out of the barrier, for sure. But maybe we'll see what they pair it with. You kind of always want to have like a tanky frontline hero to abuse the Frost Armor with.
That's a Lion.
Oh, sure, yeah.
He's the frontliner.
Lion's the frontliner.
How many Wraith Bands are we saying on this guy?
It's legitimately good. Put Wraith Bands on him, go drain mana. Voids, that's actually one of the counters to Void.
Yeah, that's
Draining
true.
Mana, because then he can't.
I imagine the comms would be so funny. The Lion's telling you, Frost Armor me, I'm going in to drain them dry.
I like this Ursa pick a lot this game. I think he's got all the tools to buff him up. I don't want damage on my team when I have Ursa. I know you have Lion, who theoretically does damage, but I want heroes that control them with the Mars, and then Lich, who, this is a wonderful hero for Ursa to have Frost Armor thrown on him, and he's going to force the spells to go on him. And even though the status resistance from Enrage doesn't work against Primal, they've got a lot of ways to cancel it, so I'm not too concerned about that in the mid game. Maybe once Primal gets BKB, they can lock him down.
I mean, this is one of the cores that has like amazing matchup against Faceless Void. You can't remove the Fairy Swipe stacks, you're always unable to fight him outside the Chrono, and even if he gets Chrono, there's always going to be the Enrage too. And on top of that, they have the Lich Armor. They're going to need like some mid hero that can actually do a lot of damage into the Chrono, I feel, for AR here. And for Liquid, it's more about like trying to predict what AR is going to want to pick to finalize their lineup, and maybe try to have a hero that can counter him in the lane.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's like DK or Death Prophet or Liquid. They always like to have that one person that secures them objectives.
Yeah, and Death Prophet kind of also works for AR at the same time. It's fantastic for the Chrono, pretty strong laner, stable laner. I mean, he kind of works with the Soulbind too, right? With the Suck.
There's Lina in the pool as well.
Yep, that could work too.
I think Lina would struggle for... I'd say both teams kind of threaten Lina in the back. So I'd be wary of... the save from OD would have been pretty cool this game too. And I guess he could... Can you rush Meteor Hammer anymore? Probably not.
I think he's one of the few heroes that is okay with the whole int shift to Meteor Hammer.
Yeah.
But rushing is a tall order now. I'm kind of hoping that Liquid also pick up a ranged mid laner, because dealing with Chrono when your offlaner is melee and your carry is melee, someone needs to be able to reliably be outside of the Chrono other than your supports.
They're really prioritizing protecting Ursa. So whatever they have for Nisha, they feel like it's a pretty consistent pick or a stable pick.
You like Invoker?
Could be a deny pick. Like, it's fine for their lineup, and it's also really good with Azure's lineup.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I mean, great follow-up for Mars. Alacrity on Ursa wouldn't be bad.
Can dispel the Ink spell. I think that's also kind of valuable in the early skirmish. With
It's kind of anti-synergistic though, because it's a little bit too much mana drain.
That's true. If you don't do damage, they don't have mana.
Okay.
That's a really good point.
18 seconds remain. I guess there is also a possibility that maybe Mars could go mid, but is it more likely that we're looking for a Nisha hero right now?
Master tier, Mars, Saber Chad.
All right. Let's see what we're going to give to the Polish superstar in the mid lane.
They do go for the
Gonna be the Invoker.
Spicy pick.
All right, that was a big snap pick.
Now, I was hearing about the tech. Will this potentially be a Conda or a Bounty Hunter?
Yeah, what is this OD pixel theory? I'm sure we'll hear it whenever he gets into the game, but he has some ambitious ideas on how Bounty Hunter should be played.
Yeah, it applies the Janata damage, right?
Yeah, because the Conda does damage from the spell you cast based on your damage. Janata gives you plus green numbers, so you
Does
get
it
that
work
extra
with
damage.
Soulbind though?
With Soulbind? No, it wouldn't proc twice, because that's a cooldown. But it's still fantastic if you can get it. He is against a range hero, so he's not getting like necessarily free Janata damage, but that's an option, so that'd be Phylactery into that item, or something else. I mean, XM keeps doing the spicy picks. I gotta say, I'm a fan.
They went off the beaten path a little bit in game number 1, but it did not work out for them. Now, there's no shame in losing to this. At least you're being able to go out in your own style. Just, is it a good style? Mid lane Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, they have really active 4 heroes on the side of Azure Ray, and Faceless Void can kind of do his own thing, very independent, survivable carry. Should do fine against Mars. He's not threatened by the level 6 or anything. So it's going to come down to whether or not the Bounty Hunter I feel like a lot of Bounty Hunters we see, they own in lane, and then they don't ever get to take fights and capitalize on the track. So what is Azure Ray going to do from the 10 to 15 minute mark, I think is going to decide this game.
Yeah, but on top of that, whenever you see Bounty Hunter in the game, you look at the enemy supports. Can you potentially bully the supports? Lion looks like a support that you could potentially bully if the Bounty Hunter is snowballing and Lion's not really having a good lane, and you can maybe always find him in the back line and bully him in the game.
And if you do go that item, the downside is that you have to cast the Shuriken directly on him. That cast range is pretty short, so you'd be putting yourself in danger to get that huge magic nuke. So that could be the item he goes, or maybe he has something else in mind, but Conda is probably what he's thinking about. It looks very abusable on Bounty. It's because the Shuriken matches up perfectly with the cooldown, so.
Will we see the level 25, like triple Moonshard?
That was the other thing, yes, because now, what, Janata no cooldown at level 25?
Yeah, seems like a good meme.
I saw OD do it in a pub game. It was wild. You would like kill one guy and steal 400 of his gold before he got his track gold. So it's just an insane swing if you can get there.
Yeah, if they can get there, I can see a lot of potentials, you know, but they have to be able to play the lane first.
We actually have not seen that many games go late in general, this entire, I guess, patch, but tournament also. Things are ending quick.
Yeah, I think it's easier to play ahead than behind in general. Like, you have to have a specific idea of how you're going to claw back into the game, and with the new patches coming out, Avery was mentioning it, like, before we came into the playoffs, that games tended to go longer as the patch goes on.
Yeah.
So it's not too much of a surprise that when the patch got released on Friday, that the games are pretty short.
Which is a shame, because they also dropped those 2 new Tier 5 neutrals. And then was the Aviana's Feather, is that one a Tier 4?
Yeah.
There's a lot of new ones that I haven't gotten a chance to see yet, because the games aren't going late enough.
Flying movement. When
Flying
you
movement.
What, below 30% HP?
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people grab that one on your carries or whatever. The evasion plus the movement speed is good. You just haven't seen it in action because you don't necessarily see them at low HP and then running over a cliff, but it's a good one. Yeah, lots of new stuff. I think the Roche's banner is another thing that's really making games faster, because even if the game does go later, once you pick that up, it's like your ability to get into the map is so much easier, because that one lane is just pushing in, and it takes so many hero resources to defend that wave. That's another person not on the map looking for plays. So those creeps have like over 1,000 HP. That's not an easy clear for a support.
Yeah, in that Bet Boom game, we really saw it be used to efficacy. While we're in the middle of a brief pause, kind of want to get a gauge of the crowd. Hey, Azure Ray guy, where you at? I heard you doing your chant. Let's get some more of these claps going. You guys want to see a proper competition, right?
Shiro looks great with glasses.
All right, how about the Liquid fans in the house? Seems a bit outnumbered, Brian.
Yeah, what region am I in again?
Well, Southeast Asia just cares about the good Dota. It doesn't matter where it comes from specifically.
No, I mean, I'm a big Liquid fan myself, so I understand. I would say that this is going to be a test for Azure Ray, because Liquid, we know they're going to bring their A game. We know that they've been vibing for the last, 4 series in a row throughout this main event. So what kind of, are they going to claw back? Are they going to make Team Liquid earn their spot in the grand finals? Because right now, I feel like Azure Ray didn't really do that to them in game 1.
I mean, with the bounty hunter pick, maybe, because you want to force the enemy to play a game where they don't really understand. So far, Liquid has been kind of dictating the pace of how the new patch is going, like which heroes should be the overpowered ones together with gaming. And maybe this bounty hunter could be something that upsets the balance here in this game,
But he's got to have a good game, and he's got to turn out kills afterwards, and that's sometimes the trouble with Bounty Hunter mid. It's like you don't farm fast unless you're like in a creep wave, basically. Or if your OD picks something, you buy a Midas in the battle fairy, that does it too. But you have to translate your levels into kills, and if your rotations get spotted and they're not successful, your hero feels really bad really fast, and all of a sudden your net worth just tanks. So
I mean, what do you do if you get hit by Tornado EMP this game?
Buy Arcane Boots? I don't know, man.
I guess my concern is what's the chrono damage? Like, you have Primal Beast, you have Grimstroke.
That was my issue as well.
Like, it's going to be a tough game for Low because he's against Lion. I'm not going to lie to you, Lion. Whatever, I tried.
Lowen to me?
Yeah, Lowen. It's always difficult as Void when you're against instant disables because you have the time walk, so almost any good player will precast Hex ready for you to chrono. So he has to BKB before he goes in, and then he has to have enough damage to kill them during the chronosphere. So I think it's going to really boil down to him needing probably 4 or 5 items to feel comfortable on Void, and that's going to be the bounty hunter we talked about, kind of carrying him through that stage of the game.
And they could. There's a new 20 talent with extra track gold, so there are slightly better ways to dump gold into your teammates if they do get kills. But I'm really excited to see him try something new, but I feel like a lot of times Bounty Hunter, when it's put in this position, it just doesn't work out, and you're like, oh, you're reminded again, oh, that's not the best hero at pro level Dota.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of the times where I have a bounty on my team, like we are playing a scrim. My player tells me, oh, this seems like a good bounty game, the lane, I can get past the lane. That's always the first thing they tell me. I can probably get past the lane, and I'll be able to do this and help the team, Then after the game, we're all like sitting there, okay, sorry guys, I actually don't have a lane.
I mean, he's definitely better at laning than he used to be. The Shuriken Toss does a huge amount of damage level 1. It's 100 magic damage for 50 mana. So it's a huge damage to mana ratio, but he's against a ranged hero. So like even Shuriken Tossing the Invoker, it's not going to be a simple thing. If it was a melee hero, I'd have so much more confidence in this.
Yeah, but he should be able to CS and deny creeps rather easily in this lane.
Yeah, he could, Janata and Shuriken, both excellent last hit tools, so he probably won't get denied much, you're right.
I love hearing the theory crafting, gentlemen. Are you guys ready for the game now? I know I had you all on the edge of your seat, but Malaysia, it's time for a game number 2. You ready to get it started? Then let me send you into the game with OD Pixel and Cinderin.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, game 2 time here between Team Liquid and Azure Ray. And with the ending of both of these drafts, and it's also sort of towards the end, Liquid with this second to last pick of the Ursa, they're going to try out this hero this time around. We'll see if it works out for them. They follow it up with that Invoker, maybe as the panel talks about a bit of a block pick against what Azure Ray might have wanted alongside their Faceless Void. But yeah, Azure Ray, they turned these around against Bounty Hunter mid.
They picked it fast too.
Oh, they did. They were like, we're going to pick
this. They wanted the Invoker. Yeah. I feel like they wanted the Bounty, considering how uncharacteristic this hero is as a mid pick and how fast they chose it. This seems like a bit of a pocket pick for them, where they're like, okay, against the heroes Nisha is going to run, we want to run this Bounty Hunter. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm sold. I think it's very high risk, high reward, and I will say it's awesome to see in a new patch when teams experiment and, bring out some sort of flavor, as we've seen in the previous game as well from Azure. But this one could be dicey. The panel already talked about Bounty's weaknesses, right? It either gets rolling or it doesn't. It's a pretty binary hero in that mid lane.
Now let's check it out, see what XM is going to be able to pull off with it. As Azure Ray, they need this win, otherwise they will be reaching the end of the road for themselves here at ESL One Kuala Lumpur. See if they can pull it off. As game one, whilst the second half definitely was a rough one, at least compared to their performance yesterday, there were some positives that Azure could have taken away from the first game of the series.
I wonder if this is like some coaching input here that they feel like, okay, the way we're going to beat this team and the way we struggled against Gaming Gladiators, we need to play faster. So let's get the tempo hero of all tempo heroes and put it mid, right? Just look for aggressive maneuvers, look for track gold, just try to run the map essentially. But these aren't the most traditional bounty hunter pairings, right? Like you don't have heroes that take true advantage of the vision of track, something like, you know, classic is bounty hunter support and, for example, Tinker mid, like heroes that just use the vision to constantly deal damage. So I'm a little bit concerned about where the track kills are going to come from. Your supports don't have the most damage ever. Your carry is a Faceless Void. The panel talked about that, how he doesn't have the best pairings to deal damage in Chrono. Liquids look, I would say, just a bit more stable overall.
So they
3-for-1 rune trade.
For first blood here, Tianming is getting blocked off on the retreat. This will be first blood. They're trying to give it to the core. They'll get it. Saberlight takes down Tianming. Low, he's got Time Walk, so we'll have to pop it to get away. But the stun, in fact, is back up. And with the Time Walk gone, he can't get out of this. It's a double kill for Saberlight. I mean, last game we saw Nisha get a double kill at the start of the game. This game we get a Saberlight with a double kill at the beginning of the game. I don't think, has there ever been a series in Dota 2 where the two games had one of their cores get a double kill at the start both times? That's pretty wild, Sid.
Yeah, just a great read from Liquid to send the exact heroes that they did where they did, right? They're getting a 3v2 situation bottom against the Rubik Void, and it's the perfect combination of heroes between the slows and the stuns to get them both. Double kill for Saberlight, 3 bounty runes. About as good of a start as last game, which is kind of ridiculous to say because that was, you know, about as one-sided as it almost gets at this level in the rune fight. They managed to do the repeat, and this is very, very good news for the Mars, of course. Aside from just getting the 2 kills, this is also a lane matchup that's pretty good in general for Mars, I would say. The Faceless Void doesn't really bully you that much, so should be very good for him.
Sent up into the air by that spike, but he'll be fine when he lands. He has got Time Walk ready to press. I mean, the mid lane matchup, then, how do you consider this to go?
I think this is one of the better lane matchups for Bounty Hunter just because Invoker doesn't pose too much of a kill threat on you on his own.
You're pretty tanky, right? Good stats to start. Good armor.
I think you have the highest base armor in the game after Terrorblade, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, you're gonna last hit very well with every Donata if you need to. Maybe you can get a pot shot in on Invoker once in a while to steal some gold, but the most important thing if you're playing core Bounty Hunter is not.
He's coming for the money.
Yep. He will go for it.
Oh, okay. goes for the deny. That's also effectively the money taken away from Nisha.
It's a bigger gold trade to deny to hit him once.
That's true, level 1. Now we'll get some money. Yeah, Leon can very much get away with these sort of moves. Very difficult for Nisha to offer up the damage required to threaten the bounty in the first few levels.
Looking at this Primal top, this set just looks so weird. This is one of the new Frostivus sets. We were talking about this in the depth. I was like, what is this cosmetic? Apparently, he's using one part.
He is, because the full set kind of looks like he's in some like proper Yeti costume. But as it is, I don't think he's got the headpiece, obviously, of a different one. So
different arms,
kind of half
too, right?
Yeti, half Primal Beast.
So weird.
A bit of a strange-looking fellow here.
What is this abomination? Channeling his inner Zai, you know? That's one of the things that Zai really brought.
Probably went for the ugly cosmetics.
He was building the ugliest heroes that he could.
I mean, that's the best thing to do.
So.
You got to find those combos so that you really stand out.
Reckon this top lane should be very good for Liquid. Ursa obviously can stand his ground against Primal Beast. It's hard for him to go in and commit with the trample, especially in the early levels. The damage isn't significant enough, and you have Lich covering you as well for the counterplay on Primal. So I'm expecting the Ursa in this game to have just a theoretical really good start, whereas in the last game it could have gone very poorly, but it didn't for Low. This time around for Mickey, you just expect it to come out ahead in the lane, I would say.
And whilst we don't see a lot of Ursa, I mean, in terms of the build that we had last game from Low, is that still kind of the only way you can play it? You always have to go for this Battle Fury build-up?
I don't like saying always in Dota, because I feel like there's space for creativity, but it does feel like if you don't go the Battle Fury route, you're very much...
Like, can you go some sort of like diffusal, battling, fighting
you can
build?
It's just very all-in. It's to the point where if you mess up 1 or 2 moves, you feel terrible. It's just high risk, and I don't think it's necessary, I guess is my point here. You're expected to do well in lanes, you can get the snowball going and just get a farming item on Ursa, play with your other heroes while he gets big. I don't think it's necessary to do the Diffu at all.
There we go. Apologies for that small pause, but we're back on with the action. CS-wise in the mid lane, getting a pretty decent edge here, XM. 8 for 3 against the 4 for 2, and of course added into that the little bit of gold trade that he's consistently getting in his favor with the Janata. And looks to be on track to come out of this laning stage with an edge, unless Niche is able to really turn things around when the levels start to hit in for the Invoker.
This is a great first few waves for the Bounty Hunter. 11 and 4, Invokers 4 and 2. We'll probably get a couple here under the tower Nisha. So looking at 7 and 2, effectively almost doubling him on the bounty in the early waves. This is lunch money there. Both water runes going the way of XM here. By pushing into the tower when he did, Nisha had to commit to that defense, or he would have lost experience. So XM with the double water, essentially negating that EMP. Keeps going in for those trades. Reckon another thing in this lane, boots are going to be really important. That's kind of uncharacteristic in mid lane, that boots is such an important item, but Bounty Hunter will want to get
lane.
those. Okay.
Well, and Tianming, they're able to find an opportunity to kill off Saberlight.
Not a lane I was going to look at for a kill.
No, not at all.
That is very surprising.
On top, Jin-Q.
Rubik kill Mars here. Not really sure how they built that up, but well done by Azure.
Nisha. Very low now on the mid.
Yeah, this lane, I was expecting it to be good for Bounty Hunter, but maybe this is even better than I thought. Just really getting in there, not giving Nisha space to play.
Yeah, I think just sort of the, as we mentioned, the armor, the high right click, and of course with the Janata on top of it, it's a pretty nice hero to lane with.
And the luxury is, a lot of Invokers matchups mid really suffer against him once they run out of mana. On Bounty Hunter's kind of whatever, you can still CS, Janata costs 0 mana, you can still do your thing. He's even going to glyph here to just be annoying to Nisha. Will even force out a TP here from the line of Boxy. Not going to connect, I believe, but maybe on the rune. He will steal. Okay, that's actually pretty impactful from Boxy right there. XM will think about going for the bounty, but can't make it there either. So now if Nisha gets the top rune as well, XM is essentially drained now. That looked like a not very valuable TP from Boxy, but actually turns out huge because he gets that bounty, or the water rune.
Now will be the moments now in which XM won't be too upset if one of his supports dies on a side lane. Could do with a bottle refuel.
Speaking from experience there, sounds like.
Let's see, otherwise he might have to take a walk back to base. Top lane. Success. Gonna get aggressive and in on top of Insania. Look at the pop with the Inkswell. They'll get the kill. Should easily be able to back off from this a minute. Mickey's trying to chase down XXS. Gonna need a fair few more swipes though to be able to threaten this Primal, and he's not gonna get them. XXS has the move speed.
Yeah, Mickey could have popped his one there and gone for a couple more attacks, but felt like he couldn't get the kill and he would rather reserve these ones for when the dive is going to start happening onto him. It's a very strong defensive item for him to have. Primal Beast plus Scrim have a lot of burst, but not enough to combat the 21s, so serving that could come in handy. A little bit of a courier kill there from Jin-Q as well, but Mickey did get his item.
Yeah, I think we saw in the mid, XM opted for the trip back to base and the TP back out. But with that sort of focus and a little bit of backup in the way that Boxy's presence was able to swing the ability for Nisha to feel safe in this area, we are starting to see Nisha now really get an edge on towards XMCS, despite how good those first few waves did go for the bounty. Nisha on top.
Lion won mid by not ganking it. It's kind of funny, right? He ganked a water rune, and that was enough. The timing of that move, the impact was massive here. So, high level stuff from Boxy. XM will close in on level 6. Nisha already has it, so ahead by half a level now. Top lane, XXS.
Should be able, oh no, he can't charge out of it because Insania's got the pullback. And that will set up for Mickey to take him down.
Yeah, it's tough being Primal now. Ursa can jump on you at any point. You can't onslaught away as long as the Sinister Gaze is ready. He was having a good first few waves. Kind of a similar story top and mid, right? Both of these cores for Azure were doing quite well, but now with the levels coming in and the little bit of assistance here and there, The map is starting to break apart a little bit. At the very least, the Ursa, or rather, excuse me, the Faceless Void is doing better than I expected. Considering he's laning against the Mars that had 2 kills before the rune, or before the lane even began. Low has recovered quite well.
And XM in a bit of an interesting spot here. He headed over into the jungle of Liquid to pick up his level 6. So he has got track online. But stepping forward on his own, he doesn't really have backup, so...
He doesn't have Shadow Walk, so he can't really
no, he
surprise
can't surprise them. I mean, what do you think the plan is here for the Bounty? Is he going to continue to stick around up here and really try and push for a kill? He's leaving this mid lane completely free for Nisha to get all the farm that he'd hoped for. Or is it just that it's a point now where XM doesn't feel he can lane against the Invoker anymore?
I think he can. I mean, he's still going to be able to get CS and stand there. Somebody has to inhabit this mid lane. It will be him again. So yeah, not really quite sure what the plan was there with that move. Whatever it was, didn't really pay off. Maybe the call was that he has to move top to give a little bit of breathing room for the Primal.
Sure.
But the wave was already in a pretty good
yeah.
spot, so I don't even know if that was necessary. Quite sure what they were going for there. Down bottom, some good pressure onto low. The chain stuns into the tree. Well, time walk off, no damage at all, as a matter of fact. But we'll deal some in return.
And Boxy should be fine here. Unless Tianming can find the last few right clicks, but the Duke's around the trees. Oh, he's got him. Well played there from Tianming, able to read the attempt to Jukes there from Boxy.
Boxy could have survived that too if he wanted. He had 11 wands and a Fairy Fire, so he used his Clarity instead of using his healing items and was hoping to not get found. Taking the greedier approach there. And maybe at the end of the day, if he would have wanted and Fairy Fired and survived the Fate Bolt, he might have had to go back to base, right? So it's kind of just an awkward situation to use your items in, to be honest. Maybe the death is just better, but then obviously sucks to lose a Clarity, but that's all.
Still yet to see what XM's plans are in terms of his item build up this game. It's the phase into how
they want to get Saber like he gets the arena though. He's first to move.
He's quick in response to get the backup in and the damage done to take down this Mars. Saberlight, he's caught by the time dilation. We'll push back the Void with this spear. But with the Phantom's Embrace upon him, a few more right clicks and the burst of Tianming, they'll take him down.
Here
They're
comes
also
the
turning
track.
up with the track. Do they want to dive this tower though? I don't think they do. Despite the fact they have the 4 of them, they won't be able to chase for more there.
The worst possible scenario for Bounty Hunter. You show up right after the first kill that you didn't track, and the guy you track you can't dive. So again, XM, not really accomplishing anything
He's falling
here.
behind here, bottom of the net worth of all the cores right now.
Yeah, he's choosing to skill Shadow Walk now instead of the 4th point in Janata. That has to just be the choice, right? You need to get active out here on the map. We'll lose a big chunk of his mana here, but...
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like, when you play the mid-bounty like this from behind, he's having to go for BKB by the looks of it as his first item. It's just a lot of reliance on your teammates, right, to do the damage, get the kills. You're just going to try and offer up that additional crack to get the extra money.
North, gets trapped.
And he's got backup here, Boxy. See if they can take Boxy down in time. He's able to turn with the stun. He's walking this off. We've also got the Ursa appearing to the fight. They're ready to fight this. XM will be able to finish off Boxy, but they're going to lose both Xingqiu and XXS for this.
Double track. Okay.
He's going to have Shadow Walk back up in a second, but Nisha, he's caught him with the Tornado. They'll throw out XM. They'll get him. He's gone. I mean, that was a big dive, really, from Azure, trying to take the fight to Liquid in this very deep area of the map. It cost them 3 lives.
Seems a little forced, doesn't it? Like a little bit like frustration almost, but I mean, this was the draft you chose. The last pick Bounty Hunter is very eager to get in there, but as you said, just too deep, really.
It's just, yeah, so far the impact of the bounty is definitely not being felt. It's a tough start here from XM. As Nisha, I mean, so you sort of see the difference now. The top of the net worth on the Invoker. This hero is going to be a huge problem. Nisha's going to be able to make all the moves up and down the map and very likely respond to any time that XM tries to poke at these side lanes.
And it's such an early Vessel with 3 charges as well, right? So the responses that you have against the tanky hero like Primal Beast or the extra damage to kill the Faceless Void in the side lanes could very well come in handy for him. He's even running around with a Sentry Ward, so in case he finds an opportunity against Bounty, he could get him. Wouldn't mind seeing him buy a Dust as well, but Things are covered. Top lane, Mickey.
Can go for him. He's able to get the bug off in time. Ult's popped and TPs are coming in. Low does have the Chronosphere. If Azure want to try and fight this, Nisha TPs in. The Ryan is going to be dropped down as well as the spear. They'll fully focus Xinkyu. Xinkyu will fall low. He's pretty much out of mana. They get the tornado upon him. The stun follow from Nisha. They're controlling him. He's able to jump up to the high ground. Can he get back in to help out XXS? He cannot. He's just got to abandon this fight completely as XXS is dead. Full retreat now for XM and Low. Low will be able to take the Twin Gate out of there. XM on the run. Trying to force these fights though, and that was sort of a situation where they did have their ultimates available. They had the Chronosphere, but they just couldn't find an opportunity to really lay things down. And I think sort of as maybe they can get Insania. I'll get themselves a little bit of a freebie here to the side, XM and Tianming. Yeah, as for these team fights, I mean, this one might not even be over. Nisha gonna be able to get any sort of catch. Not quite, XM. He's out into the river, he's away. But yeah, the hesitation from Low, he knows even if he drops the Chronosphere, how are they going to kill anyone in it?
Yeah, that's the problem that the panel was talking about as well strategically, right? But at the end of the day, getting that track kill on the way out, you know, the gold kind of equalizes. We've got this. It's still a solid overall pickup for Liquid, I would say, just the state of the game. I think if you're even on gold at 15-20 minutes, you're generally pretty happy if you're playing against a core mid bounty hunter, right? Like, this is a snowbally hero, so make no mistake, an even game favors Liquid in this state. And yeah, not really. Just another situation where Azure, a little bit of an own goal, right? They're kind of overextending a little bit, and then they have to back out, and then Void still takes the EMP, so they can't really go. And they seem a little bit uncertain about how to approach things, which sometimes is the sign of a little bit of an awkward strategy overall. Like, the players seem a little bit out of their element in some of the fights. So hope for them that they find a way in. Void has a lot more damage now. He picked up a Maelstrom. Now the Chronos are more likely to lead to kills.
Yeah, they're going to smoke towards this bottom lane and try again to get something done around Low's Chrono. At the moment from Liquid, just Saberlight in the area. See how carefully he opts to play. Now that the track's been thrown down, he'll be aware they're looking at him. They'll try and turn with a spear, but they've got the control. The telekinesis in the silence, nothing to be done by Saberlight. XM picks up the track kill.
Yeah, so every time he does a 3-man kill like this, there's 210 bonus gold. He gets 130 himself, his teammates got 40. So, you know, it's big. Every core kill bounty hunter finds is big. It's going to keep looking for more of that. Wonder if Liquid are going to try some adjustments with their hero placements to maybe cover Saberlight a little bit more. Generally, if you're playing against bounty, I think it
could be another little track kill here. Found Insania. Do they have enough damage? TPs are coming in from a couple of them. Insania's going to turn with the Sinister Gate, throw out the Chain Frost. He will die for this, but XM under the tower. They have the Chronosphere.
Well,
but he's taken tower damage. It was a nice effort there from Low, trying to save XM, but unfortunately XM also gets clipped in it. And now Low could be in trouble himself. He'll time walk, but Mickey and Saberlight, they're ready to dive. The arena's up, they'll kill off Low as well. And now XXS is pretty much TP'd into his potential death. He's on his own. The Sunstrike comes crashing down upon him. They'll lose 4 here, Azure. As these fights not going their way, just an awkward moment there. You could see the intention for Low. He wanted to save XM, but if anything, only caused him extra problems and also potentially baited the rest of the team into turning up, trying to make a fight of it. And as it goes, it does not go well for Azure.
Yeah, with that Chrono a little bit better placed, that would have probably been fine, honestly. Like, sticking around for the Lich kill, I would say it's on the edge of being greedy. But you're a bounty hunter. You really want these moves to succeed. So I understand why they really want the collateral once they can get it. But yeah, that Chrono is just... It's worse than not using it. He ended up dying himself. If he just time walked away instead of trying to fight for more, that would have been fine. But a little bit of a head scratcher there for XXS as well, arriving on Primal Beast, doing essentially nothing except feed away an additional kill. Azure crumbling a little bit here, just not good enough.
She's going to be laid down. Poxy's going to get... He's in here off the 2 of them. We'll back off, and XM and Xinkyu, they've also got Tianming by their side.
This bottom tower is not long for life.
XM.
He's so farmed on Nisha. He's got Solar Crest Vesselman at 50.
Tianming trying to get him for the sidelines. I mean, XM's getting the tracks laid down. Further TP's coming in. Is there any chance for Azure in this team fight? They'll get knocked back to XXS, though, so he won't be able to initiate straight away with the onslaught. Soulbind's there. They'll take Insania out. The connection with the double Fade Bolt coming onto the 2 of them. XM continuing to try and chase forward. XXS, can he close the gap on Nisha? He can. We'll grab him with the ultimate, but Mickey has arrived, and Mickey, he's ready for the cleanup. He'll pop the ult, beat into XXS. XXS unable to move away in time as the swipes stack up. Double kill for Mickey. The arena's up from Saberlight, traps in XXM. They're going to be able to get another. As Azure, they're so desperately looking to try and make these fights work, but as it was to be in the end of game one, every single team fight, Liquid are coming out on top.
And this really is a matter of just numbers as well, right? Your Faceless Void has nothing to offer, so he doesn't even show up. Low, no chrono, obviously was thrown away in mid. That's why Liquid are looking for this aggression and really trying to punish that big cooldown not being available and getting a great trade. The gold isn't really shifting that much because at the very least every kill Azure is getting is giving them the track, but the levels are really starting to become an issue. Ursa level 13, Invoker level 12, and next on the list, Void just only on that level 11, and the mid Bounty Hunter level 10. Finally now gets his talent, but it's, again, a hero that really needs to snowball and just not getting there. The snowball, if anything, is on the other side.
That's just so much weight on Low to carry this on the Void, really. You know, this Bounty and Primal, they're just not going to have the straight-up scalability, especially with the starts that they've had, to match up to, in particular, kind of this duo of Nisha and Mickey.
Oh, he already has Ags on Ursa, so opting to grab this as, yeah, we're going to see Tianming killed off here in the top lane. Took them a while, but they got there.
Yeah, Boxy will take that.
So Ursa's going to buy the Ags here as a counter to Chrono, right? So just being able to protect himself. Probably looking for a Roche with this kill as well to snowball things further. The only silver lining for Azure here is that you're close to a BKB on Bounty Hunter. That will give him more freedom in the fights, but you're still not completely safe. If Ursa gets on top of you, gets a couple of swipes, then that could be your death. So need to still keep it clean. And now with the Aegis, that's only going to make matters worse. Anyone else close to anything on Azure, BKB from Primal quite far off. That Blade Mail has just really not paid off whatsoever.
No,
Low's BKB is also very, very far, so upcoming 5 minutes, probably just all Liquid. Midas now. Is Nisha just getting a new item every 3 minutes? Is that what's going on here?
It certainly feels like it.
Pretty good.
4-0-5, been playing flawlessly. Proving to be a very, very strong last pick here for Nisha to get his hands on this draft.
There it is, BKB for XM.
He might be able to survive a little longer, steal a bit more money, but again, the question of whether or not they can actually kill some of these cores is not yet to be answered. As Liquid, they're ready with the setup.
It feels like the key ability in this game right now is going to be the Soulbind, right? You need Jin-Q to set up a good Soulbind so you can get double Fade Bolt, double Shuriken, double Track, and get those heroes low enough that they can come in.
He's in with the jump, he's been able to get the arena in onto the three of them. They throw the chain frost as well. They'll get the stolen arena, but I don't think it will matter as they've lost Jin-Q low. He's in with the chrono. Has he got the damage? They've taken out Instania. He's trying to focus Nisha, but Boxy's able to turn with the Hex low. Jumps forward over towards Boxy. Deafening Blast pushes back low, but they killed off Boxy. If they can find anything more, they'll lose XXS. Low trying his best to clean up this fight. Nisha will fall. It's only Mickey and Instania left. They've got the Fable and the two of them. Low's going to continue to push on. They take the Aegis out of the hands and send them to Instania. They're ready to go for round two onto Mickey after this Aegis. They'll catch him with the silence. Azure Ray, they hit back hard. A team wipe for them. The tier 1 will be going down in the mid lane. They make it work. They absolutely do. This time round, the Chronosphere from Low, it was more than enough.
What an insane result after this start. This is such a good arena into Chain Frost combination. You kill one hero, you get the Primal Beast down to half, but that right there is the BKB reveal of Bounty Hunter, making all the difference. XM wouldn't even have got to play the fight without this item. Now he gets to tank up, he gets to go through, getting all the track kills in. They get a good chrono as well. Low this time around on the mark.
Absolutely,
and as soon as you're ahead, this is Bounty Hunter in a nutshell. If you're ahead in a fight and you get to keep going, you're just racking in that gold. I think that was about a 6,000 or 7,000 gold swing in one move.
Look at the graph. Yeah, quite the reset.
I'm sure we'll get it again once
there we go,
the
pumped up, absolutely. Yeah. Azure Ray, they had a tough series yesterday. They had a tough game one here today, but this swing back, this punch back here in game two, it's got to feel fantastic for Azure Ray.
Yeah. it's almost a full axe now for XM off of this one fight. He
That's
just got
gonna be pretty
so
good.
stupidly much gold on the Bounty Hunter.
Because what you get there,
that
if
exchange.
you're able to get sort of the double bounces as well with the Soulbind, think of the money.
Yeah, so he's going to get more cast range on the Shuriken Toss, and he gets Janata on it, right? And if that bounces on 2 targets with that,
you're just gonna.
It's
so much money.
It is so much money, and it's so much damage. So, yep. All right, we're back to a game that's kind of been blown wide open by one moment. I think Liquid.
Yeah.
Maybe might have to start considering more than just the Saberlight BKB. I don't know if that's going to cut it if you keep getting caught by these massive spell combos with the Soulbind.
Yeah, it was sort of, honestly, sort of the support duo of Azure in that fight that I felt really did a lot in controlling Mickey. You see, it was sort of between the stolen arena that kind of held him at the back of the fight, and then just straight up the Jin-Q with the slows and such. It stopped Mickey on that first life, really being able to do much damage at all. He was almost completely controlled by the two of them, Jin-Q and Tianming.
I think for Liquid side, I want to calm things down a little bit. Maybe start planning for a second Roche. It's quite far away. The early respawn is 4 minutes.
Oh, they're ready to go again, Azure Ray.
Yeah, they
got Chrono back up.
Talk about momentum. You just want to keep going, right? Once you've tasted the gold as Bounty Hunter, you just want more. It's quite addictive to play aggressive as Bounty. So, gonna be looking for anything he can. And the nice thing about smoking with Bounty Hunter, even if you find a support, it still doesn't feel that bad, you know? Like other lineups, maybe not the best kill. If they find one hero here, it's
don't move.
1,000 gold. Don't find him.
Oh, smoke's gonna be dispelled. Looks like they didn't notice though. They're TPing out of there.
That's some S-tier awareness to stand in that spot at that time and actually break the smoke with that ward as well. Just really well done from Boxy. And in turn, this will give Mickey the confidence to go and farm up the bottom wave as well as take this hard camp. So it's the little things. It's all about information when you play against that Bounty. Get the waves pushed out, force him to show somewhere so you get a little bit of breathing room.
He's pretty much going to have it, that Aghanims, for the next fight. 500 gold away here, XM. That last team fight really giving him the recovery here, absolutely needed. As he's now starting to get very close again to catching up to Nisha's farm. That one fight making such a huge difference. Only 1k gold difference now between the two mids. See what the call's going to be from Liquid. That last fight, you've got to remember, was their fight with an Aegis as well. They did not come out on top of it. Liquid put in a bit of an unusual situation for how everything else has gone so far in this series. Gonna have to take a bit more precautions.
Now that Soulbind's going to be even easier to land for Jin-Q. Getting the Aether Lens picked up. Easier for him to land the shard saves as well. The Inkswell able to potentially bail Void out of trouble. All you need is to Inkswell him so you can get his BKB off, and he should be safe against the Dire lineup. There's the only BKB piercing damage there really is Mickey's Ursa, but he's not going Basher. He's going for the constant Earthshock build with Octarine Core, I believe, coming up next. So makes you wonder if that's the right approach here in this game. So we'll have to wait and see. Shiva's on the way for XXS. Gets the Veil first, of course.
They've got a very strong fight now.
3k away, but you know, step by step.
And with the Soulbind and with the Aghanims now on XM, a lot of Liquid's heroes will die in the Chronosphere.
Yeah, and a BKB pulverized too, right? Yeah. You've got to be very, very careful with your positioning. I think if a good Soulbind comes out, the fight's already doomed if you're not very careful.
Yeah. Yeah, the supports of Azure can have huge impact this game. Yeah. Between, as you say, a good Soulbind and Tianming with these potential huge steals.
They're not interested in holding this tower, Liquid. No. Bail.
Dire's top tower is falling.
It'll be interesting to see how Liquid try and play their way out of this game. It's gotten a whole lot harder for them now. Still have the slight edge, but in these team fights, around the Chronosphere at this point, it's not easy for Liquid. They have to somehow get the jump on the Void or bait out an unfavorable Chronosphere. XM, he's got the BKB. Quick with the reaction there to make sure he doesn't get caught in the Spear Arena combo.
What? Oh, the Gossamer Cape. I was like, why, how did he miss? Yeah, that's a good item against Bounty Hunter, let me tell you. Gossamer Cape on the Lion, definitely the right item to choose here. Void getting jumped.
Sableye is going to get in with the opening, but Lowe's able to time walk up to the high ground. He's fine. Soulbind's going to get thrown down as well as the Phantom's Embrace. Shine's gone through, and the bounce is coming in there, bringing Sableye very, very low.
Double Fade Bolt, double Shuriken Toss. He lost like 1,600 health on the Mars.
And of course the gold on top of that.
And yeah, we were talking about the Grimstroke save in the Void. He has the secondary one from Rubik. There's just a lot of layers of protection for Low to feel confident being the front line, giving the vision and information, and just setting his team up for success. I think a very good understanding here of what they need to do. Speaking of that,
minute and a half left.
Getting Roche will definitely be next on the menu. Taking away Roche number 2 from Ursa is huge.
Yeah. I mean, Liquid's going to know that they're looking for this. So Liquid, the smoke comes out. Mickey is the one at the front of this effort.
He will be spotted.
Azure, they'll know that this sort of play is being made. They won't imagine that Mickey's on his own. It's like Liquid trying to cut off the back lines of Azure, but XM avoiding this nicely.
Quite awkward position here for the bounty. He will have to run through the entire enemy team to get to his own.
But at the same time, if a fight kicks off, he can start chipping away at the back lines.
He has
Liquid might not expect it
on the bounty.
See how they start things off.
It's fine.
With the silence thrown down, XXS is going to open things up on the Sableye. Sableye has to put the BKB, he'll get control through it, but for now, by the ultimate. BKB soon coming to an end. Mickey's going to jump in towards XXS. Boxy will be able to hold back XM with a stun, but there's the Chrono. He's out under the two of them, Lowe's in with the damage. Sableye's out. Same to be said for Boxy. It's a clean 2 kills off the back of that Chrono for Low, and he's not done yet. Tianming with a stolen Sinister Gaze controls Insania. Triple kill for Low. They continue to look for this cleanup. Boxy will buy back. But I don't know if Liquid's rectifying this team fight as Low and XM. They can run down at Mickey and Nisha. Mickey will try and fight back. They'll push back Low with a deafening blast. The blast, the stolen finger, if I could believe, from Tianming, but it was onto the enraged Low. Sticking low to the Spirit Vessel, but have time will back up again. See if he wants to stand his ground. The Stone Strike will come down upon it, but Low, he's surviving through it all. He knows his limits, gets back in there. I mean, they get a team wipe and more. That was 6 kills for Azure. Roshan's back up. They are steaming ahead now. 7K advantage here for the squad.
Oh my god. The fight breakdown is so crazy to look at. The amount of gold. Both the mid and the Faceless Void get 2,300 gold each, and they will get Aegis and Cheese.
I mean, Liquid, they quite literally cannot afford to take these team fights. The gold swings every single time, massively in Azure's favor. They get the Aegis and Cheese. I mean, great stuff there for Low, keeping his cool. I mean, he was playing that last fight as if he already had the Aegis. He could stand his ground, taking stun strikes to the face, he didn't care.
Also just full trust in his supports, right? Just really, that freedom is so important in a game like this when you're playing against... The panel was talking about how there's some difficulty for Void here against especially the Lion, but knowing that you have the Heart Dispel and the Lift to back you up, you can play the hero to limits that usually wouldn't be available. And that makes all the difference. Low is giving the vision the whole fight on Void, and of course, on top of that, XXS just initiating. Just goes in there first on the Primal Beast, pops his BKB, and just starts the fight off. All you need as the Void and the Bounty Hunter in this type of fight is to see heroes. You just need time. Eventually, the opportunity is going to present itself. And it paid off big there. 10,000 lead now. Tormentor going to XXS. Maybe not what they would have hoped for here, the rock throw, but everything helps.
More damage to throw into the Chronospheres.
That's fair.
Not that Lowe's really needed that. Honestly, with the build-up of the Skadi and the Mjolnir, he is single-handedly killing whoever he catches in the ults at this point. It's been very nicely played here on the Faceless Void. And yeah, Mickey was just sort of short of having his own shard right in that last fight. When you go for this Octarine build, a key part of it is having the shard done, but he didn't quite have the money. He'll have it for the next time round, so we'll be able to benefit off the fact that he's able to consistently trigger the Enrage off the Earth Shot in the next fight.
And I guess if you want to take it a bit further, it's worth discussing whether this is the right build for the game. I would actually like to hear that from the panel after I think that. Because
you would maybe like to see what more prioritization in being able to jump and kill the Void?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, because I understand what the mindset is with going this build against Faceless Void, right? You want to have the constant Enrage running, so if you get chronoed, you don't die, but you already have the Frost Shield that can help you. You have the Mars that can help you as well, protect. And offensively, the problem you run into with this build, yeah, it's great, you're not getting killed by Void, but guess what you're not doing? You're not killing him either. He has the defensive supports protecting him. If you have a Basher and you have some serious single target damage, maybe you can take him out in the fight instead, or maybe you can at least, pop the BKB and kill supports.
Yeah.
Like, the supports have been the bigger problem almost, right? Tianming as well as Jinkyu get to play very freely. They're not afraid of this Ursa just one-shot KOing them in a jump. So I don't think this was the right approach.
He'll be alright here, I think. I mean, XX says he's going to see if he can maybe force the reaction.
Game of chicken here.
Yeah, who wants to commit for the fight?
Nobody.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And you can see from the mindset of the other cores on Liquid, right? Nisha went back for the BKB on the Invoker. I was debating that. Okay, you have the BKB on the Mars. The Invoker wasn't going for it as an early item. He had to. He had to make this adjustment. Now you're in this limbo where Ursa doesn't have it, so if he gets caught in something after his break is down.
We'll catch on the two of them. They'll head away from this fight, Liquid. They've got what they came for. They took the tier 2. They don't want to be entering into any 5v5 right now, at least with the Aegis still on low for just under a couple of minutes.
Yeah, when do you feel confident now is the question, right? Like, do you have to wait out the full Aegis?
I think you might. Do you really want to fight into this Aegis and cheese? I don't know if you do.
I think you don't, but
they'll try for pickoffs.
Okay.
See if they can burst through XXS quite quick enough. They can't at all. BKB Cheese, he's back up to full HP, and he's ready to turn. Gets the grab onto Saberlight. Saberlight puts the BKB, but it's too late. He's gone. And maybe even more. Mickey been soulbound here.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the awkward.
I mean, he's going to end up getting linked here over towards Nisha. The bounce is coming in with the Shuriken. Plenty of gold flying back the way of XM. They'll get out with their lives. And we're seeing the fun continue, really, for Azure Ray. It's at the point now, Jinkyu, he's got his completed E-Blade.
Close call.
So no doubt about it that at this point of the game, there's no damage issues for Azure Ray. They can kill the heroes now. E-Blade on this Grim, amping up the potential of these burst spells that are being thrown down onto the soulbound targets. It's a lot for Liquid to try and survive through, and as we're seeing, even if they do live through the initial bursts on Liquid, they're just not quite killing the heroes quick enough themselves. The game really feels like it's sort of turned on its head, where it's Liquid that just have the damage issues at this point.
It's got butter too. Okay, this is going to become a problem for Liquid quite fast. We already talked about how it's hard to kill the Void. Obviously, they don't want to fight him when he has Aegis, no doubt about that. But now that he doesn't, when it expires, what's your angle here into the fight? As long as there's any sort of protection for the Void, I think he cannot be the initial target. I think he's always going to survive. Now with this evasion from the Butterfly, he's got 3k health, 2 defensive support spells to rely on. I guess some sort of a smoke wraparound where you use this newly picked up Ursa Basher and you try to jump, I want to say Grimstroke probably is the best target. We have to kill him before he gets E-Blade off.
Yep.
So even that isn't, it's tough times for Liquid. And this looked like a game that they were just going to run away with, but that one fight in mid, I want to say it's about 20 minutes ago by now. It feels like it's been a while.
Radiant's top tower
Really
is under
changed
attack.
absolutely everything. Looks like Nisha is planning for a pike. I guess he's just going to try to go like a little bit right-click style, stay out of range of the Faceless Void, try to do some damage with Alacrity over time in the fights, and maybe even commit harder down that path. Could have made a case for potentially going Ags here, together with, you know, the arena.
He's switching through the items, Nisha.
Yeah, the problem with Ags, I think, is that even with a good arena, there's just going to be too many BKBs, right? There's triple BKB on the enemy cores. We've already talked to death what saves they have to even get out of there. So you probably have to kind of play for yourself more.
Yeah.
more
Yeah, because he's shifted over to the Bloodthorn queued up now.
Yeah.
Just some way to sort of allow them to have increased amount of single target damage.
I guess he doesn't like the sound of Hex. Again, just the problem is even if you Hex and catch out someone, the saves are always going to...
Yeah. I mean, Saberlight's going to try and get the Hex online for the team, but of course it's quite a while away. Like settled for finishing off the Lotus burst.
Hex after all.
Oh, he did.
He swapped it up again.
Do you like that then? The way that he sort of ended up going with the decision making here?
I don't know, man. I feel like there's no good item. I think that's also why he shuffled through them like 4 times, right?
4 different items.
If you go for the right-click build, is it really going to make enough of a difference? If you go for the Hex, there's the potential, at least, that you can make some sort of a nice combo play where Ursa jumps one of the supports and you Hex the other. Like, maybe that's how you go about it. But yeah, none of the items feel truly great. Is this the best one? Hard to say, really. I understand the potential, at least, of what he's trying to do with it. And I think that's probably the mindset you should have as a player in this situation is, okay, if everything goes right, what item do I want to have? Because that's kind of the spot you're in. You really need things to come together beautifully. Excellent. Stealing money. Just a little bit of cash.
No, a little bit of cash for him as well. Catches Boxy. Yeah, Liquid very much just trying to work out the recovery plan now in this game.
This is a big item here for Mickey. So with that Abyssal, should be able to jump and just absolutely blast Grim. I think you can't save him as Rubik. It goes too fast. If you lift and try to throw him away, he might have died beforehand. So it's on Jinkyu to be
On
fast.
XXS. See if they can burst him here. Lowe's in with the backup. He's got the chrono out of the two of them. He'll straight away focus Nisha. Nisha's going to be going down. BKB's popped. He's ready to stay on top of Mickey. XXS has got the grab, has the control, as Mickey will also fall. Liquid, they try their chances there, feeling that maybe they had a situation in which XXS was alone. It was not the case. The backup comes in, and Azure Ray just continuing to make these plays look so easy.
And a bit of an X factor that we haven't covered yet, we get to see in play there. Obviously, Pulverize completely ignores status resistance. So you're in that enrage as Ursa, and you burn your entire enrage just sitting in a primal stun that can't be stopped by anyone on the enemy team. So, yeah. Pretty tough situation. If you have popped it already, you kind of need to save it until you get Pulverized, but
Dire's bottom tower has
had used it there, and XXS
I mean,
capitalizes massively. This should be a lane of barracks.
They might be able to get a huge amount done here because Low, he's just picked up the refresher. So if he sees a chance to just quickly pop out with the second chrono to really do the damage here, he'll take it.
Oh, is that stolen Alacrity? Oh, you betcha. That's a 350 damage void per hit with nice attack speed. You know, Frost Shield is going to delay things a bit, but yeah, okay, whatever. We'll go to another lane, says Low, gets Alacrity again. So being a bit annoying here. Kind of drained XXS almost dry now.
I mean, with Mickey having no buyback, and even if he did, there's just nothing they can seemingly do to push them back. See Nisha throw down the combo, but Low's easily able to sidestep it and get back on with the push. Now force the fortification out.
They are going to respect this. So honestly, nice hold by Liquid to not lose barracks here. I think that was a quite unlikely outcome for them to be able to do this cleanly.
They're going to try and sneak Roshan, I think.
Yeah.
Because Mickey's back up, he can TP over. He's on the top half of the map, of course, here during the night time. They're going to try and go for this quicker than Azure Ray would potentially expect. But I think you know, surely Azure Ray will try and check this out.
This is the most likely play for Liquid to do under pressure, so I do think they will expect it, but I think you still got to go for it.
I think you have to take this risk as Liquid, yeah.
And this is awkward now, because Liquid don't see the Azure Ray. Now they see someone. Now they see Low on the ward, and they also see XXS, so they know they're headed this way. They know they're not getting smoked at least, but feel like they won't have the time to take it.
I mean, Chrono's naturally back up as well now, so they'd have to face the threat of two Chronos.
DD too.
Liquid, they're hanging around though.
Okay.
Do they really want to take this fight? I think this might be a smoke and retreat, fighting into the DD and the double Chronosphere. They're still hanging about here, Liquid. Actually feeling that they've got to try something. Mickey showing on the wave.
Name of the game here for Azure Ray is Get Vision. You see heroes, this Void is going to solo kill 2 or 3 of them with this double damage, as well as Refresher.
I mean, it looks like they are trying to sort of bait here with Mickey. Mickey just running straight in on them, trying to force some sort of response. They do get the catch on the bounty on the other side. They found XM in the trees. Can they burst? They can, but Low's here with the Chronos. Caught the 3 of them. Takes out Foxy over towards these 3 throws. XXS with the control of the Saberlight. There's the second Chronosphere to make sure he's got the control to take out Nisha. Nisha cannot go walk away from this. As Low, he continues to clean up. Triple kill for him on the backlines. Liquid trying to hold back XXS, but the BKB's up. He comes crashing towards them. The remaining members of Liquid, they've got to run. They've got to hide. Saberlight's in the trees, does get pinged out, but doesn't look like Azure Ray will come looking for him. Liquid able to cut their losses a little bit there. And Azure Ray coming out on top again. Over to the Roche they go. They themselves will secure this Roshan.
I think that could have actually gone even worse for Liquid. I think Low a little bit slow on the second chrono there. Could have maybe got both heroes again in the second one. But still, you're in a position where things don't need to go perfectly. They just need to go well enough. And I mean, the 3-man first chrono is obviously gorgeous. Didn't have to be a secondary one immediately after on all of them. But Name of the game, get that vision, get the jump, and the fight is almost done the moment it starts. Really difficult for Mickey to find an initiation angle on his Ursa here and get the big targets. The way Liquid started that, finding XM without support protecting him was actually about as dream of a start as you can have, right? Like, considering how clutch the Azure supports have been with their positioning, that was a moment of weakness that they tried to exploit, but ended up setting themselves up for a really nice chrono from low. I guess the silver lining is he might not have DD next time, but I should say AD nowadays. Now it's a...
That's true. Amplify damage.
Hey, amplify damage. That's going to take a while to catch on, I'm sure.
Aegis is there. Of course, for low for the next moves. Maybe the one bit of information that Liquid can play with is the fact that XM obviously had to buy back in that last team fight.
Yeah.
So potentially, if they can find the bounty, could put them in a bit more of a vulnerable position, but still with the lead overall that Azure have, it's going to be very difficult for Liquid to try and cover this huge difference, this huge advantage that Azure have had against them really for the last 30 minutes or so. It's constantly building up this lead.
Trying to think of what big item can come out from Liquid to really shake things up here. Mars is going for a secondary Hex. Wondering if there's a world where you get Refresher instead and you get an Arena, disengage.
Sure. I mean, the BKBs are getting low.
Expire, and then you go for the second one. I feel like there's a decent chance that that will be more impactful than a Hex here, because again, I don't feel like Hexes necessarily solve the problem, but maybe if they throw enough of them at it, they can, you know, re-hex after an Inkswell, or they can maybe hex the right multiple targets at once. Maybe that's the idea here. Definitely. The execution required from Liquid with this itemization is extremely high. Like, everybody needs to do the perfect play in the fight. You need to have great communication. If you end up both hexing the same target at the same time, the fight is almost already in trouble from that. Okay, we're taking turns at having FPS problems here, it seems. It was Jin-Q, and then everybody got inspired and decided, I'm going to disconnect as well. So, a little bit of a downtime here. Looks like they're reconnecting in pretty quickly, though.
I mean, so for Azure, with this round of the Aegis, do you imagine we're going to see them go for the aggressive play to try and get onto the high ground?
Yeah, I think so.
They don't really have a lot to be scared of, right? Well, we've got the Refresher from low back up in 35 seconds, so he's very close to having another double chrono.
Right, keep low in front, let him hit the tower, keep your supports well in good formation behind to protect him if he does get opened upon. Liquid's going to have to try to poke him with spells, or they're just going to lose the towers and the barracks, of course. So they will need to eventually get things started. And if they fail at any point and low gets saved and gets a good chrono, the game ends. So very, very difficult defense coming up. The chrono's going to line up very nicely. 30 seconds cooldown. Once this wave reaches the base, he's almost got it. And you can tell here what Azure's plan is. They're smoking the other 4 behind so that they can offer that protection. It is particularly for the support's sake that they're smoked here, so they can keep that good position and not get surprised.
Okay. You get caught by the telekinesis. Trying to play around with him. He'll get the enrage of Saberlight. He'll jump the backlines with the Arena. Above his BKB, they're trying to burst through Tianming, but Tianming's perfectly fine. He's still at 50% HP. They could have threatened this Rubik. So, but the telekinesis away from this. Low will kill off Boxy. Mickey's trying to chase, really wants to kill these supports, but the silence is back up for GQ. He turns with the Phantom's Embrace. Mickey's getting surrounded. He's got to retreat now. He's got to run. He'll get the enrage up before the Phantom's Embrace connects, but XXS in on top of him, grabs him, slamming him down into the ground. Mickey's gone. Liquid, they've got to continue to run. As the slow catches over towards the side, they've found themselves the Mars, they've found themselves Saberlight. The buyback comes out from Mickey, the buyback comes out from Saberlight. Nisha picked apart here by Low. As Low straight onto the barracks, he's still got a chrono ready to drop as well.
Doesn't quite have the mana for it just yet, though.
He's got it now. It's the jump, and there's the chrono. Mickey ends up walking into the edge of it. Low's ready to try and clean up this game. He'll look towards Saberlight, finish at the Mars. It's a dieback for Saberlight. Mickey desperately jumping away back towards the fountain, but the Shuriken mountains are out. XM finishing instead with a hard-hitting Janada hit. So at least Mickey will be able to heal up a little bit in the fountain. He's actually going to jump back in aggressively. We'll get Tianming. And with the BKB closing in over towards Mickey, but the ice wall's down, so they won't cross it. We're trying their best to hold the defense low. He's closed the gap onto Nisha. They've got the track, they've got the detection here, as Nisha's out as well. No buyback left for him. And Stadia to fall. It's only Mickey and Boxy left in the game, trying to fight the full team of Azure. They'll find Jin-Q. Mickey, can he really do this on his own? Boxy comes in with a clutch stun and burst to take Tianming down, but there's nothing left for Mickey to play with. He will fall. Boxy, the last man standing, also to be taken out. And just more than a TY pit for Azure. What a game from them. After a rough series yesterday, a tough game one here today against Liquid. This game two, it all came together, and it came together around a bit of a different strat. This last pick Bounty Hunter, it was slow to start off, but it really, really did help in getting the ball rolling, and the amount of gold advantage they were able to build against Liquid. They got all the items they wanted to play with. The supports were having a great time, and Liquid, they just were not able to scale the same way that Azure were here, Sind.
No, it's kind of funny. We were talking about it in the start of the game. Is this going to be their solution to not doing too well in lanes? They're just going to fight it back through track? That's kind of exactly what happened.
They did.
Right? They literally just... The lanes did not go particularly well. The first 10 minutes, it was all Liquid, even the first 15. And then one moment in mid, 6,000 gold swing. Azure get their items, they get online. And since then, honestly, every single fight, it just felt like they came out on top. And they didn't even need to, right? If you tie fights with Bounty Hunter in the mid game, you kill the right heroes, you get the track gold, eventually you're going to cross that threshold that you need to just end off the game. So, yeah, not the way I imagined this playing out after the first 10 minutes, but credit to Azure. They bring something fresh.
Very impressive to see.
They've hit one, they've missed one. So now they need to hit again.
Yeah, I think, and you know, low as well. This Faces Void performance, pretty perfect. 17-2 and 15. Great to see from him as well, as he has struggled in some of the more recent performances that Azure have had on this main stage. But this game, no doubt about it, he was here to carry. Perfect play. And with that, we are going to get this game 3, ladies and gentlemen. So this series, as it stands, 1-1 now between Azure and Liquid.
We've got a competitive series on our hands. Azure managed to scoop up their first win here on the main stage. Because Sin may have said it's one miss and one catch, but they've actually been missing quite a bit, because in upper bracket finals, they got 2-0'd by Gaming Gladiators. But now, they're here to play. Play with a mid lane bounty hunter. It's not what I would have expected on my bingo card, but it got the win.
Yeah, maybe I'm a bit of a Debbie Downer, but I'd say that Aegis fight that Liquid was initially winning, that turned the entire tides of this game, I think came down to Mickey's itemization. I think as a carry, it's really important to understand if you're the target of the opponent team or if you're supposed to protect your team as they try to target your backline supports. And in this case, he went for the Axe first. And they just jumped the backline support to kill everybody else, and Mickey was the last one alive. And I feel like, for me, that was what allowed AR to make the plays they needed to make to come back into that game. And I don't want to take any credit away from them for making those plays, but I think he gave them the opening.
I could definitely see that. I mean, the Ursa in both of the last two games that we just saw, 2 Ursa games now, the hero just looked a little underwhelming in terms of his ability to get a solo kill. If he wasn't successful in blowing that guy up, then he just kind of gets kited and dealt with, whether it's through neutral items or whatever else. So yeah, maybe if he has a Basher or a BKB or something instead, then he's securing kills, and the fight outcome is very different. But as a whole, I thought the Bounty Hunter looked fine, but it looked disappointing for quite a while. It's definitely much better with Grimstroke. We should have highlighted that in the draft, I think, because then you get in the double track, double Shuriken and smoke, get as many tracks down as possible so it bounces more. But it did look good eventually. It just took that team fight win for them to do it.
Yeah, going back to the point about the Ursa, I feel like maybe when you have Ursa that has this type of item build, like he's just trying to tank for a team, maybe you need to have like another semi-core, like that does physical damage, because the Ursa is going to be doing a lot of like soaking up the damage, and you need somebody else to do the damage. And with the Mars going for like a more utility build, he went like for a Lotus. So maybe it could have been better for them if they actually itemized for more damage on the Mars.
So if he got like a Desolator or something like that.
Maybe, yeah. Desolator into maybe an Assault Curious. I just felt like the damage had to come from someone else, you know. Like Invoker is not very reliable with the Cataclysm if you don't have like a Tide or Faces Void setup.
Yeah, it seemed like everyone was not as in sync as we had seen, because in game 1, it seemed like they were making magic happen. Their team fights were so well executed, everyone was spellcasting perfectly, but here, Brian, you're of the school of thought that maybe they weren't giving themselves the opportunity to even get into team fights properly because their Lions would get picked off too quick, their Liches would get picked off too quick.
Yeah, I also thought I underestimated Azure Ray's poke damage in fights. Like that allows for setting up better chronos because Liquid's having to use BKBs and Ursa and Rages defensively before the Chronosphere comes out. But that double Fade Bolt, as you mentioned, Purge, the double track, double Shuriken, that was almost killing Saberlight full to 0 without committing anything. So that was pretty cool synergy coming out from them on Azure Ray. Really good patience from Low, knowing that he's against a lot of disables. I liked his itemization, skipping the Mask of Madness, going Mjolnir into BKB. I really, like, not only did I harp on Mickey's items, but I thought Low played a nearly flawless game here.
Yeah, he definitely did. And that opportunity from poking, looking for little disables here and there, it was just easier for them because that physical damage threat, that damage threat from the Team Liquid side just wasn't quite there as much. So if Bounty can kind of play up and threaten like solo killing a Lion or a Lich or something like that, it makes it so much harder for Team Liquid to take fights because they need to coordinate disables plus Ursa plus defending their backline. It's just too many things to juggle at the same time.
Yep, the Bounty Hunter definitely made it a lot easier for the support duo on AR, the Rubik and Grim, to get a lot more stuff done in the fights. And I've been mentioning about how I feel like during the draft, you need to be able to tie your draft together or sync your draft together and allow your supports to shine. And I think this pick actually did wonders for them. And whereas if you look at Liquid this game with the Lion and the Lich, I kind of felt like I was maybe expecting a lot more with the Chain Frost into the arena, but at the end of the day, the Lion couldn't really contribute as much. Maybe it was also due to the fact that the Bounty was always scouting him with the track, so he was always on vision. So he couldn't like really get a good spot to use all his spells and dump it on the right target. He was always constantly either getting hit by a Fate Bolt or something else, and he's just dying on the side, through the splash damage.
So then if we think about what Bounty Hunter was excelling at, he was being able to find his own vision, because I feel like a lot of mid laners rely on someone else gives me the vision, then I'll get the jump afterwards. He was able to do that kind of by himself. He was surprisingly tanky. He got an Eon disc, so despite being an initiator, he was able to go in and then stay in. And then I guess the main shortcoming was the lane. Going up against an Invoker, you're a ranged hero against a melee hero, that's going to be a struggle, but there aren't very many heroes that are able to do what I described coming from the mid lane other than a Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, I also think they understood really well that the Bounty Hunter, he offered the vision, but he was another poke. Like, he was another form of long-range harass that's meant to kite out and stall the fights, and they were relying on the Faceless Void to eventually commit, which I thought was unique that XSS on the Primal Beast never went Blink in that entire game. He went purely Blade Mail, Shivas, BKB Heart, like all these items that say, I'm going to sit in front of you, I'm going to tank as much damage as possible, and that's kind of like the barrier that's allowing the Bounty Hunter and the two supports to do their job, as you guys have already mentioned.
Yeah, especially with Grimstroke sitting behind him. So it just makes this really tanky front line that can poke their enemies. Their supports can sit really far back. It just becomes very, very difficult for Team Liquid to fight.
You need to find like a right balance between your cores, whether somebody is like building, whoever is building the initiating items, whatever your role is in the game, everybody has to be really clear. Like for Liquid this game, the lack of damage is very, very evident. They couldn't really kill people fast enough, and so what if you have Ursa standing in front? You can't kill the Ursa, so what? Your teammates are dying, and that has to be addressed,
Well, it's exciting to see Azure Ray finally get their footing now if they're able to get it all the way and convert it into a grand final attendance. Well, that'll have to be determined in our game number 3. So stick around, everyone, and we'll close out our lower bracket final with Azure Ray versus Team Liquid for game number 3.
In Dota 2, the game time is a lie. If a game ends with 31 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, the game was actually 33 minutes long. That's because there is a 90-second window of pre-game time where the clock counts down, not up. And in this window, there is an awful lot that you can do to give yourself a big advantage in the game. For example, if you're playing Lycan, you can actually send your wolves to snipe couriers at the very start of the game. Simply walk mid and spawn your wolves at the river, walking them towards the enemy base and attempting to avoid the enemies that are preparing to fight for the bounty rooms. Then run them through the tower like so, walking them into this crevasse where the tower won't hit them. If you hold Alt, you can see that there is a small sliver where the tower ranges are not touching, and you can walk a wolf through here and snipe chickens that are waiting outside the fountain. On Nature's Prophet, you can do this exact same thing with Treants, but since people aren't starting with Treants on Nature's Prophet these days, you can do this similarly by teleporting into their base with a ward at the start of the game. Then, you patiently wait for your TP to come off cooldown, walk out, snipe some chickens, and TP away. Speaking of wards, if you have nothing better to do at the start of a game, you can abuse some tree lines to check for wards. For example, you can stand here, and if the tower hits you, then there's a ward on this cliff. You can do the same thing mid, roughly, by abusing the fact that tower vision is shorter than attack range at night. Simply stand on both sides, slightly within the tower's attack range, to figure out what side the ward is on. Even if you don't deward it, you can tell your mid laner what side it is on, and they can deward it later or play around it. One of the best ways to not get dewarded at the start of the match is to smoke yourself out of the base. Let's say you do this and you head mid to place a ward. Often you'll get there and place the ward at the same time of the enemy mid, but you're smoked, so you see them and they don't see you, and you get the free deward.
I'm sitting here crying, wondering why I ever wasted my time. I can't feel it, baby. Where's this love that you say you have on me? Whoa, I can't touch it, baby. Seems like nothing ever really comes for free.
time for game number 3. We're starting the day off right on this final moment here in the MyTech Arena, at least the final day here in the MyTech Arena in ESL One Kuala Lumpur 2023. And if you saw before the commercial break, we had a little DHL pro tip for you guys. Now, some of you may be watching these and are like, man, this is so advanced. This Jenkins guy really has some knowledge bombs that he's dropping on me. But let me tell you, it's quite easy. Currently, if you go to esl.gg/DHL pro tips, this is the question. How much time is there for pre-game in Dota 2? And the options are, is it 1 minute, 90 seconds, 90 minutes, or 1 hour? I know, very difficult question, but if you think you know the answer, you can go to esl.gg/DHL pro tips. You'll have an opportunity to win a €200 Steam gift card.
Wow.
1 hour pre-game, right?
That's what it is.
I was thinking 90 minutes.
Oh, right. And then after 90 minutes, after Tier 5 neutrals come out and everything, you're like, let's start the game.
Now it's time to start playing. That's what the techies players used to think, at least.
In SEA, that's when the game really starts in our pubs, you know. You play the first 50 minutes, you get all your items. When everybody is 6 slaughter, that's when, okay, let's team fight.
Dude, I saw the sign out there. It was like a ranked turbo when. Crowd went crazy. You guys just love having items here in Southeast Asia. It doesn't matter what the context. You want to have big net worths, and then you want to fight.
We want the flashy plays, Neil, and when you only need items to get the flashy plays.
Well, some heroes can make some flashy plays. Timbersaw has been rising up the ranks as we get into our game number 3 draft as Team Liquid first picks it and bans out the Phoenix, the Magnus, and a Respect first phase ban on Lowe's Faceless Void. Meanwhile, Azure, they take out the Chen, the Leshrac, the Venge, the Pango, and they pick XM's Viper.
Okay, so it's much better now against heroes like Timbersaw, right? Because the old Nether Toxin, he can easily get out of it with Timber Chain, but now it's the break is tied to the ultimate, which is not so easily disjointable.
Yeah, I was excited to see it again, but they needed the right game circumstance, and this is what it's going to be. And that's why they banned Faceless Void in the first phase, because they didn't want to deal time dilation. But here's another counter with the Viper. Now, last time he played it, he went like Brown Boots mid into Ags to deal with the physical damage, based on what he said in the interview. But maybe there's a different item build that he'll go this game. I could definitely see it.
I mean, if the Timber doesn't lane with the Viper, how much does the Viper bother the Timber? You know, in the team fights, I feel like if you get the right jump, you do your pure damage onto the Viper, I feel like it's not necessarily something that bothers the Timber that much, you know. I get it in the lane, you don't want to play against the Viper in the lane, but in the game itself, I feel like it could go both ways.
Is it ever a Viper 5? You know?
Actually, that might...
Tigo tweeted about it.
Yeah, I saw that.
He said he likes it.
Yeah, it's something where the old Viper 5 fell off a lot harder, but like now that your break is tied to your ultimate, you have a lot more utility, single target late game.
Solar Crest, drums.
Yeah, like you probably just build similar items to a hero like Venge, just utility items. You don't really need much to make your abilities do their job.
Yeah, that might actually be a way better idea. If the Timber is set, is locked in mid, because they have first pick, right? So you have the overall last pick, and you can just decide, you know, where the Timber's going. And
I take back all the mean things I said about Azure being all stuck in their old ways. Nyx Assassin, I haven't seen this hero in like a year.
Yeah, I think we need some summons, boys, for Liquid. Both of these heroes on his Azure so far suffer against this. Yeah, I'm thinking Lycan, but you already have Timbersaw, so it'd have to go mid, but then it's probably going to be against Viper and lane guaranteed, so you probably have to wait for those. I think if Liquid just maybe goes for like an Enchantress, or is there any other support left? Chen's already taken out. I mean, Nature's Prophet, maybe?
Yeah, those are some options. There's a lot of magic damage coming from Azure right now, though. If he grabs Shard on Nyx Assassin, pairing that with the Viper means like a tanky hero like Timbersaw actually could die very fast. Like he's going to have to get a magic resistance item this game.
Time to buy a pipe, Kevin.
Or the Eternal Shroud.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Shroud works.
It's literally a perfect item for Timbersaw. Mana, lots of magic resistance.
Yep, Nature's Prophet. This hero is perfect against a core Viper, because Viper is very slow, he's very vulnerable in the lane, and MP could potentially destroy his game. But like you mentioned, Brian, about the possibility of the Viper being a position 5, since you open a draft, like it's quite peculiar to open the Viper right away, so maybe they are going to be able to use this hero as a flex pick for them. And Rubik is also a hero that really counters Viper, because everything you get from Viper counters himself.
I'm glad you guys came up with solutions, but if I could take it back, Why Nyx Assassin? Yeah, I get that he used to be a counter against Timbersaw, but this hero's been irrelevant for nearly a year, so same question I have with the
I
bounty hunter.
have the answer for you, Nick.
Give me your theory.
So maybe they are also thinking of Viper on offlane, and you need a melee position 4. And they were thinking about melee position 4, and they see a Timbersaw, so they thought about Nyx.
Okay.
I'm down for that.
Yeah, because I guess second phase the Tusk gets banned out, but dealing specifically with a Timbersaw, that's where Nyx excels.
Do you buy the Meteor Hammer on Nyx, though? That's my question.
No.
Probably not. I think the new Ether Lens E-Blade is probably really good on him, right?
That sounds good. The problem is that new Meteor Hammer is like 3,300 gold. Like, who's going to commit that much gold to kill a
I'm interested
building?
in the Kaya part, you know?
I mean, the Kaya's fine. I think what's the second skill on Nyx called?
Mind Flare.
Mind Flare. I think the Mind Flare with a Razor and a lane is going to be legitimately good because it's lowering your magic resistance and it's dealing damage, and then that paired with the Mind Flare is going to like really do a big chunk.
At Luna, another Timber counter for the lane. Our North American boys like Luna against Timber, right,
Yeah,
Brian?
she's great because her timings match up really well against Timber. She's like mixed damage later, but then by the time Timbersaw gets to the point of like level 5, level 6, most carries don't want to lane against you anymore. You're unharassable, and once you get 6, you have kill threat on them. So Luna, being a hero that loves dipping into the jungle level 5-ish, fits perfectly as a matchup. And
How
then,
many points of the nuke you would take like in this lane?
It really depends, actually. It depends on how much. She gives you options, right? You can either have where you want your 2 supports to constantly come to your lane, which means that you go like 3-0-2 sometimes, or you go 1-1-3 and just dip out. With Marcy, likely the 5, I imagine.
I mean, so this is the lane, right? Viper, Nyx, side lane, potentially Flex on the Viper, and then Luna and Marcy in the safe lane. So they're going to be very, very strong in the lane setup. And do you think like the Timber would struggle in this Marcy Luna lane?
It really going to be all about what happens level 1 and 2, because there's a ton of power spikes. Luna's level 3 really powerful, Marcy's level 2 is really powerful, Timbersaw's level 3 is really powerful. Once he gets the Helm of Iron Will plus level 3, assuming he does that for the Veil, then I feel like this lane for Luna Marcy falls off in terms of their threat. But if they kill him once or twice before that period, he may never hit that critical mass where they can't do that to him anymore.
It also depends if Prophet's like 4 and dips out often. Like, he's going to go maybe pressure a Viper across the map. That's what they did against Amar when he played it for Falcons. And it shut him down big time, so that could make it even harder for Timber to have a game.
I would love TB here. I think it's like the best pick against pretty much every hero. Maybe Nyx is a bit annoying for you.
Lifestealer, maybe? Lifestealer?
Lifestealer is okay. Maybe a better hero in the meta. Maybe it's like, maybe TB's just too much farm. Like, you have Timbersaw who likes to farm. Even Rubik and Nature's Prophet are pretty greedy supports, so something like Lifestealer that takes less space on the map could make more sense.
And what do you think about his counterpart, the Juggernaut, with the buff?
Is it a buff? There was like that Reddit clip of the Jug Spin doing like 0 damage.
I think laning phase it's a massive nerf, but late game, when you probably shouldn't be Blade Furying anyway, it's a buff, but...
Okay, so Wind Ranger, a traditional counter to the Viper in lane as well as in game. We saw them have success with this earlier on in the tournament. I think it was Nisha playing it.
Were they the team that actually played Wind Ranger carry? Somebody played Wind Ranger carry as well.
That was BetBoom, I think.
Yeah, I think it was actually, but yeah, it's a decent matchup against the Viper. You dodge the damage. It's a little hard to kill Viper later, typically, but Focus Fire is one way to get it done.
It's also playing into a Nyx though. Like, I feel like Nyx likes playing into Wind Ranger a lot. You can always set up easily with the Carapace. It's very annoying.
They ban out your Terror Blade, Brian. Meanwhile, Liquid, they take out the Bounty Hunter.
The Bounty Hunter respect ban. That's pretty cool.
I think it would have been good this game. There's decent setup with their hero combos, a couple of squishy heroes.
I mean, do you feel like they should just pick like a hero that can flex the lane, something like a TA? So their cost would be TA, Wind Ranger, Timber. So the idea of the TA is like you allow the Wind Ranger to just follow the Viper, and TA can just slot in the last slot. You know,
my only concern is that TA is very bad versus Viper specifically. Yeah. If they have a hero flex like that, that's also decent versus Viper, like in game, not necessarily in lane. Like you said, you can put the Wind Ranger in his lane. I would be down. But they're banning out the Illusion guys, which are definitely ideal against Viper.
Yeah, Peel's not a good matchup. It's the last one left, maybe. Peel could be really annoying.
CK, if that counts.
He looked pretty bad yesterday. I don't know.
Yeah, I think those nerfs might have added up too much because in the past, like harass type heroes like Viper, you just kind of shrug it off. But now that they nerfed the sustain on creeps and then the level 1 crit damage, it just looked really bad yesterday.
Yeah, and they've got decent AoE stuns between the Nyx and the Marcy. So maybe could deal with the illusions if they did get gone on. So I just don't see CK working.
Yeah, but if you look at Liquid's 4 heroes, do you feel like they need like a super hard carry? I feel like they need like somebody that can just fight around the Timber and Wind Ranger's timing. So they are able to abuse also the Nature's Prophet's global presence to go for map control. You take areas quickly, you kick the Luna off the Ancients.
Alchemist? I'm just thinking of like heroes that can offer some mid-game timing.
Yeah, that actually kind of sounds nice. It fits the pace of the game.
Maybe the Water Boy, Morphling?
Oh, that'd be good too. Oh.
Right, so this is like a flex spear.
Yeah.
So they can either lane the Razor or Wind Ranger mid and safe lane depending on where the Viper is.
Yeah, they're definitely going to not put the Razor in Viper's lane, so you're right. I think that was a really good call.
Is it also flex with the Timber as well? Could Razor go offlane?
I guess so. I think he would probably die against Marcy Luna with range support. If they had a melee 4 to back him up a little bit more, I think that's a viable possibility. But if anything, it'd be more likely that Wind Ranger goes offlane because she's much more difficult for that combo to kill.
Right.
So yeah, it could be theoretically like Timber mid, Wind Ranger off, Razor safe lane.
Oh, Luna Visage.
I think we're going to see some musical chairs here.
Marcy Visage.
I got to see these names. XM is going to be taking the Viper mid, and Mickey takes the Razor mid. Mickey will take the safe lane carry Razor, mid lane Wind Ranger.
This is a really cool draft from Azure.
Yeah.
I think they might have kind of got them. This is like a lot of surprise picks, but I think they all make sense. Like it doesn't just feel forced or we kind of theory crafted this off camera. It's just like
it feels like a prepared draft, you know, because the last 3 picks all make sense together. Luna, the Marcy, and the Visage. It's like a tie together, and they have this like a huge amount of damage and sustain in the team fights. Very, very good in the lane as well. I feel like the early game setup, the Nyx as well, which will enable a hero like Visage to do a lot in the game. Feels like a prepared draft.
You know, I feel like if they do get a big advantage, they're just so ready to deathball with a Vlad's and a Drums on the Visage with Luna hitting buildings. Whereas on the other side, I'm looking at Rubik and I'm like, what spell is he gonna steal? He's got like Lucent Beam. Maybe he gets Viper Strike. That would be great. But the chances are he's probably gonna cover it with Nether Toxin, and stealing Nether Toxin now is okay, but not that great. So I don't know. It just feels like the Liquid lineup doesn't look as nice, doesn't fit together as well.
I think the pipe could be their saving grace if they can actually build a pipe on one of their cores, you know, hopefully.
I think this game's going to be very snowbally one way or the other. Like, I think all 6 cores in this game are snowbally. Like, if Luna gets free farm, she gets 6 slotted by 30 minutes. Timbersaw gets unkillable very early. Razor, Viper are either super useful or super useless as cores. So I think we're going to see, like, a lot of what's going to happen. Like, we're going to know a lot about who's going to win this game maybe 8 to 10 minutes in.
Well, then let's get it underway. Malaysia, one more time for Azure versus Liquid. You guys ready? Then let's get it to game number 3. Odie Pixel and Cinderin.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, the deciding game now here between Team Liquid and Azure, both battling it out to get that chance to challenge Gaming Gladiators in the grand finals. Cinderin, exciting stuff again. I've got to say, you know, with the trials we've had from Azure, and considering even the losses yesterday, it really feels like this team, they're embracing the new patch, right? This game, getting in that Viper early on as a response to the Timbersaw. The changes with Viper, they've pretty much improved how effective he can be against the Timber matchup.
Yeah, I think the whole change of putting the break away from Nether Toxin onto the Viper Strike is, I would say in most situations, just flat out better. Obviously you have a longer cooldown now on your break, but you guarantee to put it on the hero you want, and you guarantee that it sticks. You can't really counter it with BKB either, it's going to linger. So there's definitely going to be some trouble for certain heroes playing against this hero, but more so than anything, I think Azure just love playing the hero regardless.
They do. XM loves.
The change to Viper Strike is not the reason they're picking it here, it's just XM has said in an interview, he said it basically, I don't remember which team it was they won against. He just said it openly in an interview that we broadcast on stream. He was like, I don't know why they gave me Viper. It's literally my best hero. And here you go. It's the deciding game to get to the grand finals. This is the hero you want. You're playing on when it matters the most, right?
Absolutely. And we'll see what, in particular, they sort of make of the matchup as well. Of course, Liquid had their options. Some of the heroes that you really would want to play against the Viper were banned out, such as the Sniper. They settle with Nisha getting the Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
Do you like this?
I think it's one of the best options they had. I don't mind the Wind Ranger pick at all. I think the lane matchup against Viper is pretty good. In the game, she's one of the heroes that can deal with him relatively effectively. Now, I'm kind of with what Brian was saying. I think it's a very good point that both lineups by nature are extremely snowbally with the way the cores work. So I'm very much looking more at the side lanes more so than mid, which I think is just going to be fine for both of them. It's about, can anyone build a meaningful advantage in the side lane? Such as, for example, the Razor against Visage. Can you bully this early on and really get yourselves ahead in that safe lane so you can snowball a bit off that? Because like you said, Azure Raid, they are very much embracing the new patch. Sure. They play so many different heroes every game. It's just new stuff over and over again. So it's hard for Liquid to really know what's coming at them and prepare in the draft. But it can be double-edged. Maybe you're not as comfortable on it. Maybe you're getting a little bit too cute with what you're running.
And yeah, this Visage in particular as well. We're talking about the changes, but with how the Soul Assumption build-up works with the charges and things. This hero can deal an insane amount of damage when you're snowballing in the actual team fight itself.
It's a deceptively good hero against Timbersaw sometimes because of the Soul Assumption, and perhaps the new Shiva's build could be something for this hero. In the past, a lot of the time we saw Timber as a counter pick because he can just more or less ignore the birds and just tank the lane that Visage is pushing. But I think maybe with a couple of tweaks here and there, Timber's reactive armor is weaker now. Your Soul Assumption should theoretically be better, especially if you do get the Shiva's path. All right, seeing some pressure onto XXS up here, gets lifted back.
So they've got enough damage to take him out. They do. We have to get one, and they'll be able to get two. They get both of them there, XXS and Xingqiu. And we've seen it pretty much every game this series, right? Liquid always the ones to start the game off with the early kills.
Yeah, they didn't even need Boxy for the first one either. They just flat out killed off the Visage with just the Rubik and the Razor. Pulled him next to Mika, got a nice Link plus field combo. So good start for Liquid here. They have had some explosive games off the back of Boxy's Nature's Prophet. It really feels like the hero that could define this game. If it is indeed snowbally for both sides, then that is that wild card that can get that ball rolling. He's going to go up to top again. Xingqiu just TP'd up here. He's actually getting absolutely hounded here by Insania. Will walk into perhaps a dangerous Sprout here. Yep, blocking him off. He might live, but this is really awkward.
Not an easy spot to play his way out of.
As a result, Mickey gets to walk the bird up top. Nice drain there. And as expected, mid is pretty much a wash, right? Like this lane is just easy for both farming.
Tianming tried to step up here for the Lotus, but they shut him off with the Sprout. A few more right clicks, it'll get the job done. Saberlight able to take him out there with a good TP over from Boxy.
This is some good value out of that Nature's Prophet so far. Wonder where his next move is going to be. Probably even mid could become an option actually for Boxy. That can shift the balance here. If Nisha keeps harassing XM to this extent where he's down to a third health, a TP in behind and a Sprout block could lead to a kill, especially Nisha has 1 point Shackle Shot. You're always going to line that up if you Sprout behind that Viper. Get the guaranteed power shot connection, a couple of attacks, it might be enough. Here we go again, Xingqiu.
That's got immediate TP from Xingqiu. No chance of walking away from this as Static Link does get laid down. Down bottom, they'll try for Saberlight. Good interaction there at the Timber Chain with the beam. See if it's enough though. Saberlight trying to juke through the trees. Another chain to get him away low. He's got another beam. Still not quite enough damage though. The courier's getting delivered. It has got the helmet, so he's just got the armor regen. It doesn't matter though. Tianming will manage to drag him back and ensure that they do get the kill.
Crucial to get that perfect timing on the beam there. If he gets the first Timber Chain off, I think he would have made it out. He does make them work for it though. Like that did cost them quite a few creeps in the lane, chasing that far, but probably still worth it.
See him try again. It will top lane, XXS. He's going to have the stun for Xingqiu to hold him back, but the Static Link continues to stretch over towards him. They've got the damage to take him out. And a lot of damage is built up on Mickey, so Xingqiu, he's got to run. Boxy TP's in. It was barely even needed. Mickey and Insania pretty much doing that on their own. They get the 2 kills on this top lane as Mickey continues to have a very favorable start in the safe lane.
I think this is this is actually my single biggest concern with the Azure lineup, is that I feel like when it comes to XXS, he's been having a really outstanding tournament, but I've seen a few games of him on particularly this hero where things just don't go too well on that Visage. And I just don't think the Nature's Prophet matchup is good for this hero. I think the early levels for Visage are so extremely crucial, and he's just getting constantly pressured by Boxy here that timing is getting delayed. So we're reaching a point now where he's level 3, Mickey's almost level 5. Perhaps they won't even need the Nature's Prophet anymore to just dominate XXS out of this lane. Gonna lay the pressure onto Jin Q for now.
Yeah, Boxy can afford to make these moves because Saberlight with that Helm the Iron will rush. He's pretty safe down here. It's not easy for these two heroes to really kill the Timbersaw even when he's on his own with that Helm done. I only imagine because it will inevitably get into that Veil, Shiva's Guard build down the line, giving him a lot of survivability here early on in this laning stage.
For sure. And you also, on the other side of this for Azure, it's not easy. Yeah, here we go.
XXS again, getting very heavily punished. TPs are coming in, but they cannot save him. The Sprout holds back Xingqiu. XM should be able to find Mickey. They even have Tianming turn up as well. They really want to get some sort of good trade going here, Azure, and they will. They'll surround Boxy. Xingqiu's able to kite him up. XM turning up there with the backup of Tianming to get the double kill.
Fool me once, fool me twice, but the third time they're ready, this time Viper, I mean also he had a haste rune, right? So the timing was just perfect to get that rune on the Viper and get that punish. But that was what I was going to say was, it's difficult for Azure to solve the problem because they don't have a naturally ganking mid laner, right? Viper is pretty slow, a lot of the time plays static in lane, but with that haste rune definitely alleviates that problem. Goes up and XXS was still dead, so it's not like his game got much better. At the very least they improve things for other heroes on the board.
Bottom lane. Boxy considering joining Insania and Saberlight to maybe make an aggressive move. Highly likely to come out, especially when Saberlight has hit the 6.
Dire's bottom tower is
Definitely going to be a bit of the map that they may be able to dive in for, Liquid. For now, until that 6 is there, we'll see Insania head up towards the top. Make sure that MK continues to stay fine. Of course, top net worth right now here on the Razor. A very good start despite getting caught out by that response from Azure at the end of that last fight. Seen them. I mean, bottom lane Saberlight is just never really going to be a kill for these two heroes. Nisha, another for Xingqiu. He's got the spike carapace and the stun to turn things around, and also XM in the neighborhood with a Viper strike ult. As that will be a very dead Nisha. Insania's able to burst down Xingqiu in return. XM's been buffed up by Tianming. They're going to be able to find Insania in the trees. Poison stacking up here. This should be another kill for XM to get involved with, as he is getting a lot done with these early Viper movements. 4 kills already here, 8 minutes in.
Yeah, mid player playing his best hero. He's 4-0 minute 8. He's getting both power runes. Oh, actually, never mind. He's not even going to go for it. He sees the trans. He's like, this is a waste of time. He's baiting me, which is true.
Tianming there, nearly fine. And Boxy goes for grab his items off the courier, and unfortunately for Boxy, didn't quite have Tianming move in a position that would have seen him here.
He's slippery in the trees. It's the same with Lion in that previous game.
Yeah, he knows the spots to hide in.
Up top, still keeping my eyes on this lane. I just know how important it is to Visage to get that level 6, and it is kind of late. Okay, actually maybe Saberlight.
He's just so hard to kill. They need a +1.
Radiant's middle tower is
Just the two of them alone, it's never going to be enough to kill Saberlight. They need a third hero.
XM is here. This is going to be a big fight. Multiple rotations from both teams.
Let's see what XM could do. He's going to target, of course, the Timbersaw first. Get that Viper strike down upon him. But Liquid, they have the numbers. Nisha's in with the Shackle Shot from the side. They'll lose Saberlight, but Nisha with his amplified damage rune, he may be able to find more. Power Shot comes in, takes out Tianming. Nisha could be ready to dive even further, looking towards XXS, but we'll respect the fact that low on the Luna, still in fighting position. They'll take the 2-for-2 trade. At a cost, Liquid not only just losing Saberlight, but the fact that Mickey goes down, they'll be able to turn it into a bit more of a favorable one, as Nisha able to pick up a 3rd kill. Xingqiu caught around the ward spot.
And the original 2-for-2 trade, even though you lose 2 cores for a core and a support, you did end a dominating streak on XM, actually a mega kill streak, so that kill was quite valuable. That bounty going the way of... Why am I not finding this? Wait, who got the bounty?
I think it was Nisha, right?
Oh, it was Nisha, yeah.
Top, low. Trying to see if they can get Mickey in under the tower. Boxy TP's over. Is there any help he could provide with a Sprout of sorts? No, he can't quite reach around the trees to get towards him. Mickey falls.
his lane, his start in the game was so good on that Razor, and now with these 3 deaths. Oh, hang on, Nisha walks into a Sentry Ward.
He tries to sneak in, but indeed they were set up with the vision. Jump forward for Saberlight with the chakras. Nisha's able to turn with the chakra shot onto XXS. Nisha perfectly fine. The rest of Liquid stand between him and Azure. Low, looking for Saberlight. As long as Saberlight's the one in between Liquid and Azure, it's hard for Azure to really chase on. They'll settle for Boxy by the looks of it. Into the pit they go. Can he push his way out of this with the Sprout? He cannot. As they'll get Boxy, but the rest of Liquid safely escape.
Yeah, with that starting with Nisha running into a Sentry Ward and getting caught off by a stun, that's probably an okay result for them. However, top tier 1 tower was full health. Gonna lose it entirely. Oh, nice. Just walk into 3 bounty runes minute 11. That's gonna feel great for the Rubik. Yeah, very close game so far.
Yeah, very much one of the things that Azure is going to be incredibly strong with at this point. They take any sort of trade or force any sort of fight in which they survive through. They're going to be taking your towers very early on. In the mid, they get the catch here. Nicely done from Tiaming, blocking off the escape from Nisha as Nisha's trying to retreat from this great telekinesis into Shackle, though. Both teams bringing out the top players here. Liquid the ones to come out on top of that. Nisha's able to live.
On the other side of the map, I mean, it was mid. So, but on the bottom side of the map, Jinkyu claims his level 6. So Vendetta unlocked. Nature's Prophet about to get his as well. So Wrath of Nature here coming through for Boxy. Opens up some more global plays for both teams, really. Jinkyu can easily combine with any of his cores and look for kills in the side lanes, whereas the Nature's Prophet now, with the global presence, can push things just over the edge. Especially the Wind Ranger, I think, is going to really benefit from this. Because the focus fire kills are a little bit slow, so having that burst come through to get the job done and then get the hell out of there before the rotation comes in will be very nice for them. Potential unlocked here. Also, Nyx is one of those heroes where sometimes he just gets stupidly level starved and you feel very weak. If Jinkyu finds levels in this game and gets multiple levels up in Carapace before it's too late, that ability is incredible here. Timbersaw is going to chakra him and stun himself every fight. Wind Ranger, you're going to Maelstrom proc on him or something when you're focus firing, or you're going to hit a power shot through him. Rubik's Fate Bolt is going to bounce on you. Razor Plasma Field. He can effectively more or less guarantee a multi-hero Carapace every single fight because of the matchup he has. And mind you, this was a second pick Nyx, right? I think the matchups for the hero in this game are actually pretty damn good. So, might be something for AR to consider here, is to give Jinkyu a bit of experience whenever possible.
Let's see what Nisha and Insania can find. They're on their way towards the bottom. There's no one here at the moment. They'll swing back towards mid. They want to try and see if they can catch XM by surprise.
Looks like they can.
And here's the opening. They'll just go straight in with the focus fire. XM's able to turn with the Viper Strike. Sprout drop down to block off the escape. The burst damage comes through. XM's gone, but so is Nisha in return. Tianming and Jinkyu finding the trade. They'll also have the interrupt to stop Boxy's TP out. It's Azure. Now make sure that they come out on top of this. Liquid not getting away with that move. Too close to the tier 1 tower. Azure easily able to respond.
Very, very quick reaction. Keep in mind, Liquid piled on him with 3 heroes more or less instantly with the teleportation in, and they do get the kill, but just the nature of Viper with 4 points and corrosive skin, right? It just takes time. That stun from Jinkyu, super clutch though from that low ground, finding the 2-man stun there. Again, another well-fought fight for the side of Azure will lead to a tower. It's time in the mid. XXS will claim that. So a little bit of an advantage in that lane now. If they can keep pushing this out and force Liquid to show a core mid, that does give, especially the Nyx, way better conditions to play around the map. This hero really enjoys playing with heroes that inherently just push waves by themselves because he really doesn't want to do it. The hero's entire gimmick is to not show. So the more that is taken care of by others, the better.
Very close start though this time round. 14 minutes in, 11 to 11. Very even on the overall gold. It's just the fact that in terms of the carry matchup, are getting that much more farm here on low.
This is a very important item to highlight, by the way, the Axe just picked up by Viper, because this is going to swing the Wind Ranger matchup for quite a while. This is a matchup that historically Wind Ranger is really good in. She's just going to focus fire and kill you. But with the nosedive, you can disarm her and reset things. Maybe even kill her off yourself, get out. You also do way more overall AoE damage in the team fight as long as you get this ability off. And we've seen how these fights develop and what really what it really comes down to is kind of just an absolute brawl where everybody stands their ground and somebody has more damage.
Oh, Xingqiu.
XM will definitely be
He's
on the
going to be able to get a bit of a setup on a Saberlight. Jump forward here, the two of them. The two supports, it's Yanming and Xingqiu. They take down Saberlight alone.
Really, really nice and unexpected find. I think definitely not something Saberlight saw coming at all, that the two supports would be able to kill him off in that position. But yeah, Nyx with a good burst, and was talking about Xingqiu's levels just a moment ago, it feels like. He's almost got 3 since then. He's closing in now on level 9 on that Nyx, so really important involvement in that mid play as well as this one. He's now going to get 4 points into Impale and 3 in that Carapace. And this could very well lead to Azure just being able to take fight after fight. Insania just barely dodging the rebound stun there, would have definitely been dead.
Dire's bottom tower.
Not really easy for Liquid to force things, even though on the numbers they're not that far behind. Definitely feels like Azure's lineup has the greatest strength at this point.
Especially the gap between low and mid is important.
So yeah, it's only growing.
Because this is a matchup that Razor can do really, really well in because of Luna's short range. But this is something you can very well combat with Luna with even a slight net worth advantage. It doesn't need to be massive. If you're half an item or 1 item ahead, you can get like a pike or whatever to deal with the static link. All of a sudden the dynamic can change quite a bit. Teleport.
Yeah, this time around they've got eyes on Xingqiu. Tries to see what he can find entering into the triangle. Liquid are prepared for that move. I think one of the things as well that's going to massively enable Low in these fights is because he has this Visage success with the build that he has, you know, he's Solar Crest, the Vlad, all things that are gonna make this Luna very difficult to tackle in a full 5-on-5 team fight.
For sure. I think this itemization is pretty much perfect from the Visage in this game. I guess it's also a pretty straightforward hero to build most of the time, but we have seen deviations from this. But yeah, you want armor. You want armor on your team. You want it against the Razor, you want it against the Windranger.
I mean, Liquid's heading over. Power shot comes in, they know it's Low. Is anyone able to get in to put a stop to it? They are. Low's able to get the kill, get the Aegis, and also get Insania. Not able to piece together some sort of interrupt there, Liquid in time. As Azure get everything, Low's game continuing to strengthen. He's had a great couple of games now. Popped off massively in that game to on the Void, and here on the Luna, everything going incredibly smoothly so far for him. It's definitely going to be scary for Liquid. Still only 2k gold down, but a team fight gone wrong, and with how powerful Low's Luna is, they could be taking tower after tower. That'll be a freebie for them here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Liquid, the pressure definitely building up. As Azure, they will push so fast off the back of any sort of window given to them.
I think one of the big questions in this game is what's Timbersaw's path going to be now? This is a hero that usually around this time is the king of the game and really wants to dominate. And he might actually even be in trouble here. Very low mana on Saberlight. They're just gonna probably reserve the dispose. Actually using it now, but yeah, he won't be making it out alive.
Yeah, far too much damage coming out from XM as the stacks build up.
So
it definitely feels like Liquid, they're struggling to find a plan of how to play out of this position, Sin. I mean, what do you imagine the discussion is that's being had between them in this sort of game? Because it feels like Azure are kind of gaining control of the whole map right now.
I think it's a matter of finding out what your timing is exactly, right? The Timbersaw has now finished Eternal Shroud. I believe Winter was talking about Pipe being an option here for the team, but he's getting the selfish item that only protects him. I don't know if that's really going to cut it. This is not the best Timbersaw game, which makes sense. You first pick the hero after all, right? You are going to get countered by a lot of magic damage, so you will need to itemize for it. But if he's the only one who has the protection, I guess Azure have the luxury of, they don't have to go on him when he pops it, right? Or just in general. They can kind of ignore him, fight the other heroes. If they see an opportunity, they can pile it on. But it's not a requirement. Now a 5k lead, pretty much, after that tier 2 tower falls bot. I guess one item timing that's coming in will be the Nisha BKB, which will definitely help quite a bit. Perhaps that opens a path to killing off this Viper in the fight. Because as it stands now, if Nisha runs in with Focus Fire and Wind Run on, he gets caught by Carapace from a Maelstrom proc, and he just dies, actually. So it's very unsafe.
I mean, one of the things that Liquid definitely struggle with, right, are sort of ways to stop like XM pressing his spells. He's always going to get the Viper Strike off, as well as the nosedive. In terms of stuns that Liquid have, it's a shackle shot and a telekinesis. Outside of that, there's no stopping XM getting to play the team fight, get these spells off, disarming and breaking.
Oh wow, they're confident. This is
I mean, they're strong.
20-minute high ground attempt.
2 minutes left on the Aegis. I think Azure Ray, why not push high ground, see what happens.
Okay. Well, so far so good. If this tower falls, we know how Luna lineups work.
And Liquid, what's the response going to be?
It's actually gone. Okay, now he's going to start cleaving off the barracks.
And they jump forward.
Okay.
Gonna try and get the catcher on the Saberlight. Saberlight, he's been broken for now by XM. They'll separate back from this. They'll try and lead in on towards low. See if they can take him now once, but he's able to Hurricane Pike himself back to the safety of the low ground. Nisha pops the BKB. He's committing it with a focus fire onto XM, but it's not enough damage. XM's able to get away. Big damage coming in though for Saberlight as he cuts through Jiaming, but they turn towards him. Saberlight, he tries to demonstrate away, but he's not going to be able to make it out there. XM trying to finish him off. They'll get him. They'll bring down Saberlight. Low still alive here with his first life. He still has the Aegis to rely on. Mickey trying to retreat, but the nuke damage comes over the Soul Assumption. Mickey to fall. They'll finally get the Aegis out of the hands of Low, but there's just the 3 of them left alive here on Liquid. As Azure Ray, they can look to continue to push for more. They can finish off this Rax in the mid lane. We'll see if they want to try for more. I think they can. Yeah, Low's just straight up to the top lane. There's no Mickey, there's no Saberlight. And force out the fortification. We'll see if that's going to be enough to push them back for now. Tianming, jump to the low ground. Nisha's not able to catch him in time with the shackle.
Oh, big Mickey.
I mean, Boxy tried for a very aggressive move there. They were ready and waiting for him to TP in. XXS blows him up.
Yeah, Boxy trying for a little cute move there, but they're not. I mean, first of all, they were completely ready for it, and he just TP'd in full vision, but I don't even know if that would have worked regardless. Like, Liquid didn't really have enough in the tank. What an insane Solar Crest fight this was. Low got kept alive for so long.
He did.
Consecutive Solar Crest usages.
And Nisha, as we saw there, just tried his best to commit fully onto XM during the BKB. At this stage, though, he just doesn't have the damage, even with the focus fire. And yet Low on this first life, living so long, causing so many issues.
Right there is absolutely game-changing. That would have been the Aegis, and Mickey would have survived if they didn't get that perfect Solar Crest timing out. Coming out from XXS, big play on 2% health or something. Keep that Luna alive. That's another Tormentor for both teams. So Saberlight will now unlock the Flamethrower. And for the side of Azure Ray, we get the Marcy one. So the rebound, lower cooldown, and it can be cast on enemies. Not really that relevant, it feels like, for how this has been played so far. I'd say the Timbersaw one is more likely to have an impact. 9K lead now, though. We did set the stage for potentially snowbally game. Liquid really needing to defy the odds here to pull this one back after the last couple of fights have just been all Azure. If they get another Aegis, it feels like it might just be impossible, so they have to be able to fight out on the map before that happens.
See if they want to try and go for XM. They're not. They're getting out of it. Mickey, moments away from being found there, but
yikes.
We'll get fortunate with the TP. He's out. Now Liquid just trying to push these lanes out and do everything they can do to just keep this Luna and the team away from the high ground. Liquid lose another fight close to their base. They'll easily lose at least a second set of racks and maybe even the game with how quickly Azure can push as long as Low survives.
I see the replay there. So Boxy not in vision. Mickey.
Jinq.
Oh, he missed. Yeah, okay. He actually got it off in time.
It was a good effort to try for that, yeah.
Barely off the side. Jinq with the scouting. Oh, this could be dangerous for Nisha, actually. This is fully telegraphed now for Jinq when Nisha went. He has the ward covering. That he will know if Nisha walks back, otherwise he has to assume that he's still on the Ancient. Jinq patiently waiting for teammates to rotate over. Actually, they choose not to go for this. Despite that good scouting, I thought they were maybe going to collapse, but we'll let him go.
Full AC now as well from XXS. Jinq just gets so much information, and with this Dagon build, supports easy food here for the Nyx Assassin.
I bet he's almost disappointed he didn't get to cast Mind Flares. Like, really? Didn't even get to do my full combo? I don't even know how much damage I do now.
Jianming.
Oh, they do find him eventually.
He's going to be able to get the dispose on Nisha. Nisha, he'll pop the BKB, he'll try for the TP out with the win run. He'll escape. Each of these moments, though, it really feels like Liquid, they're living on the edge. Barely getting away from these players from Azure.
Boxy not going to be so lucky potentially bottom. He's just getting killed off by the birds. Doesn't even need to use the hero.
Bringing the creep wave around. I mean, creep wave's going to be coming in on the mid lane too. Azure Ray, they can go for the high ground once more. They weren't able to stop them last time, Liquid. We'll see if anything's changed this time round.
The answer is no.
I don't think so. Yeah,
This
tier
lane
3's
is
gone. Tianming trying to see if he can get a deep dive, get some sort of disposed setup. It's going to be fine, gets completely away from it. The backdoor protection momentarily kicking back in. As I say, the creep wave is approaching in the mid, so we'll soon get taken out again. Mickey has got BKB complete, so maybe a chance for him to enter into the front of the fight. The backdoor protection's gone though, and Liquid, they will not be holding this bottom set of racks as Azure Ray take a second set.
Such a fast push. Luna with Solar Crest, with AC Aura, with Vlad's Aura from the Visage, all of this stuff just coming together. Such a strong timing. And as you said, they're living on the edge. A single misstep now is probably just game over.
I think so.
The Radiant lineup can push Barracks or the Ancients just so quickly, so... Let's try to find something, okay. A bit of an opener here.
Get the slow on to XXS. Jackal will connect onto the both of them, but Xingqiu just turns, brings Sableye down incredibly low. They've got the follow-up stun onto XXS, but he's able to stone form and survive this. Tianming will fall, but Lowe's here for the cleanup. Double kill for the Luna. Lowe's ready to clean them all up as they'll chase over towards Nisha. They'll take the Wind Ranger out. The buyback's having to come out now from Liquid, but there's no buyback again available for either Sableye or Mickey. This is going to be a 3 versus 4 defense. Sure, Azure Ray lost Tianming, but the ones that mattered survived. Lowe's here, straight up to the tier 4s. The Luna ready to do immense damage here to Liquid's base. The fortifications back up.
Did you see Luna got your favorite item?
The Kanda, I mean, that's one hero we didn't really talk about, but this is a hero, right, that's build scaling attack damage, and you have that point target spell with the Lucent Beam, so the Lucent Beams, they hurt hard. On the back lines as well, the burst is there, Boxy immediately evaporated, Lowe's onto the Ancient.
Oh my
Liquid,
God!
They can't push him away, Nisha dies immediately, it's game over, it's GG, Azure Ray! They have done it here today, they'll take down Liquid 2-1, and Azure Ray will be the ones that get to move on and challenge Gaming Gladiators in the grand final in a best of 5 this time round, Sin.
That went really fast all of a sudden. All it took was 1 or 2 big moments. The lineup just absolutely obliterated them, just ran away with it. You gotta love to see it, and you gotta be hopeful for Azure Ray in this grand finals against Gaming Gladiators that they're heating up a little bit.
They really are.
They're getting that pacing going, they're getting the tempo going, and if nothing else, it's hard for Gaming Gladiators to know what heroes they're gonna face, because Azure Ray's hero pool is proving to be exceptionally deep. They're running all sorts of different stuff. Gonna be a very hard team to ban against.
I think
Still,
so. Yeah,
Gaming Gladiators have looked so good.
That is true, and we saw how it ended last series, Azure Ray versus Gaming Gladiators yesterday. And honestly, from the game 1 of this best of 3, it did look like maybe Azure Ray were going to still be stuck on the same level that we saw from them. But this game 2 and game 3, they stepped things up massively, played perfectly as a team, the way they were able to rally around Lowe's hero each time. Game 2 in that Void performance, game 3 on his Luna. They're starting to figure it out, it feels, Sin. And at a very quick pace, the turnaround, the improvement from yesterday to today is completely tangible.
And I think there's something to be said about specifically the strategy they ran in this game. I think this might be the mindset that could give them a shot against Gaimin. I think you want to play this style of lineup to whatever extent possible. Fast heroes that come online early, you get out of the lanes okay, and then you're just kill hungry around the map. You don't let them take control. And very much the case in this game. I've been super impressed with the support duo of Azure Ray in these previous 2 games.
Absolutely.
I think Xingqiu and Tianming both playing exceptionally well, setting up so many opportunities for their teammates to shine, and yeah, well done.
And maybe indeed respect has to be given more to this XM Viper. He'll first pick it. He was confident early when he brought it out in the tournament, and understandably so with how things went again here. Looking stronger than ever with the changes with that break on the Viper strike. XM, you got to watch out for his Viper. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. With this series win, Azure Ray knocked Team Liquid out of the tournament, and Azure Ray will be the ones moving on to the grand finals here at ESL One Kuala Lumpur.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here on the stage with XM for this interview. And Jin, of course, translator extraordinaire, thank you so much. So let's get into this series. First game not looking too hot, but then you guys come back with this bounty hunter mid. Now, was this something where you're just trying to pull something crazy out and it was wild, or you were like, yes, this is something we prepared for?
首先恭喜你们 Round 1-2这边成功晋级了这个总决赛。就想问你们当时第2把拿出了这个赏金中单，当时是就是觉得只是感觉想就是反正每一把都当最后一把来打对吧？然后就选出一个可以选出一个比较 all in 的一个英雄，还是你是觉得这个是我们已经预先准备好的，这把就是专门要打一个赏金中单的？
就是我们平时也有练赏金中单嘛，然后觉得这把好发挥，也不想留遗憾，就拿出来用了。
We have been practicing Bounty Hunter mid quite a lot, but you know that match was indeed our elimination match. We've got our entire team on the line. We figured like if there's a time to use it, it's right now.
Absolutely. Speaking of things that you guys practice a lot, in a previous interview with my boy Jin, you told him about your Viper. How could they dare not ban your Viper? If they were paying attention, they would have got rid of it. Game 3, we saw that Viper again. And how did it feel to get that hero in?
就是之前你采访不是说你的这个毒龙在国内不可能有人放了嘛，然后国外战队可能不知道你这个毒龙，然后现在第3把你又成功的秀了一把毒龙，你现在感觉怎么样呢？就是这个毒龙拿出来能成功的击败这个李逵战队，感受是怎么样的？
就感受很爽，打GG我也要一手毒龙。
Spicy. What do we got?
It feels great to use Viper, and against Gaming Gladiators, I guarantee you that I will be playing Viper against them.
Damn! All right, my final comment for you. There were a lot of fans for Liquid in the crowd. They have only one person to cheer for now. Any words for them? Hopefully they can now come over to the Azure side. Why should these Liquid fans now be supporting you?
就是粉丝，就是现场观众里面大多数都是李逵的粉丝嘛。现在你们成功的击败了李逵战队，你有什么话来跟他们说，来让他们现在来支持你呢？
李逵没在决赛中击败过 GG， 这次我们替他们击败 GG， 请支持我们，谢谢。
Team Liquid has never beaten Gaming Gladiators in the grand finals before, so we are here to take up the mantle. We'll beat GG for you guys.
That's what I'm talking about, baby! Hell yeah! All right! Well, we are so excited to see it. Thank you so much. We cannot wait to see you in the grand finals. Thank you for awesome translation. And we will throw it back to our wonderful panel.
Thank you very much for that interview, as maybe we are seeing a trend change. Because when Gaming Gladiators have to face off against Spirit, turns out they weren't able to get the win. Maybe now against Azure, it was really just the Liquid problem. Who knows what it might be, but all I know is that was a hell of a performance out of Azure. Heroes that we had not been seeing for the past year being brought to major success here in this lower bracket final.
Yeah, the second game I was saying I thought Mickey kind of gave them an opening, but that third game, they just looked like the better team, the better draft. I really liked their strategy overall. We were questioning like Nick's second pick, the Marcy being thrown in there. The Marcy Luna, it's like such good synergy with Visage, and every hero they picked not only went well together, but it was like, oh, that's also pretty good against Liquid's heroes.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely came with their own homework this time, no copying anyone else. They had something organic from their own team. They understood every role. Everybody knew what they had to do in the game. They knew their timings exactly. And the second game and the last game, I felt like the support duo definitely shined a lot. They set up a lot of important kills, important initiations for the team. They took very good fights because of the vision game, and they just played perfect.
Yeah, across the board, the supports played excellent. Like the first 15 minutes, I think all 4 supports played very, very well, Boxy included. But as time went on, they weren't able to create enough space. The Timbersaw did not really feel much impact. His laning stage was okay/mediocre, and as the game continued, he just kind of felt like just a hero in the game. It wasn't super special, and that was their first pick. It does get countered sometimes, but yeah, not the best Timbersaw game.
I mean, do you think they have too many of the same hero, like Wind Ranger, Razor, Timber? They are kind of like a flexible hero that could go any lane and gives you advantage in the drafts, but they lack that one hero that could win them the game.
Yeah, I mean, they did need single target damage heroes, so that's usually what you do to deal with the Viper, but you know, just with the Ags, he kind of protected himself, and Wind Ranger, I think, is overrated a little bit right now. It's understandable why you pick it, because it does win some games. Wind Run is amazing against these Viper-type heroes, but like her itemization isn't really that much better with the new patch. You get attack speed out of Maelstrom now. There still isn't really an amazing universal stat item for her to abuse, so... And she still has to get BKB fast. So she's like the same old hero that she always has been, and she's kind of hits or misses.
I'm going to give a shout out to the first hero I've been really convinced Conda is good on. We saw it on Lowe's Luna there. So you have the level 20 talent that makes your beam already apply your right click, and then now the Conda also applies 75% of your right click. So you're basically getting like a 200% crit on your beam, which seems in theory pretty powerful.
And it matches up with your Lucent Beam cooldown every 6 seconds. So yeah, that's pretty good.
That was a little cool tech that I feel like it's so cool to see these minor adjustments on heroes and in a new patch. And even though the heroes played the exact same way in every other way, it's now tweaked a little bit as it scales.
I mean, you talk about the offensive potential on Luna, but there's also the defensive shard and the Solar Crest. It just kind of made her unkillable in the team fights. That's why she was so strong. She hit that timing. She had all the auras around her. She just can't be killed in the team fights.
It was a solid draft after Azure and a good recovery from them, but their recovery comes at the cost of Liquid's elimination. And we have Slacks standing by with Insania for an exit interview.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Yes, I am here again with Insania. Thank you so much for taking time to talk to us in this interview. So, third place, I'm sure not what you guys are aiming for, but considering a stand-in, your coach not being here, personally, I think it's pretty impressive. How do you feel about the placement here?
Honestly, not too disappointed. Like you said, we are playing with a stand-in. That is a great stand-in, amazing player, you know. Yeah. Very happy that we got Saberlight to play with us, so thank you so much to him for standing in. Obviously, not having Blitz around meant like missing some of the coaching staff. Jabs couldn't do all of his normal obligations, which I think was a little bit sad for me. I feel like our wording game was a bit off, but yeah, no, overall, very satisfied. Not too disappointed.
Oh, that's fantastic to hear. Azure, obviously, surprised you a little bit on that one. What do you think about that new team? Because you're one of the teams that, you know, has kept a majority of the roster. New iteration, pretty good.
Yeah, I think they played really well. I think today they were the better team, hands down. There isn't really much to say. They drafted well and they played their heroes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to ask you kind of a spicy one. Okay. Now that you're out of the tournament, you've faced off against Gaimin a few times. You know a lot about this team. Now, if Azure happened to be listening to a man that has a lot of experience about going to the grand finals, any tips for how to take them down?
I mean, truth is, we wanted Azure to play them because we all, you know, nobody wants TL versus GG in grand finals again. So, yeah, I don't know. What am I supposed to say? They probably know better than I do. I haven't won any finals against them yet, so.
All right. Well, it's up to them then, huh? All right. Can I at least get the crowd to cheer for you one more time? Because they were loud as hell. Can you say something to the crowd to get them excited?
Thank you so much for cheering for us. I love being here in KL. Malaysia's amazing. Thank you, guys.
And a standing ovation. Thank you so much again for a great interview, great performance, and great games. It was a pleasure to watch, and we'll throw it back to Tsunami in the panel.
It was a nail-biter of a journey going all the way from round one in that lower bracket and being the Grim Reaper for all the doors along the way. They took down Secret, they took down Falcons, they took down BetBoom Team, but the journey ended with Azure.
Yeah, their foot was almost through the door. They won the first game, and Azure just, they gate-kept them. I really like that.
They're winning game 2 as well. I think back to that fight on that near the Tri-Camp, and I was like, if Liquid wins that one and continues snowballing just a little bit more, it could have just been over, and it could have been like, oh man, Azure didn't hit today. But they won that team fight, got back into the game, got tons of track hold, and then game 3 was just super convincing. So yeah, they were the better team.
Yeah, I mean, Bounty Hunter, Vipers, Marcy, Visage. What more can you ask, you know? Can't wait, you know, for the grand finals.
That's what's going to be defining it. What about XM's Viper? He guaranteed that he's going to be picking it against Gaimin.
Yeah.
I can't guarantee that, though. They can ban it.
Yeah, they can just ban it, you know, so you might not see it. Or gaming could be like, first game will just let you have your hero, and we'll try to beat your hero.
That's true. It's a best of 5 now. We have finished with the best of 3s. Gaming Gladiators gets a little bit more wiggle room now, but based off of their upper bracket final, it seems like Gaming Gladiators just still knows what they're doing. They only dropped one game in this bracket against G2IG, but they cleaned house against Azure.
Yeah, that was Azure's first series on the new patch, and I really do think momentum plays such a huge role. And even just getting that one team fight in game 2 has heard you mention it. It just turns the entire tide of their attitude, of the vibes on the team. Suddenly you start believing yourself like, wow, we can win this game. Not only this game, we can win this series. Maybe we can win this whole thing.
Well, we want to keep the momentum going here in the MyTech Arena as well. So as Azure prepares for their grand finals, if you're here in the venue, I want you to stick around because we've got a DHL drop coming for you. The very last one before we get ready for our grand final ceremony between Azure and Gaming Gladiators.
It's John Xfire here with Mike LaPhoenix. We're joining you guys together to make our own 1xBet tier lists here today. Mikey, how are we sorting out these bombs?
I'm feeling a little bit spicy.
All right.
We've got Team Secret right here, Jonathan. Where would you put Team Secret if it?
I think they're like a nasi lemak that you, on one day you have no sambal at all,
right?
And another day you put a full ladle.
Okay, Team Secret.
Yeah.
They're in nasi lemak. There you go. Where do you think Team Falcons belongs here in our team?
Well, I don't know if you'd agree. I think I'd put them under Durian.
Durian?
Because ATF is a well-beloved and also a divisive figure, just like the spiky little fruit.
Are you trying to imply that ATF smells, Jonathan?
No, smells very nice.
Dare you?
You know, he's divisive. I would actually put Bet Boom Team onto chicken rice. I don't know if you'd agree with that.
Chicken rice?
Yeah, just you can add some spice to chicken rice. You know, there's some specific spices for it, but it's like, it's safe. It's, well, what would you put?
No, it's going in Lux.
Lux?
It's going
They're
in
that
Lux.
spicy? Or you dislike them because you hate soup?
Chicken rice it is. Chicken rice it is. There you go.
Gotcha.
Wawitas, Jonathan. Where do they belong here, John?
I think Durian's fair.
Team Liquid. One of my favorites. Can I tell you a story?
Yes, yes.
I met Insania. We were friends and he ended up following me on Twitter. Right after the event, guess what he did? He unfollowed
Straight
me
away.
on Twitter. And he thinks I don't know. They're going in soup.
They're
They're
spicy.
a soup. He unfollowed me on Twitter right after the event. Can you believe that, John?
I can see.
I expect to follow back right after this event.
Don't do it, Insania.
Do it. Azure.
I'd say more like nasi lemak, where it's a little bit unexpected if the sambal's extra hot. So it's a little bit more up and down, but it's very safe bet anyway.
Okay, nasi lemak it is. There you go, Azure. That's a compliment. I don't know, I'm going to compliment these guys. LGD Gaming. They've had a rough run, Jonathan. Rough like a durian, I want to say, Jonathan.
Yeah, straight up.
We need a bit of a liquid, don't we? So I'm just going to go back here. LGD. Well, you know, if we're talking liquids, Jonathan, we'll put them in soup as well. They need something to wash with, don't they, Jonathan?
This sounds like a really bad combination the whole way. Durian laksa, I don't think that's something I would ever try.
Here's a controversial one, John. Gaming Gladiators.
I feel like they're kind of chicken ricey. Nice.
I like it. I know Reddit's going to get upset. I like Quinn. Quinn's a nice guy. G2IG. JT. Absolute Giga Chat as well, Jonathan. What is it, John? Where do you want to put it?
I think they're laksa. They're explosive. They're full of flavor. There's a lot of contrast.
JT. He's a Milo. Everyone loves JT this tournament. He is a Milo dinosaur, Jonathan.
It's just a whole lot of sugar.
Every event we go to with 9 Pandas, they just bomb out every single time.
Durian then?
I think it must be. There's a lot of durian teams.
There's a lot of durian.
Maybe everyone just smells really bad. Team Tundra.
I'd say Milo Dinosaur, although again that doesn't reflect because
they are a Milo dinosaur.
They are a Milo dinosaur.
There you go.
Blacklist rival.
Oh, the best.
5 Filipinos redeeming themselves.
I'm just going to bring these out because I know it's not going to be one category for this team.
Overall, their reception in Southeast Asia is durian.
Oh, they're definitely a durian.
Well,
put them there.
I don't know if they're laksa.
They're a spicy team. Put them in laksa.
They can be spicy. I honestly, I'm pretty happy with durian and laksa. I think that's very apt for good old Blacklist.
Milo Dinosaur.
Make them Milo.
There you go. And I'm going to say right now, I don't think Blacklist will ever win without Cuckoo being in the team. I'm going to be quite frank with you. Bring Cuckoo back.
Well, we'll see if that happens online. But that is our food tier list for our 1xBet tier list here. It's John Xfire and Mike LaPhoenix. We'll catch you around next time.
sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better spacing. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, let it out, let it out.
ready for the DHL drop. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message. Make sure we spot you in the crowd, because if you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type DHL drop in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a €150 gift voucher.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another DHL drop, baby! Fantastic. I am here with our contest winner once again. Poon, how are you doing? What'd you think of that last series?
Oh my god, it was incredible. We got to see Venomancer, Bounty Hunter, one of those heroes I have never seen for a while. It's really good.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since I've seen a Venomancer. I only see it lose, and interesting day here today. Well, anyway, we are getting ready for our grand finals. It is time for our last DHL drop, and as you can see, we got a big old baby here.
It's really heavy, this one.
You should be very proud of your baby boy. Anyway, let's find somebody with a fantastic sign. Now, we told our audience that we were looking for someone with some fantastic art. So let's take a look around. You must choose my special intern. This is pretty interesting right here.
Yeah, it's like we have so many talents who keep the games interesting. Thank you everyone for that, and thanks for that sign. It's really good.
I'm really sucking up, but thank you very much. Fantastic.
We have to keep looking though. We have to keep looking.
Keep looking. You see any more art?
That one is good. The Ogre Magi is good.
We got an Ogre Magi. Oh, the screen. They were showing somebody on the screen. That is good art right there.
That is really good.
Oh!
That one is really good. That one is really good, but I have one particular sign in my mind right now.
You do?
Yeah. Can you zoom into like the regular seating, row 2 with the
You're calling a dude out. You're Babe Ruth in it. Row 2, regular seating. What are you looking for?
Dude, you gotta see that. There's a Terrorblade up there.
Oh, you scouted out. He saw a Terrorblade he liked. Let's see if we can find that Terrorblade with a camera. I hope so. While the camera's looking for it, let's see if we can see anyone else around you. Yeah. Oh my God! That is pretty good.
I swear that took like maybe 5 months to draw. Oh my God, it's really good. How could you do that?
I don't know. Perhaps we will be able to ask him. Now, I need you to make a very difficult choice. You have to pick. We've seen some beautiful art. I need you to pick somebody.
Okay, so I saw Ogre Magi, I saw Meeple, I saw TA, but that Terrorblade got to win. Congratulations, my man. You win the DSR drop on this one, Terrorblade guy. Run and come.
Run! Sir, come down or go! Go quickly, come to us! Run! Get up! Get up and run for your life! If you don't run fast enough, I'm giving it to the Ogre Magi! No, okay, he's coming. He is on his way, we were gonna get there, but sir, it has been so wonderful working with you this entire time. While our guest comes to collect their box, this might be the last time that we have you on camera, so I did want you to have a moment to say anything you wanted to say. This is your microphone, take it.
Okay, so before anything, I would like to thank DSL for taking me here for free, for expenses, to let me experience this SEA crowd that never disappoints. Malaysia, can I have your voice right now? Woo! Yeah, and for the first time in 3 majors, we have new finalists. So may the best team wins. Let's go!
Let's go! All right, we have our Terrorblade winner. Welcome. Beautiful art. How long did this take you?
20 minutes.
Oh, okay. You don't have to be like that, dude. No one in here can draw that in 20 minutes. What's your name, by the way?
My name is Justin.
Are you ready for your DHL drop?
Yes, sir.
All right, we will take your Terrorblade from you, please. Gentle. Keep that. Don't let him have it back. I want it. All right, here we go. Open your box. What is inside? Oh, there's some crate. Oh, hey, we got couriers. I'll hold it for you, my friend. Show the camera. We got a beautiful courier. Wonderful red courier. The red panda. Oh! That's my baby.
We have a Lena.
Ooh! The Lena. Oh!
A Wind Ranger.
Wow, there's a trash can behind you if you want to get rid of that. Oh,
a hoodie.
A hoodie. Woo! Thank you for that incredible celebration of woo!
A mouse pad. Woo!
Thank you. And one thing at the bottom. A mouse.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll put all your stuff back in your box. Congratulations on winning the DHL drop. honor, pleasure. Thank you for your fantastic art skills. I will be keeping your Terrorblade for life. Oh, can we have this?
Yes, you can.
I'm gonna give it to you, my friend. You wanted it so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank for your incredible work, by the way. Thank you. You deserve that.
All right, well, I think our boy said it best. We are getting ready for the grand final, so may the best team win. And I want to be able to let you do the true hosting job. Can you please throw it to a break for us?
Okay, so stay tuned for the finals of ESL One Kuala Lumpur's Azure versus Gaming Gladiators. May the best team wins. Woo!
Right after the break. Thank you.
시작하면 되는 걸 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진 걸 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 밝게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자
It is grand finals time here in the MyTech Arena, Kuala Lumpur. You're watching ESL One Kuala Lumpur 2023, and we are in for a best of 5 with Gaming Gladiators. Surprise, surprise, in the grand finals once again. And a new challenger in Azure Ray, who has said on stage they will attempt to take Gaming Gladiators down this time. And there have been a lot of teams that have tried to take them down, so we'll see how far Azure Ray can take it this time. I'm joined by BSJ, by Kezu, by Effie. Good evening, everyone. Effie, how are you doing this evening?
I am doing so great. I am just so excited. We're finally getting something different. We're getting a different kind of grand finals. I'm so happy to see Azure Ray have learned from the losses yesterday. They've shaped it up, and it's going to be exciting, Brian.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm not a professional actor. When my co-star goes off script, I'm kind of done. So I don't have anything meaningful to say. Kezu?
Okay, let's see. Every time I have a pre-opinion about how the next day will go, it's fully wrong. I thought Azure Ray would get clapped by Liquid just now, but once I saw the third game draft, I was very hopeful for them. Honestly, I was very impressed. I feel like beforehand it was always like they're a little 50-50, but just now, I feel like these are the type of games that you need to win. They will push you forward. Maybe you reach the state where you feel like, we can win any game. At some point, teams, they get this state, and I hope for them that maybe this last series gave them just that.
Yeah, yesterday's series, Azure Ray definitely was having a rough time, but they overcame it, and here this morning, they looked unstoppable towards the end, so really curious to see what they have cooked up for this best of 5 grand finals. We're going to focus our attention on the teams. We're starting off with Azure Ray. They are the challengers in this case, and it's Low, it's Tianming, it's XM, XXS, and CQ, and I want to just point out that it feels like forever, Kezu, that there has been a Chinese team in a best of 5 grand finals.
Yeah, and even now, maybe out of the 3 Chinese teams we had at this tournament, I don't know if people would have expected them to make it, but yeah, I'm happy to see something new, see China rise to the occasion again. We all know they have great players, even with some maybe not newcomers, but not as veteran as others with XM, Lou as well standing, coming in and doing super well. Tianming, I feel like they've all performed so damn well already at this tournament.
Yeah, and Kazu, come on, we knew it. We knew it from day one of group stages, watching Azure in their groups, how they played. Something is special about this team. There's just something working out for them that is a step ahead every other Chinese teams. And I'm not really sure what that X factor is, but it seems like this combination of players just works so well together. And I just want to give a special highlight to XM, who has won a lot of hearts recently, ours included, because he's been busting out these disgusting mid picks, like this Viper, and then confidently going on an interview and saying, well, they didn't know about my Viper. Other people would have banned it. It's their fault. Why didn't you ban my Viper? And that's just hilarious, right? He plays disgusting heroes like Razor, like Viper. He brought out the mid bounty hunter today. So I am looking forward to seeing what kind of mid lane matchup we're going to get in Azure versus Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, and I don't know if you did it on purpose, but X Factor, there are 3 players with their X in
I
the
thought
name.
the same thing.
But maybe that's just exactly what they needed. And the last time we did have a Chinese team in the grand finals, it was in Malaysia. In ESL Malaysia 2022, it was Aster on the main stage, and it was XM in the grand finals as well. So he gets that back-to-back. And the time before that, when it was the Arlington Major, it was Xingqiu who was in the best-of-5 grand finals both of the times. The team didn't make it through, neither Aster nor LGD, so maybe they can make some history here today on Azure. And there is a little bit of, I bet there's maybe a lot of bit of grudge. I don't know. Okay, Kazu, I'm going to rely on your player expertise here because Azure, they got worked at TI by Gaming Gladiators. They got eliminated on 4th place by Gaming Gladiators. And like, is some of that, I know there's only 2 same players, but is some of that, like, does that stay? That grudge?
A little bit, but my grudge would more so stay from yesterday, because they got clapped harder than anyone I've seen at this tournament, and that is something that you have needed to address now for the next match coming up, because if you're not ready for a Gaiman's draft or their early game rotation, where they're going to be 4 heroes in your safe lane at minutes 6 to 9, if you're not ready, your early game, bye-bye.
And not just that, versus a team like Gaiman, who are an entirely different beast, if you make that one mistake, things can snowball out of control so quickly, like we saw yesterday, especially when they had that Quinn Slardar draft. It felt so fine, it felt so even, up until one team fight snowballed everything out of control. So Azure have to be on their toes if they're going up against Gaming Gladiators today.
I feel like it's so easy in Dota to get in your own head and feel like this game's impossible to win, there's nothing we can do. And I felt remnants of that from Azure in the beginning of the Liquid series today. They just looked a bit like they were lacking the confidence to believe in themselves to take meaningful games in a meaningful portion of a tournament. And I think that was remnants from Gaming Gladiators clapping them, like you said. But I think that the series we just saw, like we saw them revived, rejuvenated, and ready to bring their A game to Gaming today.
Yeah, and bringing your A game today is very much needed. Gaming Gladiators, you know, I remember that at Lima Major, was standing on a panel where Gaming Gladiators was in the finals, and I was like, okay, you know what? For the majority of this squad, this is the biggest thing they've ever played in, and they continued playing every single grand finals almost. Since then, they have played in 6 grand finals in 2023 and won 5 of them, and it is insane the success rate they have in a best of 5. And that is an entirely different beast to tackle, Afi.
Of course, and let's not forget that grand finals that they didn't win, the 6th one was TI, in which they got 2nd place, which is no feat to frown upon. 2nd place TI is incredibly impressive, especially if you look at their track record from the previous year. But this team is no stranger to the grand final stage. This is where they thrive, this is where they excel, and this is where they're going to have a step above all other teams in terms of experience right now. So they definitely have the edge moving into this grand finals, but I am looking to be surprised.
Yeah, what they have, I think, above any other team, well, being the best, is this feeling of we can win any game. Like, they will always trust each other, they know what to do, they can rely on each other, even if they probably don't even think, oh, in the middle of the game, this hero isn't good enough, our draft, whatever. This doesn't even cross their mind. It's more like, next move is this is how we can win. We know exactly what we need to do, and Azure, I hope that they can copy that with this confidence and momentum from the last series, because you need it.
There was an interview with Gaiman, I remember, at the Bali Major, where they just said, it's on everybody else to beat us. And yeah, they fell in Riyadh, and they got 2nd place TI, which is still very impressive, but There's just something to be said about this team, and I was going to think the same thing about they can take any game off of you. That's key in their lower bracket run at TI at Riyadh, but it's also key in these best of fives where any single game can go from the momentum shift of 1-0 in favor of the other team to 3-1 gaming.
Yeah, and there's a reason why they kept the same roster after TI, right? They looked at themselves and they said, we've had a great year.
Yep.
There's nothing to fix, really. Only small things to tweak, and tweaking is what they've done in this tournament. During the group stages, during that first day, they looked a little bit off, not entirely themselves, but they were able in that one day to sit down, look at the games together, identify what went wrong, and they went into game 2 looking like they're in their top form. So this team, in terms of how to adapt to their gameplay mistakes, they do it so quickly, quicker than almost any other team we've seen.
Yeah, there was an interview earlier this week with Celery, and the question was, you're staying with the same team. How do you keep your motivation, your ambition up? Because you've almost achieved everything in the past year. And he was saying, okay, you know what? We talked with each other, had a good conversation, and the reason why they are on top is because all of them, every single player, loves the grind, the work that you need to put in to be on top and to remain on top. And so they also didn't want to have a relaxing couple of months after TI. No, they wanted to dive back into it, Kezu. They basically continued where as if they never had a break at all.
No, absolutely, and I fully agree with Mira's point. They're so good at adapting. I feel like they had this one kind of, I would like to call it a cringe game against Team Street where I saw them do something they generally don't do, where they don't help each other in the game. And I think from that point onward, in every game, I just see them make good moves, help each other in the draft, help each other in the game. And every game, I see a very similar move that Azure need to be ready for. Between minutes 6 to 9, the 4 is going to go mid, the 5 is going to go mid. They're going to smoke to top to ace. The Raju is going to play safe. He's going to look at the gate, and suddenly, 5 heroes, hello, at the enemy carry. If you're not ready, you're either losing your carry and your tower, or you're losing your tower for free. So you need a response, or I'll say it again, bye-bye early game.
I mean, they experienced this yesterday. Surely there's going to be a response.
Surely. Yeah, they better have it.
And you know what's sometimes stronger than love? And that's hate. And you know what Gaming Gladiators hates? Losing. These guys are, in Dota it's easy to say, those 10 wins and then that one grueling loss can just erase your memory, and I think that that's the type of memory that this team has, is they will take that just pure, I would say, devastation almost from one single loss and turn it into, okay guys, what can we do to make sure this never happens again? I feel like this team, like you said, they do the same things to these teams over and over again, but I don't see them ever have repetitive mistakes or repetitive type losses, and that's the adaptability that I think Mira was talking about.
Yeah, and it is true, Brian, that you mentioned that they do the same thing to these teams over and over again. They're always grouping up, they're always balling as 5. After that laning stage, they just position themselves aggressively, they take advantage of their auras, their pipes and whatnot from Ace, their solar crests coming out of Celery, and they just don't allow the enemy to step into their side of the map without a fight being taken. And that is what Azure fell victim to yesterday. The question is, I'm sure they prepared for their series versus Liquid today, but they also had to take the extra step to prepare versus Gaimin in case they did win. And what does that extra step look like? Liquid and Gaimin do have a very similar playstyle, but map movements of Gaimin are different.
Yeah, luckily they had a little bit of a break in between the lower bracket finals and the grand finals that we're going to witness very soon. I also just want to highlight that yesterday we had a coach interview at the start where, it was said, Gaimin 2023, your year. 2024 is coming, though. And now this has me questioning, is okay, are we going to end 2023 strong with Gaimin still on top? Or is it actually seasons that we count, whereas this is the start of the new season, so, December last, the, details, first event of the season means maybe it's time for a new reigning champion in Azure Ray. We're going to have to wait and find out. I think it's time for us to start talking about the players a little bit more in depth, because, we mentioned a little bit about the hero pool of XM, but what about playstyle? Because I want to talk about this mid lane in relation to Quinn, because when you're talking about the disgusting green heroes, let's call them like that, Quinn normally goes a little bit of a different style, Kezu, but he is still very aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like Quinn is probably the most aggressive mid laner just by nature. If he's also talking about their map movements and how they're going to step into your areas, he's the best at taking his early laning station, then poking into your jungle, poking into your triangle, looking, okay, where's this carry? I'm going to ruin his game. So I think he does that very well, but I would say if XM can get a decent matchup mid, he's very good at playing heroes that stop your tempo, which I think is exactly what you need against Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I love that point. Just to add on to it a little bit, I remember Quinn during the days of Quincy Crew. He would just solo invade the enemy jungle as an Ember Spirit and play 1v3 while his team farmed for 20 minutes. So he definitely had his trial by fire playing on that team, and he learned a lot that he still brings into this new team. But in XM's case, I would honestly want to look more at the supports, because the way you play versus Gaming Gladiators is how well can you bring your two supports mid to play into Gaming Gladiator supports who you know are going to rotate mid and play around Quinn at a certain moment. And honestly, that was also part of the reason why Azure looked so bad versus Gaming Gladiators the other day. They couldn't match the support rotations mid. So when you talk about mid lane matchups, you also have to talk about who's enabling them.
Yeah, and we saw something similar happen in Game 2 versus Liquid, where they were down by 7K, and they ended up taking that game. But I don't think Gamin's going to make the same mistakes that Liquid did. That allows them back in the game. So I think it's even more important for this series, as you mentioned, Mira, that Azure, you can't give Gamin that lead that you gave last series, because 15 minutes in, if you're down 5-6K, that game is just going to suffocate you and end the game in the next 10.
Yeah, and when you're talking about supports that have to rotate mid, I want to talk about the position ones, the carries, because the Racho is kind of used. I feel like sometimes being left alone. But Low, he might have to get used to that. From a carry perspective, Brian, that seems like a pretty precarious situation there.
I wanted to talk about Low. I've become a Low fan throughout this tournament. First, I did an interview with him, and he's actually a really, really funny guy. It's hard to know the personalities of someone who speaks a foreign language until you get a translator in the case. But also, this guy was playing Ursa against Veno, and he's like going through the Twin Gate level 4 and killing Mickey on Monkey King, and then like 2 minutes later, he's running mid at the 6-minute rune. So this guy's he's quite familiar with having to be active as a carry when the game calls for it. But then he also plays Luna in that last game, and he's playing a hard farmer, and he's all about hitting those timings. I think this guy's incredibly versatile, and I love watching him play, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he performs on the big stage.
Yeah, he's no stranger to playing aggressive carries, because when you watch Azure, I feel like we've seen two versions of Low, right? Where he sits back and farms, plays those Naga Sirens, plays for the late game. And we've seen him play carries like the Ursa and the Lifestealer, where he just goes through the Twin Gate, rotates, and plays early. And on top of that, we've also seen him get completely crushed by Gaming Gladiators during the group stages when he played into Ace's Lone Druid and he was playing Lifestealer. He had no game. He was 2K net worth behind the Lone Druid at minute 7, and he made a comeback. He actually won that game. He somehow found gold on that map and made it through. So I do have a lot of faith in Low as a player who can play in these difficult circumstances.
Yeah, and I think those games where, as Mira's mentioning, you're jungling level 2 Lifestealer, you can come back and win the game, and just now the game you had against Liquid, these are the type of games that can really just transform your entire team, but most importantly, every individual's mindset on, we can do it.
Mm-hmm. We can do it. I'm looking around here at the MyTech Arena, and I see a lot of people just, some are still searching for their seats. I see a lot of people are realizing what's happening, and they have actually left their seats for that very purpose. Because Grand Finals is special, especially here in Malaysia, because the crowd is amazing. And we want to give some extra love for that. And I think it's about time. I think it's about time, Malaysia, and everybody watching us online as well, to start this Grand Finals here at ESL One Kuala Lumpur 2023 in style.
A lifetime of vigilance over the streams of fate. Who wouldn't indulge in a little mischief? Again, and once again. The temptation was too strong. After all, it took just a little nudge at the right time. Stared into the abyss. Let me try that. Or maybe an idea that no one else could have foreseen. Gather round. Sometimes the mischief involved a simple slam. Echo slam. I shall resist. Now, fate is in your hands.
The last hope of China. Once doubted, now feared. They said this region was cursed to never win another grand final. But now, they are here to prove that they will rise above that fate. Ladies and gentlemen, Azure!
From the moment these 5 players set foot in Malaysia, it seemed destined that they'd end the year one more grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, the most dominant team of 2023, Gaming Gladiators!
We didn't play in front of the crowd like for a long time since TI, but it feels really nice. I'm happy that we are here.
就感觉粉丝都很热情，然后在线下和在那个小组赛感觉确实不太一样，就是在线下会更有激情一点。
I think Azure team is really good, but not against us. They looks like shit, to be honest. I think we're gonna destroy them 3-0 in the grand finals without getting any troubles.
能杀进决赛，在我们来之前，就是想的话还是挺意外的。虽然我们在圣决输给你们，但是我们会再杀回来，会拿到属于我们的冠军。虽然这个比赛没有雪碧，但是我们会像雪碧在 TI 决赛上那样把冠军从你们面前拿走。你们将止步于决赛。
Remac crushes there, they're ready to go again. They get the vacuum on towards the two of them. Agnem gets completely shredded. Diracho heads in and takes out Jianming. Azure on the retreat, long tag in a couple of hands. It's over. GG is called. Gaming Gladiators absolutely stomping Azure here in this game one. Diracho ending with another ultra kill.
Yeah, they found a great target, but low. He's got the BKB up. In fact, he's going to go for the man fight. There's your Doom out. They fought. Steeler with behind Steeler. It's not looking too good. And StingQ just creating absolute havoc in the middle of the fight. There's 3 down. No buyback.
Thank you everyone, especially crowd, for watching and cheering for us. It really helps us and it's really nice to see when people are screaming our team name.
我们将在总决赛的舞台上再次证明自己。现在我们从败者组杀回来了，我们会在决赛上击败你们。
MyTech Arena, are you ready for a grand final? Gaming Gladiators and Azure, they've taken their seats and they are ready for battle. And I think after hearing some of the words from the video, Brian, I think we need to address that because Diracho, I don't know, there's a very fine thin line between balance and cockiness. Between confidence and cockiness.
That was about the most left-handed comp it had me in the first half. He's like, they've been a really good team, except for when they play us, we make them look like trash. I mean, that's quite a statement to make going into a series, and let's see how it plays out, I guess.
He said shit, Brian.
Well, I was trying to
That's what he said.
you know, trying to be civil here.
I don't know if you could get any more hyped after that ceremony, and then you see the enemy team, the dude literally just blast your ass saying you're garbage when you play against them. We're gonna see some damn good Dota today because they've got some fire under their ass now.
Let's be fair, we love a little bit of friendly banter.
Yeah.
That's what makes Dota such a great esport. There's no way he meant it in any kind of malicious intent. And let's be real, when they played against Gaming Gladiators yesterday, they didn't look too hot.
Yeah, facts. Dude is just a beast.
Kind of facts, but today, they are on the up and up. So I hope Gaming Gladiators came into this with the utmost respect for their opponents today.
Yeah, and we saw earlier this week already, Gaming Gladiators was on the receiving end of Azure's wrath as they were in the same group together, and Azure smashed Gaming Gladiators, but that feels like light years ago with different Gaming Gladiators, almost definitely a different patch. So who knows what's going to happen here. I do know that Gaming Gladiators for this first game of this best of 5 will be Radiant in second pick, where Azure is Dire in first pick. We got the bans already going in. There's actually one role we haven't really touched upon before this, and I do want to still do that a little bit before we get into the actual picks. But Brian, the offlaners, we got Ace. We've talked about him so much during this entire year because he's been a pillar for Gaming Gladiators. How does XXS match up against him?
I'll say for Ace specifically that this guy will buy some regen item in the lane and he will walk at you. And before, that was Vanguard, and now it's Veil. I believe they already whipped that out against Azure yesterday. And for on the side of XXS, you know, I'd say he's more of a versatile offlaner in terms of the way that he plays the game. You know, we saw like the Visage Summons type that's similar to the way Ace likes to play, but then we saw the Primal Beast in Game 2 versus Liquid. So he's not afraid to be active, he's not afraid to fill different roles on this team. I do believe Gaimin is much more formulaic with what role each core plays in the scaling of their draft and on the map. While on the other hand, I think XXS, you know, he's more adaptable to what is going to enable his other two cores, especially those weird wonky picks coming out from XM.
Yeah, I would say that they're both the pillars of the teams, like respectively XXS's Mars, his Magnus, whatever you throw him on. You know, this guy is damn good. Like when I look at two offlaners, there are definitely two that will come to mind.
And not just that, he's a player you want on your team in these high pressure, high stress environments because he is a clutch LAN player. I remember around this time last year when it was ESL Genting, he was the reason that Aster were able to make it so far. I mean, amongst how well they played, but he was just constantly delivering on his enigmas, going for these black holes, playing from a net worth deficit and making his team feel like they could win. And when you pair that player with a player like Zinq, who naturally has all of the confidence and all of the happiness, it does make for a very good team environment right now.
No, that's a beautiful point. Like, you need clutchness. If you don't have clutchness, you're not going to get to the grand finals. You're not going to be able to win a grand finals because there are those moments you only have a splinter of a second, half a second to make this decision, to tell your team exactly what to do. Sometimes you can't even make the call, you just have to do it on the spot. And I think XXS and Ace, they both deliver every time.
To add on to that a little bit, I'll be a little fair. He was hitting a lot of clutch black holes last year, but he also missed a few. But the ones he hit brought them back into the game.
You hit some, you miss some, you know.
That's how it goes.
I will say that both these teams, it's no shocker that since they're in the grand finals, they've had some signature heroes with really high win percentages. I've seen Phoenix get banned against Azure Ray pretty much every game of these playoffs, and that's because it's 5-0. They've won every single game this event with it. And on the other side, you know, Quinn picking a fake hero, Pangolier, they've 3-1 with this. This is a hero that got, I'd say, significantly buffed in C7.35. It feels like that shield crash being reduced in cooldown based on the level of his ultimate without the talent really increases his potency in the mid game. It also extends the duration of his rolling bolt or rolling thunder. I feel like what it also does is it really just gives Gaimin everything they want to do in the mid lane. We talked about both supports collapsing. I think Pangolier is the best hero to do that right now. Low cooldown, skirmishing, didn't get nerfed by all of the heart nerfs and all the other common items for the other aggressive mid laners like Primal, Earth Spirit, Earthshaker, etc.
And it's a great hero versus Phoenix, right? Because Phoenix hates playing against these mid laners that can get on top of him and force his dive, force his egg. Because Phoenix is a hero that needs to sit back and wait for the perfect opportunity to cast his spells. But Pango is a natural opponent of such a playstyle.
Yeah, and I think it's, you both mentioned it already, I'm pretty sure it's Gaimin's best hero. It's the easiest hero for them to play around the mid. They have made CM look so damn good. I'm not surprised they pick it up again. The mana region, the early movement around, playing against mobile heroes, having Frostbite. As Azure, I like that they had a swap up in the draft now. Instead, yesterday they first picked up Primal. Now, this time around, they wait longer. It has more purpose. It's good against the Pango. And I think later down the road, Gaming Gladiators already should perhaps be aware of a hero such as Faceless Void. When I see Pango, I want nuclear answers. A hero like Primal is good, but not enough yet.
Yeah, we got a Rubik picked up now as well by Azure Ray. They seem to be pretty comfortable in this draft, but so does Gaming Gladiators. I feel like both teams are getting kind of what they want. Maybe a little bit more so Azure Ray than Gaming Gladiators, purely by going off of how much bonus time Gaming Gladiators has been forced to use thus far.
I mean, they're definitely very comfortable on their Phoenix openers, they're comfortable on their Primal Beast, and Rubik is a hero who got significant buffs in the last patch, and it shows from his 3-1 win rate in this tournament. But also, it is a Zinq specialty hero. I mean, I remember during TI when he would just say, give them Magnus and give me the Rubik, right? This is a hero that this player is incredibly comfortable on, and that kind of comfort is what you need during a Grand Finals.
Rubik in the games that I've seen has looked honestly quite phenomenal. I wasn't sure how good this hero was going to be, but in the correct games, this hero definitely pops off. I think Gaming Gladiators' best carry pick right here. Alchemist, they play it so well, it gives you a secondary initiate with the Pango, so it's not just only him. You have double minus armor with the Lucky Shot and the Acid Spray and the Ratio. He's going to pop up in your lane. Azure, you got to be ready. Gaming Gladiators, go with the Silencer to combo break. I like it.
Something's got to give. Alchemist 5-0 for Gaimin, Phoenix 5-0 for Azure. Both teams whipping out their signatures. As I think what makes Alchemist so important for them in this tournament is that he hits their timing from the carry roll. A lot of the carries have been slowed down by the item changes like the Mask of Madness and the Maelstroms being a bit more expensive. On the other hand, Alchemist doesn't get slowed down by the jungle nerfs, -2 gold per creep, just because of the fact that Grievous Greed offsets that a lot, and it's going to allow them to really up the tempo of the game, and that's what Gaming Gladiators has been known for. I really like this Lifestealer pick. It doesn't necessarily deal with the Pango that you mentioned, Kezu, but it is really good against these two supports. Once he gets like one Dispel item, he's pretty unkillable until, I would say, maybe an extra Hex, or unless they deal with him with Ace's hero.
Yeah, great points. Brian, I want to add on top of that, just the way that Duraccio has been playing Alchemist has been so pivotal to Gaimin's wins on the hero, because he's typically just farming, right, for the first 10, 14 minutes, but then he joins the fights and he positions himself aggressively. He's farming aggressively. He isn't playing the kind of Alchemist that's, oh, he's on another side of the map where he has to rejoin his team through Boots of Troubles. No, he's constantly within the formation. And that's really been a key part of Gaming Gladiator's success rate, especially with the way that they buy those auras and ace and they're consistently grouping up. Also, that silencer looks really scary for Azure Ray, right? Outside of it countering Phoenix as a hero and making it very hard to play the Firebird, it also counters Rubik, because if there's any good spell for Rubik to steal, Silencer's going to cover it with the Global Silence until that spell is refreshed or something else. And on top of that, if you're depending on this Primal Beast to come in and pulverize for initiation, if this is how you're going to take your fights with an infested Lifestealer in the Primal Base, guess who also counters that? Who counters pulverize? It's Silencer.
Now this is just what I love in drafts. You get the Pango early, you know they're going to counter it, they get the Primal. As Mira was saying, Silencer is just now going to help on to Quinn to help him have a good game. I think both teams are really equipping themselves for like an explosive early and mid game, fighting each other. And I would say both teams are going to be looking at potentially auras, aka even more speedy heroes when it comes to the draft. I would assume that Azure Ray are looking at an offlaner as opposed to a mid. What do you guys think?
I think that the Primal is meant to match the Pango pace in the mid lane, give them like the same amount of playmaking potential that Gaimin currently has. Now, I'm thinking that Gaimin probably wants the aura builder, like you mentioned. I'm looking at Lycan, one of the heroes that Ace loves to play. Doesn't match up too poorly against the Lifestealer. The question is, yeah, Alchemist does decent physical damage, but it's not generally powerful enough to bring down a hero like Lifestealer, who more so is countered by like the Slardars and the Ursas. He needs that extra oomph to be taken down in time, so I'm thinking that if it's a physical damage offlaner that Gaimin goes for, then if it's Azure Ray's hero, we're looking at a hero that's going to mitigate that. Oh, they go, okay, well, everything we just said is now he's picking to dominate the Pangolier in lane. Complete opposite.
I mean, this is one of the things that I respect a lot about XM. Playing these mid heroes that will not only give you a good game, but slow down your opponent. I think Quap fits into that against the Pangolier in the game. I'm a little surprised about the switch up, but I like it. And as for Gaimin, I would be looking at similar heroes. I'm looking at some auras, unless they have some gotcha lane counter, which I wouldn't really know what that is right now.
I like this Queen of Pain a lot to address the nuisance that is the Silencer in Gaming Gladiator's draft. Right, now that you have this Queen of Pain, she's going to target these really susceptible backline heroes like the Crystal Maiden and the Silencer, and maybe she can bait out that Global Silence. After that, you can have the Primal Beast coming back in and having impact in the fight. Just use your Queen of Pain. If the Queen of Pain has a good start on lane and a good game, she can just bait out all of these really important spells from Gaimin, and then Azure Ray can take the fight. So I think the pivot was quite necessary in this draft.
Yeah, this will be the first Queen of Pain played in the MyTech Arena, first one on this patch as well. But we have talked about her because spellcasters like Queen of Pain should be having a better time nowadays, Brian, due to the new items and some patch things happening.
Yeah, my concern for Quap is she's meant to win like the sustain game in the mid lane, like she wants to dagger you and shove you away, but I think even the supports for Gaimin are really good at just chucking nukes at her, and even if they don't kill this Queen of Pain, being able to, like, Queen of Pain doesn't have a way to really defend her tower other than being physically on top of the wave. So I'm a bit concerned in that aspect for, like, just the way Gaimin plays sometimes. It's just a war of attrition. They're just trying to wear you down on the map. And so they do go for the summons hero, but not a hero that I would have expected. What do you guys think of this Broodmother pick?
This is a hero that you always have to have in mind when you're playing against Gaimin, especially in the grand finals.
Ooh, this is quite dirty. I was looking at this type of hero who would give you these auras, but also gives you like a nice matchup. I think Visage Silencer is kind of like there's something wrong about it. I think now you have this melee range, you get these auras, you have the global to back you up. I think it's pretty disgusting, but pretty good for Gaimin.
One thing that's nice about summons heroes is they usually allow the 4 to leave, which is going to allow them to play mid. They're going to also have the option to go to Durachio's lane, because Alchemist is a great carry to contribute to these kill options. And then it's a great hero that's still going to pressure the lane when he's level 6 for Durachio to rotate through. So I think Gaimin's got a lot of good options, and Azure Ray is going to have to be ready.
Also, this Brood is going to pose a lot of problems, right? Because there's only one hero on the side of Azure Ray that can deal with it, and that's the Primal Beast. So Primal Beast is going to have to deal with Broodmother's lane at a certain point, and the 2 supports on the side of Azure Ray won't be able to do much versus this Broodmother. Brood is going to split the map and create chaos in a way that Azure Ray's lineup might not be able to deal with.
Especially like when you pair that, like Brood, most heroes need to defend themselves with spells against Brood. They have a global silence that they can just pop out like that. Suddenly you still kill the Primal. I'm a little afraid for Azure Ray, but I want them to show this early game aggression they did in the last series, and we'll have a banger of a game.
Okay, I'm looking forward to a banger of a game, banger of a series. MyTech Arena, are you ready for a banger of a game? Because I'm going to give you a banger of a caster duo with Cap and SPG.
for the winningest roster in Dota 2 since 2013's Na'Vi, it would be expected that Gaming Gladiators would close out this calendar year with the W. After all, they didn't get to win the biggest tournaments of the year, so they should be able to win the final one. It almost feels like it should be fate, right, Avery?
Yeah, in a way, but there's one team standing in their way. It is Azure, and they have an entire region behind their back. One of the most historical regions in Dota. This would be the first year a Chinese team does not claim a Tier 1 tournament victory. So we are at the edge of a precipice. We are at the edge of Dota history right now. And they're up against the final boss in Gaimin. Azure looking for a return to dominance for Chinese Dota. This is the last chance to make it happen. And damn, is it going to be a very tight best of 5.
Oh, certainly. I mean, the way that Azure came into this through the lower bracket in the first place, they certainly look like a much better team than when they matched up against Gaming Gladiators in that original best of 3 in the upper bracket finals. But we'll see. Gaming Gladiators, Dyrachyo himself said, you know, I just don't think they look that good when against us. So we'll see whether or not Azure can prove them wrong.
I mean, in his defense, who has looked good against Gaimin outside of Team Spirit? Absolutely nobody. So many of their grand finals have been 3-0 sweeps. So many of these runs have been upper bracket dominant runs. This is another upper bracket run for Gaimin. They are undefeated in upper bracket runs going into the grand final. So this truly is a test of fate here for Azure, how much their creativity can thrive, how much their hero flexibility can work. This is a team that picks different lineups every game in every series. They have been the most daring in this patch for sure so far. I mean, mid-bounty hunter. Tells you everything you need to know about what this team is willing to play to get the job done. And I think they're going to have to go deep into the bucket here, right? Like, this is not a team that is unwilling to adapt, unwilling to pick out these niche picks. We already see the Broodmother in a game 1 going back to Ace's wheelhouse. You have to be prepared for everything. You have to be prepared for the tempo. That is the biggest thing that sticks out to me in this series. Can Azure weather the storm in the first 10 to 15 minutes? A tall task against perhaps the most consistent early game team in the history of Dota.
Oh yeah, these guys are absolute monsters when it comes to being able to take the early game. 125 wins to 28 losses if the game ends before 35 minutes. I mean, that says everything you need to know. Gaming Gladiators, you just need to stall it out, and even then, you still only really have a 50-50 chance to beat them.
If you manage to go 40 minutes, okay, you get to play Dota. You get to play an even game now. You have a chance. That is how dominant this team has been. And that has been one of Azure's weaknesses in some of these series, right? Particularly that upper bracket final. I go back to that 2-0. That was a 2-0 that finished in 35 minutes, right? You go out to eat, you come back, the series is gone. So you have to put up a better fight in the first 5 to 10 minutes in the laning phase so you get to play your lineups. That's going to be the biggest test for this team, particularly in game 1, because if you start to lose that momentum early in the series, it can be even more difficult to get it back later. But this is a team that's shown resilience. They have bounced back. They have gotten back here, and they're looking to make a statement.
So the biggest step, just don't lose your lanes against Gaming Gladiators. Azure are focusing on that, and I feel like they've got some pretty good heroes to do that. I mean, Queen of Pain is a lane dominator matched up against a melee mid. That's got to go well. You've got the Lifestealer, who I feel like is a very hard hero to pressure, no matter what your sort of duo is going to be. And then bottom lane, we've got a kill combination of Rubik and the Primal Beast against Crystal Maiden and Alchemist. A chance there for maybe a pick-off sometime on the Crystal Maiden.
Mid lane should be very good for XM, but these side lanes, they could be difficult over the long run. I mean, last pick Brood, there's not much you can do about it, but that has also been a bane of Chinese Dota since as long as I can remember, right? Yeah. You get last pick Brood cheese, it's a tough one. And we've seen this Alc main lane just decimate people the entire tournament. It's a lane that Gaimin are very comfortable playing on perhaps Dyrachyo's most successful carry hero. There's not a lot that survives just the early spell spam. You're giving the mana across the board later on, but early Frostbite under the Acid Spray is just pretty nasty. So as long as Azure go even here, I think they're going to be happy in almost any of these games.
Sure.
Like, they don't have to win the lanes. They just have to not lose them.
And a big point of contention has got to be the runes, which is where Quinn is going to try and make its recovery against a Quap who should be, you know, constantly keeping him low. And we've seen how much Gaming Gladiators love to be able to rotate into that mid lane to give Quinn as much of a game as possible.
That is one of the big things I want to see Azure counteract this series. Do not let XM just get outnumbered in these rune fights or these early skirmishes. You need supports that can match the rotations coming out from gaming. It is one of the things that's given them a pretty substantial edge. You know, everybody talks about Quinn's lane dominance. All right, this guy is probably the best mid laner in the world in terms of the lane mechanics, right? I think it's pretty out there at this point. But the biggest thing is they turn that lane dominance into momentum on the map by combining the supports at the power runes, at the siege creeps, getting damage into the tower, getting wards behind the tier 1. All this snowballs off that lane victory. The lane victory is not what just catapults them into a monstrosity of elite. It's the support rotations you have to think about.
And who better to shut him down than China's one of their youngest talents in XM.
And we'll see if he can continue to pop off.
Dyrachyo is going to turn around, get some good damage onto XXS, so both of them going down to about half.
And hey, so far, I mean, 0-0, that's a win for Azure Ray in my book, right? Maybe not the most exciting start, but they're getting to play the lanes, they're getting farm on everybody. Big question for me is how this top lane progresses in terms of, we haven't seen Broodmother in a while, right? And this used to be a hero that just automatically kicked a lot of carries out. I don't think Lifestealer is a hero that stands against the level 6 for Brood. So in theory, this is a lane that Ace is going to give a lot of freedom to Tofu on. Perhaps look for the rotations off the silencer, get some more skirmishing in, but how long can Low stay up here? And does Low go for some kind of move on Lifestealer? Because it's not a carry that traditionally was going to go through the gate and gank anybody. So if he just goes back to the jungle, I mean, I'm getting flashbacks from some of those Low Lifestealer games early in the tournament. This is definitely not as bad as, you know, jungle level 2, but you don't want to end up in a similar position where you lose so much of your camps early to this Broodmother just taking over the map, and Ace gets that backstab in the tier 1 mid. That is what he's looking for. Kick Low out, take his tier 1, get in Azure Ray's jungle, and backstab mid. That's always been the game plan with this hero since, I mean, basically since they overhauled it.
I guess one thing I do like about the Lifestealer is that you know Dyrachyo is probably going to make that kind of move through the gate at some point in time, and Lifestealer is one of the heroes that it is tough to put that pressure on him. Looks like Tianming's going to go for the first blood here, trying to hit Tofu. Oh no, the Fire Spirit didn't land it, and now he's going to be... Oh, the first blood goes on the other lane. Okay, XXS bailing him out there, getting that first blood bounty just in time, and the little bonus here, an Unstable Concoction self-explosion there for Dyrachyo.
Huge good trade-off on this bottom lane. They were getting spammed down, but they just reaching up, going the all-in on the Crystal Maiden. That's the weakness of the hero. Lowest HP pool of any starting hero in Dota. You got to take advantage of it and get that all-in kill when you can get it, and that's a big first blood. Did end up going to XXS as well, so that's the hero they wanted it on here, as opposed to the Rubik. Really going to help them combat this spam lane. And that's extra salves going out on game inside. So some of this net worth that the Alex extracting, getting cut back down, and
immediately back into it. Dyrachyo, Unstable Concoction. They're going to make a TP rotation here. Tofu's going to show up. Oh, okay. That is not quite what they wanted there. Xinkyu making it so XXS misses out on Onslaught hit. Either way, it's a good thing that XXS used it to get away in the first place. Again,
he was worried about the silencer teleport that was coming in from Tofu. So yeah, Azure Ray's still happy with that trade. They got the teleport out of Tofu. He's going to have to walk back top. So this is a win for top. This is more time that Low gets to stay up here. It's better contest on the 6-minute power rune right now, which is coming out. All 4 supports going towards this mid lane. They do not want to give Quinn any sort of advantage here. It'll be Arcane into XM's pocket. A big win here, especially for a hero that can take advantage of it with Sonic Wave. You could be looking at some skirmish, some TP to a side lane, Sonic Wave one of these cores, and then have it up again in like 70 seconds.
Seriously, that's got to be like one of the best runes to get your hands on at this 6-minute for a Quap.
We're starting to see Ace assert a little dominance here. Double Wraith Band into early glove band. I mean, it's going to do it, right? Base damage is just skyrocketing here for him on top of the Insatiable. Yeah. So again, clock, I do feel like the clock is ticking for Low unless Azure Ray are willing to commit ganks up here, which could come from either of the other 2 cores. Not out of the question.
Yeah, I guess the biggest one would be, you know, Primal Beast. Pretty good at being able to match against Broodmother, right? You both got the lane clear as well as the mobility to actually get on top of the Broodmother in the first place.
And I'm sure that's something we'll see them force in the mid game, right? Yeah. Put XXS against Ace at certain points, just alleviate some of the pressure. Even if you don't kill him, if you can control some of the map, it's going to free up your other heroes to play where they want. Ace continues to poke Low, but has yet to force him off the lane. And I mean, this feels okay right now. Again, you have counter rotations that can come out from the Queen of Pain. It can come out from the Primal Beast. All the teleports are up for Azure Ray right now. Celery, again, getting gone on bottom. It's
oh yeah, he's going to get bursted. All right.
That's opening this lane up as Dyrachyo got forced into the jungle, which, you know, Al's definitely not sad about this, but he's not level 6 yet. So.
Dude, he's so low. Oh, the Sonic Wave off the mark there. He wanted to be able to push back this roll, which is threatening to kill him here, and surely he will die. As, yep, Tofu, he'll pick up the last hit there. Thanks for the last word. And Xinkyu, he's making a run for it, but there's nowhere really he can run to, or maybe he can hide. Wow, loops it out outside of their vision, gets the healing salve going. He will stay up, but some of that damage is already done. The Queen of Pain matchup into the Pango. You were supposed to win that matchup, and the hope was you didn't die on the level 6, but somehow they managed to make it happen.
They're gonna go right back onto Xinkyu. Another swashbuckle miss though. This man's just breaking all the ankles early. Will not matter. At least he does not lose some early ends here. Still XM. It's a costly Sonic Wave miss there, but he does have it up again in 35 seconds. If you're going to miss one, it should be the Arcane Room miss, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
But we also saw Quinn play this matchup at TI, if you remember. He preferred the Queen to deal with the Pango in the fights in terms of just throwing the Sonic Wave out and displacing this roll. Yep. Just buying time or space. Another kill attempt bottom. Trying to punish the Alk, but that ult is up now. They have the damage anyway?
Yeah, that burst damage is almost enough. They're going to be able to grab him at the end of the trample. That's good enough. XXS on a killing spree.
Level 4 trample. They actually got the kill off the tower hits. Yeah, why not? I think you get the Greevil's greed as well. This is a smoke gate coming in for XXS, so he should go down here. He just doesn't have the mana to escape.
Yeah, he'll make himself a little bit tankier, but see, Gaming Gladiators, it's kind of their MO. You have to know this is coming. They link the 2 supports up with Quinn and secure power runes, and then they move around and make some kills happen.
Still, I think XXS is happy with that trade, right? You get the gank rotation going into bottom. It's not accelerating the Brood's lane in terms of taking the tower. Low still gets to stay top, and you slow down the Alchemist. So coming out a little bit ahead. It'll buy time for XM to get this Sonic Wave back online. And I think now, if you're Azure Ray, this is where you look towards the Brood. Because this is the point where Ace is going to kick your lifestealer out. He's going to start taking objectives. So if you get the kill on him right here, right now, in like the next minute, it's going to feel really good. But it is the hardest kill to go for.
Fighting him over, Celery actually had a Lotus. It'll give time for Dyrachyo to come in, and oh, the telekinesis throw away. He's still got off the unstable concoction though. The Rubik will die for this. Gaming Gladiators continuing to punish the aggression from Azure Ray in this bottom lane.
XXS opting not to pulverize the Maiden there. Thought they were going to have enough damage. Ends up backfiring. Still lingering around here now. Chemical Rage is up.
He got off Chemical Rage, and this is going to make things really awkward. XXS, he's going to need to find a way to dive out of here before the damage comes, but Quinn completes the TP and helps. 4 heroes of Gaming Gladiators. They are not willing to let this lane go bad. They're going to make sure, oh, and he's trapped in the pit there. Xinkyu and XM have made the rotation. They're going to toss him into the tower, but do they have the damage to finish him off? That Swashbuckle might help. The Sonic Wave he's thinking about now. He's going to Global Silence. Disaster!
I was just about to say, where is XM in all these plays, right? If you're going to fight on one of these side lanes and take the skirmish to game, and you know they're going to bring everybody, you need your Quap to come in and get the backup to secure these kills. Instead, you don't get a Sonic Wave fight out of that. You end up losing the Queen. More intelligence into Tofu's pocket. A beautiful global timing. And Power Runes still doing work for Quinn as that amp damage helps give you the extra burst. So this skirmishing in the last 3 minutes has not worked out for Azure Ray.
No, these are the kind of mistakes you can't afford to make against Gaming Gladiators. It's how they are able to get the momentum to run you over in 30 minutes in the first place.
I mean, you blink and they're already up 4K, right? Now, some of that is Alchemist. Can't really prevent it. These are the costly moves that are going to make that mid game that much harder. This will be the rotation from low, however, as he is going to make this gate move with the lifesteal. Early armlet done. He got to sit up there for a long time. Azure Ray do not want to let Dyrachyo sit down here. This is their MO.
This is going to be a bit of a stretch, though. Hard catch. Celery just enough to make sure that they can reset. Now they have 2 cores in this lane and can't even immediately pressure the tower. Meanwhile, Ace is, I mean, he's living life up here.
Oh, a little swashbuckle to clear the spider lane. That'll help Xinkyu CS total. Gotta pad those fantasy stats, you know.
Yeah, he's got to get the network to keep up with these Gaming Gladiators.
That too. I mean, XM does, man. He's the one suffering right now. You look at this net worth chart. He's almost behind Tofu. This is a level 7. This is almost a level 8 silencer. It's almost a straight out net worth out leveling him at this point.
Yeah, considering the fact that you're matched up against the silencer, Queen of Pain being behind like this has got to be terrible.
Yeah, it's not where you wanted this pick to be, right?
Yeah, you needed to be able to have the levels and items to be just a little bit sturdier, right? XXS, he'll charge through those spiders to help out Jin-Q.
This catch is just not that easy, though. The Brood's so damn fast in the webs. It's honestly hard to hit these onslaughts unless you're coming out of fog or the hero's already stunned. So the catch for Azure on the Brood, I just feel like it's not going to be there this game. You're going to have to give Ace what he wants in a sense, which is why I think they were trying to focus Dyrachyo, kill the easier target, the less mobile target on the map. It's just, when those plays don't work, now you're caught between an Ogre and a Brood Mother, and they're siphoning off the two sides of the map right now.
Yeah. It felt like they were trying to do it too efficiently with too few heroes. But the problem is that Alchemist is a hero that can actually fight back nowadays.
And you know they're going to respond. No, Quinn is happy to make those counter rotations. It's what these two supports excel at. They're actually better at making the counterplay than the aggressive move because you have Global, you have a max level Frostbite that can easily lock heroes down.
And there's a big problem. Supernova has to be used because he can't really dive away.
Might live.
And the explosion does not go off in time. Ace had just enough attack speed to make it work.
That Global actually secures the egg because Jin-Q was holding on to lift there. He was trying to bait it in as long as possible. Again, the two Globals here from Tofu have been very impactful so far, and that's that Brood backstab. Ace doesn't even really have to commit in for the tower. It's just gone as a consequence. Map is completely open now. 7K gold lead at the 14-minute mark. This is where we've seen Gaming be consistently with these Alchemist lineups. Why they're so terrifying, because Dyrachyo's going to get to his items faster here than any other core.
Yep.
As long as you have heroes to back them up for these objectives, you're going to be happy to force the issue. A regen rune, not a bad one to pick up either, with that diffusal coming out.
And Lifestealer's just not the kind of hero that's going to be able to combat that mid-game timing where the Alchemist has like 5 slots, right?
No, it comes online later. Where you have some of the anti-healing when you have the open wounds. That's when this matchup starts to get better.
Gaming Gladiators looking already at 15 minutes and looking at maybe even taking a tier 2 as they make a smoke rotation over to where Ace is steadily pushing in that lane. They don't find anybody from Azure just yet.
This is the type of static maps that Azure can create where they put XXS against Ace. It's not a target he wants to go on in a dive situation, even though he has an Orchid. It's a Blade Mail Primal Beast. It's a lot of HP. It's going to reflect a lot of damage. Ideally, Ace wants to find this Queen of Pain. Put this Orchid to use before XM has any sort of defensive capability and just close the map out that way. And we're seeing how deep he's getting right now. This is the farthest camp you're able to take. He's just clearing through it. So the space is getting taken, and meanwhile, Dyrachyo is just having a free-for-all. This lead is going to continue to build very fast if Azure don't want to upset the equilibrium.
Oh, that is the wrong time to be using that onslaught. XXS no longer having the mobility. But steps out just a little bit too far away from his tower. Meanwhile, Blink Dagger is already up from Dyrachyo, and he's going to make a solo play here. Jin-Q did have the shield crash. He needs every little bit of regen he can get, though, and the Chemical Rage will help keep him alive. So does Sonic Wave, but XM, he already had to blink. Can Quinn find him here? Instead, he's going to run into Low, who fortunately has cleared out the Ancients. No farm to steal here.
Another defensive Sonic Wave, though, right? Like, yeah. It's just not doing anything for XM's game. And all it did was bail out a Rubik. It wasn't even really for him. Map has closed in fast on Azure here. I mean, it's just got to come down to Low. I feel like he's the only one having a pretty stable game here, decent pace. He's going to have a fast Radiance if nothing happens to him in the next few minutes. They're going to hop the fight without it. Oh, Sonic Wave for 70. Do you have the burst damage? I mean, there's a global waiting for you, right? It feels like if you charge in here, you get global. It just seems like a disaster.
Yeah, it's a very precarious position Azure is sitting in right now.
Get out, honestly.
At this point,
yeah, that's worth it.
Might be able to kill their push, but Gaming Gladiators want to go for the punish here. But now they are the ones who have overextended, managed to catch the silencer underneath the tier 2 with the glyph going on. So way too much threat there. And sure, it was just a support, but it was a support that was worth a lot of gold. He had a dominating kill streak, so that was worth 950 gold.
That is a big pickup. Put the spiders on top. That's $1,000 move right there.
Yeah.
Not the worst outcome. Aetherland's finished for Jin-Q as well. I mean, if you can ever find Silencer at the start of the fight, that's another way to open it up for XM. Maybe his net worth isn't as consequential because he doesn't have to deal with these annoying disables. But that's a rare find.
Okay. Well, he is just committed to taking that ward.
Yeah, sacrifices his courier in his life. Is that worth? Probably not. But
Probably not, no.
Just never know. They could have lost a disastrous fight on that ward.
A ward that they know is there.
That's right. Maybe it saved them 5,000 gold.
Maybe they forget about it. XM in some trouble here, and he's always going to be in some trouble. Between the Blink Dagger, the Global Silence, the Orchid, he is way too far behind and will continue to be falling behind. It's just inevitable, it feels like. There's no way you dodge all these ganks.
And he's still going for the Witchblade, right? Like,
yeah, I was going to say, where's the BKB?
I mean, you can't blame him. Like, first item BKB co-op, what are you doing in Dota? But it's just getting mega delayed here. Once more shifting the pressure onto low to make this Radiance timing count. Still a pretty decent team fight with this A. If Phoenix can get full Sun Rays off, get the Supernova pop, that's a lot of your damage. It is a way to melt this Alchemist, but the BKB is already up for Dyrachyo, so Demon are probably happy to force a very aggressive smoke fight, especially if Global Silence is up. That's embarrassing. I'm glad. I was like, what is this replay for? But now I understand.
One of the best times for Azure Ray in this game so far.
If that's your highlight reel, you know you're struggling here.
Bloodthorn picked up, and Roshan is free for the taking for Gaming Gladiators, and they're going to make the move, take it now. They don't even need that many heroes for it. Ace does it solo, and Quinn will just show up to take the Aegis.
Yeah, Dyrachyo's not even going to waste his time here because I have creeps to farm. And you can't blame him. He's currently sitting at 800 GPM on this Alchemist before the 20-minute mark. That is terrifying. Your Radiance just finished on Lifestealer, and Dyrachyo's already down here.
Yeah, the Unsettled Concoction is going to stop that TP, no problem. I mean, he can't dive, otherwise, you know, Silence pulls him right back, so his only hope is TPing in any of these situations.
And to me, this has been the best part of this Alchemist strategy for Gaimin. It's how active Dyrachyo is on it. He takes farm on the bottom lane, lingers near his tower, doesn't really upset his other two cores, and then he just moves around the entire map. That's why he's always so damn high level. A lot of times you see his Alex, they're a little low level. He's the highest level in the game at 16 right now. He's just finding everything. And this is going to be a fast Assault Kuros. Might not even need the fight out of the BKB. Just hold on to it here.
It's a fast lot of things at this point.
Yeah.
Aghanim Scepter coming in soon, Tango.
And it'll just be Bloodthorn Rush for Ace. Very interesting idea with the hero.
When you're this far behind on some of your cores, you know they're not going to be getting BKBs anytime soon. The Quap is already delayed enough. Lifestealer likes getting a BKB later into the game. And Primal Beast hasn't, you know, despite his laning success, hasn't managed to, you know, actually get any kills around the map. So he's just rushing straight into the heart. It'll be a long time before BKB is up on him either.
And they're just going to backstab flank and start the fight up on their terms again as Dyrachyo priming the stun to lob not to.
Wise move by Azure Ray, not really showing in this defense.
This was a ward they got off that smoke too, though. It's seen the high ground right now. They see XS sitting here.
They're going to dive into tier 3. Nowhere is safe, it seems. Now, this is a tanky hero to go for, but the Bloodthorn makes him a whole lot easier to bring down.
And this is just high ground. 40 seconds, no Primal. You have a cliff here. But the items are just rolling in way too fast for Gaimin. What's your answer? It's going to have to be a fight around Supernova with Low staying up the entire time. 21 minutes, you are losing a lane of racks. This was the concern in this matchup. Do you get to play a fair game of Dota? You get to play Dota at all.
Azure Ray pretty much left in their last defense already. Maybe it's not even going to be a defense at all. They're just going to give up these buildings, feeling like there's just no way they can beat Gaming Gladiators 5-on-5. They go charging forward now on low. Got off the rage before the Bloodthorn. That certainly helps, but he's got to be careful. Follow-up Silence is already going to be coming in. Sonic Wave doesn't get it off. They do have the egg, but the Silence makes sure there is nothing to stop Dyrachyo as he brings down low. Looks for more now. Supernova stalls up Quinn a little bit. Oh, but they are lined up as Quinn is just going to roll right through him. Now he does lose his Aegis here, but underneath the tier 4s. That's the kind of artillery it takes to force Gaming Gladiators back. They don't even lose a hero for this.
if low goes down, you just don't have the sustained damage in the fight. Sonic Wave will clear out a little bit there, but that is Game In taking a Rax, getting out with 5 heroes at the 22-minute mark. This is a 20k gold lead. I mean, I'm not saying this game is over, but if we go game 2 either way, like, you have to think about this Alchemist, right? They have shown no weaknesses with the hero. It fits everything they want about their playstyle. And you feel bad for Low. I mean, he's trying to start the fight, survive off the Sunray, but there's way too many silences for him to deal with. Globals have been debilitating because the game's so fast. Azure can't get to any sort of dispel or early defensive items to deal with it.
This has to be one of the best silencer games I've seen in a while. It just feels like the Azure can't make any moves happen against this hero.
He's deceptively tanky too. It's hard to go on him. They don't have a real backline jump. No way to burst him, almost 2,000 HP. And Gaming is just gonna walk down another lane. AC finished for Dyrachyo. Not even gonna wait for Ace's next item. He's just stockpiling the gold.
Yeah, no need to wait on Roshan either. I mean, when everybody was waiting for Roshan after Roshan at TI, Gaming Gladiators was the team.
Another deep ward got off the Broodmother. Again, Gaming just see everything here.
Fortunately, they did have a good read there.
Dyrachyo charging up again.
Stunning himself on this one. That's okay.
I don't think there's anything that threatens him in the Chemical Rage outside of him being stuck under Sunray while Lifesteal is hitting him, right? So he can just play very aggressive, play very free, hold the BKB to bail himself out.
Well, this time they're letting XM farm bottom lane so he can try and get to his BKB so he can actually go in, maybe? Even then, I do have to wonder, like, you blink in, there's so many silences, he may be forced to use his BKB and then get globaled afterwards. Then it could be the physical damage that catches him. Jinkyu, good reaction there. Ghost Scepter blocks a lot of that damage, and it is still not enough.
No buyback, down for 40, so you can just swing into top here. You have the wave off mid. Again, Dyrachyo knows how strong he is. No reason to ever leave Azure Ray's base again, basically. Unless you want Roshan, and well, it's not up, so time to take more base. Hard done for XXS. It's got to be an infest play. I mean, this is, you're going down to your last lane. Lucky you still have a tier 1 up bottom, I guess.
Yeah.
They can't get Mega at 25. Got that going for you.
Yeah, they got that timer going, you know, 35 minutes. Can we push past that? I think in 10 minutes time, Gaming Gladiators can probably take that Roshan, take all those towers, and hit high ground again.
According to the statistics, if this game goes another 10 minutes or so, they got a 50-50 chance right off.
Yeah, exactly.
Stats don't lie.
They do not.
BKB done for Ace. More defensive capability coming out, and it'll be an Abyssal for Dyrachyo, the next item of choice.
Though I'm pretty sure Valve's stats also don't lie. 98% for Gaming Gladiators in this situation.
I think that's a little high.
Yeah, what would you give
it? You know, 95. Or
95.
Yeah, it's a little blown out of proportion here. It's not that bad.
Really? Because when is Azure Ray's timing with this lineup? I don't think they actually can challenge Gaming Gladiators this far behind for like another 20 minutes or something.
I mean, there's a couple small power points, right? I think Phoenix Shard's a big one, getting double Sunray off.
Yep, yeah.
I think Low's next item is a big one. Looking to be Manta, extra dispels against the silences. This doesn't look like a bad way to start.
And get the Alchemist down to half health. Sadly, that's all of the health for XXS.
That feels bad right there.
Yeah, Supernova being an integral part of this defense. Global Sound's going to be used as Quinn. Just bashes his head through all of Azure Ray. The swashbuckle and then the follow-up from both Ace and Dyrachyo allows them to get another pick-off, force the rest of the heroes back to the fountain and back to the objective. Now, Chemical Rage is going to wear out here.
Yeah,
they might be able to force Gaming Gladiators away from Megas.
If you have a chance to kill Dyrachyo, it's right now when he has no ult, no BKB, and you have the Infest jump up.
And you've got Stolen Concoction. They're going to go for Ace here. Good bit of burst damage, and it's enough. Finally a kill.
Good choice. Had the BKB up on the Brood, but never gets a chance to pop it. However, the downside of this is you are giving the Chemical Rage back to Dyrachyo I actually thought there's a world where they might just go back in with it here, right? You know there's no Sonic Wave, you know there's no Supernova. How bold is Dyrachyo on this Alchemist right now?
I feel like that would be a little bit of a game through. I know you don't always have to take Roshan before high ground, but...
I'm telling you, this guy has no chill. He's going in here. He does not care that Ace is dead.
They're going to wait for Azure Ray to come into this high ground area where they have this high ground ward. But look at that. They get a ward of their own. Tianming does manage to get up. Telekinesis on top of the unstable concoction. Throws his own stun at the Alchemist. He's being kited out a little bit, but so is XXS. Wasn't able to get the hold that he really wanted off of that one. And Quinn's going to keep him chain stun while Dyrachyo hunts down the bird. Finishes him off. Gets stuck in the mold, but XXS will eventually fall. Quinn has the damage to clean him up. Dyrachyo is able to blink forward and does manage to catch him. Even if he stuns himself, it doesn't matter. The Bloodthorn follow-up from Ace is going to demolish Azure Ray, kick him out of the game, and run down the only strong hero in this game that is low. Forced to use his BKB Rage just to head back to the fountain and will only barely survive off of that regen. GG is Score's 28-minute victory. One of the most one-sided games I've seen in the Grand Finals. Gaming Gladiators start off hot in this best of 5.
Well, if you had an idea about how you wanted to start this series as Azure Ray, all of that immediately goes out the window as, yeah, you lose in tremendous fashion, not a phrase you want to hear often, and are going into game 2 wondering, how the hell do we change this paradigm, right? Because it's been 3 games now for Azure Ray against Gaming where they just haven't gotten to play Dota at all. That's where you have to start. It's not even a discussion of where the picks off, was the gameplay off. It's how do we get to play? Let's start there. Basics 101. Let's survive the first 15 minutes. Let's give XM a chance to cast spells in this game that actually have an impact that get him some golden XP.
I mean, the laning matchup, they did at least get out of the first 5 minutes on like even ground. It was the rotations that came in. Gaming Gladiators were way more successful in their support rotations. And Azure Ray just kept on trying to rotate to that bottom lane.
One of the biggest factors, and one of the ones you need to address as this series goes on to have a chance. You have to win mid lane versus this team. Side lanes are great. They're going to help you fight in the mid game. But if your mid laner doesn't get out of there in a whole, in one piece, like, what are you doing? You have no skirmish power at all.
Gaming Gladiators, just monsters of the year, and they continue to prove their prowess in the playoffs and in the grand finals with a very dominant victory in game number 1. But it is a best of 5. Plenty of chance for Azure Ray to correct their course. I'm sure our panel has some ideas about how to do that.
I have some ideas, my panelists have some ideas, and we're just all together hoping that Azure Ray has some ideas as well going into the next game because, well, that game, I'm just gonna say it, Brian, horrendous. Not good.
Yeah, I learned something though. Oh. The Broodmother with spiders, the Bloodthorn, 60 damage per hit. I thought that was like only on heroes or something, but they killed Roche in like 2 seconds, and that was what I learned that game.
Nice.
I'm glad you learned something. I hope that Azure Ray also learned something. There was a little bit of a skill diff, I think, going on in the mid lane. We'll touch on it more later. It happens. But I think this game, after like 7, when Quinn does this play mid where he dodges Sonic Wave with the roll, then they get the kill against the Queen who's maxing Dagger. Last pick to win the lane, doesn't win the lane. This entire game just broke open. I feel like game in side lanes, it didn't. Azure Ray did so well on the side lanes, but it didn't matter. They couldn't do anything anymore.
Yeah, okay, hear me out.
I'm hearing you out.
I'm here.
Azure Ray cannot play into Gaiman's tempo with the heroes that they're currently picking, and you'd think, okay, so they tried something.
Yeah.
It didn't work. I really feel like the hero you should address potentially is this Alchemist. I feel like if you're giving up so much of the map early on and you're playing against an Alchemist, it's almost impossible to make a comeback in the same way that they did versus Liquid in the lower bracket finals. I feel like they just need to take out this hero, and then potentially you can actually play on your team fighting heroes and find those kills.
Okay.
I've identified a hero they cannot look through.
Okay, so you're saying because you need to address their ball so much, it gives so much space to the Alch that you don't want to give them that?
Yes.
I think that's a good point. The only problem I feel is that like you have that problem, and I think that's an amazing point, but then if they have a different carry and you still can't answer their 3-man ball, I don't know what to do. I don't want to be playing against them right now is what I'm saying. I don't know what you need to address because I think it's more than one problem, and that is the problem.
But I think that they are capable of playing into the 3-man ball because they've shown us before that they can play very aggressively. It just feels like if you have this carry from the safe lane that's like 7k net worth ahead of everybody else in the game, what do you do at that point? Especially when the rest of Gaiman have positioned themselves so aggressively. And that's not even talking about this last pick Broodmother that blew the map wide open for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, let's focus our attention a little bit away from Azure Ray and how they struggled here, but more like focus towards Gaming Gladiators and how they just crushed it. They come in, there's this fresh patch, and they're just owning it. They're able to pick up from the previous patch what worked for them, and they're just able to continuously dominate. How is this possible?
I think they're playing a similar style, just with different heroes. You know, they substituted some heroes. You have the Celery CM, always laning well, giving more tempo, going to Quinn, Tofu, who's furthermore enabling him. They go together, they make space for the side laners. I agree with Effie. I think Alchemist is the best carry for the Ratio. It's the best carry for how they play. They give him so much space. I mean, Ace will last pick whatever hero is best for the game. He can play all of them. But I feel like if I have to think about his hero, I'm thinking too far down the line, because the problems are already all before that.
I think it's so much of a lane momentum game on the map. I think the only lane that Azure Ray could potentially get that momentum was in the mid lane. And since Alchemist is naturally going to become very difficult to gank, have a lot of supports playing around him at the 10-minute mark or so, that's going to open up that lane. And then the Broodmother naturally boots out pretty much every carry in the game. And the fact that they lost that one play you mentioned where Quinn killed XM in the mid lane, like, it's so sad when you say it about a Dota game, but it feels like you almost know the game's over right after that happens.
Yeah, and that's why the mid lane is where we're going to take our attention for the Acer Predator player versus player. It was really the story of the game. Pango versus Queen of Pain. It's the first Queen of Pain we saw on the main stage here in the MyTech Arena, and unfortunately for XM, it did not have a good showing at all. Quinn, undefeated, on his Pango's 0 deaths again, and this one is not even new patch specific, Effie. He just keeps on rolling with it.
I mean, at this point, we can with confidence say that Quinn is the best Pango player in Dota right now, without a shadow of a doubt. If you give his hero away, you have to be able to play into this hero. You have to be able not just to match its tempo, but actually pick a hero that has a good matchup. And surprisingly enough, you'd think the Queen of Pain would have an easy matchup versus the Pangolier mid, but that's just not how this played out. Quinn played an incredible game, from the laning stage to playing aggressively as usual, and also just covering his Alchemist. Every time later on in the game when Alchemist just blinked in, you had the instant Rolling Thunder alongside the Global Silence, and it really felt like all of Gaiman's heroes were setting up their win condition for success in the Alchemist.
Like, if I could choose, so Effie can choose Alchemist as a hero that she doesn't want to see. I don't want to see Pango.
Okay.
I'll start with that, and maybe also for Azure, like, second pick seems to be working out better for them. Maybe it is because they get some of these matchups to then work on the tempo. Because, yeah, I am just hoping for more out of the second game.
I like the mindset you had earlier that the problem is that they have a lot of problems. So I think I would just like to view it as they only have one problem, and that's that they have a lot of problems. And that's it.
Thank you.
Great. So you solve it by straight up just saying all we got to do is get less problems. Easy.
Yeah.
Okay, but how? How do you solve those problems? I think the main problem is after the laning stage, which normally doesn't go badly for Azure Ray, they don't know how to transition into that mid game where they're playing into Gaming Gladiator's aggressive playstyle. And yeah, you can attribute the last pick Broodmother, like I mentioned, completely blowing the map wide open, but they didn't have a means to fight into this global silence and just the coverage that Gaming Gladiators had. They need a way to be able to take these skirmishes after the laning stage and win them. And maybe the heroes that they're drafting for themselves are not the heroes in order to do so. You know, maybe look towards taking that Crystal Maiden of your own. Maybe look towards having some stun support plus a silencer of your own to combo break when Gaming Gladiators goes in on you, and then you can look towards turning the tides of the fight instead of consistently getting run at.
Yeah, I think exactly what Effie's saying. In the first phase, maybe look at some of the supports that they play early on with like the CM, the Eng. Maybe you don't ban Chen if they can play it, I don't know. Then in the second phase, you can maybe address the Alchemist, but I think at start, 3-man ball, you need to address it. You're gonna get owned, you're gonna get owned.
The #1 support though, for that. Like if you had to open up a draft.
CM, Chen, Eng, I will pick any of these. I wanna have a strong lane, who then can go mid, because Quinn at minute 5, he's gonna say, guys, come mid, I'm owning my lane, I want the rune, he gets the rune, then he owns the next guy, and then blah, 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 blah.
I don't think he says it, I think he just like does like a, you know.
Trust me, he says it, he spams it. He's like, guys, I wanna walk in their jungle, help me.
It seems like you guys got it all figured out about what should be happening in the second game here of this best of 5. Let's see if Azure Ray also has come to a conclusion that will push them further in this grand finals. We're heading to game number 2 of this best of 5 between Azure Ray and Gaming Gladiators after this. The story of ESL One Kuala Lumpur 2023 is adapt. Adapt as fast as you can. We got new patches hitting you mid-tournament. You got first game lost on a stage and you gotta bring it back. Azure Ray did that in the first series. Today, can they do so again in the grand finals here up against Gaming Gladiators in the MyTech Arena? We are heading to the draft of game number 2. I'm joined by BSJ, Kezu, and Effie. And Effie, we heard Kezu and Brian arguing a little bit about what should happen, and a lot of it starts in those opening couple of bans. But where do you want Azure Ray to take this one?
Okay. There's a lot of problems, like Brian mentioned. There are many problems, but I think that if you can, because Azure Ray are good in lane. Out of all the Chinese teams we've seen recently, they've been quite infallible on lane. They never get out of lane being completely crushed. Yep. They go even usually, and sometimes they win. That's how we've seen them in the group stages. So the issue you're having are those mid-game, those early mid-game team fights after the laning stage, once that pressure is around the mid lane. So your support duo needs to change. I think this is the easiest and quickest change that they can do in this downtime that they've had. Instead of this Rubik Silencer, instead of this Rubik Phoenix duo, try to take something like a Crystal Maiden for yourself. Maybe take something like a Dark Willow for position 4. Pick these supports that can skirmish around these runes and play those early game team fights, because this Phoenix, you can't depend on it. You've seen that Gaming are willing to silencer you, unless you're going to secure it with a silencer yourself, which you shouldn't do, because then you're giving away your ability to fight at runes. Just forget about it. Scrap it. Leave it behind. Rubik, don't pick it unless it really hard counters something, unless there's a great spell to steal.
Also, if you pick the CM, it means you don't have to ban the Eng, which then means you can take out the stupid Pangolier from Quinn. So that would be a good start. We have talked a lot about the bans and stuff as well, but it's game 1. You know, stuff can happen. But the XM, if he does have last pick again, I need him to also perform better. He needs to do better in that lane. So it's going to be a mixture of both, but it's game 1. You learn something. It's a BO5. You know, it's a long stretch. Don't worry about it. Learn from game 1. Let's do it better in game 2.
Yeah, we do have a draft in front of us. So a couple of changes happened thus far. Of course, the biggest change is that Azure Ray is now indeed second pick, so they have 4 heroes they can ban. We are seeing the same heroes banned this game versus previous game, just a little bit of swap around of the teams, and the only hero that is not yet banned that was last time, which Gaming Gladiators is now thinking about, probably, is the Slardar. So we'll see if they let it through and maybe want to pick it up, maybe want to let it through at all, maybe bait it out for Azure Ray, Brian?
Yeah, I feel like Slardar's stock is going to slowly go down over time, and it already has gone down a bit during this tournament, as we've seen it be first picked and struggle in the last series, as well as the ones before. But the question is, you know, Gaming, they're not going to first pick the Pango. They'll second overall pick it, but they're not going to first pick it. They're going to lead off with Grimstroke, which I like because it goes with all of the heroes that are like Pango. It gives them a lot more versatility with their 3-man ball, while like not really jeopardizing their lanes or revealing any important information, because this could also be 4 or 5.
Okay, I'm glad this happened. I know that you mentioned Slardar stock has been going down, but I still think this is a really good hero to build your draft around. You shouldn't lose faith in something if it doesn't work one time. If you've been able to successfully flex this hero during the group stages and you're comfortable around it, it's still a very strong hero. You can pair it with supports like Vengeful Spirit and Crystal Maiden, and it gives you Roche taking. You can pair it with something like a Weaver, and it really feels like it gives them the tempo that Azure Ray are potentially gonna need.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think the starter is a good pick. I also like the game and swap it up a bit with the Grim. Fits well into what they want to do. But Azure Ray, if they can follow up, and I'm fully with Mira, go some CM, maybe some Venge, you know, just some nice follow-up heroes, good laning. Just make sure to also cover and help the starter. When you pick a core this early, you cannot leave him stranded. You need to help him out, build on your strategy, and take it from there.
Also, Azure Ray have shown us that they are willing to experiment. They played something completely new versus Liquid, so if they're letting the Pan go through again, I really hope they're ready to just pick CM plus Bloodseeker or something like that and just try to punish this Pango pick. Try to play differently than what you feel was good for you during the group stages, because that Game 1 draft looked like a replica of their group stage drafts, and today that's not what they won with. They won with stepping outside of the box and trying something different.
I see Grimstroke on my team, I see Slardar on the other team. I'm thinking Lich for Gaming Gladiators here, as that would be like, I think one of the best combos with Grim in order to, in terms of team fights, but also in that 3-man ball. And I think when you're dealing with Slardar in lane, he should be addressed. Like, his laning phase is his most fragile time of the game. And if he does get off to a good start, this hero becomes an absolute menace on every lane on the map because of that sprint move speed all around. So shutting him down is absolutely essential. your Gaming Gladiators. What will Azure Ray do to, I would say, enable Slardar, which a lot of teams I think that have fallen short with Slardar is that you need a guy that once Slardar amps them, they're going to click them. You know, you need like a Terrorblade, a Drow, something like this that's just going to pile in the damage so you can be a blink stunner on Slardar and not feel pressured to actually dish out meaningful damage.
They did ban out the Alchemist that you touched on, Mira, so I think it's a good call. I think they also understood that after playing the first game. I think the Lich later down the road could be something good for Gaming, especially with the SD ban. We've seen it before. SD, when he counters to heroes, is incredible. Now Azure, I think the easiest step for them, take a support out of phase that will give you good laning and playability with your Slardar.
Yeah, the Vengeful Spirit. Like I mentioned earlier, you pair it with this Vengeful Spirit because Vengeful Spirit's probably the best Solar Crest buyer in the game right now, alongside Crystal Maiden. She does so well with it, but now that her swap's also been buffed that it does damage, you're playing into these early game skirmishes that we're talking about. If you get that level 10 talent where you get, what, plus 200 damage on Nether Swap damage, you do 350 damage on a level 1 Nether Swap, and that is no joke, especially around these early game team fights that we're talking about. Also, now you're threatening Roche very quickly with the Vengeful Spirit plus Slardar minus armor.
Will we see a Storm Spirit, perhaps? Quinn, that's a special. I think it's good against these two heroes. They want to go for the carry pick. I'm liking Terrorblade a lot. I know Duraccio loves his Terrorblade. I'm thinking, like, everything I like about what Mira said, I'm also thinking that it just has to be addressed. Like, you're right, these two heroes in tandem are going to dump out a ton of damage, a ton of single target. They're going to displace you as well with the Vengeful Spirit, potentially. So having that mobility in the mid laner, I think, is absolutely essential for Quinn, as it's going to be not only that he has mobility, but a hero that can go in, force the swap, and then disengage if need.
Yeah. If you're gaming, I think already now, as you guys are saying, you need people that can, first of all, go in and play with your Grimstroke, but I would love heroes that can somehow give you damage mitigation against this double minus armor strat that you already see 2 picks in. Heroes that naturally want to build a Lotus Orb. Of course, Alchemist is taking out. He would love to build an AC. He also has a talent where the Acid Spray gives you armor, but these type of heroes is something I'm looking for, because if you're not careful against these two heroes, they're going to kill you, they're going to take Roche, and it's just going to keep snowballing that way.
A solution to the Slardar offlane flex that Liquid introduced to us was the Lich plus Monkey King lane. Obviously, you can't introduce the Lich, but there is still a chance that you could pair this Monkey King with the Crystal Maiden and try to punish the offlane Slardar, kill it as much as possible. I will say, however, I don't think that lane is as strong as a Lich plus Monkey King, and if you do pick this Monkey King versus a disposition hero like Vengeful Spirit, there are risks that he's going to be caught out. But that could be a solution that Gaming look at here.
I would assume that Gaming are very likely putting the Primal into the offlane. Another series that they played, they counterpicked Slardar with Primal in the mid lane, so I don't think they're going to put that in there. But when it comes to the carry picks later for Gaming, there could be something like Troll that you could try in the lane. If you were looking more against the minus armor stuff, I think Sven is a very volatile hero, but Warcry is pretty damn good. As a Jure, this time around, I like it. I feel this is what other teams have done. You build your start with the Slardar, help him out with other heroes. Abaddon, haven't seen it too much, but I think it fits here.
Where are you going to play it, though? Because last time we saw it, it was on the offlane. And do you want to see Slardar mid this time? Or like, where's people going?
Is it just a 5? I don't know.
I wouldn't mind if it's a 5 if they pick a ranged carry. Like if they go like Luna or something that would want the Dispel, that doesn't necessarily want to rush it, that'd be good for me. But I'm wondering, I was thinking they would do Lifestealer because it goes well with Slardar and it's good against Game's heroes so far, but I also don't think it pairs that well with Abaddon. So I don't know what they clearly are thinking, like, okay, we know we want Abaddon, what's the carry to lane with it? I imagine that's what's going through their mind right now.
I agree, Brian, that this should be a position 5. I don't like the sound of 3 Abaddon here, especially when we've talked about how Azure need to be able to comfortably take these team fights in the mid game, and Abaddon offlane just doesn't give you that. Abaddon offlane is strong on lane and he threatens the enemy carry, but then he doesn't really initiate for you. He just runs down lanes and you play behind him, and that's not the approach that Azure should take in this game too.
Okay, so to go with the Wind Ranger, I guess it's a little bit of a flex, of course. They do have last pick. You can swap it between your lanes if you want. Yeah, I would assume that, so the 2 supports on Azure, they're mainly going to be early game plus combo break. You know Gaming are going to run at you with the CM, Inkswell, some combos coming about, so I think that's generally where this Abaddon is going to shine. Get your carry through the lane, go together, combo break Gaming, and fight into them.
Quinn OD, is Dever coming back? I know it's really good against Wind Ranger, it's really good against Abaddon, it's a save. Maybe it's a bit too, like, outside of the box, but I think that'd be a really cool pick. They just go for the Pango. I was trying to be creative, but...
You were trying to not call the one hero.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not addressed in the bans, so why not? They were comfortable picking it first pick in the previous game,
Mm-hmm.
so picking it fourth for them here, still very good.
Yeah, they take out the Bloodseeker, which would have been the most obvious answer to
Yeah.
play into this Pangolier. I think Wind Ranger versus Pango is quite interesting because when Wind Ranger gets a few items up, she has that DPS and she gets a BKB, she can kill this Pangolier through his Rolling Thunder and chase him down with the Wind Run. The problem is the Wind Ranger is kind of risky in that you can't depend on her to be the only Pango solution because she's going to get Frostbitten by CM, she's going to get Soulbound by Grimstroke, and she's a mobility-dependent hero. If you limit that mobility, you're not going to be able to punish this Pango enough. So Azure definitely need a +1 answer.
Yeah, and I wonder which way they want to do it, because they have a lot of options on like how to really lane your heroes. I think the Wind Ranger Pango matchup is, it can be volatile too. Like if Pango gets through like the first 5-6 minutes and he keeps swashbuckling you from range, you don't really start to enjoy that matchup either. But let's see, I guess Gaimin will need to open this last phase with a Dorachio hero.
Ideally ranged, I think, even though you have CM Grim, you have plenty of vehicles for those two to be enabled. I think in lane against Slardar, you almost always want range, unless they go with what Mira mentioned, the Monkey King. I think that's the one melee hero that's also pseudo-range because he's about 350 range. I'd imagine, I'm thinking Luna, I'm thinking, what else was I thinking? I wouldn't think something like Drow, I think that'd be too squishy. Terrorblade's banned out, Medusa's banned out. Are there any other ranged carries that are left in the pool?
There's Muerta still.
Oh yeah, Muerta, that would actually be a cool pick.
For Azure Ray, what if they just triple down on this minus armor and go TA and use this Abaddon to protect the TA in the mid game and just try to overrun Gaming Gladiators for
I like it. I actually think that would be very good. Of course, they will get some more intel, so they are probably a little more open. But I think already looking ahead, that is a scary hero that Gaimin need to have in their mind at least a little bit.
If they didn't want to go ranged on Gaimin, they also could go for their signature Naga. Dorachio loves his Naga and matches up well against Slardar. They don't really have like a reliable way to deal with it. And usually Naga's counters come in the mid or off lane. So those heroes already being picked.
Naga is interesting.
Oh, Slark.
Brian, as a Slark expert, why Slark?
I don't love the lane against Slardar specifically, but I can see that they wanted probably an ungankable carry if I had to pick. Like, this is a really hard hero for Azure Race lineup to reliably lock down on the map. It's also going to supply them with vision. Slark, one of the few heroes in the game with 1800 night vision. So I think he's meant to give the information for the Pango and the Primal to pick and choose their targets when they get buffed up by the supports.
Yeah, those are great points. And on top of that, the Slark pick covers the potential TA that we talked about. Gaimin must have thought the TA themselves, and they have to pick a hero that would easily be able to play into it.
I think the Shard is going to be very annoying too for Azure to deal with in the mid game. I mean, for Azure, I'm still looking at I think I'm still looking at a range hero. Even though you're playing into some Pango and the Primal, you need to play on range. You have saves, you have swaps, you have shields. I'm looking at some JK, Melee Doom.
Melee Doom.
It's carry Slardar? Is that what they're doing?
Yes.
No, mid Slardar, carry Abaddon.
Carry Abaddon. Nobody saw that coming.
You know what? I like it because they're doing something out of the box, and honestly, that's the kind of approach that they have to have. They have to be willing to experiment. They need to get out of their heads, and they should just try whatever feels right to them. I mean, Abaddon versus Slark, carry to carry, is a little bit interesting because in theory, with a lineup with this much minus armor, you could get that Roche early, you could run down lanes and make it difficult for Slark to play a game because he has cooldowns and he needs time. But as the game progresses, I mean, Abaddon becomes a punching bag for Slark, right? He just collects so many essence shifts off of him.
I mean, at least you have Doom who can kind of, I think, swing that matchup. Like the fact that Abaddon can carry through is if you can get this Doom on the Slark. I'm hoping that this time around Azure can stand ground to this 3-man ball mid. If they can, I think this funky draft can definitely work.
So in the mid lane, we got this time a Slardar versus Pango. Better equipped this time for XM, right?
Yeah, I think this melee to melee matchup is going to go very, like, he went Quap versus Pango, but I think against Pango, you don't want to really worry about the lane. You want to be able to match his rotations in terms of resources, and Slardar with Sprint in the river is going to do just that. And I also would like to highlight that even though Abaddon is a punching bag for the Slark, I think what this Doom does is make it so that Slark's kind of on a timer in the fight. Slark would want to take 20-second, 30-second long fights, and with the Doom on you, that's just not going to happen. If there's only dispellable stuns on the enemy team, Slark can disengage, re-engage as many times as he wants, but that's no longer a factor for him.
Well, Azure Ray, they got some different tools in their kit this time around to try and deal with Gaming Gladiators' aggression. Let's see if they got what it takes to force out an extra game in this grand finals. For Game 2, we're heading over to Cap and SVG.
Well, let's see if it works out for Azure, as they are doing something a bit different, and it seems like it was needed, particularly in that performance of Game 1. They didn't really do too much, so...
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if they played that game. I'm trying to remember, but it just started off okay and then went downhill.
Maybe that's the way to look at it. Guys, they had the upper bracket free game, you know?
Is that
Start off with
is
a
that
one-game
thing?
advantage.
You say that like that's a normal thing to do.
That was the thing. That happened at TI1. TI1 finals.
Oh, I see. So
they had the one-game advantage.
The challenge for Azure wasn't big enough, so they decided to give them a game 1 here.
Yeah, exactly.
Just put the pressure on so they can rise more to the occasion. Okay, I'll buy into it for now. We'll see if they can strike back game 2. This is perhaps the most important game in the series, right? Because if you win or lose this, it kind of sets Azure's trajectory. Like, if you lose this, it's going to be a very, very steep hill to climb. If you win this, you're straight back in it. You can even out the series, and suddenly, maybe you can just gain some momentum with some picks that, again, show their creativity. They're willing to pick some of these heroes that we haven't seen in a long time, put them on unconventional roles, and swap them around just to get something that hopefully is a stronger early game. Like, that's what this type of drafting is designed to do. Get you in a position where your lanes go better off your core matchups, they're more sustainable, and the supports can hopefully counteract that gameplay around mid that we saw be devastating in Game 1. I think they're in a better position to do it.
We start off Game 1 talking about storylines, and for me, I guess one of the storylines of these two teams is Gaming Gladiators. We've already talked about how they've been the most consistent team in Dota 2 for a really, really long time. I mean, their performance this year, incredibly impressive, not really to be matched by many other teams throughout Dota's history. And Azure within this tournament, I feel like they have shown a lot of inconsistency. Because that last game and their matchup in the upper bracket finals and one or two other games, I look at them and I'm just like, this is not the team that I got excited about watching them in this tournament. Some games of this tournament, I watched them and I was like, damn, these guys are really good.
Because I think their strength is the team fight spellcasting. Like, to me, that's how I think of Jin Q. I think he's a driving force of this team in a lot of their victories. That's their strength, but they have to be able to get there, right? I mean, your spellcasting doesn't do shit when you're down 30k gold. It's just a fact of life. So they have to find a way to get there. If they do, though, I think the series is a lot closer than it seemed in the Game 1. And you also have to remember, this org, this team, it's a younger version of a lot of these Chinese teams we've seen, right?
Yeah.
Like, Azure is not one of these old school orgs. They're willing to experiment, try different things. They had pretty decent success at TI. Now they're back here in another final. Something is working for them that has been able to make their players gel and perform at a high capacity. Can't underestimate that.
Speaking of being in another finals, their off-lane duo, they've also been in a couple of grand finals there. Jin Q, last famously in that grand final in Arlington Major, up against Spirit. And just last year, in fact, here in Malaysia, XXS was also in the grand finals with Team Aster when they went up against another Western European team in OG. Ace,
he's gonna
come in, he commits. That is going to be the second time they get baited into going for a kill underneath tower and forfeiting their life. And this time around, they actually do give away the first blood, unlike last time where XXS bailed them out.
That's a bad kill to give away. Like, you're winning this lane. You're in a really good position. This is an Abaddon safe lane that, in theory, like, Lowe's untouchable here, I think. It's very hard for them to commit on the all-in when Bench has spells.
Oh, and they do manage to get a kill again in lane.
Yep, once more, the side lane's going pretty well at the start for Azure. They're playing aggressive, finding kills. Yeah, you give up the first blood bottom, but Lowe is still free farming down here. I think the cores are a lot happier this time around, and of course, XM having an even trade with Quinn so far is...
Shackle's not gonna land. XXS is gonna get run down here.
Well, you didn't get the Slark stack, so.
Yep, that's true. Celery is the one to take the last hit. Running down low, though. It's the kill combination where the Aphotic Shield may not be enough at level 1. He's gonna turn around and hit Tofu a little bit, see if they can trade out kills. Yeonming is gonna stick around and see if he can get it. With Magic Missile leveled up. Oh no, he's been baited again, hasn't he? Oh, the blood grenade, no! He missed last time on the Fire Spirits, he missed this time on the blood grenade. Yeonming is getting absolutely outplayed by Tofu again and again.
I mean, some of that's outplay, some of it is just, you know, slipping on your own banana peel to some degree. These are mistakes that did not need to happen. They were not really forced. I think this lane should be going better for Azure, maybe feeling some of the pressure right now as small differences make a large difference in the mid game, and that is a lot of extra gold for Tofu here, who we've seen pop off on the Grimstroke in particular. He's going to have a very fast timing on Arcane Boots if he wants it, or some other mana sustain item, help the other cores on the map. What I thought was going to be a pretty decent early laning phase for Azure is turning out to be kind of just a bloodbath, right?
Yeah.
Trades all around, extra gold going into Gaiman's pocket.
Mid isn't going as well as I would have expected. Quinn up 22, now 23-2 against XM, who has failed to get a deny in lane.
There's only so much you can do versus a fake hero, but that's life. I do expect this to be fine for XM over the course of the next minutes, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're a Slardar in a melee versus melee matchup sitting in the river the whole time.
He's going to do fine, and then it's about contesting the runes. And he should be in a decent position to contest that with the extra regen here. Should out-trade Quinn over the long run. Again, another reason I thought these lanes were going to go pretty well for Azure, because, I mean, your cores are pretty self-sustaining. Like, they all have regen components. They can all play a little independent. They all have decent kill threat and setup.
Yeah.
Water rune contest will go to the Slardar.
What do you think about the Abaddon's skill build, by the way? Because one of the things they changed about Abaddon is that they gave him damage when he actually gets to the 4 hits of Curse of Avernus, but he's opted not to level it at all. In fact, instead of, I would have expected, 0-4-4, he actually went for the level of Miscoil.
Maybe they're just trying to, I think it was a product of trying to get the early kills on the lane. Another reason if those went their way, Low would be a lot happier, right?
Yeah.
And that trade where Low died, that's another exchange where if the early kill goes Jian Ming's way, then that's a very different exchange as well, because he was level 1 for that entire time. These are the small differences that Gaming used to pull ahead. Duraccio looking with Orba Corrosion already up. Happy to get aggressive.
Grabs him. Oh, nice shackle shot. Turn around there from Xin-Q. Gonna slow down Duraccio quite a bit here. Fortunately, Frostbite. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Low's gonna get run down. The kill duo of Gaming Gladiators succeeds once again, where Azure and their off lane failed to find the kill.
These are tough deaths for Low. I did not expect, I mean, this is a very high kill lane in Grim Primal, but as long as you have Magic Missile up, I think you can disjoint the trample, create some space, get enough Onyx Shield off.
TP rotation coming in, much needed. XM was being hunted down by the rotation from Celery.
This is all setting up for that 6-minute power rune, and you get the regen trades now, you're going to win that fight later. Teleport out of Xin-Q is going to cost him a lot of mana here, as he's just running around now with one power shot. Tough position to be in. Doesn't want to go to base either. And no bottle refill for XM here in the early game, as the supports are just dedicated to the side lanes. This feels like it's going to be a rune going into Quinn's pocket.
Yeah, considering the resources, unless he gets a little bit lucky, we'll see. Yeah, both supports are rotating over. They're going to ensure it. 6-minute power rune.
Yeah, they just
to Quinn on the Pango. I've seen this story a few times before, Avery, and it does not bode well for the opposing team.
Regen, that's okay. That's like one of the better ones to concede. You know, it's not a haste, it's not an amp damage, it's not a shield or arcane. Probably would wish for that or illusion rune, I guess.
Yeah.
So the gank potential, it doesn't get increased here for Quinn, though. His efficiency on the map will. They're going to look towards Duraccio again.
Dark Pact was used at the right time, so the damage a little bit limited, but
they've created a decent amount of pressure on the Slark, and this Doom Slark matchup is no longer Slark favored, right? You remove all the healing off the hero regardless of whether you see him or not. It used to be the other way around. So I'm interested to see how this matchup progresses for XXS. However, he is going to be the recipient of that.
Yeah, he won't get to see that level 6 advantage. Shield Crash does hop over the Doom. Not that it matters too much, I don't think. Oh, power shot almost clipped him there on Duraccio. He would have actually maybe died if that was the case.
That was a lot closer than it seemed, and I think closer than Xin-Q thought it was going to be, because he has pretty high resources. He could have joined that, maybe turn it around on the Slark.
And instead, he opts to just throw the power shot and then make a run for the Wisdom Rune.
Can't blame him.
Once again, it does seem like Game and Gladiators have just a better time of making rotations. They're a lot more successful in these moves.
It's a very even early game, but it does feel like they're getting slightly better trades. We're also seeing XM, he's in a much better position than he was game 1, but he's struggling to make this move. Like, he's lingering around bottom. They just have a ward sitting on him. And it's like, by now, you gotta know it, right?
Yeah.
There's just no play here, so he's just gonna swing back to mid. Now these moves aren't too costly for Slardar. He just plays in the river.
True.
But it's another game where he's struggled to find the early action. As
soon as he leaves, they make the play to kill Low.
That's very frustrating, right? Especially, I mean, look at this Abaddon's XP, man. That is a kill that really hurts, as he is so close to 6. What you wouldn't do to have a borrow time there.
Again, 8-minute power rune, no chance in hell for XM to secure it. And now it's a shield rune for Quinn.
Just gaming him MO. Bring the support, secure the runes, secure the side lane skirmishes. Dyrachyo hits 6 top, so he had the 1 early death, but able to get out of that pressure lane pretty decently here, and has just out-leveled XXS with the early rotation from Quinn.
Yeah.
So all these cores from gaming are going to have their ults up ahead of Azure's.
The second smoke. Behind on Quinn.
Just brutal for XXS. He gets caught.
Oh yeah, they're gonna run him down underneath the triangle. They didn't even go through the lane. They found him thanks to their wards sitting there. And they're gonna chain out all these disables. Now they are gonna get caught in the process here. XM, he can find potentially a lot here. They're gonna use that Rolling Thunder though, and Dyrachyo is actually gonna connect. This is not the easiest or fastest kills on these supports, and the Rolling Thunder makes things a whole lot messier. Tofu managed to survive through it. Has missed up high ground, and the power shot doesn't land either. Nothing is going right for Azure Ray when it comes to these fights. Dyrachyo's gonna keep it going. He's got win run on Q, so
very aggressive.
He maybe is not gonna be okay. XXS is back, but he's not level 6, so not that much of a threat.
This was XM backing off. Just doesn't think they're gonna dive as support. Dyrachyo says, nope. I'm gonna claim another stack here. 3 up for the Slark, and a 3rd death for XXS. That's 3 deaths on both of Azure Ray's side lane cores in under 10 minutes. That is ridiculous.
These wards are way too valuable on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Time and time again, they are either ruining ganks or finding kills, and Azure Ray are struggling to be able to keep up. Now, they do manage to get a return kill on a support, core for support.
That'll open up the swap for Ming, which, again, a lot of these plays, they just haven't had access to the ults. No borrowed time on that bottom kill, no Doom in this top fight. You're missing the swap for that save.
Open for a bottom power rune, luck placed against Azure Ray.
Oh, that's a good one.
This time an amplified damage for Quinn.
He is closing in on Diffusal. He's 100 gold off. This Pango is mega farmed, man. Seems like no matter how this hero gets changed, Quinn will find a way to make it obnoxious.
Well, at this point, it looks like XM, he just needs to sit back and find his Blink Dagger, because these fights have been rough.
And I mean, adding insult to injury with the uphill miss here, right?
Yeah.
Like, just can't catch a break sometimes.
One swing, it misses.
Yeah.
Oh!
I mean, now that's insult to injury for sure. Play that after every team fight, you're gonna have some angry fans. Yeah, Tofu feeling himself. Theme of this tournament is fate, so why not play to the luck of the cards?
3-11, 3,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators as they begin to pressure some towers. Azure Ray, it seems like they're going to play a little bit of a slower approach to things. Actually abandon the bottom lane, bring more numbers up the top, and let Q just collect whatever creeps push in mid.
They're going to trade towers. This is not a very great tower trade, though, and it's very efficient for gaming because they're using that amp damage to just heal half the tower right off the bat. They rotate Ace in. Early Veil for him on the Primal as well, worth noting. Buffing up all the spell damage from their lineup, which is significant here.
Wait, not really afraid of a turnaround.
They even want to defend top, so gaming wants to do everything here.
They're going to try and get a catch here. It's going to be XXS, the Doom. In some trouble. Aphotic Shield clears them a little bit. They do an early swap here, and they're going to turn around and Doom up the Primal Beast. They're going to go for this kill, but Celery, he can protect it with a beautiful freezing field. Oh, he's going to make a run for it. Low, he pops his ultimate. Celery immediately disengages on him. Low, it means he doesn't actually get that much of a heal. He barely gets the Crystal Maiden kill. Yes, the Primal Beast, meanwhile, ticking down, 1 tick away. A power shot that lands, a much-needed long-range shot. Q gives them hope to Azure Ray.
That is a shot from hell right there. As yeah, they needed it, right? And that is also the loudest this crowd has been, so just waiting for something to cheer for, something to get the morale back for this team right now. And perhaps that is it. This team's best playmaker has been Q the entire tournament. If there's ever a time and a hero to step up on, it's probably Wind Ranger. A spellcaster's dream if you can land the shackles and the power shots.
Yeah, especially since his partner, who's usually also setting a lot of a pace in XXS, he's playing a Doom. He's going to go the typical Hanamitis. He's just going to farm and try and get to that big level 20 Doom with like 3 or 4 items.
Quinn is just taking so much of the map right now. Like, he's just hitting another tier 1 down for free.
And is there any punish possible here? Jin-Q does manage to hit him. Okay, but there is the Grimstroke behind. That's going to cause some problems to the Inkswell. It's going to do a lot of damage, and the Rolling Thunder almost finishes off the Wind Ranger by itself. The Swashbuckle will do the trick. And yeah, okay, not only did you fail to actually get that kill, but you're still giving up that tower as well. Gaming Gladiators bring force. Again, Dyrachyo always there just to make sure that they have enough numbers for these objectives.
Disjointed play from Azure, no way around it. Like, if you have heroes there, maybe Quinn dies, you get an amp on him. This Focus Fire can do some serious damage even without items. Just the stats on the Wind Ranger are gonna push it up. But XM's not there. He was getting his blink off the courier. Just a little rushed, a little out of time. And once more, we are sitting here asking, where is Azure mid-impact, right?
Yep.
You have to get this guy in the game. It's been the key to their success all tournament. Have to activate XM pretty much right here, right now in the next few minutes. I mean, this is your Blink Slardar timing. You're not going to farm a lot on the map compared to these other heroes, so you got to start finding the fights, finding the kills.
You got another timing here with the Diffusal Blade almost done. They jump forward, baiting out the rune. Is this going to be enough? A swap back Magic Missile. The Inkswell does cause some issues, but a beautiful shackle shot actually lines up another kill. Jin-Q might have just opened the door for a kill on a Tofu. With the physical damage, the bash will do so much to him.
Jin-Q in the right place at the right time, and finally some of these heroes are combining.
The Playmaker arrives, and XM will take full advantage of this space that Jin-Q just made. Tries to go for another support pick off here, but there is Ace, a bit of a problem here. Beautiful crush, and Stellary does eventually die, but Ace turns around and gets that kill onto the Slardar. Now the TP rotation from Dyrachyo as he looks for another. It's going to be Tianming left behind, and Jin-Q, he does manage to get the TP away.
Finally, though, you get XM activated a little bit, right? You force a reaction out of gaming instead of them forcing it out of you all the time. It creates space for your other cores. And it'll be a Diffusal for low to match the Diffusal out from the 2 cores on gaming. Interesting idea here. I mean, you get some extra slow, you get some mana burn going through. I can see the damage adding up between that and the new passive.
Diffusal Blade already being put to use by one of the cores. Dyrachyo shows up, have a bit of poke. Kind of just his MO. He likes forcing reactions out of the enemy team.
And this is his time to do it too. 15 minutes hits, so you have 5 minutes of nighttime here to play around to D-ward. Know when they can see you and when they can't. Did not see the shackle.
Dark Pact, but XXS is coming in. And it doesn't even need it. That is just fantastic for Azure. They didn't even throw out the Doom. XXS actually made the correct call there and just said, we've got enough heroes. Dyrachyo is way overextended.
He did not have ult. The earlier poke on low backfires here, and Jin-Q finds another opening.
But they just run over Jin-Q. Yes, Azure are here with some numbers. May still be able to defend this tower.
What a fast Shiva's coming out from Ace. This is the capability you can have on this hero now, and they really want to fight this anyway? Yeah.
They swap it back in, they want Ace. And here comes the Rolling Thunder with the Inkswell. Only doing so much damage. Good Soulbind, though, with Quinn still backing in. This Primal Beast is going to get back to the fountain, might actually survive. He's not going to heal up. Meanwhile, the Vengeful Spirit is going to be targeted. Aphotic Shield actually gets rid of the Ghost, stays alive, but, oh, Swashbuckle doesn't quite land. Tianming does manage to sidestep that one just in time, but another time that they doom up the Primal Beast, but cannot deliver the finishing blow.
Not enough damage. Early Shiva's preventing so much of it going through there, and I mean, you used all your stuns to try and get the damage out, so just head to the fountain. Quinn's just having free fights. That's the downside here, right? It's another one of those games that feels like you wish you could doom all 3 cores. Yeah, but you're gonna have to pick your poison. And every time you lose one of these small skirmishes, Dyrachyo is killing your map in terms of the dewarding action. Finds another obs on this cliff.
Feel like in some ways the Primal Beast is maybe the... I don't know if I want to see that Doom on him anymore, you know? Because it feels like he just has too much HP. He's not actually going to die. Low. He's going to be grabbed here. Doesn't have his ultimate saved. Jin-Q bails him out. They're still going to go for this dive, though. He gets enough to get off an Aphotic Shield to swap back in, but the Onslaught just drove right through all of them. And now they're grouped up as hell, and Quinn will claim some serious lives there with a Swashbuckle.
Just lining them up. Ace knows his strength right now, knows that Borrowed Time was on cooldown. They're gonna find XM.
Hey, you can't be sticking around. You know Dyrachyo's gonna be hunting for more always now.
Might get a blink off here.
Yeah, there's a chance to get the distance. Tofu trying to get the vision. He is outside of sight. They're actually going to TP and try and sandwich him here. I think they know XM TP'd.
Yeah, they know. He went to that fight, so Doracio's going to gamble on it, and he's going to find him again.
There he is, Doracio, fantastic read. There is another sprint coming up, but he's going to be running back into Tofu with the Inkswell, not even needing the explosion.
And Doracio, he's just been a beast today, man. All over the place, controlling the map, the vision that kills, finding the stacks, 6 permanent Agi stacks. That is pretty damn good for this early in the game. Just giving so much space to his other cores as well.
It feels like Gaming Gladiators, they're just reading your mind. You know every single move you're trying to make. They counter it appropriately.
Have to find some big Doom kills. I mean, XXS is just falling behind in XP. Like, this is a fight as Doom, and he's the lowest level on his team.
That's not right.
That's crazy. That's how much he got shut down in that laning phase. Still level 9. Below both his supports. Which I guess is, you know, good for his supports.
Radiant structures are fortified.
A little sad for him.
Needs to work it towards Octarine next. A little bit of a change in the build-up, but same old for old off-lane Doom.
Fight's coming.
Fight's coming, and it's going to come to the worst spot here. Doracio's going to scout a lot of the back line. That's a problem for Azure Ray. They actually wanted to go for a swap here underneath the tower with the Doom ready to go.
Again, the wards just see all. Gaming know exactly where Azure Ray are right now.
They're going to just swap down. Hey, Tian Ming, how's it going? Hey there, bud.
He probably didn't feel like he was out of position, but he was. And that's going to open up the fight. Doracio gets free pokes now.
Yeah, no danger of a swap pushing him into the tier 3. Unless Doracio wants to go there himself willingly. He backs off instead, turning to the Doom. XXS hit by the pounce. The Phonic Shield can only do so much. The damage is fully there, and they're going to get this Rolling Thunder that's going to chain up Xin-Q, no problem. In fact, diving in all the way into the tier 4s. Gaming Gladiators making a statement here.
You can't stop them here. I mean, what are you doing in this series, right?
Swap back. This is an opportunity to get a pick off on one of these cores, but they can't quite do it. The Crush landing on a 2, but XM being burnt out. Ace is tanking these tier 4s, no problem, but they can't quite finish off any of these heroes. They need stuns. They need to keep these heroes inside of the base for a little bit longer until the revives come in, until the TP comes out. But Gaming Gladiators get away again. They cover themselves nicely.
Just 50 armor, 20 minutes in the game. I mean, what is your
And lo, he doesn't have his ultimate back up. He could just die again. Fortunately, it gets up to the high ground here. Stelly with the freezing field. Doracio jumping in with the Inkswell. That'll finish him off. The Vengeful Spirit.
This is disgusting. If you don't get a kill here, you
got the Doom onto 1 here, but XM making a bad jump there. Could have gone the Crush onto the Slark, but instead they start backing away. But Ace, the bowling ball ramming through Azure Ray time and time again. Gaming Gladiators, are they going to lose anything for this?
Xin-Q found Doracio.
Swap back in. Okay, they do get something, and maybe the Primal Beast as well. Ace taking another shackle. Inkswell quickly removing that one. XM looking for more kills. He managed to get Doracio, and he got Celery too. Dead to right. Something to work with for Azure Ray, as they were in danger of going 0-10 in that team fight.
Almost got him with the power shot. I mean, this just feels like Xin-Q versus the world, man. Like, he's having consistent impact in all these fights, but the 3 cores are struggling so much to find the damage. You're getting a Doom off. It eventually secures Doracio, but this is after a base dive at 20 minutes that results in double buyback. Gaming are definitely not sad about this entire sequence. It just feels like you're already on the brink. We were talking about getting to the mid-game. I mean, there might not be a mid-game.
And who would be the 2nd time in this series, the 4th time in this matchup at this tournament that would be the case. Gaming Gladiators have managed to shut out Azure Ray every single time they play against each other. Blink Dagger now being done for the Pango. And that overextension into the base may slow down Gaming Gladiators' momentum, may give a little bit of room to breathe for Azure Ray to come up with a better response.
I think Ace's itemization is just, it's way too good, right? It's way too good for this game. Like, with the Shiva's rush into the Axe, it does so much for his team. Now you're getting breaks through on a lot of the passives on this Azure Ray lineup. So much magical damage coming out that you're not going to have any debuff immunity for a long time, right? Maybe XM gets a BKB here, but you're not too scared of it. Low is just suffering. Like, he can't hit anything, he can't stick on anybody.
Yeah, both the Slardar and the Abaddon, in order to do damage, are reliant on attack speed. And the disarm of the Frostbite and the slow, attack speed slow of the Shivas is debilitating.
You have Crystal Nova coming in on top of all of it as well. There's a lot of attack speed slow just getting pounded into you. And
so until they have BKBs, that's going to continue. They're going to have a damage problem.
Yeah, which means the spells need to make up for it. And so far, I mean, Jin Q has landed every two-man shadow. He has landed most of these power shots. The Dooms are going off on decent targets. What happens after that, right?
Yeah.
You got to isolate targets. Aggressive swaps. You do have a level 2 Nether swap now. It's going to make Tianming's life a lot easier. Maybe you can start off on somebody. You know, this aggressive swap in a Doom that we saw earlier, it's a bit more viable.
Yeah.
The smoke from Gaming, they are happy to take any fight right now. They have double Solar Crest to add more physical mitigation to the mix.
There's the swap back, but not the immediate Doom. A bungle there from Azure Ray's XXS wasn't even close enough to start the cast animation.
And you're getting smoke flanked right now.
Yeah, they're going to get caught here. The Rolling Thunder immediately being used. Quinn knows all they have to do is catch up to Azure Ray, and they surely have some kills ready to go. And that's going to be XXS. He's going to be the target, silenced up, not able to make the run, and Tianming is going to die right next to him.
Failed gank turns into a successful one for Gaimin as they clean up the map, and more stacks for Dyrachyo. 11 Permanagi coming out here. Absolute menace.
This does give some time for XM though. He is closing in on that BKB. They also finished up the Octarine on the Doom before that death.
Time is ticking, you know?
Yeah.
Is time good here? Is this the time you wanted? Time to check which seat you got on the flight home? I mean, this is a very one-sided series right now. Like, gotta put up a fight soon. Even just going into the next game, right? You do not want to get steamrolled 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
Very hard to come back after that in a BO5.
Got to give yourself a little bit of hope. So this BKB timing of XM. They can reach one of those swap Doom plays. That's one hero, maybe dead. Then XM chases after another with his BKB. He might be able to lock down another hero.
I mean, the scary part is your Gaming can also just farm.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think they're in too much of a rush, right? I think they're in a very comfortable position. They can just wait for the Harpoon on Dyrachyo, the BKB on Ace. They're clearing out way more of the map right now. That's where you're saying you have some time. The time is also ticking where if you're Azure Ray, you kind of have to go fight and reclaim some of this map. You got your BKB on XM and you got your Octarine on XXS. That's going to be the signal here. Also, full Shiva's done for Jin Q. I've always admired this player in terms of his unique itemization. It's just going to be a Shiva's Rush on the Wind Ranger. Trying to give an extra attack speed slow aura to their side for once.
The smoke running into Celery, not the ideal target, but it's something to work with here. But they are going to try and defend. Game Gladiators, a BKB, an immediate back away. He's going to be grabbed, the two of them together. These two cores controlled while Dyrachyo, he's going to start making his way into that back line. Immediately popping his ultimate. He does not want to get doomed here. He's going to go for XM, and they've got him decently controlled. Quinn is going to look for more now. They've gotten 2 of the cores, and a third is found on XXS. Stopped by Quinn. He's TP not complete.
Another disaster of a gang for Azure Ray. They cannot find an opening. You find an isolated Crystal Maiden. The back Celery gets 4-staff Solar off. That play is immediately gone. This is a 2300 HP Crystal Maiden, by the way. Which is an abomination for sure. I don't know if this should exist, but it does. Something you have to deal with right now is the HP numbers are just through the roof. You just don't have the damage anymore. And this Abaddon pick has not worked out at any stage of this game for low. Creative, but a creative disaster here as Dyrachyo is going to jam in.
Oh no, Tianming! He may have saved his own life, but he is damned Jin Q in the process.
I don't know if Jin Q's too happy about that.
And the Harpoon, Tianming, he's just going to die anyway. Low is going to try and protect him with the Aphotic Shields, but Dyrachyo is ramping up way too much damage. Look at the stats build.
45 essence shifts right now. If anything, he's saying thank you for helping me clear your base out faster. Disgusting tempo coming out in these games, and it's all off those little things in the laning phase that just build and build and build, and now you are in.
Yeah, who cares if you have the ultimate? That's just more time for Dyrachyo to steal stats from you. XX stats controlled up. The Soul Mine's going to latch onto the event as well and pull them back in off that Primal Beast ultimate. That puts Low in a nasty spot where he's going to die to Celery of all heroes. The 5 position even getting in the mix and killing the enemy carry. GG is called absolutely brutal. Gaming Gladiators destroying Azure Ray on the main stage.
That's one of those games you almost wish you could turn the borrow time off. Stop giving the stacks, get out of this game faster. I mean, whatever adjustments they made going into game 2, which there were a decent amount, they had some creative drafting. They were, again, doing okay on the lanes in the early stages. The transition from the 5 to the 50-minute period is just going horribly wrong right now, and you are running out of time to fix it here. You are pushing up against that boundary of fate right now, whereas Gaimin looking absolutely unstoppable. We've seen this the entire year. They are looking for a 7th championship in this season of 2023.
Crazy.
Would be absolutely ridiculous to cap off a tremendous year for them. One of the most dominant runs we've ever seen in the history of Dota. Just flat out, maybe the most dominant, right?
These guys won already?
Yeah, I mean,
they're clapping, playing to the crowd. Azure Ray, somebody on this young team has got to step up. They got to get mad. They got to say, what the hell is going on here, guys? Because we can do better. We've seen them do better at this event. We just haven't seen it in this finals. Not yet, anyway. They're going to go into a game 3. And hopefully they'll be able to put something together that combats the Gaming Gladiators, who are playing some absolutely beautiful, aggressive Dota, man.
I mean, that's not something that we shouldn't take away from this, right? Gaming look absolutely in perfect form. This team gets better over the course of a tournament. We are at the last point of a tournament, so this is when they're firing on all cylinders. And the fast-paced aggressiveness from their supports is what I want to go back to. Celery and Tofu are just setting these games up beautiful.
Gaming Gladiators showing us perfection on the main stage. Azure Ray, they got to show us something else.
They have to show us that they can do it, even if they might not do the stairs. They're going to have to take a game. Come on, guys. We know they can do it. And to be honest, they can make a reverse sweep. They just have to give it their absolute all. And they did do better than game number 1. I want to start with that, Effie, because Azure Ray coming in as the challengers. Previous game was pretty one-sided. This game, they had a better start to the game.
Yeah, this game, it felt like they had a means to at least fight back or try, especially towards that point in the rune fight where there's a 2-man shackle and then Slardar gets to run down a few heroes after that blink dagger. It looked like there were little bits of signs of life and hope there, but at this point, Gaming Gladiators are just too good. They have to be in Azure Ray's heads, because if you look at that bot lane of Vengeful Spirit plus Abaddon, that lane was misplayed. I have to say, Vengeful Spirit was owning that lane 2v1 while Abaddon was farming, and then Tianming just dives the tower, gives away first blood, TP's back in, doesn't use his blood grenade when he's engaging with Tofu, and then he also just feeds. Like, he runs back in because he doesn't commit the blood grenade, and it felt like it's not his fault because he's an excellent player, but it does feel like the nerves are getting to some of the players on this team, Kazin.
And I think this is something that Gaming Gladiators will maybe do to you, because the biggest mistakes happen when you try way too hard to make something happen that you're not supposed to. They were owning this lane, like Mira was saying, they can just chill, keep playing it that way, but you can tell this is a grand finals, Gaming Gladiators, they're kind of doing this to you. I think next game around, like, I don't want to keep harping on Azure Ray, I think it's just time to freestyle. Like, don't think too much about it. Everyone, pick heroes you feel good about, because I think at this point, when I watch Gaming Gladiators play them, I feel like I'm watching OpenAI play against a stack who's trying to beat them, you know, and keep rerunning. I think next time around, freestyle, help yourselves, and try to make it work.
I think we can all relate when you're in a Dota game and you feel like you have to like overcompensate for what's going wrong, and I think that they're overcompensating for like yesterday's series into today's series on top of everything that's going wrong in these games. Like Mira mentioned, I think these are just completely uncharacteristic mistakes that they're making. They're not really forced by Gaimin in the early game. I feel like Gaimin's just playing solid fundamental Dota and doing exactly what you'd expect of them, and Azure Ray's, I would say, crumbling.
It did feel a little bit like that. I also think that after if the mistakes at the early game were not made, like, I want to know how big of a difference, Brian, that would be for Azure Ray. If those early deaths for Tianming wouldn't have happened, if the grenade the second time would have hit, if the first time, you know, didn't dive tower and maybe even got the kill on Ace, how different would this game look?
What those early game kills do is they free up your supports in that given lane to go elsewhere, and we saw the rotations from Gaimin to top lane to bring down the Doom when he's only level 5, and if that bottom lane goes differently, maybe that's Avenge instead of a Grimstroke, and that's the kind of thing that can not only have one lane happen, but bleeds into the others as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine how nerve-wracking it must be to be in Azure Ray's position, and it feels like Gaming Gladiators are a mountain to climb. They're monsters. I mean, credit where it's due. They are just in TI form. They look incredible. They're just doing everything that they need to do well, from the draft stage to the skirmishing around runes, to Quinn's rotations, to tower diving at minute 20 and having it go unpunished. I mean, if the enemies are in your tier 4s running you down near your base at minute 20 and you can't get return kills on that, that is a problem. And there was this really cool play by Celery actually where XM was chasing and there was a 2-man stun lined up for him where they could have gotten kills when Gaimin were on the retreat. But Celery instantly forced off Saslardar when he blinks into stun and pushes him away. And it just feels like everyone in Gaimin is just playing mechanically out of their minds too.
And like their team play is just unmatched. They have double Solar Crest, they have Force Dive, as Mira's mentioning. They help each other out all the time. And I think we're talking about their nerfs, and that's why for Azure next game, whatever they're talking right now, I want them to help each other and just be like, all right, let's freestyle. You know, you play your favorite hero, you play your favorite hero. Let's just pretend this is a pub. You know, if you lose the next game, whatever, just take it easy, try to help yourselves. And it's easier, it's not as easy as I'm making it sound, but you need to try something.
I've got one suggestion, or not one suggestion. I actually think ZenQ's kind of owning. Like, I think
Yeah.
he was the one player that showed a lot of promise in that game. Not to try to say everybody on the side of Azure was struggling, but he was getting some sick snipes with the power shots, getting solo kills on, not necessarily solo kills, but finishing off Duraccio in the back of the fight. It really looked like he was the one anchor that was keeping them in that game at all, and I'd love to see him be able to spread that to his teammates post-game in the talk that they have.
Yeah, I hope the talk is going well also, of course, for Likas, who is their coach, has his work cut out for him. But I think the most important thing is to know that there is just a full support system for your squad when you go into the potentially final game, but when you want to try and punch back and get that grand finals to last longer than 3 games. And we all know that Gaming Gladiators is doing very well and has got a very great support system. And a couple of those are actually in the audience.
That's right, I am standing by with what Slacks has dubbed you as, well, first of all, anyone in the audience, can you guess who this man might be related to? Look into the camera for a second. Yeah, I see some similarities maybe. This is Brofu, or Tofu's brother as Slacks has dubbed him. What's your actual name though, my friend?
I'm Pat. Pat.
Welcome to the show, Pat, although at this point you should be welcoming me because this man has been to 1,000 grand finals at this point and you're here cheering him on. But who got who into Dota? How did he end up on that stage from when you guys were just kids?
You know, as the older brother, I feel a responsibility to lead my younger brother onto the right path, right?
This is the right path, huh?
So back in the day, I was playing myself with my friends. My brother, always younger, always there to watch. The first LAN parties, right? He was like 7 years old or something like that. Whenever we took a break, he took over. And he was already kicking our asses back then. You know?
So you saw the promise even as a child. You saw that this boy was destined for greatness.
Great potential, great potential. And that's why there's nothing more amazing than to see him and the boys live that potential, live that dream, you know? And have fans from everywhere cheering him on, you know? And the boys, it's amazing. He's living the dream.
He's living the dream. He's maybe living out what you were hoping to do, but once he is here on the stage, how do you spend your time as a profession?
While he made it to Dota, me at some point, you know, I had to grow up. So I became a rock musician.
Are you kidding me? Could this family be any cooler? You grew up to be a musician? Are you kidding me? What's the name of your band?
Oh, my band is called Shamaniacs. Shaman, Y-A-C-S. Shamaniacs, psychedelic rock from Berlin.
Shout out to the Shamaniacs, and shout out to all the Gaming Gladiators fans right now. We actually have a jersey that we can hand out, and I've been seeing a lot of tofu signs. Have you been noticing these?
Of course, they're everywhere, and it's made with so much love.
Yeah, and a lot of them are quite explicit, but let's try to stick to some of the more conservative ones. If you have a tofu sign, I know there are many of you out there, would you please hold it up because I want to see who is here. We got a tofu is my idol.
That's a good one. That's a good one. And actually it's the, oh, there.
Tofu wink easy winner. Have you been seeing these winks?
All right, I think that's the winner.
We got a winner. We got the wink guy. Let's see the throws.
Ready? Okay.
Perfect.
Good catch. Good catch. Fantastic. All right, what else is there to do?
My friend, I guess at this rate, it's just to watch your brother win this grand finals, it seems. So is there any parting words that you'd like to say to the audience before we get ready for game number 3?
Thank you, Malaysia. Thank you, world. Thank you for supporting the gaming gladiators. And now it's just about take it home, boys!
We'll catch you guys for game number 3 after the break.
A third game in the grand finals of ESL One Kuala Lumpur 2023. MyTech Arena, are you ready to see if we can get some more Dota played? I think I speak on behalf of most people. We're not ready to go home yet. We're not ready to see this end, and that means Azure is going to need all the energy we can give them because they have struggled. Now, I will say, game 1 to game 2, we saw improvement, and that's what we're looking for here again as well, improvement. Gaming Gladiators, though, they are also getting better and better every game in the grand finals they play, and they seem like the ultimate great boss here. They are incredibly strong. Can we see Azure make even a dent in their armor? We're gonna find out. We got Azure on the Dire side with first pick, Gaming Gladiators, Radiant side, second pick, and we got another Chen and Enchantress band. I think we're having a little bit of the same scenario here again. Is that a good sign or a bad sign, Brian? When the bans have just been the same the whole time, it also means that there's no massive shift in gameplay, right?
I think that's a really good sign for Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, okay. Hey, we got the change. There you go.
Yeah, at least Gaming are changing something. 'Cause I would say for Azure, yeah, you're keeping your bans the same. The problem is, so the last hero you banned last time was the Slardar. So you just tried playing it last game, you lost with it. So I don't think you're gonna wanting to go into this game playing it one more time, which means you're either banning it again or you're gonna pick up a different hero. We've harped a lot about their draft, but at the end of the day, you need to play well. If they wanna win this next game, they need to step up their play a little bit. But I'm hoping for a non-3-0, no silencer in this game. This time around, they will rerun game 1 without the silencer in the pool. And I would be shocked if there's no Pangolier coming out for Quinn for the 3rd billionth time in his career.
I mean, if they're letting this Pango through, they better be ready with something like a CM plus Bloodseeker, any kind of aggression, something to punish this Pangolier. How many times can you let the same thing happen?
I don't know.
The problem is that if they pick Pango here, there's going to be a ban before they pick next. And before Azure picks next as well, so they just can ban the Bloodseeker.
They could misclick.
Gyro.
Sure.
Yeah, Gyrocopter.
I think there are potentially more valuable heroes in this 9th pick for Gaimin than the Pangolier. They should just open up with one of the supports that they're comfortable on instead of giving it away or letting it get banned out.
Ooh!
I was totally joking about the misclick Gyrocopter, but here it is. I don't think it was a misclick, though. As Gyro support for Gaimin, 4-0. Gyro core, 0-2. So I'm expecting it to most likely be a support.
I want to touch up on something Brian mentioned about how well Xingqiu has been playing.
Yeah.
I really think based off of what we saw last game, it does feel like Azure are in their heads a little bit. And in that break that they just took, I really hope that one of the players, hopefully Xingqiu, is able to just rally his team and step it up because I think Azure definitely have the skill and we saw what they were capable of versus Liquid. It just feels like there's some kind of psychological warfare going on here with Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, someone needs to be bringing the vibes, you know, in the break, now in the draft, and then also bring it in the gameplay. I think Xingqiu is the one that could replicate that in this 3rd game. Yeah, I would say I'm just looking for them to pick up some aggressive heroes, pair it nicely, you know, maybe some surprise Nyx Assassin, worked out really well earlier. I would say Gaming Gladiators, pretty happy with the Gyrocopter. They've played it a few times, it looks good, gives them a good lane. So let's see how they will furthermore go down.
This is their first Slardar so far of the tournament for Gaimin, and I was going to say that the Gyrocopter is one of the heroes that I actually think got nerfed by the item change for Veil. Like, he was one of the best only Veil builders in the previous patch because it used to be that you cast it in front of you as a long-range support, but now it's a 900 radius around you. So I'm also first curious what Gyro is going to build this game. Like, what is the utility? Is it just going to be the Solar Crest and the 4 staffs of all the other supports, or is it going to be something else?
I think there's still no shame in going the Veil on this Gyro, especially with how Brawly Gaimin play. I would like to see it, and I would like it be played as a position 4 more than a position 5. I still want to see something like the Celery CM. It's been so consistent. Why not run it back? But also, they have played Slardar once. Ryan on Gaimin, they played it mid on Quinn.
Oh,
yeah, he was
that one. I was looking at offlane, yeah.
With that being said, though, I still think Slardar is a good hero, and the ability to flex it to 1-2-3 when your second pick is a really valuable position to be in because you don't get to close out that second phase with the 18 pick. You need to have your flex heroes ready, which is why they start with Gyro here too.
Okay, so I like the Centaur a lot, especially from first pick. I think it's a very stable hero. It's not as easy to like just break through in the lane. It's not the easiest hero to be counterpicked. I would say SD Phoenix is a bit of a support duo where you need to protect your backline a lot, aka they share the same counter. So you need to be a little careful with that. But SD is good in this game. The defensive cleanse against the haste, the aggressive purge as well against the Slardar, take his sprint away. So I would say if they can make sure to keep their draft solid and robust, Azure Ray are good to go.
It is, but we have to address the two supports playing with XM later versus the two supports that are going to be playing with Quinn. Do you feel like Shadow Demon plus Phoenix are a strong enough support duo? Because I don't think they're a support duo that can match what a Gyro plus CM or a Gyro plus whoever can bring, Gyro plus Grimstroke. I think that would bring too much danger to Azure supports.
I think you are absolutely correct. Therefore, we need to hope that their mid pick on its own XM can maybe offset a little bit for how strong the enemy support is going to be by being able to hold his own ground more than he has been in the last two games.
That is a sick Weaver pick. It's good, both carry and support, either one that they so choose, to be honest. It's so good against this lineup because you were mentioning, Mira, your concern on Azure Ray is whether or not they can match these rotations. I see Gyro, really high move speed hero, Slardar, really high move speed hero with the sprint, and now Weaver, also a hasted hero. Where's the stun coming out from Azure Ray before the Centaur blink? These are the two supports in the off lane. You're putting a lot of weight on, I guess, XM to supply that stun. And there you go. It is going to be a core Weaver. Mira, you're getting your support CM, more and more tempo being represented here.
It just looks so good, and all of those reasons you mentioned were great, but now CM enables this Weaver pick, right?
Yeah.
He just takes advantage of all of the mana, and Gaimin have played this Weaver plus CM lane before, and they have completely stomped with it.
Also, like double minus armor, like Weaver, Slardar, great synergy just within their own, but they're great against Centaur. It's like the biggest thing he struggles against, physical damage. Gaimin's draft is looking very scary.
Also, Frostbite versus Centaur Stampede is a really excellent tool in killing him in the early game. Frostbite versus Dive, and if the Centaur blinks in on the CM, the follow-up damage is going to come through currently from the Phoenix Sunray and whatnot, but I can even see Freezing Field popping off in this game. There aren't really any stuns to stop this Crystal Maiden outside of Centaurs.
Will we get the low Phasel's Void? I know it's not the most amazing versus Slardar in lane, but great versus Weaver. The Gyro Rocket dies. Nice.
Nice call.
I just love seeing him play Void. He's played it so well against Liquid earlier. If you're going to go out in game 3 or potentially do that, I would love to see him on a signature, and I trust him to land those Chronospheres this game.
Do we feel so far that the heroes on Azure Ray, is it all comfort for them? Because we know Tianming is comfortable on the Phoenix, we've seen him play it before. We know XSS is very comfortable on the Centaur as well. How about Xingqiu on the Shadow Demon?
And Xingqiu can play everything, especially these ranged fours. There's not one that I haven't seen him play well, so I'm not too concerned about that. I am concerned a little bit, though, this time dilation for Gaming Gladiators. I feel like both of these supports have to consider just building an early Lotus Orb, because this time dilation versus Weaver, CM, and Gyro is going to be incredibly effective.
Yeah, no, I like the Void pick. I do think there's high volatility when it comes to the early laning stage, but you might as well gear up, hope you get through it, then play the mid game and go from there. I would say Azure Ray, you need a mid hero on XM who can damage control the early game. There aren't too many lockdowns. I may be looking at, I think XM's Puck is pretty good. Queen of Pain, I think they're not going to step too close to that hero after game 1. I don't know, is there anything you guys see that could be pretty cool?
Do you think the Puck gives enough? Because I feel like if they go Puck here, it's mostly just so it doesn't get counterpicked overall by the Quinn hero. It still could potentially be the Slardar mid, but then they're just too cooldown dependent on Azure Ray. Right? They're dependent on their Chronosphere, on their Stampede, on their Dream Coil, on their Supernova. They won't be able to match the tempo of GG's 3-man ball still.
I was going to say Zeus. I was actually what I wanted. He's 3-0 on XM, and it would have been sick damage for the Chronosphere. It's also like really nice to have free detection against Weaver, but went ahead and removed it. Gaming Gladiators have done their homework. They're probably looking at the same info we are.
Would you not want to pick Bounty Hunter again purely because you don't know yet what's going mid for Gaming Gladiators?
It's also the Slardar could just be mid, and Slardar is free detection against you. So I would imagine that's probably not what they're going to go for.
Fair enough.
What's it going to be? I'm like kind of looking at a different hero that you can play through. I do feel like the only problem, if you are looking at Pucks and DKs, like they don't have the most damage to play through. Like if you go Blink Stun, you have what, Fire Spirits and Shadow Poison.
What about Razor? It is one of XM's signature heroes that he's played a lot in the past, not so much in this tournament, but if you go for this Razor mid, what really counters it on this 24 pick from Gaming Gladiators?
Maybe Quap. That's about the only thing that comes to mind. Maybe Lina is what another Quinn special. I'm only concerned about Razor is that they would then lack disable other than the Void for team fights. If they're going to pick a hero that doesn't have a stun, and they don't see their matchup, I feel like if he gets owned in lane, they'll have no playmaking in the mid game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I would like something that plays on higher range or has some form of tankiness. Like, if I'm going to commit into these heroes, Slardar, Weaver, and I feel like I get that, okay, I'm pretty happy with that. It's going to get on the backlines. It should help your Centaur. The only problem that is still similar with like a DK or Puck, I don't know if the follow-up damage is going to be quite there. That's why Azure Ray, their supports need to do well on lanes to have levels to then help their Storm.
I think Gaimin do they just go Puck to counter the Storm, or are they comfortable putting the Slardar mid versus Storm as well? I feel like Slardar has a fine matchup versus Storm
I
Spirit.
think you could go either Puck or DK for mid.
What about the Huskar, man?
The Huskar mid?
Yeah, the Huskar mid. That's a Quinn special.
You're right, this is Quinn we're talking about, and it is potentially the last game of the series.
Cheese him out of the tournament.
It's also the hero that this whole event started with. It started with this very matchup on this very stream, and it started with the Huskar mid. At that time, it was Azure Ray that beat them with the Huskar.
Or they could just buy Pipe Carrier from the offlane, just pick Ace's hero, pivot to an Aura buyer.
I feel like Puck, DK, if you do want an offlane, I would like the Visage. I'm not vibing with the Huskar too much, but I mean, if you want to go out with a bang, think you're just going to destroy them 3-0, go for it.
Ooh, there's your offlane Pipe buyer.
Yeah. I was thinking this, but I don't know. I was like, do they feel comfortable enough? But this provides you reliable lockdown as well as a way to chain. For example, Quinn goes in on the Slardar, blinks in. You can follow up with the Atos. You can also build Veil, which is a great item for Underlord in this patch. And the Pipe's going to be a huge issue here. Because the thing about Storm Spirit is he does hate playing into group up lineups.
He does.
He hates playing into pipes. He hates playing into auras because if he doesn't have a good start, if he isn't able to get those pickoffs, what does Storm really do versus a 5-man ball that starts around minute 20? It's extremely difficult.
No, absolutely, and I think the hero even got buffed a little bit. He's going to deal damage on his root now as well. I think this is a very scary Underlord game for Azure Ray. I am praying for them that they will do well in the lanes, because otherwise this game will rest in pepperoni.
Yeah, you mentioned Quinn being one of the best Pangolier players, if not the best in the world. I'd say Ace is the guy I think of when I think of Underlord, and that root is so good against all three cores of Azure Ray. I hate to say it, but I think that might have been the nail in the coffin. That was a really good pick.
Is the laning stage going to be somewhat even, at least? You know, that's where it all begins. Is it going to be somewhat even?
I think the Centaur will do well.
The laning stage for Azure Ray is usually fine, but they just can't fight afterwards. And I just do not see this Shadow Demon plus Phoenix enabling the Storm Spirit to play into this Aura lineup. You're going to need your side lanes to excel. You're going to need those side lanes to play really well because it cannot be the mid laner that you depend on in this game.
Okay, well, I have heard this scenario before, and I'm gonna throw something else out there. Panel Jinx. It has happened before, and Azure Ray is going to need that. He's going to need that Jinx to force this grand finals further, but potentially Gaming Gladiators is going to end their year with another first place finish. They are on match point. They only need one more game to take this one home. Can they do it? We're heading over to Cap and SVG to find out.
In the shadow of one of the fastest best of fives, we're going to do something a little bit different here. They say don't be biased, but crowd, how many Gaming Gladiators fans do we have in the building? Good amount of you. It's a good amount of you. But how many Dota fans do we have in the building? And as Dota fans, we all want to watch more Dota, right? Hell yeah. All right, Malaysia, let me hear some noise. Who wants to see a game 4? Well, let's see if Azure Ray can step up and give it to us. A game 3, down 0-2 against one of the toughest opponents of the year. Gaming Gladiators have been unstoppable, Avery. They have gone through so many of these tournaments, and if you said, gotten better and better time and time again. They slip up very few times. How do you get them to slip up in this game 3?
That's the scariest part. Like, this team just doesn't really have weaknesses. Their most underwhelming performance was a second place at TI. That was the point of weakness for them in the year, really.
Yep.
Like, tough luck, better luck next time. Well, this is next time, and guess what? They're right back at top, right? This, as you said, truly an unstoppable team. The patch cannot hurt them. The changes cannot stop them. Their opponents do not matter, apparently. It's just
unless your team's here.
Well, yeah, there's always an asterisk, but hey, they aren't here right now, so. what are you going to do? I mean, game 3, you went down to a very fast. You're trying to adjust. I think game 2 was Azure saying we need to play a bit faster on the lanes, and they picked a more skirmish-oriented lineup. It backfired. It went even worse. Now they're going back to their comfort zone, which is like the big mid-game team fighting. And if they can get a first blood, that would help them. This is going to be
certainly
tough,
would go
though.
a long way, but XXS, he doesn't have much armor to work with here.
Dyrachyo?
Getting hit by another crush, but the attack speed's low.
They got him.
Save him. They do manage to get that first blood on XM, and XXS is still making a run for it. Quinn, another round of crush. Is this last hit going to be enough? Okay, XXS is going to face his fate. He knows he's hit. He doesn't want to be limping back into lane. He'll take... A bold choice by Xin-Q to create illusions of himself to out-mind play Celery.
Well, I mean, to me, Xin-Q is popping off in that game, too.
Yeah.
Oh, that is an absolute disaster, actually.
Oh, no.
That was a bottle.
That was his bottle. The whole point of getting first blood is to get your mid a fast bottle.
There's just nothing can go right now for Azure. I was about to say that this is the best position we have seen XM in the entire series. Was before game 3 started. And that just went out the window because now he just threw all that gold straight down the drain off a weird Celery rotation that he did not see back there. And that's going to even out that mid lane a lot more. Though I think XM is still going to do fine here, and he has the level advantage.
Sure, it's still a matchup that we've seen before, the Storm Spirit versus Slardar. You've got very high base armor as Storm Spirit. You're obviously very good against a lot of melee heroes. He'll get that bottle eventually.
But again, these are not the sort of advantages you can throw away.
Yeah, that's true.
Arguably the best team of the year. In an elimination game, you're going to have to step up. So, again, looking towards this new lineup where they went back for more mid-game team fight, right? Shadow Demon, Phoenix,
Apparently not content with hero kills. Gaming Gladiators are out here hunting couriers in this game 3.
They're worth a lot of gold, man. It adds up very fast. It goes on to all your cores. It starts winning you multiple lanes at the same time. I'm looking towards Low, though. I think he had one of the worst games of the tournament in that game, too. He really couldn't find anything with the Abaddon. Not necessarily to his fault. It's a difficult hero to make work when you fall behind like that. It was a unique item build as well.
And something they probably haven't gotten a chance to practice too much with the patch.
But this is a hero that we've seen him do very well with earlier in the day in that Liquid series, right?
Yep.
And this is a hero that once you get ahead in the mid game, you don't have to look back. You just win from there. Still one of the hardest scaling carries in the game. It's another pretty solid time dilation game as well, and you are playing against that carry Weaver. Gaimin opted not to switch that carry out. Generally a terrible matchup versus the Faceless Void. So Dyrachyo, in theory, is an unfavorable carry matchup, and it pushes it onto Ace, right? Now this is the big threat in this game, the Underlord. This is a hero that I think Ace has had one of the highest win rates on in terms of player-hero matchups in a year. It's got to be like over 80% or something in meaningful playoff matches. It's just ridiculously high. This team just generally does not lose with this hero. Outside of the tail end in that patch where it got nerfed and they were like trying to force it, right? Just unstoppable on it. And it's a last pick Underlord in a new patch. Another courier going now. This is just food to the fodder, man. I mean, make it stop.
Well, outside of the courier death, things seem to be going all right for Azure, but then again, they also went all right in game 1 and game 2 in the first 5 minutes. They got to be careful of the rotations. Keep an eye on Tofu and Celery and the moves they make, particularly around mid.
Oh, bottom lane. Dyrachyo eating a lot of harass here off the poison stacks.
Couldn't quite get the 4th stack there, which the 4th and 5th stack is really where you start amping up the damage.
And he rushed Urn, so this is not a lane you want to feed a kill away right now. It's just going to make that item instantly pay off.
XXS, he's going to get a little bit low. He's got to be careful again. Centaur lacks in that early armor. The bugs make it even worse for him.
Yeah, he wants Helm of Iron Will into Veil into Shiva's here.
Dyrachyo really going for it, but that hit is not going to be enough. Xin-Q is, getting some serious hits on the stacks here. It's just can't quite get the important one, which is that 4th and 5th one.
That was a big range creep, though. That is his Helm, as XXS does not want to burn too much more regen to get to that item. Once he gets to it, I feel like he's going to be invincible in this lane. Very hard to threaten this Centaur once he has all the extra armor up. And it should be coming out here, as long as this courier doesn't get sniped. Which seems impossible. But lanes, as you said, generally going okay for Azure Rays. They have the whole series. That hasn't really been their problem in like the first 5 minutes. It's been this 5-minute mark to the 15, where things have just gone off the rails and gaming have just upped the tempo, upped the pressure. And again, I look towards the game in supports. Tofu and Celery, this is the periods where we've seen them just dominate the map, dominate the runes, slam XM into a non-existent state.
Tofu gets some heavy damage there.
And we're looking at all these support traits happening, right? I feel like they're favored for it again. I think the Maiden Gyro are just outputting way more damage than your Phoenix Shadow Demon right now. And it'll be Celery rotating at the top right on that 5-minute mark. They are happy to try and kill low here if they can get the connection.
Here it comes, slowing him down underneath the Firestorm, but
yeah, look who's flanking.
Frostbite. Tofu, he's gonna flank and start getting some damage onto Tianming with the Blood Grenade. They'll secure it. They've got him. Flat Cannon will ensure the last hit. Now that leaves Low alone against 3 heroes, so even if they can't get a kill on him, they
has
can
no time walk.
Off the tower,
He's
no
dead.
time walk up for 5 seconds, caught in Frostbite and dead.
Like clockwork, man. I feel like as soon as I start saying look for it, it's already happened. Supports make a very solid gate rotation. 2 kills on the board. All this while your catapult is hitting top wave with double range creep. You can't ask for anything better. This tower is almost just dead. And now you have to make the question of, do you TP back in here as Jin Q rotates up just to try and secure the TP back for low? Because Tianming went mid for the bottle refill.
Now, Dyrachyo did get kicked out of lane. He had to go all the way back to the fountain, so he also missed out on some CS. The difference is he's being allowed to solo. His levels are going to be perfectly fine, even if his CS suffers a tad bit. He's 29-5, and he, I think, missed like a full wave. So, really goes to show that outside of that, he has done very well for himself. Nobody's doing better than Ace, though. 47-8.
That is the Underlord, man. He just sits up here with Aura and makes you cry. Right now, he's getting his way as he has almost 2 levels on low. It's just brutal when you get extra atrophy points up early. They're going to try and make a play on him, actually. This is a very tanky hero.
Yeah, an early rotation from XM as he picked up level 6 and had an Arcane Rune.
Okay, something, right? This is what you want to see in the early game for Azure Ray, getting power runes.
What about
on the
bottom?
mid.
Nobody to rotate to help out XXS, who's just going to play underneath this tower. Looks like that's good enough, though. In fact, Celery is the one who's got to be careful here. 7 Wisdom Root. Oh, Dyrachyo takes it away from Jin Q.
Absolutely huge win here. These are 2 supports who need level 6s in this game.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. XN, this is a Q play.
Yeah, he still has that Arcane Rune running.
TP to top, got a kill there, goes through the portal to try and help out the other side lane, but it seems like Gaming Gladiators may have a read of what's going on here.
He knows he doesn't run through the Remnant. Good line jump here, he will.
I mean, how long do you want to be stuck here?
Oh, I see Celery off the ward.
Yeah, he'll take that life instead. Dyrachyo's actually going to come back in and try and help him out. He's going to get the bug onto XM. XM's going to be low on mana here. Won't be able to make a jump away. In fact, the Underlord is also going to be TPing in. Can anybody help out?
I mean, he has no pit. It's an ambitious gate.
Yeah.
Maybe just to protect Dyrachyo more than anything if Centaur was around. But XM is going to run right into Tofu.
Oh, and he's got the damage. Solo here. Okay, he actually did get a lot there with the Centaur Stampede. He doesn't even need to jump. In fact, the Centaur Stampede gets on top of Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo, low enough, even not dying here, it's got to feel bad. He's got to TP back to base. Not able to get his level 6. He's being shut out right now. Jin Q, got to be caught by the rotation, though. Tofu and Quinn going in deep behind the tower here, trying to find some sort of pickup.
You have to be careful. XM's coming back, right?
Yeah, he's going to go for that dive on to a free gyrocopter kill. Now slowed down. Quinn
looking for both, but doesn't want to expend all his mana there.
Yeah.
And that 8-minute rune did go to Quinn. Haste expended, though, but that's another skirmish victory for Azure Ray, something we did not see in those first 2 games. They're suddenly bringing the numbers and matching gaming, so learning and adapting here as their 2 side laners are also not suffering, right? They have way more independent side laners than they did in some of those previous games. Like, XXS has stayed down here solo for what feels like the entirety of the lane phase. And he's doing perfectly fine. In fact, he's pressured that Urn Weaver that Dyrachyo did not find the charges. So a slower start for Dyrachyo as well, which is what Azure Ray want, because the slower the Weaver's game is, the more the time dilation is going to punish him in that mid game.
Yeah.
And right now they're all right. Step 1 to beating this absolutely unbeatable team.
Seems like Ace is just going to continue this build. We'll probably see a lot more of it from all of his offlaners.
This is something I expected to happen, right? Like, anytime you put a ring or a helm into an offlaner build, people are going to try and abuse it, because the early region item is just way too good on the lane.
Yeah.
So now it's kind of just a question of, like, which offlaner can you go Veil into later Shiva's on? Underlord's got to be a great one. He likes the Magic Amp. It's another aura for the team. Helm is great for the hero. And then you get a Shiva's later. You just stack up the damage reduction. I point to Ace in that game too. I feel like he was the largest teamfight impact in that game on that Primal Beast because of the build. The early Shivas into the Ags just did way too much work.
I mean, Shivas was already an item that so many of these offlaners wanted to build eventually. Once you took it away from it being an intelligence-based item to now being a general stat item and armor.
Look at the numbers going into mid here.
Heavy rotations for sure, but Azure Ray have made this read, and they are going to respond with all 5. Ace is going to complete his teleport, sure, but the rest of Azure Ray is all here, and he's underneath the tower. He's going to be pulled back in. They've got the Chronosphere on the 2 supports as well, so they'll finish off the offlaner. Now Low looks for another one. That's going to be Celery, stuck deeper in the river. He's going to make a run for it, but the Stampede will run him down. Can't outpace that.
Azure Ray are done getting outnumbered in this series. I can tell you that much. That was the discussion backstage. Do not let them get a numbers advantage on us in all these skirmishes. Like, this is a team that brought their level 6 Weaver to that rune fight, brought the Underlord through the gate. That's a 5-man move for Gaming. Azure Ray respond accordingly. The initiation and the jump just isn't as solid this time for this lineup, and this Chrono gets the job done, right? You lock Ace in the back, you get both supports, stall out the fight. Time dilation did not hit everybody here, so maybe you a little bit of follow-up, but that's as good a team fight as you are going to get at this stage for Azure Ray. And you get Low involved. So now he gets a lot more XP out of that.
Can't help but thinking that Gaming Gladiators just being way too bold in all their choices, right? I mean, the weird rotation, Duraggio going behind that tower and bottom, got him, out of lane for a long period of time. Ace willing to go through that teleport in the first place. I mean, to end up underneath tower.
If you won 6 trophies this year, I think you'd be a little bold too, Austin. Up 2-0 in a
I mean, I'm just saying, I feel like a little bit of overconfidence, due to stomping game 1 and 2.
Look at this, another smoke coming out. There's ults on the supports for Azure Ray. There's no ults for Gaming supports. They got out-leveled here. In theory, an easy fight if you get
all they need to do is get the catch. They need the stuns, and they've got him underneath the Supernova. This is perfect. XM is going to pull him back in. Quinn hit by that stun. It's going to be a second pour. The supports come in, scrambling to try and save the cores, but now they're going to get run down too. Azure Ray just outnumbering Gaming Gladiators for once. They're the ones taking the pace over GG.
Sick move by them. Just a very heads-up smoke play into a fight that Gaming were not ready for. You gotta remember, Duraggio stole that Wisdom Rune, but it's the support levels that win this fight. There's no Chrono here, no Stampede until later on. It's the egg, and it's this purge that they make work here as they just lock everybody in the AoE. It's not a fight Gaming want to commit to without their own ults to throw back. Just a beautiful read.
Yeah, I feel like in game 1 and game 2, Azure Ray would have said, we don't have Chronosphere, we don't have Stampede, let's not fight. But now,
I don't know what that, I mean, they're operating on another level apparently.
Yeah, they're just moving too fast apparently for the cameras.
That's the old real life Sakuchi. Still looking for earn charges on Duraggio, by the way. Like this item is very good on aggressive carries when you start snowballing off the lane with early kills.
Yep.
It's terrible when you don't, right? It feels like a dead item. You're getting 2 stats, 2 armor, and some mana regen for, not 800-900 gold. It's not a jungling item. It's a kill item, and Duraggio has not been able to make his presence felt in the fights. So this is also just some lost net worth, and it shows on that graph, right? This is not an Alchemist game where he is pulling far ahead. In fact, it is a 3K gold lead for Azure Ray. This has to be the biggest gold lead they've had all series.
Absolutely.
Because I don't remember them ever having a gold lead. So if it's above 0, it's good. And now they can actually play Dota.
And look at this, they got huge stacks as well.
Even better.
Something that Gaming Gladiators have actually had the advantage over every other team. They're the team who stacks the most, way over everybody else, but it looks like Azure Ray managed to do something special here, which is not only just stop Gaming Gladiators in lanes, but also be able to create a bit of a piggy bank for themselves.
Efficiency is good versus team for sure.
6 stacks.
It helps, right?
For Gaming Gladiators.
And suddenly, what I was asking for in both those games, 1 and 2, XM to be enabled. He is enabled. Yeah, top net worth on the board, 5-0 and 5-star for the Storm. He got a couple power runes that led into the fight as well. That's the big difference, right? The supports decided to play around him and make sure he had a game here. Also had a pretty solid matchup, and it's Quinn, on the other hand, that's been shut down for once. So this is a very different position than we've seen this series. Now it's a question of, okay, you got through the first 15 minutes through gaming. Can you actually turn it into anything? Challenge number 2 in a sense, right? Because we've also seen Gaming play from behind, play from ahead, play from rough starts. It doesn't seem to matter to this team.
I think the scary part, though, for Gaming Gladiators is, does Azure Ray really need to do anything with the lead that they have? Like,
Not
can't they
necessarily.
just kind of like cultivate? keep the net worth as it is the entire, next 30 minutes, don't they have a huge advantage?
I mean, you've got to think so with the Faceless Void in this game, right? There's not a lot that threatens low in the late game. I mean, outside of some crazy aura mitigation from Ace, I feel like he's just going to shred Dyrachyo in this game. And he has really hard scaling supports to back him up. So yeah, if you're looking at raw scale on paper, Azure are going to outscale you here. That's a concern. That means you kind of have to find some of these mid-game fights for gaming, and so far it's been Azure dictating that tempo. 12-3, it'll be another move from XM with another power rune.
Almost catching Dyrachyo there.
This is a way better power rune for Storm than it used to be, because you get the magic cam now.
Yeah, that's true.
Deadly. Witchblade already done. He is the biggest threat on the map right now, and that'll be an easy power off the rotation for Azure Rays. It'll be a Shiva's Rush for XXS saying, I saw what you did last game, Ace. I can do it too.
And he's just about to pick it up too. So he'll get that Shiva's, then get a Blink Dagger.
And I like the Shivas in this game because you reverse the Slardar. It's the same thing that happened last game. Ace just abused the fact that the armor differential was never there for Azure with that lineup that kind of dependent on the mid Slardar to bring it. Here it's going to be the same deal. A lot of armor on a high HP hero.
Yeah, if you take away the attack speed of Slardar with Shivas and Fire Spirits, and then you take away his movement speed with the Purge taking off sprints,
he's going to struggle.
What is Quinn going to do here in some of these fights?
Has to buy BKB, and you have to get a lot done during it. But that's where if you have the armor to mitigate that burst jump off the Slardar, his impact could be muted as well. Azure in a very solid position right now. They're just taking mid tower for free.
Early cleanse through
yeah.
Q. Just make sure XM has the confidence to bring down this tier 1 tower with his amp damage.
And it's very solid cleanse game as well, right? Another tool versus the Slardar that's very annoying for the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, get rid of Frostbite, get rid of the Pit of Malice.
And Shiva's done. The Centaur is incredibly strong on the map right now, so it's going to be a bit of a farm fest. The one factor here is you got to think about Roshan, because Gaming can just go in Rosh and do it incredibly fast with the Weaver plus the Slardar at any point, right?
Yeah.
And if you're not willing to contest that with your lineup here, you're going to feel bad about it, because that's in theory a good fight for Chrono, Egg, Centaur Stomp going through, the Storm Jump. Very strong Rosh contest lineup for Azure while Gaming have the stronger Rosh acceleration lineup.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see when they try and force it, because I think if you're Gaming, you do want to force it at some point in this game. That's your way back into a strong position for Dyrachyo, especially as he's going aggressive items on the Weaver, right? No surprise there, the most aggressive carry of the year is going the aggressive build in a game where he hasn't found much. It's going to be Dragonlance into Desolator for the Weaver. If I'm Dyrachyo, I want an Aegis to cap that off.
Celery got to be spotted here. That's a freebie.
Something else about Jin Q playing the Shadow Demon in this game, this Demonic Purge has got to be good in a meta where you can remove all these shield buffs, right? Like all these Solar Crest and Policies that are going around, all these random buffs that Gaming have been playing around, it's just got to be good value. And Ancient Stealing coming out from Azure right now. This is max value. Not something Gaming are used to giving up here. You talked about the stacking that came out. Those are stacks straight into Azure's pocket. They are finding a lot in this game 3.
Chronosphere finally going to be put to use here. Dyrachyo, but he doesn't have enough damage. Not solo anyway. The rotations are going to come out from Gaming Gladiators now to look for a punish. Low gets rid of the bug, and Celery is a bit too far behind to really punish him too much. Jianming baiting in Tofu as XM. He'll find the kill instead. Back over to top lane.
Azure.
Gaming Gladiators want to continue to try and find these pickoffs, and they will manage to get it onto Shin Q. Yeah, not able to get off anything there, and now he's brought Tianming into the mix, who doesn't have dive just yet. He does have Egg, though, and he's got 2 cores waiting.
They're baiting it.
A perfect opportunity to be able to turn this whole stick around and be able to get some kills. Ace and Quinn both going to be low, but Azure not able to focus one of them down fast enough. They'll collect the Interlord now. Underneath the freezing field, though, going back in onto the Phoenix, but he managed to get a dive away. Dyrachyo looks to be able to hunt him down. XXS is going to try and cover his support, though. Wait for the arm, but he got him on the stomp up to the high ground. Azure playing that beautifully.
Dyrachyo.
And even then, the Frostbite isn't quite enough. Quinn, you certainly don't want to be jumping into that anymore.
Tianming is still alive, even after all of that. That's going to push this Phoenix close to level 12 here. Huge win for Azure. Off the back of some nice map movement reacting to this gate. I mean, the Chrono bottom didn't help you, but it kind of burnt some region and time out of the 2 cores between the Weaver and the Underlord that ended up leading into this bait of a fight where Ace he feels a lot stronger than he actually is, right? The second you get stomped there under an egg and Sunray, that's a pretty damn hard fight. You don't have a lot of egg killers in this game. It's Dyrachyo and it's Dyrachyo only, and he's just flirting with danger here. XXS picks him up. This Shiva Centaur has been a bulwark for Azure Ray.
Oh, they're going to find Ace again. This Sunray destroys him with the extra damage of 2 big burst spells, the Remnant plus the double edge.
You know, I talked about the Ace Underlord, right? This has been a staple for them the entire year. I feel like one of the biggest factors is, 1, the lane dominance, which we saw, but 2, the unkillability in the mid game.
Yeah.
Those games where Ace Underlord has driven them to victory, he has 0 deaths, right? He feels untouchable. Right now, he's sitting on 5 deaths. He has been very touchable in this game.
Blink forward with the Shivas to slow down Quinn, and now he's been purged. There's no way out of this one. All he can do is put damage on somebody, but he can't even do it because Low immediately gets cleansed thanks to the Demonic Purge from Jin Q, or Demonic Cleanse rather.
7K gold lead for Azure Ray, a team we thought was potentially just going to get 3-0'd out of this tournament. They are striking back hard, and this game, dare I say it, is in their control right now, right? Outside of this Roshan sneak,
I like how badly you didn't want to jinx them. It needs a 7,000 net worth lead, an 8,000.
I'm not going to be held responsible.
You know what? They have control of the game.
There's no way I'm going to be held responsible for some crazy turnaround here. But the thing is, we've seen it from gaming all year. That's the scary part. Even when you're ahead against this team, a lot of times it might not matter. So,
which is where you got to be careful about these next objectives, right? The Roshan that you keep speaking of. Don't let Gaming Gladiators sneak that, but also, you know, don't give them a free fight inside the pit either.
Or if you let them sneak it, get something for it, right? You just don't want to let Gaming walk in the Roche from this map position and get it for free, which their lineup can do. Because that is a great fight with the Chronosphere. As long as Low has Chrono up in this game, I think that move is very difficult. Another reason you don't want to end up in a bad fight, right? You end up in a fight where you use Chrono Egg, you get nothing out of it. That's going to be our opening for Roshan. So just keep playing around XM here. He's incredibly strong, still having a perfect game. 5-0 and 10 on the Storm, looking for an early BKB.
Tofu's having quite the fun little time here. He's just farming up neutrals on Azure Ray's side of the map because he had that lane ward in the first place. Good catch, though. Azure Ray did manage to find that one.
I mean, you have to split right now. No way you're winning a 5-on-5. And it'll be an early gem out of Azure Ray as well. They bought it on Tianming, gave it to XXS here. Yeah, this is nice because the Phoenix is just having such a damn good game, right? It's almost on par with Quinn. Do not see that often. He'll have Shard and Solar Crest ready. This is a solid map position to be in. And again, if you believe in your scale with the Faceless Void, you're not necessarily in a rush either, right?
It's almost here, though. The BKB on Quinn, I think that's really the biggest timing for Gaming Gladiators. I'm not sure what else you're really going to be playing for.
It's got to be this. Dyrachyo went for the Maelstrom over the Deso, and he's going for the Shard. So his damage is going to be decently high in the fight for his net worth if he can stay alive. And it's got to be on the back of Ace's Auras, which he's looking for the pipe. And he should have pipe off this camp, but instead, this Aura got delayed so much on the Underlord, it's going to be Azure Ray just forcing the Roshan in the pit. And again, if they're comfortable doing this without losing too much HP, which the Solar Crest helps you do that, a very tough contest here. It's going to be a pit of death right now for Dyrachyo, who has no defensive item on the Weaver.
Yeah, they're scrambling to get in here. In fact, they're going to get here, but the Roshan's already dead. They got that BKB timing, but they don't hit the window fast enough.
Well, they're just going to run into Dyrachyo. Maybe confused what's happening right now. Like, is this a fight? Is this...
Yeah, am I chronoing this guy? Like, what's going on here?
Roshan goes Azure Ray's way. A very strong Aegis on the Faceless Void. Now he can play for 2 lives, perhaps 2 time dilations. Gotta remember, if these fights go long after BKBs and stuff, time dilation is very good here. Another reason you want the burst coming out from gaming to be as high as possible.
That's true. All 5 of their heroes have very low cooldowns.
Yes.
That time dilation, you're right.
It's going to wreck the ability. Like, Chronosphere is great, but time dilation is what makes Faceless Void in a lot of games. This is one of them. It absolutely will win you the fight if everybody's on even footing post debuff immunity.
Well, they've got the advantage. Aegis, big net worth lead. Now it's just a question of how do you take these objectives? When do you take them? Can you find pickoffs? These sort of things help. Celery, once again, going to be found in this mid area.
And another amp damage rune bottom. That'll go into XM's pocket here. Pickoffs lead to runes, lead to map control. And right now, Gaming, this is your pipe Underlord timing. Panel talked about it. It's a great pipe game for Ace. This is a very powerful aura. But you have to be able to force the fights. Traditionally, Gaming would do that by being ahead, forcing objectives, making the enemy go into them. don't think that's going to happen this time around, right? It's going to have to be an aggressive move, and that is way harder for the Thunderlord to make. So for now, it's continuing to dodge. Split the map, try and even out this net worth advantage. It's slowly building for Azure, but nothing crazy. Quinn?
You gonna find him?
I guess. Oh, he's just gonna run into him here.
Hey, find him now. Blink away. Fast reaction there from Quinn. And he's gonna be forced into it. They go back for Tofu instead. They get the guaranteed kill. Whereas Quinn.
Yeah, that was a smart call from XM. I mean, you either choose the gyro or force the BKB. He chose the gyro. And meanwhile, Low just 1v2ing up here.
Does have Chronosphere still, and he's gonna drop it. He goes for the kill on Duraccio. Does he have the bow? Stampede is the extra bit of damage required. Now he's out of mana. This is gonna be a bit awkward, but of course he has the Aegis. The rotations are coming out. XXS and John Mia are gonna help him out against Ace. And Low can start going back to work. Crush lands onto the two of them, but because the cleanse, Lowe's is perfectly fine on HP. No chance of losing the Aegis. Celery is gonna be found by Jin 2. You can't get away.
Trapped in here with me, my friend, as they will clean him up with some extra poison stacks, and they get to choose who they gave it to. I mean, surely
sure, this is
Q, right?
very cathartic for Shin Q. Having an opportunity to slowly work down this support who has been a nuisance in this series.
Some sweet revenge for once, and now this game is just spiraling out, right? Like, you're losing your chances to come back in this game off the auras and the Weaver small damage items. It's not going to get easier from here.
Big damage upgrade now. Parasma complete for XM.
And we have seen Storms just pop off damage-wise with this item in the tournament. The Mjolnir completed for Low as well.
And the vision on him. The Sunray keeps it the entire time, and XM, you chased him right into the mid player.
Every kill you give up is more dewarding XXS gets to do as well, as that is the last defensive ward for Game, and they have one bottom lane, but that's it. They see nothing right now. They have not seen a rune for days.
How are you going to kill anything now with an Aghanim Scepter done on Shin-Q, so he has multiple demonic cleanses to throw down.
2 defensive spells, 2 aggressive ults that can also break here. You're going to break this Underlord. You're going to break this Slardar. Just makes the team fight even easier. And Low, he does not need Chronosphere right now.
No, he'll just run down Tofu. A little bit of help there from XM. Collects the godlike spree and straight to the tier 3s.
They are done messing around right now. They want to take an early Rax against Gaming. Show that you can indeed lead here. XXS is just way too tanky, man. Like, what do you do to them? He has 30 armor on a Centaur this early in the game is ridiculous, right? That's supposed to be the weakness of this high HP game frontliner. Does not seem exposable right now, and I mean, Duraccio is hitting with a Blightstone. Not doing the trick.
No, it's not. That little bit of damage he puts in, immediately gets healed off, then a time walk does the rest.
They'll preserve the Rax here.
They will.
Aegis is expiring. Low did not want to get caught out in some weird position, though.
They've got Tormentor and Wisdom Rune that they can both take away from Gaming Gladiators.
Very true. And again, the way they're going to win this game is not off Rax, right? They're going to win it by just sheer teamfight domination.
Yeah.
Be a heart for XXS, and Hexes on the board for the Storm and the Phoenix here. They're both working towards them. Again, your window to come back in this game is closing, right? It's not some crazy late game time and you're going to get up the Ratio. It has to be a team fight soon, while Ace's auras can still give you some hope. It'll be a
I think
smoke.
the Hyperstone on Quinn says a lot.
Yep, this is the smoke to come back. It has to be this one.
It's like, I just need to output as much damage as quick as possible, get a pick off somewhere, but XXS! Oh,
didn't get time lapse.
Brick wall, you're not getting through this. In fact, you're not getting away either. Locked inside the Chronosphere with the Supernova to boot. They will get annihilated in this fight. They still have the freezing field. Duracio's gonna play off of that one, but it's not looking good. Gaming Gladiators gonna buy back on some of the heroes, but there's nobody left in the fight. By the time they TP in, everybody's gone.
And
GP is called.
What a turnaround from Azure Ray. Honestly, that is a very tough position to be in against the most dominant grand final team of the season. Down 2 games. 2 games where you didn't even look like you belonged here, let alone had any business winning the game 3, and to come out that decisively, a laning phase that looked okay but not great, but it was the mid-game and the early to mid-transition rotations that did the work for them, right? The supports finally contested these early rotations. They finally brought the damn numbers, and they finally played around XM. They gave this guy a game, and boy, did he deliver with it, man. A flawless Storm performance here as he finishes that game 11-0-13.
Woo! XM leads the way for Azure Ray in a comeback. Game 3, they show some life and get a win in this best of 5. Let me repeat that record again. 127 wins and 28 losses for Gaming Gladiators in games that end before 35 minutes. We'll make that 29 losses. Azure Ray put one more on the board. They show that Gaming Gladiators are not the only team who can play some fast domination Dota.
And the thing I like about it is this is a draft that suits Azure Ray. They're slow team fighty heroes, and they played fast with them. That's the thing. Like, you can always go out of these games and say, oh, the draft's too slow. Oh, our heroes couldn't make these rotations. You have Shadow Demon Phoenix. These are not two heroes known to out-skirmish a Maiden Gyro and Runes, or out-lane them, or out-team fight them, or get the level 6s first after you lost the Wisdom Room, but they made it happen. Good Dota gameplay trumps drafts every time. That's what I like that I saw out of this game 3 out of Azure Ray. See if they can keep the momentum going.
That is certainly the hope. That is the game 4, something that I think a lot of people did not expect to see, but we're going to it. We're going to head back to the panel to talk about Azure Ray and what happened, what changed about this team from game 1 and 2 going into this game 3.
We're going to talk all about that. We're so happy to see a 4th game to this series and a potential start of the reverse sweep for Azure Ray here over Gaming Gladiators. I'm joined by BSJ, Kezu, and Effie. And Kezu, this game, I mean, we were a little bit skeptic about the draft from Azure Ray. All 3 of you guys were, but they did it. They pulled through, and they did it in great fashion.
No, they did it amazingly. Like, XM playing really well, gets at Arcane Rune, he shuts down Ace a little bit. I feel like all of it kind of coming together. Everyone is playing better. I loved XXS's item build as well. You have the Veil early armor into the Blade Mail, helping out. I'm super happy. I don't want to see another 3-0 finals. I'm glad we're not. We're moving on. Azure Ray, let's go. Game 5.
Game 5. Woo.
I'm just so glad to see them confident. They were decisive in their movements. They played the lanes incredibly well. They had a lot of ancient stacks going on that the team was able to capitalize off of. And Phoenix and Shadow Demon were able to play around mid defensively in the most impressive way possible because it offset a lot of Gaming Gladiators' early game aggression. And after that, they capitalized on the Underlord not going pipe, but going mech first. And they constantly forced these 5-man engagements where Weaver was already behind in net worth. So there was a lot going on here, but let's just see the same energy for this game 4.
Yeah, my highlight for the game was actually the fight that Azure Ray took top lane when Void did not have Chronosphere. I feel like that's a fight that Gaiman would never expect. I'm guaranteeing that they were like, let's push this tower, 4-man. They don't have their ultimates. They can't take this fight. But Azure Ray, they know their limits. Low, I talked about his Faceless Void in the draft. Like, I hyped it up from the previous series, and he did not disappoint. That was just stellar performance from Azure Ray.
Yeah, who was the standout player for you in this game? Because I heard the panel, or the casters, hyping up XM on his Storm a little bit more, Brian. Who for you was the standout?
Well, XM was also mine, but I will once again appreciate Low. But I also want to give credit to ZenQ because there must have been something between the games, a little bit of belly rubbing going on, because that's the good luck that Azure Ray needed. And I think that this might, I mean, they showed this in their series earlier versus Liquid. They looked like a completely different team after winning game 2. So I would just love to see that energy carry on to game 4 and game 5.
I do think this fight that you touched on, the first one, where I feel like they're just done with gaming guys running at us. They're like, you know, F off, we're gonna go here, we're gonna fight you, no chrono, time dilation, everyone shows up with good early game, and from then on, I feel like, you know, they just feel good, and they need to carry that into the next game, and we'll have incredible finals.
And this kind of game where you not only win, but win decisively, you stomp, this is the kind of confidence boost that makes these reverse sweeps at these finals possible, right? This really could be a very competitive series, actually, if they can channel the same energy. And I want to talk about XM a little bit more because he's had some lackluster mid-performances in the series, and maybe yesterday as well, he wasn't able to show us what he's made of. But when you let this man cook, he cooks. Like, that Storm Spirit was incredible, and we thought that Storm wouldn't be able to play into this 5-man ball, but guess what? If you're leading and you're just owning them the entire time, the 5-man ball doesn't happen.
And I'm really happy that they did play so fast. Like Mira's talking about the ball, that I think Gaiman, they could have achieved it, but at minute 6, he gets the rune, he goes top, they take more fights. Minute 9, the fight Brian's talking about, they go again, fight, and they feel good. You can see it on the cameras too. More belly rubs, game 4. I'm sure there's going to be more cooking.
Yeah, it did feel like, I don't know why it was this game, but it felt like this is the first game they played this series where they just felt comfortable. They didn't make any weird moves that they made out of extra pressure, like, oh my goodness, we have to be extra aggressive in the late stage. No, they just played their game. And in the first series of the very day where they played against Team Liquid, it was the same story where only once they were with their backs against the wall, someone must have this amazing speech like, hey guys, let's just go out there, do our best, play heroes that we're comfortable with and have fun. And Effie, this is exactly the type of gameplay that we want to see from them.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what kind of reset happened between game 2 and now, but seeing it happen in real time is incredible. I just hope that it can continue. I hope that they keep playing with confidence. I hope that they don't resort to picking heroes that they're comfortable on and just picking what they think is good. Bringing out that Storm Spirit, I love that. Keep bringing it out. Keep bringing out things that work for you. You know what? I thought the Phoenix wouldn't be good at fighting around mid, but with a Storm Spirit, it's great. These defensive supports enable heroes like Storm Spirit so well, where you don't even need to be the aggressors. If they run at you, like the Gyro and the Slardar were running into the mid tower, boom, you're just sunraying, you're just defensively disrupting, you have counterplay.
We do have to be real though, that was only one game and they need to take, a couple more if they want to make this grand final theirs. And Gaming Gladiators, they've been here before, they've also lost a game, they can adapt, Brian. This game was the odd one out. They tried a game without Pango mid, didn't go so well. But surely there's other things that they can look towards. It's like, we just have to fix a small thing. What was their problem?
I think it was the fact that Quinn mid just looked different on Slardar. Yeah, they won with it earlier in the tournament versus Azure Ray, but you can just see the day and night difference when a mid laner is playing like a master tier hero they've played hundreds or thousands of times compared to a hero that he definitely picked up this patch as a result of the meta. And even though Slardar is definitely a strong hero, I think since the mid lane is so essential for both teams in this series, I would just stick to comfort zone moving forward in this best of 5.
I would also say there was something slightly uncharacteristic from Gaiman, where this top fight that we keep talking about, where Low came without a chrono, both their supports were still level 5 at like minute 12. And generally, this doesn't happen. Probably goes back to the mid lane, as Brian is talking about. If you can play more through Quinn, you're going to kill some heroes, you're going to get your level 6s, you can take this fight. So I would say in the next game, Gaiman will be at least a little more careful about those levels on their supports.
Also, I do have to bring up that Underlord was topping the net worth for the first 10 minutes of that game, but he used his gold to buy mech instead of pipe. And I can see how Greaves was a great item that game too, which is what he was trying to build up to. But I really think that potentially if the pipe had come out instead, they would have had so much damage mitigation versus the Phoenix, versus the Storm Spirit, because there were portals into the mid lane that Underlord was going into, but then he was just dying afterwards. He wasn't able to tank up that much damage. So maybe the first big item for Underlord just kind of snowballed out of control in the wrong way.
And what do we think about the first pick for Gaming Gladiators? The Gyrocopter, they'd not opened with the Gyrocopter before in the opening.
Yeah, that's the first time they've lost on Gyrocopter support this tournament, but I really emphasize, I think he's the only hero that I think built Veil that is upset about the Veil changes, and I think that was such an important part of Gyro's kit to just send a rocket at you with the shard. And as a core player without BKB around the 15-20 minute mark, you're taking 800, 900 damage from just that rocket, and he doesn't have that anymore. We see the early aggression that Tofu was doing. I thought that was really cool how they're like stepping past the tower, consistently diving top and mid. But yeah, that timing in the mid game is just not the same. And then you're talking about Kezu, they fell a bit behind on the levels on supports. This little stuff, like maybe it's time to accept that the meta has changed a little bit away from that.
I would say a little bit that I think Avery mentioned it nicely at the end of the game too. Sometimes gameplay will just, kind of trump the draft. I wouldn't say that Gaiman had a big draft issue. I think they got a little bit outplayed. I heavily agree with Mira's point about the pipe first. I think that should have come out. Then you just gate in, you pipe your boys up, and everyone's kind of chilling. But, they've lost games before. They're still up to 1. Gaiman, I'm sure they're still feeling super happy.
Yeah, for sure. They should be, because they played a great series, right? I also think that the way that their draft was structured on Gaiman was that they would snowball early game and just not let Azure Ray play their farm-intensive game. But when that doesn't happen, when your draft is built around that early game 5-man and that snowballing, and it just doesn't go your way, there was really no counterplay within their draft, because the Weaver was counterpicked by Void, and the Underlord was not tanky enough, and they couldn't teamfight into the enemy's teamfight.
Now, it's been a little while since the grand finals has actually gone past 3 games. So I'm just gonna refresh you guys' memory of how things go. Because generally, when a grand finals goes this long, you know, it's about 7 p.m. I see it there in the corner. It means it's, you know, also a little bit of dinner time, or at least, you know, we gotta give the players a chance to eat something. So in between game 3 and game 4, there generally is a little bit of a longer break than usual. So I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of that. It has been a minute since we've had a longer grand finals, but that's okay because that gives us extra opportunity to not only talk about the teams and the players, but also to get to know the crowd here in MyTech Arena a little bit more. And for that, we're heading over to that arena with Jin and Tsunami.
Thank you very much, Shiver. We are here. And so are the people. They are ready because, Jin, we actually got a series on our hands right now.
Indeed we do. I mean, it's 2-1 now, so 2 more games to go.
And all I heard is that you guys want to watch more Dota, right? Then we're going to bring it to you, but you guys also got to help out them on stage because they're fighting here for your entertainment. So, we have these large banners here. We have a large Azure Ray on one side and a large Game & Gladiators on the other. Give me a shake on the Azure Ray.
Come on.
Yes, I feel the energy. And the Game & Gladiator side, I can see the kinetic energy, Jin. It seems like both these sides have equal representation, probably.
Right. Well, come on, you guys. You guys gotta, you know, hype it up for Azure Ray. They finally won a game, you know. You don't get a 3-0 Rest and Sleeper series. You get a series, a proper fucking series, you know?
That's pretty good. I don't even think that I can beat that myself, so I brought a Game & Fan to do it for me. We've seen them at countless grand finals, but now maybe they're bleeding. What would you say to the boys right now as you're watching them prepare for their next game?
Come on, guys. Come on, boys. You can take them.
More volume. Come on. I see Quinn over there. I don't know if he can hear you.
Come on, Tofu. Beat them. Go get me Gladiator.
That's pretty good, Jin. Who's this that you got standing next to you?
I've got my Azure Ray fan over here. What's his name?
Shinkyu.
Your name is Shinkyu.
Oh, no. Tommy.
Tommy, all right. And what do you have to say to the fans to get them to support Azure Ray? Come on.
Beat them. Shinkyu. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. We've got a hardcore Shinkyu fan over here. Shinkyu, if you're out there, you can hear this. 有一个河粉啊。
我爱中国。
He loves China.
Oh, yeah?
And you know who else loves China?
Tell me.
I have video evidence. That Tofu himself has claimed that China is #1.
No. I refuse to believe that.
I'll see you on Twitter for that.
No.
No way.
I wouldn't let that happen unless if it was just an elaborate set of mind games. You know, Tofu, he's been charming the entire crowd with the winks every here and again. What if he's just trying to Wow, a lot of big Wink fans over here. He's just trying to destabilize their mentality at China #1. They're like, dude, if he thinks we're #1, maybe we are that good.
I mean, you know, Azure Ray right now, they finally won a game. They've got their momentum going. They're going to prove to the world that they are, well, trying to be #1.
Was there anyone here who was at ESL Genting last year? You were at Genting last year, so then you would remember that last year we also had a Chinese team in a grand finals against OG. It was Aster versus OG. What was your memory about almost exactly 1 year ago about that experience?
Well, I just have the feeling, Gaming Gladiators. Come on, boys, you guys can do it. Go, Gaming Gladiators! Woo! Beat that!
She lives in the present, and now thinking to the future, Jin.
Well, the future is going to be a 3-2 Azure Ray win. Whoa. You know it.
The reverse sweep?
What's it going to be?
It's going to be Azure.
Azure Ray.
How about the banner people? You guys have been kind of zoned out a little bit.
Come on.
And the gaming banner, people. Give it a good stretch. Let's see it. I'm eagerly anticipating the rest of this series, and I don't even know the last time I saw a reverse sweep. It's been ages. The competitive Dota scene has moved far past that. Western European has been dominating the entire scene. Yes, Spirit, maybe they get a TI.
Last time a Chinese team did that, we had a question mark from Emo.
That's right. Old Singapore Major. And then after that, LGD in the Anna Major. Now maybe Azure Ray get a chance at it, even though we don't even know half these players, man. They didn't even expect to make it this point. They slapped together this roster in like a week and a half ago. They got directly invited, and now they're just bumbled their way into the grand finals. I don't know if I buy it.
That's talent, baby.
Natural born talent. What about skill? I think skill outweighs talent.
Who needs skill when you've got luck?
All right then, friends. I think we have given these players some time to think, but we've been screaming in their ears, so maybe we'll let them take things down a notch and prepare for their last game. But for one last time, can we see the Azure Ray fans?
Come on, give it up for Azure Ray!
And can we see the Gaming fans? And we will see all of you for a game number 4 after the break.
Let go and take my hand. I wanna share this feeling, 'cause we can double it together. Yeah. Join me on cloud nine. There's no better time than now. Yeah. You can taste the freedom, but feeling is believing. So come fly away with me. We can live twice if we live it up. Sip from golden cups. Double every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Live twice if we love to the max. Live with no regrets. Double every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Yeah, left, right, where you want to go. Life can be so easy once you live it like a winner. Yeah, break free, the choice is yours. You can keep this feeling, but sometimes you gotta be a quitter. Yeah, so join me on cloud nine. There's no better time than now. Yeah, we can taste the freedom, but feeling is believing. So what you waiting for? 'Cause we can live twice if we live it up. Let's sip from golden cups. Every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Live twice if we love to the max, but live with no regrets. Double every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Hey. Oh, oh, yeah.
need to ask which team you are supporting? GG. Oh, not too. This is a little bit of a problem here.
Yeah, I usually support Team Secret.
You're wearing the wrong jersey. How about you?
I'm supporting G2IG, but he already lost.
Okay, so we're all supporting Gaming Gladiators here then.
Yeah.
It's GG, man. GG. And which team are you rooting for?
We were supposed to root for Enigma, but since they're not here, we're going with Liquid.
Yeah. The same?
Same, yeah.
Who's your favorite player?
Oh, it was Zai, but now I like Nisha and Saberlight, but he's a stand even, so yeah.
From the Liquid lineup, I like Saberlight as well.
Is this your first ESL One?
Yeah, it's actually our first event ever.
Ever?
Yes, ever. First Dota event ever. Yeah.
And you guys play together online normally?
Yep. Yeah, we like play almost every day.
And where are you from?
We're from Indonesia.
From Jakarta?
Yeah, we're from Jakarta.
And I hope Liquid takes it this time.
What's the best thing so far of ESL One here?
I think for me, it's the signing. The signing.
Who did you get so far?
We get Team Secret, and then Wowitas. Yes, Wowitas.
All right. And how about you? What's the best thing?
That Mickey will seek a rampage, I think. Yeah.
Because it could be a rampage up for Mickey. Oh my goodness! And it will be.
The Dota is the best.
Yeah, the Dota is the best, of course.
It's the one of my bucket list to see Dota in LAN event. The stage is good. It's like what
Yeah.
That's stunning.
What's the best thing about ESL One?
I think the production is very good.
So all the people that are not here, what would you say to them?
You need to go there. You need to go there. You need to go.
Yeah, you need to go and ESL is like the best organizer, I think.
What's the best thing about this event so far?
Meet you.
Well, my best thing, can I just show off? This is just so cute.
Yeah, he's cute, but you more cute.
Let's interview him done. I'm just gonna take his later. Yes, bye.
All right.
Oh, that was a good time. I think everybody's having a good time here in Kuala Lumpur. The MyTech Arena is definitely, absolutely packed. And I think Cap said it earlier already. There's a lot of fans of Dota 2 out here. And I know that there's a lot of people that would like to see a fifth game in this best of 5, but these guys here on your screen, they're the ones that have to do it here. They are still with their backs against the rope because Gaming Gladiators are still on match point. It is 2-1 so far in this best of 5 grand finals. And Gaming Gladiators and Azure, they are about to head in their 4th game. And we'll see who comes out on top on this one. There's a lot of thought that had gone into this game. Also, I don't know if anybody's been keeping track of the clock, but there's this break that was going to happen. It's a little bit less long than what it was supposed to because apparently food is not required for neither Gaming Gladiators nor Azure. They are hungry, but not hungry for the sustenance. They are hungry for a victory here, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they had bananas or apples or something at least, right? It's hard to play Dota on a completely empty stomach, but Brian, you were talking about how hate to interrupt your 12-hour
Yeah, when you're on that
session.
binge queue and when you're multiple games deep, especially for Azure Ray, who's on their 2nd series of the day, it's the best to just forget to eat. Just continue on the grind, no distractions.
But I feel like that's the bigger problem for the losers, don't you think? Like I feel like gaming guys, they are the ones that just want to go next.
True.
Like when you're losing, that's when you binge queue it up.
Yeah, but they were back in their seats way before Azure was as well, so
they were
perhaps
mad.
they're onto something here. And maybe Gaming Gladiators is onto something here as well, because Timbersaw has been banned an awful lot. I believe every single game. First phase, Timbersaw's banned. They get their hands on it this time around. Grimstroke is one of the heroes that was banned first phase by Azure. So what is up with Timbersaw? Why is he fully back, Brian?
Veil.
Veil.
That's it.
That's it?
Shiva's Guard.
Yeah, Veil into
That's built
Shiva's
up.
Guard.
And he got buffed, may I
Yes.
mention.
And the Helm of Iron Will. It's a very broken offlane item right now because you're not really buying the ring anymore.
Having sustained build-up is just so nice for your hero. It means you can build less, buy less tangles, buy less salves. You just work on that. Gives you armor. So yeah, having the option to build it into Veil. You're just chilling. It feels great.
Primal into Timber. What do you guys think about that? I feel like picking a melee strength hero is not necessarily ideal. You do have the magic damage to bring him down potentially, but I guess they're going to need a follow-up. The Grimstroke's already taken out. What other supports like pair well with Primal to allow him to dish out that reliable damage?
I would say the Primal Timber matchup can go both ways. It's kind of like who helps each other more, like with more overwhelming damage. I would say for Primal, something you should look at potentially is Dark Willow. I think even for both sides, like roots are annoying for these heroes. They added up teamfight, but most importantly, this damage. Because Primal, when he gets to the stage where he does have overwhelming magical damage, he will cut through the Timber.
Yeah, I love the sound of that Dark Willow, some kind of position 4 hero to enable the damage output of either of these two heroes, but also give them that very strong laning presence, because this matchup, either of these heroes could kill each other, and as the game progresses, they both do so much damage. It's a matter of how well can their team enable that damage, right? First of all, are you being counterplayed by a Silencer? Do you have the stun set up so you can take advantage of your Timbersaw's damage? Do you have the follow-up stun to take advantage of your Primal Beast's initiation? These are the questions that need to be answered throughout the draft.
I mean, earlier today they had like this Viper Nyx game against the Timbersaw, which of course worked out very great. Viper this time around will not be there, but I wonder if Azure want to look to also like cover their safe lane a little bit, because of course Timber can be flexed. A good hero for that would potentially be Luna, so we'll have to see if Azure want to kind of prepare for that already or not, because it looks like, judging from the bans at least, they would like the Timber to be able to go offlane by banning the Ursa.
Yeah, Faces Void banned out as well. Definitely one of the heroes that Low is feeling most comfortable on, so best to just remove it altogether. And we see the Alchemist removed as well. Speaking of people that are comfortable on a hero, this guy right here, Daracho, has had a flawless performance on that hero, so best not to let him have it. That does mean there is still a Pangolier in the pool. I feel like the need to point it out is there, but we got a Batrider pickup from Azure. I know, Effie, you've been having some feelings about Batrider. You thought he was going to get picked up a couple more times?
Yeah, I am glad to see Azure experiment this hero. I believe they played it in game 1 of their series versus Liquid just earlier today. It didn't look that good in that game, but that's just because the game spiraled out of control. But this hero got buffed in the last patch, and it was in an okay place. A few months ago, it was one of the tier 1 supports that everybody was running. This was always first ban Batrider, first pick Batrider. It's not in a bad place at all, because it still benefits from blood grenades. Now that you can actually play on Flame Break level 1 because of the extra movement speed added from the patch notes, you can set up for kills on the lane. The knockback into blood grenade is still as good as it used to be.
Like, it used to be very good around the Berlin Mage, and I feel like they kind of just reverted it back to how he used to be there. More damage, less cooldown on the Firefly as well, and overall just a very annoying hero for Timber to deal with. If you have the time, you stack up the napalms, you have all this magic damage, you can cancel his chain, you have the lasso. Not surprised to see Gaiman pick up the CM, just seems like an S tier post 5 right now.
I'm eyeing Daracho Lifestealer, not necessarily right here. I'd like them to pick it on the 8th overall pick, but I'm sure Azure knows with the heroes they have so far, Lifestealer's always been one of the classic counters to Batrider. It's always nice to have a support that gives you an answer to lasso. Shadow Demon's not going to prevent the lasso, but he can at least prevent the person from getting bursted during the lasso. You'll still get dragged out of position, but you'll have time to like BKB or something out of it. So if Azure earlier against the Timber in lane went Marcy plus Luna, I like that duo a lot again, but the Lifestealer is also very good against those. So I'm wondering what they're thinking in terms of covering that base of the carry-to-carry matchup while also looking to shut down Ace on his Timbersaw.
This is a great Shadow Demon pick. Not only did they take away hero that looked so good and comfortable in Azure's hands, especially with those ancient stacks, that was something Gaiman were lacking in the last game. They lacked the ability to make a comeback themselves. They didn't have that stack hero. They didn't have that defensive support. So now they definitely have more insurance moving forward. But also, Primal Beast and Batrider, both movement-dependent heroes who are countered by Shadow Demon's ulti.
I am super happy about the next pick. Jinkyu popped off earlier today. It's really like CM, actually all these 3 heroes kind of hate this hero to shreds. Like you can cancel CM ult, you're annoying for the Timber, you can set them up, you have a lot of damage. Also the map play later, like Nyx Batrider, even though there's a little bit of overlap, if you get any map control or any lead, it is very, very toxic to end up playing against these 2 heroes. On top of that, they will also have Luna Night Vision throughout the game. Shocker pick.
Nobody saw that coming.
Pick a real hero, bro.
I mean, he has been winning with it so many times. Why would you not? Why would you not?
There's no reason not to.
So what do you play against it?
I mean, Bloodseeker, ideally, just pick something to counter this hero, but the problem is there is a Luna now, and unless you're flexing some weird position 3 Bloodseeker with a position 2 Primal Beast, there's not really a direct counter. You just kind of have to have something in lane that can match its tempo and potentially kill it later on. I mean, as the game progresses, if they can actually lasso this Pangolier, they should be able to burst him down, but it's a matter of how. You're playing against a Shadow Demon. There's gonna be some save disruptions going on.
I'm looking at like the type of heroes that Azure would want to go for later. I mean, of course, they have the options of picking a mid or an off lane. Luckily for them, Gaimin will have to pick first. It's going to be the Ratio hero. Mr. Brian, as an expert, what would you want to pick here?
I'm still liking the Lifestealer. I think Terrorblade would have been just fine. I also wouldn't hate Slark, something we saw from Dyrachyo in the previous game, because it's got a lot of setup in the early to mid game. It fits the timing of the Pango, like something that's either going to be independent like the Lifestealer or something that's going to match the tempo and want to fight alongside the rest of Gaimin, because we see Azure, they're willing to bring the fight to you as well, even without their big ultimates in the previous game. So I think it's important that Dyrachyo also gets involved on his hero, or he at least is not susceptible to the Nyx ganks.
I wonder what else there really is for him around. I would kind of want to play a hero that can help. You have a Timber that's going to go in for you. You have 2 backline supports, a Pango that will roll in for you as well. So I would like a hero that in the mid game can look to bring the fight to them. Maybe even a hero who's looking for some mid game BKB potentially. Like, I think playing a carry in this game is not that easy. Like, there's some random Primal Beast stuff. There's a Lasso, some Carapace Impales as well. I don't think it's the easiest pick.
A lot of anti-carries on the side of Azure.
Typically, I feel like Gaimin might have gone Naga here just to play the map with the Timbersaw and the Naga, but I feel like there are solutions in the Nyx scouting up the Naga, the Bat Rider, the Primal Beast, their ability to play aggressively.
Yeah, the Dispel would be really nice against Bat Rider early, and it's also, you got the net for the Primal Beast, so I would not mind Naga at all. It's a nice independent hero that can connect to fights. That Orchid would also do work against Azure's supports. Both of them are very susceptible, like they both defend themselves with their abilities. They even elect to ban the Bloodseeker despite the fact that they already have the Luna, so they respected that so much, not only good against the Pango, also good against the Slark, and good against the Timbersaw, so they felt the need to protect it anyways.
You guys know what would have been so good here for Azure in the days of old? The old Enigma would have been so good versus this GG craft.
I honestly think even the new Enigma isn't like unplayable, but it's something you need to feel pretty fancy. I think like you need to want to play it. I do think it would be pretty great for them. I had another hero in mind. I'm kind of looking, like whenever I see Luna, I want this hero to, I feel like, be amplified. Ooh. Okay, XM will look to run back his puck. I don't think it's bad at all against the Gaimin supports, right? We touched on the SD and the CM kind of in the back. You've got the Night Vision as well, kind of helping you out from the Luna. You also have Luna Aura around like minute 5-6 that can help you out around the lanes. Yeah?
It's a good hero to control this Shadow Demon, who's going to be a very pivotal part of Gaimin's draft in its saves and its purges. If you have this puck jumping the backline, silencing the Shadow Demon, potentially coiling this Pangolier, you have a lot of ways to take the fight as Azure, especially because you have this Luna versus Timbersaw. You're not afraid of your safe lane spiraling out of control. If you can play around this puck in a really good way post 10 minutes, and he can control these backlines, Azure have a really good means to fight Gaimin Gladiators in this game.
Yeah, I think it's very different when you have a puck in terms of damage issues that puck usually runs into in the mid game when you have a Luna on your team. That extra 20 damage from the Luna Aura builds up a lot on a hero like Puck. She usually gets a lot of casual right clicks in when you are coiled. Also really well synergizes with the Primal Beast, whose tramples based on his right click damage. So I'm really liking this puck a lot more than I've seen so far this playoffs, even though it's 0-3. I like the fact that it doesn't necessarily have to build damage. It can build like Sonic Kaya, Witchblade, take the long fights. They don't really have disables. Nobody really naturally builds into Sheepstick on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, so he should have a pretty free game for a while.
I think it's very important that XXS plays aggressive. I even potentially want him to move to mid, help out with the calls. SD Timber, they're gonna stack the triangle. I want him to naturally play mid. It will also help them play into the triangle, contest that, and take the fights in the early game to Gaimin and just keep clashing.
And for Gaimin, they just need to play around their Pango well, some rotations to the sideline, secure Slark's farm, and eventually Slark should be able to carry a game like this. But it's going to be a matter of, again, which supports enable their mid laner better.
All right, all focus once again on that mid lane, and while we do that, we're also going to give all our focus to our commentary duo of Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Shiver. That's right. Heading into Game 4 of Azure versus Gaimin Gladiators. It's an interesting setup now because Azure have proven that not only can they actually take down Gaimin Gladiators in playoffs, but they can also do it playing a faster style of Dota.
Yeah, to me, it was the gameplay that won that game, not necessarily the draft. It was the supports, especially bringing numbers to the fights. Those are the things that worked well for them in that game 3, and proving they can actually beat this team, right? Because they were 0-4 up to that point. So finally, some blood has been shed here, but this series is a long way from being turned around for them, as you're still on match point here, and against a very scary lineup. This is another fast-paced kill lineup coming out from Gaming. They're going back to what has worked for them in this tournament a lot. A very high-tempo, aggressive carry for Duracho that can snowball off the lane, fast support duo, and a hero for Ace that can just up the tempo pressure with what I assume is going to be another Veil here. We haven't seen it too much on the Timber, but I feel like that's kind of becoming the meta of the offlane for this series at least. You just want the Helm of Iron Will into the Veil, into the Shivas. I would not be surprised to see both offlaners just rush it out here, especially after XXS watched what Ace did with that Primal in the game too.
We could be starting here with an early first blood as, yep, they're going to find Xin-Q and they're going to go ahead, disrupt him, surround him with heroes. Could not run fast enough, it seems, and they'll give the first blood over to Ace.
Weird part of the map to die at, but Xin-Q definitely going to think it's warded. It's not warded. They just scouted him. That'll be a first blood going to Ace instead of Quinn. Maybe there's a little upside there, but Ace is going to use it very well.
Yeah, I mean, considering the matchup, you want this Timbersaw off to a good start.
Yes.
He's up against a Batrider, even a support Batrider. That's got to be annoying, right?
And this Nyx. We saw Xin-Q pick up this Nyx earlier for the same type of counter. It's a hero that can protect Luna in the fights as well. This is a very hard Timber game on paper. You are up against some of the best counters in the game. Luna is one of the best carries against this hero in the lane. You usually don't have a lot of aggression against her. Beam interrupt in the fights. Carapace, Batrider, Puck Coil plus Silence. It's a lot for Ace to fight into, so him getting a fast start here definitely helps. He just wants to get past that threshold where he can go and be tanky enough, create enough space that his other two cores pick up the damage slack. He's going to be happy. That's all he really has to do this game. It's not on him to 1v5 it, as Azure have committed a lot of counter picks going into the Timber. It was first pick for a reason.
Yeah, I was surprised that we didn't get to see more Timbersaw in this event, considering the buffs he got in 7-3-5. All of it focused on the reactive armor, which, I mean, I feel like the biggest one, you getting 3 stacks instead of 2 for every hero hit, that's a massive difference.
And more max stacks on the early points. So these like 4-4-2 Timber builds that we saw, you can get Veil to amp it up. Spell amp just seems really good right now, right? I think some of the reason we didn't see it is like, I feel like that hero got banned against Omar every game, right?
Yeah.
He just never got a chance to play this event, so at least post-patch. And if you're confident on this hero, you can almost always make an obnoxious threat out of it somewhere in any patch.
And as you alluded to before, the great Shivas hero as well, so.
Yes, that is, I think, the meta that is developing, at least within the series, and probably until that item gets changed. He's way too good on all these strength offlaners right now.
Lo and Tianming both coming out of the lane to try and challenge Tofu a little bit, because they got to pull off, so they want to make sure Tofu doesn't manage to interrupt that at all.
And Gaimin took the Shadow Demon this time. I think that was a really impactful hero in that game 3. They're going to pick up a bit more scale for Tofu. I think he struggled on the Gyro. That was probably the game that he had a harder time finding impact in those fights, right? And it can be tricky on that hero, because Gyro either just decimates you or he feels like he does nothing. Shadow Demon's way more reliable here. He can get the stacks going as well if Gaming feel like they need to fall back on it for Ace. Something else that Gaming got outmatched in that game 3 on, right? The stacks got stolen, and I mean, Azure just straight up had more. It's something else they might look into this game because they have the Luna lineup. So it'll be interesting to see if Tofu tries to match that or if he tries to just join the fights with Celery on the Shadow Demon and, you know, do what Azure did to them, except in this game 4, which is something Gaming's very comfortable doing.
I'm also interested to see how well those disruption illusions fare against the Luna, because that has always been pretty good against Luna, but at the same time, I think there's a chance that that Luna shard comes into play, right? You get the glaives, you come back out, the glaives are doing damage, you target the illusions, they might not last very long.
And they did get nerfed a bit. They lost 25% of the damage, and it got added as flat. So in theory, it's better at the earlier stages of the mid game and worse in the late game. Like you're not getting as much of the base damage of the Luna. We'll see if it comes into play, but it is something, again, that's why I'm looking at Tofu this game. Like if he steps up, I think Gaming are gonna have a really nice time in the fights. The cleanse is also really good versus the Batrider and some of these other small, you know, debuffs coming out.
Yeah.
This is a Luna strat that we saw Azure Ray play successfully earlier today as well. So they're going back to what's worked for them.
Oh, nice bump back there from Tianming. That was beautiful. That'll set up the first kill for Azure Ray in this game.
just using the early level advantage. Level 3s to level 2s, make it work with this level 2 Luna aura. This is why this hero's so strong, and it's why it's a difficult matchup for Timber. It's very hard to prevent that level 2 and level 3 trade not being favorable for the Luna. Full stick charges on low as well, so he's very comfortable right now. And this aura is going to be pretty nice in the mid game too. This Primal Luna combination's no joke. It's a global amp. Primal loves playing around with it. But like all these other games today, Demon are pulling slightly ahead in these lanes.
I think it'll be interesting for the Puck as well, right? Like, Puck has always done a decent amount of right clicks in a lot of fights, but the new Puck, where a lot of people are building a lot more around these right clicks, whether it's Witchblade, we've seen some weird Maelstrom builds, but just in general, playing off of both the Shard and the Aghanim Scepter, you're getting a lot more hits out from this Puck than before.
That's very nice. Puck is one of those mid laners that does a deceptive amount of right click damage in any of the skirmishes and fights. XM's definitely going to benefit here, as that Water Rune grab from Quinn was very clutch because he would have lost both there. Duracho getting run down. He's in trouble.
Ooh, missed out on the impale. Xingqiu couldn't quite get there in time.
Yeah, he still has Blood Grenade and Mind Flare early, so there's a lot of extra damage that can come out from the Nyx. Just too far to connect there. Golden Cosmetic. Not pay to win.
No, he doesn't have the range that Lion does now with his impale.
We'll cancel the foul.
Still struggles a little bit in that regard.
Extra region value. And I mean, this lane's, it's going okay for both teams. Not great, but it's a tough early lane for Slark. This might not be as fast of a snowball game as we saw for the Slark earlier, Duracio's hands. He was just getting stacks galore, right?
Yeah.
That was like turbo mode. We also have 2 carries that benefit from the nighttime vision, something both these teams are going to think about when the fights start breaking out and those carries want to join them. Like, how do you set up the initiation for your team when both these carries can frontline and give sight of everything coming? It'll be a support rotation out of Azure Ray, the first ones to do it.
I like the fact that even if they knew it was coming, they got the successful scan on him, so they know he's back there. But I just like the idea. Azure Ray, we saw it in Game 3, but they continue to do so now in Game 4. It feels like they're playing a lot more preemptive and trying to counter Game of Gladiators' aggression.
I agree. I mean, that's the way you're going to beat any team in a grand final. You have to claim the victory. You cannot just play not to lose.
Yeah.
So they're going to continue to try for this gank, and they get the pounce block.
Maybe they thought he still wasn't here, but the Frostbite intercepts on the onslaught. That will prevent Duracio from going down. It was a close call.
And body blocks just weren't really there, and nice timing on the Dark Pact will secure Duracio a lot of XP up here. If he had died there, he would have lost double range plus a catapult wave. We'll get them a Lotus for their trouble, but so far, Gaming surviving this 2v3 top. Give some more freedom to Tofu, and it will be the 6-minute rune, a regen for XM, so he gets the 50-50. A welcome sight for him in this series for sure.
Yeah, it's got to be helpful in this matchup too. Swashbuckle does a healthy amount of damage to him, and he's throwing out mana constantly, so that could put him in a position, maybe he like spams out the wave, and then we'll see some sort of smoke or TP rotation. There's already aggressive ward, though, from Game of Gladiators here to the right. That is looking for these kind of puck rotations. Right now, it's going to see the Bat Rider.
A lot of symmetry in this map right now. Both fours stacking Ancients into the Wisdom Rune at 7 minutes here. While both carries have had a pretty solid laning phase, Low getting the better of it. But he kind of got left down here too, right? So it gave a lot of space to Ace. Just cruising towards that Veil Arcane Boots, very farmed on the Timber. But Low did out-level him. The early kill in the lane and just the solo XP. Put this Luna in a decent position. This is the other upside of this matchup. A lot of heroes don't want to sit against the Timber too long. Luna happy to leave and just go do Ancients or Jungle at a very fast rate as long as she has the levels.
XM dodges some of the damage, but that aggression is cover for Celery to get the D-Ward.
Damon continuing to control a lot of the vision on the map right now. Particularly around mid lane, no surprise.
Yeah, the only thing that they don't have is this ward Tianming has up here in the top lane. It sets up a rotation that Duracio can't really seem to get away from. Run over by the Primal Beast.
No Maiden to bail him out, and that'll give the D-Ward on mid off of Xingqiu, so the symmetry continues. But AR getting the better out of this top exchange.
Oh, he actually did a close range swashbuckle, so he could definitely take a lot more damage here. Xingqiu maybe thought XM was going to commit some more, but understandably, he wants the power room. Not going to get it, though. Denied by Celery. Now caught in the Frostbite. He throws out the coil, but it's a bit desperate. He's got an orb to go to. He'll be able to jump over to that, or he doesn't. He lets Quinn take the bait and roll with it.
there any turnaround potential here? They're going to TP in the primal.
Oh, yeah, XXS TP's in the perfect spot. Grabs Quinn right out of the rolling boulder.
Nice plays in the river by Azure here as they keep their puck alive, secure the Pangolier. I mean, if you get that damage amp, you're even happier about it, but you'll take it. And once more, keeping the levels low on the game and supports, right? This is one of those matches where I think Azure are happy to trade low support levels for low support levels.
Sure.
Like, as long as they get there at the same time. You get a fast Demonic Purge, fast Maiden ulti, it's going to start to win you these engagements.
Yeah, especially given the way the Game and Gladiators like to play. But you can see Game are maybe slowing things down a little bit, recognizing that Azure is trying to bring numbers to a lot of fights. They are focusing a lot more on stacking, which is the other MO of Game and Gladiators, the thing that they do the best. Among all the other teams, they've stacked the most camps at this tournament.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have stacked the most camps over the year.
Yeah.
Well, part of that's they play the most games because, you know, they're in every final. So, like, on average per game, you guys love the efficiency.
Trying to cut the wave and keep Ace from being able to take this tower too early. And he's probably getting out of his life for this one. He's going to land that Chakram, but he does clear out the creep wave. Slow down the Timber Saw.
Still big pickup for Ace. That was before the Veil came out. He's now level 8. Highest net worth in the game. He's not going to need stacks here. He's just going to run at you. Spent all of that farm priority, went into the Pangolier, helping Quinn catch up. Push towards that defusal, and they're looking for XXS up here. Has a little safety bubble, but I don't know how safe it is.
Yeah, they're going to use a Rolling Boulder to ensure a few stuns. Oh, he got stuck on the wall. This might give him a chance. XXS will take one more stun, then try and get off the onslaught with the pounce. Holds him in place for a little bit too long. He has a chance. A window here. Oh, no, just ripped for too long. Duraccio. He looks to maybe a little bit more, but got caught in the coil. XM has a chance here with the Orb lands. Dark Pack clears through the stun, and XM, now he's going to be perched up. He can't go anywhere.
Invis room,
It
but
is trouble.
they
He's got a phase shift and an Orb, but can't really use either. Game and Gladiators. This time, they read Azure a lot better.
And that felt like the move that Azure made last game, right? They make the first move on this offlaner, get the fight going with the numbers. Feels like so much of the series has just come down to who made the first move, who brings numbers to the engagement. XXS is not tanky enough to survive, even with the Veil and the bubble there. You don't have a Batrider 6. Celery just did a tremendous amount of work in this fight. I think he got off 4 Frostbites.
Yeah.
The extra levels reducing the cooldown did a lot of work there. And now you have access to your ultis. All 3 cores having a very solid game for Gaiman now, as Diffusal will come out for Duraccio, and Quinns is not far behind. That is just going to amp the pressure in these skirmishes. Looking for ace bottom off of Vendetta from Jin Q, trying to get the reveal pop that you might not expect, but he needs damage follow-up, right? This is 1800 HP you got to get through, and
oh, but he runs into the Sentry placed by Stellar with a high ground ward as well.
Really nice read here. Once more, supports making the plays that set this early game up. That's a big one. You want that first ult to go to work, get the extra levels off it. Instead, Jin Q will get nothing but a trip to base. And that'll just free Ace up even more. A lot of damage off the table when that ult's on cooldown. If you want to defend this, you need to bring the Primal in.
Yeah, this is one of the ways that Game and Gladiators really start getting some momentum, playing around Ace, having him get these kills, get these objectives. Gonna try and pull him into Low here, but I don't think Low wants too much to do with this. He's gonna play off of Jin Q and XXS, and now that they're here, now they can start chasing down some of these heroes. Duracio's gonna play and get this kill, but he is gonna be caught in the middle. A lot of AoE damage, not quite enough though. They turn back into the Timbersaw instead. Stunned up, Ace. Oh, what a disruption. Well timed as XXS had the grab, but now it's gonna be XXS who dies instead. And now it's gonna be Low in trouble as well. Quinn looks to run him down underneath this tier 2 tower. They're gonna dive for it. Ace is gonna go for it, but Chakram doesn't quite land, but the Swashbuckle does. That's enough. Sure, they get the kill on the Timbersaw. Jin Q looking for a little bit more. Anybody else to help him out? TP coming in from Tianming. Duraccio's also here with full health again. Diffuse a blade onto Tianming.
TP for what?
An extra kill perhaps and get out. Put himself on the cliff. Oh, the Impel maybe could have gotten him, but he gets Tofu instead.
And no vision of Duraccio up there, so he is perfectly safe. I mean, Jin Q got a lot out of that at the end. He gets to clean up some solo kills, but that fight did not connect for Azure. And it's a fight that Low went to. He has no Eclipse. 2 points in Beam. This is the farming Luna build. What is he doing there, right?
And this is the part where you underestimate how aggressive Duraccio is willing to be. He will stick around for these kills, always.
I mean, he clipped himself, but he makes it work. And that is all a very clutch disruption from Tofu. Yeah, like that changes the entire course of that fight. I'm pretty sure Timbersaw is going down there and might just run amok. Right now, this feels like the battle of the offlaners in the fight, and so far Ace is making his presence felt a lot more than XXS has been able to.
Put him up on the cliff again. That pounce lands there, but the Fusa Blade's slowing him down. Maybe enough for Quinn to take advantage. He does have a lasso. Well, I lied. Burned out of his mana. Dyrachyo. Hey, wait a minute. Swashbuckle catches him in the end.
Man, the battle for this cliff, as he once more leaps up onto it, I don't know what the obsession with this cliff is, but
the funny part is we know Ward's up there now because he wasn't getting the regen, so 2 times.
It'll be a smoke as the Shivas is completed off of all that fighting for AC is absolutely massive here. This is a 14-minute Shivas guard. He is more than happy to run into anybody.
Shivas gives XM a little bit of heads up, but he's not going to make it very far, particularly if the Frostbite holds him in place.
Another good move as they bring the numbers, and that's been the biggest story of this game. The numbers game, and have just had an advantage in almost all these fights. The group up from Azure Ray has not been there. I feel like it's been a bunch of solo plays, right?
Yeah.
The look towards mid off the Vendetta. This should be a quick pickoff.
Something that TeamQ is getting quite a lot of. Yeonming gonna make a run for it here off the Firefly. Not gonna go far though with Quinn sticking on top of him.
He missed the Carapace on the Shiva's guard. See if he survives here. It's gonna be some decent space either way, but again, Gaming just bringing the numbers, getting a rebuttal kill. Like, what's the trade-off while all this is happening? It's just low farming.
Yeah, this is not the worst amount of space. He's going to make a TP out successfully. Dyrachyo even came in to try and sandwich him. Doesn't get there in time, though. 3,000 net worth lead, but it may be a very minor win for Azure Ray.
I mean, once more, XinQ is making some plays out of nothing, right?
Look at these rotations, man. Failed to get a kill bottom immediately. Both supports looking for a kill at top lane.
Low is up here, but I don't think he wants to try and bail his
XXS is going to be able to grab him, but the freezing field has already done so much. He's been burned out of a lot of his mana. Frostbite will stop him from charging away.
Numbers, numbers, numbers. Gaming just playing a lot faster on the map right now, and it's about Dyrachyo getting involved over low. Dyrachyo's controlling vision, he's controlling lanes, whereas low is just been jungling, trying to get to the later levels on this Luna, where he can join the fight and have an impact. Can't blame him. This is the normal trajectory for the hero, but right now, his team is suffering. He cannot hold this map for much longer, as it'll be another invasion from Gaming. And another ward. Yeah, Dyrachyo's been on point with the vision control.
A little bit of Ancient stack to take as well. All great things for Gaming Gladiators. Now, whoever comes forward in this lane, they're going to be walking underneath the ward. XinQ is going to be able to de-ward it.
The big de-ward.
He actually continues to push forward. And that will probably be his doom, as Gaming Gladiators have no problems diving tier 2 towers, that's for sure.
Can't even get the hit off.
Hey, a good play though by Tianming. He gets out there and cuts the wave, so trying to stop them from taking more objectives, while Low is just playing entirely on Gaming Gladiator's side of the map.
He's been up here for a while. In fact, he's probably telling Tianming, like, hey, buddy.
Yeah, don't draw attention to me.
Don't bring him to me, man. Like, I don't want any of this. I'm having a grand old time. They
spotted him. And Low doesn't realize it either. Did he just run into the tier 2 vision range?
Kill somebody here,
Low.
too.
I mean, if he gets the... they spotted him. Disruption. Gets him in the end. Now he's going to maybe pop his Eclipse. He doesn't stop the freezing field, though. If Celery can't see him, and he's not going to get a kill out of it.
Just great map movement overall. Gaming finding everything.
And of course, Dyrachyo's looking for solo kills, and he's going to find it too.
Yeah, this map is crumbling fast, right? This is what we saw from the Slark game earlier. The second you start losing the vision, you lose a pick off, your map crumbles really fast because Dyrachyo just has a green light to go wherever he wants and just frontline for himself at this point.
I can't help but feeling like, what changed for Azure Ray? Why are they so reluctant to take fights grouped up?
I think it's the cooldowns on their damage. They don't feel like they can kill heroes without the lasso, without a Vendetta, and it's hurting them. Their damage on the other game was a lot lower CD. They felt a lot more comfortable making these fast plays. Right now, they're waiting for ults, and while they're waiting, Gaming are not. They're just forcing the
dive in tier 2s again with the numbers. 4 heroes. It just makes A fist that continues to pound Azure Ray into the dirt, and much more damage, and they'll be out of a grand finals.
EHP is starting to build as well. Glimmer and Pavis on these two supports. Quinn's just running around with a shield.
Look at him, he's diving underneath tier 2.
I mean, what's
just
fear?
to farm some creeps.
You always have this Shadow Demon to bail you out. Azure Ray still want to make this play. They are smoked here. Low is kind of nearby, but he doesn't have an Eclipse.
I mean, there's a fast kill that they can get onto Celery, but they whiff. Okay, Celery's going to run deeper into many of these heroes, but the Rolling Thunder is going to come through. Win again, another disruption, while Tianming is going to be rolled over pretty easily. Celery somehow still alive. The coil is not quite enough. Both supports are low. XM will finish him off full. He is low on mana though. Nice also in trouble. Nice double stun. That's going to lead into a beautiful setup for XXS. He's going to grab that Pango, slam him down, and they get a big kill. 2 for 3 to the favor of Azure Rays. They finally get a core.
I cannot believe Low did not go to that fight. He was here the whole time.
Yeah, he was just like, no, guys, not me.
I guess he made the right call, and his team did not need him. They get the 3 for 2 trade. They get the Pangolier at the end of it. God damn, does Celery survive for a long time here, right? And this is why you need all of your ults up to make these plays, because it's a struggle. The defensive early items from the supports doing a lot of work in these engagements. That said, Jin Q is still having his way in these fights, right? The amount of stuns, Mind Flayers he's getting off, just pure value. Spell does a lot of damage, and he buys the Dagon off of that. Probably the most aggressive item choice you can make here for the Knicks, but one that will pay off if you can find the big core burst.
Yeah, one thing that was Azure Ray did seem like they were waiting for was there was a lot of items that were coming in like that Dagon. There was also the, well, Blink Dagger for XM that he had completed in the last minute or two. So a lot of things are coming up for Azure Ray. We'll see how they change their play.
Manta for Low, maybe he's more willing to join fights, and that's Shiva's for XXS. Yeah, a lot of stuff coming together right now, but I'm looking at Jin Q, right? I feel like these fights have been around him finding an initiation, getting multiple Mind Flares off. Now he has a Dagon. The burst potential is really high off this Vendetta.
Yeah, do not underestimate the power of Nyx's Assassin. I feel like this guy is crazy
he's
strong
just running
right now.
it. This is so bold. The chance of
and he's going to find it right away. The fast kill on a Tofu. Is he really going to get out? No chance.
He's happy.
Barrels in, finds a kill, and dies.
I mean, he's happy about that other than you're giving Slark stacks. That's like the only downside in the straight, but you're making space, you're trading 1 for 1.
Oh, Quinn, he might be running into a trap set by Azure Ray. They're going to come down from that high ground, but Quinn, he knows what's coming now.
That's a hard go. You just don't really have that solid of initiation and follow-up, especially when there's utility waiting behind.
They did get a tower out of that, though. Low pushed in the top lane.
Yeah, Low's continuing to accelerate. It's XXS who's falling behind in this game, right? All 3 of Gaiman's cores are having a pretty good time here. They're all getting into their next set of 2-3 damage items. It's the Primal Beast who's falling behind. The Knicks can pick up some of that slack, but I mean, are you happy being a walking Shivas at 21 minutes? Feels like you need a bit more here.
Yeah, and if you can't survive in fights, it means that BKB is going to be more and more delayed. Another TP out from Azure Ray that is successful.
Dyrachyo?
Doing those a lot.
Working on the puck. I mean, his Axe is done, so he has poke potential.
Yeah, he's going to be grabbed. No Dark Pack actually going off, so he's going to be chain silenced out.
Where was the pact?
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself. He's like, he's got the Aghanim Scepter, he's got these pounces. Maybe it's just a moment of overconfidence.
Was Quinn supposed to press that Dark Pack? It'll cost him here. Really big death, because that was his Axe. So he was like playing the poke game. Maybe he just thinks, okay, I'm going to bait out some primal spells and live. Didn't see that the puck was there, but whatever it was a Dyrachyo death for sure. So it's going to give some space on the map for Azure Ray.
Big slip up, but Game of Gladiators are not going to slow down. They actually make a smoke play that Low completely does not see coming. That surprises Azure Ray. They just got to pick off in the enemy carry, and Game of Gladiators smoking into their triangle. Who could have seen that?
And that one feels better, because you have all your cores accelerating right now, and the Luna was the one who was cleaning up the map for Azure Ray. So when you take Low off this map, the GPM just dies. Whereas Dyrachyo, he's going to come right back. He's going to run at you. And he's going to continue to look for the vision. Will not find this ward.
Got Ming underneath the ward, spotted. Got Firefly, and he's got Lasso. There's only so far he can drag him. They do have a bit of burst damage. They're going to try for it. Yeah, the Shadow Demon's low. The slam, it might just be enough. Ace is going to get low. Shadow Demon Disruption protects himself for now, and they got the Glimmer Cave off. He's going to be okay, and now it's Azure Ray. We're going to be run down. Quinn and Dyrachyo see all these heroes without spells. Shattered Demon does die in the end, but it is well worth it.
Yeah, XM, the only one able to clean up anything there, as this Timbersaw is way too tanky, man. Solar Crest Glimmer has just done so much work in this game so far from the two supports. I mean, you don't even have the Depth Shroud yet, right? That's going to be another problem in the fight. This Slark Luna matchup is not easy at all. So far, it's just been Ace leading the charge.
Whoa, Dyrachyo. There is a coil to grab him here, and he already used Dark Pack, so he's going to have to sit here for a bit, wait for the next round of it.
Yeah, they still
actually
damage
pulls
alive.
Celery a little out of position, though. He has 2,000 HP.
Once
What
again,
the hell?
This Maiden has found a Pupil's Gift and is just upping the HP with the talent. And Gem now online. Celery bought it, gave it to Dyrachyo, so once more the vision is guaranteed here.
There's something not right about that.
Oh, I was going to say it, but I'll let you. I'm a certified Crystal Maiden here.
Level 14, 2,100 HP. He's got Tranquil Boots and his Solar Crest.
Missed the care.
Whoa!
Missed the Vendetta.
Missed the Vendetta hit. There's all your damage. And Quinn's like, okay, I got a shield room. This is fantastic for me. Please go on me. XXS can only do so much here. Now, XM is going to try and clean up some of the back line, while XXS tries to make a run for it. Quinn actually doesn't try and chase him down, surprisingly.
Yeah,
he
they
calls it
actually
quits.
Get out of there with everybody in a kill.
Wow.
Awkward exchange, but works out for Jin-Q.
I mean, it works out really well for Azure Ray because they have two heroes, again, on Gaming Gladiator side of the map. We're just farming away. Don't want to get caught now, though.
They've done a decent job maintaining an okay economic position in this game, right, given the consequences.
Yeah. Low is just about to finish up BKB. He's got a TP away, but the pounce, the second one is going to be there. Fakes out the Eclipse, now drops it, but of course, Dyrachyo, he can just wait. He's in trouble. He's got his ultimate.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nothing you can do there.
Ah, Jin-Q goes for that last one, but these supports are tankier than he anticipates.
Double Pupil's Gift. Not your friend, Jin-Q.
I was going to say, Nyx Assassin does crazy damage. The problem is that the meta, all of these heroes have been tanking up, going to him out. Celery commits his life to get 6 Lotuses.
He'll use them.
He'll immediately use it onto the freezing field. How is he still up, man? This guy's so tanky. He eventually dies, but he's done some serious damage to Tianming. He's got a hide, but Dyrachyo spotted him with that nighttime vision. He'll find his victim.
XM should be good here.
Oh, that was close. One XM got really low too. Quinn.
Man, these supports take so much to bring down. Double Pupils give double HP talents, because that Shadow Demon has a 12 strength talent as well, right? So you're basically looking at like an extra 550 HP on these two supports from the neutral items, plus the 10 talent. And then you have the utility on top of it. Been very annoying for the backline killers, which is a big component of Azure Ray's teamfight. Get on the supports, kill them first, set the fight up for the Luna to come in. Presumably with a strong BKB timing, as Low is closing in on it. That has got to be the signal to have him join the 5-on-5. He has the levels. He has a level 3 Eclipse now. Like, he can have a huge impact in these fights. There's no real BKBs on the side of Damien yet. So if you get caught in the Nyx stuns, there's an Eclipse coming down. That's what the teamfight should look like for Azure Ray, whereas Damien just want to force the issue around Dyrachyo. Let the Slark go in with the Night Vision, with the Gem. Let him poke with pounces.
The magic damage burst gets bigger and bigger.
Back to the cliff. I mean, it's inevitable, it appears.
Dyrachyo struggling with it. He does manage to get that D-Ward, but they blew up base. That's what I was talking about, the fresh item pickup for the Puck. Parasma adding an extra 20% damage when this Nyx Assassin goes in. They are just amping each other up.
It's actually a disgusting amount of reduction, right? Because you have this Parasma reduction, but Jin-Q also got the shard on the Nyx.
Yeah, 17% one way, 20% another.
Yeah.
And really, if you look at the tankiness of the supports compared to the cores, he managed to land that one. He's got plenty of abilities, though. He's got a Blink Dagger, and he has Coil, too, if he wanted to try for a punish. Nobody of Azure Ray is close by, though. That's because they're trying to do Roshan right now, or at least they're setting up for it.
And XM was also playing with Grove Bow. That's even more magic resistance increase. And he swapped it for Ceremonial Robe, which is also a magic resistance reduction item. Azure Ray just stacking magic resistance reduction very sneakily, and it's catching these heroes off guard. They're building the damage up, and now you get a Roshan off that burst kill. This is how you want to play a Nyx lineup. Get the core kills into objectives. That's how the hero plays the map. Right now it's working out, and Jin-Q is just starting to level that Dagon. If you get hit by this puck, right-click plus the Vendetta, you might just be gone. Like,
Yeah.
It is going to be instant in terms of the burst.
That's what I was thinking. What's the point of going after a 2,000 HP support when somebody like Dyrachio has 2,500 HP?
It's just a better target.
Yeah, you don't need to try and Nyx Assassin solo some supports. Just pair up with your puck and you can blow up cores together.
It'll be a smoke from Gaming trying to reclaim some of the map. They do not care about this Aegis. That says a lot about how strong they think they are right now. Azure continuing to split the map a bit. Luna Illusions doing the work on the lanes. They're just going to push in top, see Dyrachio, so they're pretty confident that no move is going to be made without the Slark in it. But that got XXS to his BKB. He was the hero I thought was going to fall behind in this game. He's still behind, but I feel like his items are a bit more reliable now with this BKB, because there isn't any real BKB pierce unless you want to throw the Purge into him. And it'll be a smoke that's expiring for Gaimin on Azure Race Triangle.
You can see
dodged.
It's all about the initiation. If they can get behind Azure, kill some of these heroes that are not low, they'll have no problem dealing with the double.
On his
Just
favorite
is
spot.
about to pick up his BKB. It's in his backpack too, or his courier rather.
I don't know, man. Just stop going there, dude. I feel like he's died 8 times around this cliff. It's just not working. That part of the map is sheer death, but he did finish the BKB, so he's probably not too sad about that death right there. You gotta remember, that was like a 5-man smoke across the map twice.
Yeah, and they're gonna go again. Game of Gladiators.
They just want the team fight.
There's something about this team, they really like chain smoking.
Well, I
Jump
don't
forward,
know if you
Q.
can say that.
Slowed down by the Diffuser Blade. And the dust is going to last long enough. They'll finish him off with ease.
Good pickoff. I think any fight where Nyx is gone, Gaimin are happy.
Yeah.
He has caused them a lot of problems. And again, they don't have a BKB buy-in lineup. Like, Quinn can go in with the Rolling Thunder. He's happy, but Ace and Dyrachio will suffer versus the Carapace Impales here. And it's Scotty for Dyrachio, like saying, nah, he is strong right now, man. 3,000 HP. They got the Luna Disruption.
Yeah, that's going to be some deadly illusions. If they do manage to
Goes
get the last
Artifact.
one to Dyrachio. Yan Ming sees his opportunity. Dyrachio gets overly aggressive. Quinn, if they can grab him here with the Eclipse, yeah, they've got him. Azure.
Huge turnaround. And another Dark Pact ult that just never got off for Dyrachio as he gets silenced by XM.
Way too aggressive. And Yan Ming,
that's a gem.
He knows it too.
Yeah, that's a gem down on top of it all. XM's just had his number in the fights. There's no way around it. Like, he's not getting caught by anything crazy. It's just the silence setting up the chain stun and then Azure going, no Dark Pact, right, guys? Okay. I'll take the Slark. That was his Scotty timing. That was 3,000 HP that melted in the blink of an eye before the saves could come out, right? Yep. And that's the danger of Dyrachio going super deep. He's pulling the fight away from the saves and the Shattered Demon Disruption. Like, imagine you disrupt the Slark there. He might be able to get ult off and survive through some extra AoE magic damage.
And it's a dangerous lineup to give these kind of fights to, because you know Luna's just going to take a ton of objectives anytime they are clearly stronger. He's got the level 20 talent. Like, he is in the full swing of things. This next, like, 5 to 10 minutes is where Luna just kicks some serious butt.
His next item is going to be the real damage item, right? It's going to be Daedalus here for low. He has Aegis for another minute 30. And Jin-Q is continuing to scout the map. He's giving so much information off these Vendettas. Like, you look at where the sentries and the obs are for Gaimin, they're on Azure's side. Because they've been winning this game. They've been playing aggressive. But they just lost Gem. You lose some map control, and suddenly, if Jin-Q can ever get to your side of the map, he's going to be really happy. And yeah, this Nyx is feeling it for sure.
A little bit of breather here for Gaming Gladiators. They're going to take their Tormentor. Something nice for Celery to work with. A slight change to that shard. Crystal Clone, which he can now actively make it go off by Crystal Novaing it.
Could come into play.
And we'll see if it ever comes into play.
It'll be a Hex for Ace. Again, you got to look towards Ace to win this next fight, right? He's their leader in net worth, but he's also the hero that's going to go in and set the fight up in terms of who's the damage going on. And now with the Hex, who are you disabling?
Yeah, Hex choice over BKB. Same goes with like Dyrachio and his choice of Scotty over BKB.
Right.
These choices could really come back to bite them in this moment.
I mean, they win or lose you games. See it now as Lincoln's for Quinn. Items are aligning here for Gaming. They're happy to force the engagement.
Gotta be careful. Oh, big hit by Quinn. He's gonna try and chain it, but XM does manage a phase shift, dodge, and get out into the river. Sure, there's more damage.
He has Arcane Rune though. This Puck's a god right now. Is this the fight you want to take?
It's gonna be a tough one for sure. They spot low. They start going on to him. He's already down to half health. A little bit of trouble here. He's got his BKB still to work with.
Yeah, but he's getting
Duracio's gonna try and face him down. The physical damage isn't good enough.
They're all gone.
He hops away, but the rest of his team has been blown up.
The magic damage coming through off these amps is just ridiculous right now. These supports can no longer survive. The tankiness has gone out the window. And again, I go back to the question of, that was an Arcane Rune Puck. They saw it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're giving like full 5-mana respect to it, but this is the best Arcane Rune hero in the game.
Maybe that's one downside of Gaming Gladiators. Their aggression, which is always a boon for them, but in a situation like that, it seems like they just can't stop it.
It's also Low just holding his BKB for so long. It like baited Duraccio in more because he felt like he was going to get the kill. But again, it pushes the backline of Gaming into the clutches of this Primal and Nyx.
Yeah.
And they just disintegrate you. This Dagon, it has done some work for Jinkyu. He also has a Grove Boat. They are seriously stacking this magic resistance reduction. Whew. And he has Blink now, almost level 18. He took the Mind Flare talent as well, so he is just playing for the damage. New level 10 Vendetta talent as well. So 2 damage talents going to the Nyx over stun duration. He wants to pop you, and he has been popping you.
Yeah, usually you think about Nyx's assassin against Timbersaw just chain stunning him, but in this case, he's just going to pop you.
Yeah, he's going to stun you in the foul.
Oh god, the Dark Pact! They see their opportunity. Duracio's dead again. Another gem going the way of Azure Ray.
That is level 18 for Jinkyu. Second gem off the board means even more freedom for this Nyx. They are losing a lot on the map, and they are running out of places to run to. As Low has finished that Daedalus, now he's finished an entire Hurricane Pike. He is absolutely massive. He is well ahead of the pack now, because he has double disjoint between Manta Pike and I guess BKB triple here. It's going to be a hard target to latch on.
You're Azure Ray
pulling the noose.
You know that you're ahead. You know that you're winning this game. The next step is taking out some of these outer towers, right, and securing that next Roshan.
Look at this base ward. They know there's no gems left. Sentry's running low.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little difficult when you don't have Blink Dagger or just a Force Stab, but they're going to hit the high ground.
Well, they got the
dangerous, though. They can't afford XM to get picked off. They break through the lane.
That Carapace stun.
The stun on it, but now a phase shift with the BKBs going off for some of the other heroes. XXS diving in, trading trouble. Ace bringing down the supports while Ace on the front line gets blown up by the magic damage once again.
Duraccio is not alive for 5 more seconds. You got caught in a 4v5. You started, and Jinkyu is looking to finish it.
Yeah, he sees the numbers advantage, and he'll take any fight he can get. It'll trade him his life, but the Shadow Demon is now gone.
Look at
now
the glaives.
Comes Duraccio, already being broken. The glaives are out. Duraccio
he's
has
not
to
doing
respect those
shit,
glaives.
man. He does not touch Low at all. And Low is coming for your buildings. Elven Tunic, extra evasion on this Luna plus the Shard. He is deceptively tanky right now. What is the answer? You don't have this Timber for 45. He has no buyback on the Shadow Demon. Low is going to push this for sure. He's almost level 25 himself. Oh, Gaming, you are in a tough game 4.
I love that Azure Ray not going back for Roshan with the 30 seconds left on Ace. They say, you can't do anything about this. We're going to take 2 lanes.
Duraccio poking down XM, but can you kill this puck? He's been such a nuisance in the fights, and that'll be a second lane of racks for Azure Ray as they back out. Knowing Roshan can spawn here, they're going to make the disciplined play. Wait for their Nyx. And if you're Gaming, yeah, you are stuck in a rough spot as Azure Ray are feeling this game 4, and they know they're one Roshan away from turning this into an even series.
Oh yeah, Gaming Gladiators. This is going to be how they have to change the game.
It's got to be
for this Roshan pit. Both teams are going to be heading for it.
You have to find the start off this Hex. And you need the vision, man. The vision has been killing you. Jinkyu is just getting way too good of initiations. Level 4 on the Dagon and a Satanic for Low. This Luna is absolutely out of control in terms of survivability. I do not think Duraccio can man-fight him directly. You're going to have to kill the other heroes. It's now shifted towards Game, and they need to find the supports. They need to create a numbers advantage. And XXS, he has 4,600 HP.
He's huge. And he's gonna run
that is
straight
a big
into
primal.
the Gladiators. They do not want to be fighting this bad boy. And they got the coil on it too. A perfect setup for XXS and now try and follow up. They got the Timber Stop, pulling him into Lasso with the Eclipse going out. He doesn't have the magic resistance to stop this one.
gone.
He dies. XXS will take anybody else he can grab. They have to go for the buybacks.
Oh,
The
beam.
the Lucid Beam comes through to finish him off.
These Mind Flayers, man, absolutely shredding heroes. They have no answer for the supports right now. No answer for the front line and no answer for low. A buyback from the Maiden will yield nothing as this Aegis is going to go into Luna's pocket. She hit level 25 as well, so more Lunar Blessing damage. That is more damage for Jin Q as well as he's hunting.
He doesn't know! He doesn't know! Jin Q catches him again!
How many times has he just found cores on the map? And you go back to the gem losses for gaming, right? How much has that paid off that they got 2 gems out of this Sark? They are feeling it now as they're in the stages of closing out this game 4, forcing it to a game 5.
Ladies and gentlemen,
with a Dagon 5.
Dagon 5 complete for Shin-Q.
Not an item we have seen a lot in competitive Dota, but it has been working out beautifully here. And he's looking for the Kaya, more spell amp, more damage.
And who needs to hit the tier 2 bottom lane when you can go straight for the throat? Go for the tier 4s, hit the Ancient, demand the Gaming Gladiators, use any buybacks they have, but they don't have flip, they don't have buybacks, they have no way to be able to stop this, and we are going to a game 5!
You could not ask for anything more for this crowd right now as Azure strike back in a game 3, close out a game 4 that looked like it was going to be tough to play the map in against the Slark with the night vision. But damn, do I go back time and time again to Jin Q, man. This guy has proved he is an absolutely world-class elite player. He has drawn so many of his team fights back off just the spell-casting playmaking. Even in these games where he has high deaths, it still feels like he's making the plays in the fight that are drawing them out, getting his cores in a position. And once more, XM, when you put this guy in a position on a damage dealer where he can jump in, start the fight, pick the targets on his terms, he has made the plays. The Parasma did a lot of work in this. The magic resistance reduction stacking, the itemization across the board for Azure paid off, pushed them over that threshold. It looks like it was going to be a classic ace going like 15-0 game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these guys look entirely different with Jin Q and XM feel comfortable in the game. XM, you put him on one of these mobility cores, I mean, the game changed almost on a dime when he picked up that Blink Dagger, right?
Yes.
All of a sudden it was like, boom, we can make some plays now. And Azure, and now they've done it not just rolling over you in the first 30 minutes of the game. Now they managed to make a comeback in this best of 5 as well. When they were down in game 4, they managed to turn the series around. And now we're heading to a 5th and final game in this best of 5. Gaming Gladiators and Azure will go the distance, and we will head back to the panel.
Oh, you gotta love it, Azure. They strike back, and they are now also match point for getting a game 5 here in this grand finals. And it's been such a long time since there has been a reverse sweep. Maybe they can do it, but we'll see. One game will decide the fate of Azure and Gaming Gladiators. But let's talk about how they got here, because for a long time in this game, Kezu, this game wasn't as convincing as the ending.
Yeah, I mean, they had some okay showing in the start with Azure. You had the XXS come in and, you know, XM doing well on puck, but then Gaming Gladiators, they really took control of the game. I think Jin Q, XXS, and XM, they stepped up massively. I do think that the Ratio should be kicking himself a little because there were some definite throws, but my God, it's a 5-game grand finals. It's been a long time.
It's been a really long time. I'm just so excited, and it's great to see Azure play with so much confidence because Cap put it perfectly. In that game 3, they stomped. But in this game 4, they made a comeback and they won decisively. And I would just attribute it to the incredible plays coming out of the Nyx plus Puck duo together.
Yep.
They were just bursting everybody left and right. And really, the big game-turning moment was when Nyx was able to burst that Timbersaw the first time. Then they were able to take that Roche on top, while the rest of Gaming Gladiators were grouped bottom, and they just played off of their Luna snowball, and it looked so good, Brian.
Yeah, I would say that, I don't want to sugarcoat it. All of 2023, all the finals have been kind of shit, you know? They've all just been like 3-0s, 3-1s, like maybe like quick 3-1s, and this is what it was looking like today.
Yeah.
We were looking at a quick 3-0 from game, and we were all like, here we go again, ending the year the same as it's always been.
Yep.
But this is exactly what we all came here for. This is exactly what we've waited all year for, and I'm just excited, and I'm trying to appreciate it and soak it in at the moment.
Yeah. I'll give you guys two scenarios, right? Two grand finals scenarios. TI-10, Team Spirit versus LGD. Team Spirit win the first 2 games. LGD wins the other 2 games, but then they lose the 5th. Or the Singapore Major, the complete reverse sweep, IG versus EG. Which one is it going to be?
I don't know. The way this is looking, I'll say that Azure Ray, I don't know. It seems like they found themselves. They found the key to deal with gaming. Could a new season mean a new champion?
They beat Twins Pango. He's won like all these other games.
They
and
did.
You can see it on the cameras that they're just so happy. I feel like also when you have Jin Q pop off, you know, building Dagon 5 and like solo killing people, they gotta be feeling damn good right now.
Especially the point that you mentioned, Kezu, about beating Quinn's Pango. It looked undefeatable for those first couple of games. It looked like, why do they keep giving this man this hero? But their solutions for it this time around were almost perfect towards the end of the game. It felt like there wasn't that much they could do. But again, I have to give my hats off to this Nyx performance. It was just incredible by Xingqiu. I really feel like he is the anchor of this team. He was so stable in that second game that they were getting completely crushed in. And when you have a player like this who can come in clutch, it brings up the atmosphere for the rest of the team. And then this Nyx pick in general was just genius too.
Yeah, I think it's one thing to say that Duracho may have overextended in that one play mid that kind of turned the tides of the game, but it's something about the composure of Azure Ray that they're making you have to play perfectly. They're waiting for that little opportunity you give. It's only one play, it's only one small overextension that they immediately punish, turn it around, and that's the type of game-winning mentality that you need to have to win 5 games, because not every game's going to be easy when you win it.
Yeah, they were definitely, once they were starting to make that comeback, they looked for every little single opening that they could find. I especially love the patience. I mean, it's such a simple thing. Oh, wait until he's done his Dark Pact and then you jump him. And it makes 100% sense. But I can totally imagine that if you're all you're thinking is go, 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 we gotta bring the action, sometimes the pause is extra hard, but it was just beautiful to watch, Kezu.
No, I think they've got their confidence. I think starting from the last game when, you know, their lanes are going well, they take this beautiful fight. I feel like they're carrying this momentum, they're carrying this confidence, but it's also like the freedom, you know, like this fine balance of going in and knowing, okay, you know, take a deep breath, chill, and then go for it. Now I feel like they've really got it going where they just feel free and they're doing exactly what they want and just playing on instinct, which will give you the best Dota you can play.
Now it's 2-2, and we're hyping up Azure Ray because I think this is the closest that Gaming Gladiators has ever been to losing a LAN Grand Finals this year. I know they were somewhat close in the online finals of a Dream League earlier this year against BetBoom, but on LAN, in a best of 5, on a grand stage, they've not lost. So we're putting a lot of attention on how Azure Ray is doing well, but I want to focus a little bit more on Gaming Gladiators as well, because this must be pretty scary for them at this point, Brian.
Yeah, those are uncharacteristic mistakes. They definitely, I was mentioning that Azure Ray looked rattled at the beginning of the series. I thought we saw a glimpse of that coming out from Gaimin. So we talked about them hating losing. That's all they ever say in their interviews. That's why they love winning, is because they hate losing more. And this is a moment where can they bring it back? Can they bring back that winning mentality? Because this is just unfamiliar territory to them.
I would say they must be able to bring it back, and also they understand, I think, why they lost. Sometimes it's okay to say, okay, you know, we made 1 or 2 big mistakes that blew the game open. You know, you take control of your actions and say, okay, sorry guys, my bad, let's go next. Because I would say the draft is good. Of course, the gameplay is great. They're one of the best teams in the world, and I think, Mira, that they will not falter under any type of pressure.
Yeah, but I also wonder, we've seen Gaming Gladiators a lot during Grand Finals, but we've never seen them in a Game 5. So I actually have no idea what a Game 5 Grand Finals Gaming Gladiators looks like. Are they going to do better under the stress? Are they going to crumble? That's just something we're going to have to wait and see. But I do agree with you, Kezu. This is a world-class team with a world-class support system and coach. And that game was definitely winnable based on draft. It looked pretty even for a long time until that first Roche happened. So if they can temper themselves, try to identify some of the things that went wrong and not overcorrect in draft, they should be fine.
Yeah, to be a fly on the wall of the players' rooms right now. We got Likas in one side giving Azure the speech of a lifetime and CY on the other side for Gaming Gladiators. But all we can do is wait and see what the result is of that talk and where these two teams are going to take this final game of this best of 5. Stay tuned for one more game here. Azure versus Gaming Gladiators.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke
I've been in Malaysia a couple of times before, many years ago. The first word that comes to my mind when I hear Malaysia is monkeys, because I remember there's a lot of monkeys around there, and it's just overall a really nice city, and has really good food.
I like hot because I live in Siberia and I don't like snow. I like to be here, like some weather and probably food, Asian food.
I mean, we were here last year before TI for a boot camp in what's it called, Johor Bahru, like right next to Singapore. We had a lot of good food there, but it's not quite the same as KL. I feel like KL is very, very like special for Malaysia, and I've only been here once before for a tournament in like 2019 or something, and it was a good time. So I'm looking forward to the food.
Favorite part of being in Malaysia, probably food. I really like the food here. It's like nasi lemak, I think, and just the rice, they make it with like coconut, and it's like super good. And I don't think I could find it anywhere else, like, even like where I live.
Oh, I like nasi goreng. I like chicken, rice, like all the stuff, food here, like really good.
因为说出来不是马来西亚的食物，只是这个就很尴尬。就是我们点的一个外卖吧，反正是一个泰国的辣椒炒肉的那种盖浇饭，这边也还不错，就是都一样的吧，都有肉骨茶这些都挺好吃。
I have a little bit of a problem with some of the food because I have a nut allergy, so I can't have like some of the curries and stuff will have nuts in it. But yeah, I think the chicken rice is really good.
一直对新疆都是这边的粉丝特别多，也特别热情。
The crowd is very high. Like, that's the only thing I remember is and everybody's just nice and humble and like.
I've always been a huge fan of SCA fans in general. I think one of the biggest thing that motivates me is playing in front of a huge crowd, and I think like SCA crowd is just built different. SCA crowd go crazy.
我来到马来西亚打比赛，我感觉就是观众都蛮热情的吧，就是感觉一般天气比较热的地方，好像观众都会比较热情一点。
Oh, the crowd here is amazing. I mean, all of Southeast Asia in general just has amazing crowds. They're always super passionate, and I'm looking forward to playing in front of that again.
We love a Malaysian crowd. MyTech Arena, we're so awesome to have you all joining us. And with this best of 5 going to a full 5-game series, we could not be in a better place. I saw a sign earlier today saying more events in Kuala Lumpur, please, and I 100% agree with that sentiment. It has been fantastic, and I can't wait to see what this Game 5 has to offer, because if that previous game is anything to go by, I feel like the lesson we've learned is that action wins. Whoever initiates first does better. And what happens when everybody wants to initiate first, Brian? It's brawls!
Yes, absolutely. And for Azure Ray, I'm telling you, that's the type of game where you win that game and you feel like you can win any game.
Yeah.
And that's the momentum that's coming into this fifth game, excuse me. Obviously, we have a 2-2 series, but it cannot be ignored that all the momentum is for Azure Ray right now.
Yeah, I feel like they needed that too, right? I would say they were the underdogs before this match, but now getting themselves 2 wins in a row, fighting into game, and this is exactly the confidence and the momentum that they needed for this Game 5 that we're about to witness.
And I am curious what kind of gaming gladiators we're going to see in this Game 5, because this is the most we've ever seen this team being pushed into a corner. Yes, they lost TI to Team Spirit, they got 3-0'd, but it wasn't even close. This time around, they started the series with 2 wins. They thought they had it, and all of a sudden, it's all slipping away from them. How are they going to do under this kind of pressure?
That's a good question. I wonder if they're going to want to swap up any of their earlier picks. Brian mentioned before when Gaiman was second pick, maybe the gyro, it wasn't the best. It's still in there. Looks like, Azure Ray, they won earlier with their Phoenix. They did ban out the silencer there as well. So I believe we have the same bans as in Game 3. They're going to run it back. But this time, it will be a different response. So, Brian, you were maybe onto something.
Yeah, I think the Grimstroke more directly addresses the Phoenix. It's not obviously as good as the Silencer, but you do have the Silence, and Phoenix does not have an easy way to remove that Phantom. And at the end of the day, Shiver, you mentioned, this is just going to be brawl, low cooldowns, back and forth, and Grimstroke's one of the best heroes for it. And it's also been a very powerful hero for the last 2 or 3 patches now, so these teams are very well equipped to synergize with it. They've worked with it a lot in scrims, in tournament games, and I want to say those are the type of heroes you want in the 5th game.
Absolutely, and outside of being a huge nuisance for Phoenix, Grimstroke enables a lot of Gaming Gladiators heroes, particularly the Pango that we've seen time and time again in this series. The Grim plus Pango combination is much stronger than anything else that you can pair with the Pangolier.
Yeah, I still, there's one hero missing for me from Gaming Gladiators. When we see more Phoenix, a hero that I love a lot that hasn't been picked yet is Io. I feel like this hero is missing a little bit, at least from this tournament for me. It links well with mid heroes. I think it's very good against Phoenix. You always pair up, you get the overcharge. I feel like it would fit into Gaimin's flair, you know, if they want to bust out or cook something new. You know, unless they just want to go with their CM for Celery, Pango later for Quinn. So we'll have to see.
We'll have to wait and see. They take a long time here thinking about what to ban before heading into that next big phase. They do ban a Bloodseeker. Pango is still up for grabs. You gotta wonder if that is one that they have been eyeing up again, and they will indeed pick it up.
Like I mentioned, just heavily enabled by Grimstroke for obvious reasons. Having the Inkswell to add it on just makes it that much of a stronger hero. And even though the Pango lost in the last game, it still looked really good. It still had an incredible game. So there's no reason for Gaimin to not run it back.
Yeah, I remember, this gives me flashbacks of TI8 OG Game 5. When you look at that draft, it was just, what's your favorite hero? What's your favorite hero? We're just gonna pick that. And this is the vibes I'm getting from this Pangolier pick. Yes, he's obviously played it a lot throughout this tournament, but at the end of the day, take your signatures. You'd hate to go out on anything other than your absolute best.
Yeah. I mean, I'm wondering already for Azure if later down the line, 18 pick, you know, Faceless Void, it's feel like one of the reasons they came back in this series. They're gonna go with the SD Centaur one more time. I mean, you know, Faceless Void was their 4th pick with the exact same draft earlier. If you're Gaming Gladiators, I believe you need to be ready for that.
The SD Centaur looked really good, but also it was because the SD plus Phoenix were able to play around XM Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
That much better. So I think Azure do have to run back that ranged mid laner that goes in first kind of archetype to take advantage of the defensive capabilities of these two supports.
Oh, they steal it. They steal it. No Faceless Void for low this game round. And then the question comes, that Storm Spirit that you're talking about, is it valuable enough to pick up before the next big phase, or the next ban phase rather?
Yeah, because Azure Ray have first pick, and if they're eyeing the Storm Spirit, picking it on 18 and extending 2 bans to protect it is perfectly fine. I love this Faceless Void pickup from Gaming Gladiators. Not only did they take it away from Azure Ray, who looked so good on it, it is a secondary jump hero to go on this Phoenix, to go on the Shadow Demon. The primary thing about Shadow Demon is you have to control this hero. You have to get on top of this hero. And Faceless Void is one of the better carries in Dota that can do it.
Also, there isn't too much burst damage, which I feel like is the one downfall of Void. You know, SD, low damage. Same with Phoenix, takes a long time. Can time walk in and out. And yeah, this was a crucial pick. And this is the beauty of like BO5s and long tournaments. You're going to see these mind games and kind of specific things come up because, yeah, they needed to steal the Faceless Void exactly on the spot.
So they do go back for the Gyrocopter. A little bit of anti-synergy with the Void in the sense that his rocket dies in the Chronosphere. But aside from that, he has the call down, which you can actually hit 2 of them if you place it correctly. 2 of the missiles on a stationary target. They have a bit of overlap. And what I'm just going to say about this Faceless Void pick is I like it for what Gaimin's doing, but it's not very good for Centaur in terms of the laning state. And it's not very good versus Naga in terms of the game itself. The only answer they really have to Naga right now is Quinn's Pango. And I guess I just feel like Azure Ray has a lot in the tank. Like, they don't necessarily have burst damage, but they have ways of drawing out fights. They have ways of kiting you back, disengaging and re-engaging. They're definitely going to pick some mobile hero in the mid lane for XM. And when you're looking at Chronosphere as your main tool for getting all of the kills that you want, and then you put Naga in the equation, I think there's a lot of weight on Ace's shoulders in this last pick to create like map pressure in some way. Like an Underlord would have been great. Sand King, I actually would love to see. It's a hero that's kind of crept up in win rate because of the Veil. These are great options against the Naga because you have to shut her down on the map.
I mean, I love this Naga pick. Like Naga versus Void. Naga also in decisive games. I feel like she always comes back. She's so annoying to play against. If they can cover it nicely, I think Gaimin need to be looking at a hero like you mentioned, the Sand King. I think other ones that come to mind. Timber, okay, already banned. I think Darkseer, perhaps like a pipe buyer that helps your map, also shells up your Pango, shells up your Void, could be very scary. And at the same time, Azure, they need a hero that will then abuse this map play, right? Naga will push out the waves. You need another jumper for XM.
Like you said, Naga in decisive games, she makes these games so hard because she plays the entire map. She's always split pushing these lanes. She's farming everything. And once all the lanes are pushed out on the enemy side, it makes it harder for your team to go out and smoke and find these plays that you need to do to win the game. Outside of that, you have the Song of the Siren to disengage from the Chronosphere. And Naga is a great hero versus both Grimstroke and Gyrocopter. These supports do not threaten Naga at all in that mid game.
How crazy would Ember Spirit be here? I know we haven't seen it yet, but it's a decent Storm Spirit replacement. It's pretty unkillable by the game and heroes thus far. I'm just thinking of like some mobile guy that's going to enable the Shadow Demon and the Phoenix to do what you were talking about earlier, Mira.
I don't hate the idea. I only worry about the Ink Swell on top of the Phantom's Embrace for something like an Ember Spirit. It's always been hard for Ember Spirit to play into Grimstroke. +1, not by itself.
I think Ember, if you really feel it, you can make it work. There's still, I mean, I'm probably a bit biased about this combo with Naga, DK. You are playing into a lot of magical damage. I do understand that. They will ban out the Sand King. Nice call, Brian. But overall, like, I think DK could work because you have a lot of people behind you. Like Song later with the shard is very good for high HP heroes. You have the Sun Ray as well. You have the disruptions. But we'll have to see what XM is cooking here.
What about Wind Ranger? It feels like a relatively safe pick outside of potentially getting chronoed as the game progresses.
It would give them the damage that they are lacking. I think Naga, even though she's going to kite the fight out for you, you do need somebody to eventually finish off these targets, and that would be a good option.
And another option is Queen of Pain, but it didn't look so hot when they ran that Queen of Pain into the Pangolier.
I could see, maybe I'm thinking too defensive, like somehow DKs and Kunkas are coming to my mind. Maybe they need this like more like snappy type of jump, but I can't really see it.
Well, they've got a full minute to think about what they want to do here. I mean, this is something that I would imagine a lot of teams have struggled with. What are you going to play mid against Pango? And then that also needs to fit into the rest of your draft.
Whoa.
First timer.
That's damage.
Devourer.
Okay.
Okay, so talk to me about this. Obviously, it gives a save in the Chronosphere if you're not chronoed yourself. They now have 2 saves.
3 saves.
3 saves. There, that is actually a lot of
Phoenix
saves.
goes Ags and Centaur goes Ags, they have 5 saves.
do we like this? I see Kazu still not convinced.
I don't know, because this hero is not easy to make work. I do feel it's very high up in the, the volatility range. But if you can get through this early in mid-game to get it, it will be it's a very feast or famine pick, I feel like.
Think about it, Kazu. All the offlaners you like against Naga are bad against OD. That's why I actually like this pick a lot, if you think about it. It's all the melee guys that go like Vanguard or Veil, and they just want to tank up. And OD's a hero that you just can't tank up against. There's no such thing as surviving the damage of his right clicks.
That's actually a great point. That's probably what they were thinking about here, because they did want a ranged mid laner to take advantage of the defensive capabilities of its supports. But now that you put it in that kind of phrasing, it does make a lot of sense. The thing about OD is such a 50-50 hero. Even in games that have looked like great OD games in these last few months, that hero has looked appalling. It's just make or break. You have to be able to play around this OD. You have to be able to respond to the aggression that comes to this OD. And if you can protect it for long enough to get strong, it does look like a very good hero.
So that's an overall Beastmaster pick coming out for Ace. Brian, that's one of Ace's best heroes.
It creates the map pressure I was hoping for, but they do have, a lot of Beastmaster is using his Boars and Hawks as like a deterrent that you have to walk through with the slows and the roots. And the Centaur ulti allows them on the side of Azure, I think, to penetrate these defenses. And the Chronosphere punish might be enough, but I'm just really thinking that there might be this point in the game where Azure is so tanky that even the Chronosphere is not going to be enough to dissuade them.
I feel like these mid-game fights are going to be super crucial, because Azure's lineup will break the moment one of their defensive or supportive heroes die. So if Gaming can get to that stage nicely, I think they will be okay.
And I think that both teams have drafts that could work. They're both very interesting. I think the Beastmaster coming out last is very interesting, because I feel like that hero did get a lot weaker, but there are a lot of versatile builds that he can go for in a game like this. And he benefits from brawling with heroes like Pango and Grimstroke very early on too. But there's also still the question of this Naga Siren. This Naga Siren looks so good still. So who knows what's going to happen? May the best team win.
May the best team win. MyTech Arena, if you have any energy left at the moment, this is the time to show it, because we're heading into Game 5 of this Grand Finals. Let me hear you one more time for Cap and SVG.
Are you ready for a Game 5? I know me and Avery are. This is gonna be a very fun game to cast, because on one side we have Gaming Gladiators who, you know, they've got 6 victories in grand finals. They're looking for a 7th. They've been here before in games 5s. In fact, twice so far this season, right, Avery?
Yeah, and it worked out for them in most of those situations. It's a team that, when their back's against the wall, just when you think you have them, they disappear. And they're the ones lifting that trophy. And they are, this time, the ones going for the Faceless Void in the hands of Doraccio, a hero that proved very successful for Low earlier, whereas Azure, I mean, Outworld Devour, however you want to name this hero, he is a bold pick in any meta, as it is not a hero that has been super successful outside of the hands of very specific players like Somnus the TI, or some of the old D players of old, but XM is going to try his hands on it here. And this is, it's like a draft where if you fall behind, this Beastmaster is just going to run you down, because the thing you have in spades on this Azure lineup is save. All 5 of these heroes have a save mechanism. You have Phoenix Sunray plus an Ag's Egg, you have Shattered Even Disruption, you have Stampede, you have OD Astral, and you have Naga Song. All 5 of these heroes can, in theory, bail out somebody else, but a lot of times that's where heroes like Beastmaster shine, because, okay, you can displace a Roar, but the hero just keeps running at you. And this is a beast that's designed to probably get the drum going with that Ags, just push you down, perhaps with Helm, the Dominator. We'll see what Ace opts for here, but if he gets to both, he's just going to be a menace, right? Because, okay, you save somebody, they come out of the save, the beast is still there with his aura, still right-clicking you, still dealing the damage. That's why I think this pick really thrives for Gaimin on this last slot. And of course, they can up the tempo. This lineup could be another lineup that's slow for Azure, though we did see them play pretty well around the Phoenix Shadow Demon earlier, so in their comfort.
Jin Q gonna be slowed down. Blood Grenade, the first one coming out, but not enough to get the kill. So a little bit of resources lost, and Azure managed to get 3 bounty roots in that trade-off, though a ward was found by Gaming Gladiators, so it feels...
He can't TP.
Oh,
he can kill it, though. This is...
Kill the sentry, then TP out.
Yeah, okay, that's a play. Would have been game-winning if he actually caught it.
Yeah.
I guess that's pretty difficult. Doraccio just playing it patient. Wise decision. And it'll put XXS in a 1v2 for the start of the lane. Not ideal, but as long as he doesn't get too much regen burned here, an okay outcome.
Gyrocopter's a great hero to take advantage of those 1v2s as well. Disruption into Stomp, though, is going to be really dangerous as he tries to get aggressive. He's going to find that Rocket Barrage. All the damage gets soaked up by the illusions. Doraccio doing a good job, though, getting in front of Jin Q and keeping up the damage. Doraccio's also taking a bit in return, though. And XXS.
Did have a salve on the Shadow Demon, so I think Azure happy with that trade, particularly if XXS is the one who gets his HP non-removed, right? He just gets to bully Doraccio now. And anytime you can bully the Gyrocopter on early waves, you're happy about it.
Yeah, if you have that sort of advantage, Centaur's a great hero to take all the CS in the lane, right?
And Gyro is generally a support who kind of wants to outtrade you so that he can go in the all-in kill with the missile. If you're low, it's a lot harder to do that. Early win here for Azure, and I mean, I'm particularly interested in this mid lane. I think this is a very weird matchup. I think it is a matchup that eventually goes OD's way. So I expect XM to pull ahead on these waves, particularly if you can get some of these Astrals into the range creep denies. That's what you're looking for. But level 5 is a big deal for this hero. You're either going 3 into Orb or you're going 3 into Astral, but it's one of the two. If you're going in the Astral, you need to win the lane harder. If you're going into the Orb, you just want to harass him. I think most OD players today and age are just going the 1-3-1. See what XM opts for here. His itemization also very flexible.
That was in deep from Cellar.
Yeah,
how did he get caught underneath the tower like that? That's going to be your first blood for XXS.
Rare misstep from him. I feel like he's an incredibly stable laner.
And Tianming, who was getting outplayed by Tofu in the previous lanes, is once again attempting a kill, but he will not be diving into the tower this time.
So once more, this Shadow Demon Phoenix support duo that we've seen out of Azure that I feel like is a little slow on paper. It doesn't look slow at all in their hands. They're the ones bullying supports out of the waves. And on this safe lane, it's really valuable because you're playing with a Naga. So
perfect. Tianming comes
Naga
in.
You're happy.
This is a big win for him if he could take away that sentry, but Tofu does manage to get it in time. They replace the sentry, though. They really want to make sure they don't give control of the creep equilibrium over to Gaming Gladiators.
So far, this has been Azure's best start to a laning phase. Honestly, they are doing very well right here on the CS board and net worth chart. The supports are pulling out the supports. The biggest thing about this, though, is going to be how much gold does Ace get in like the first 15 minutes of this game, right? Because you have to start thinking they're going to stack these Ancients for him. In fact, Ace does it for himself a lot of times on this hero, and he's already got an Ancient stack up off the board. He's got another large camp stack already brewing. This is where the Beastmaster is going to accelerate. So if your lanes go well, you can invade that jungle area potentially. Maybe steal some of it with like the Naga Phoenix if you're having a really good game here. I doubt that's going to be on the table, but it's something you want to think about here in terms of potentially blocking those camps up.
One thing that's going to be very different about this game is we talked about in Game 3 and Game 4, Azure Ray playing around XM quite a bit. And he was playing those very mobile heroes that could set up kills. OD is not quite the same archetype.
No, it's a lot slower hero. You're generally only going to get kills when Sandy's Eclipse is up. And Sandy's Eclipse is okay for ganking and killing in the early game. It's not the powerhouse spell it used to be in terms of late game, right? It just doesn't deal nearly the same amount of damage. You have like a mana allergy thing that's kind of cool, but honestly, it's not that impactful. They picked this hero for the Astrals, and they picked him for the save, enabling the other cores. And it's like a pick-off hero in terms of Naga pushing the lanes in. Maybe he can set some stuff up and burst a hero, and then you push more lanes in, right? So the Naga can enable the OD slow tempo here. You just can't get run over. And that is where I go back to the Beastmaster. If the Beastmaster can set that tempo in this game against these slower cores, Ace is just going to have a free-for-all, right? Because the second your Eclipse is down, the second your Egg is down, are you taking the fights into the Beast with all his summons if he's having a great game? Probably not.
Lots of stacks going on.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a huge triangle for game, and if they can secure it as the game progresses. But meanwhile, lanes still going pretty solid for Azure Ray, particularly XXS, who has a very early helm and is getting aggressive.
And in with the stomp again, a second double edge coming out, but Celery did have the regen. Actually, too many stacks there, the poison. And Duracio's not really going to be able to commit to this.
Yeah, he's not winning the trade. One and Lotus up for Jin Q. He's just baiting out the trade, and another win for Azure Ray on this offlane. XXS is going to be very fat in this early game. The stacks are going to have to make a comeback for Ace, but this Centaur is just going to get what looks like another fast Veil into Shiva's Blink build, right? Like, what's stopping you here? The attack speed is great this game.
Yep. Bottle refill, though, so Celery's death isn't the worst, and I'm sure he'll probably stick around for that power rune that's coming up. Ace looks like he was trying to hunt down the Phoenix. Not good enough, though.
And we are seeing Celery make that rotation in the mid, set the wards up for the later
actually
fight.
Going for the kill here.
This is aggressive.
The illusions get cleared out pretty quickly, but the Fire Spirits are landing for now.
Either way, one more, he kills
a lot
him.
of damage back. Oh, the got him! Landed. Ming gets it. He's
What
getting
a
hit by
boss.
the axes, but he's going for the kill.
He wants both.
As well, he landed both. The shots required to get the double kill.
Xiaoming, you monster. When you need supports to show up, Game 5 of a Grand Final is not a bad time to do it.
Oh yeah, I love the ego coming in. He knows he just outplayed the hell out of Gaming Gladiators. And Quinn now on the run here. A little bit awkward for him. Places the ward in order to get
There's a Sanity's here.
He's got a swashbuckle.
Oh, missed.
Oh, a swing and a miss there from XM. May still have a chance, but he actually gets juked.
That, I think, is an almost guaranteed kill if he lands it. Maybe not, but Quinn's not level 6, so you would have had to deal with the mana allergy there off the swashbuckle. It was going to be close, but that's a tough miss. You really want to make that spell count like the first 20 minutes.
Especially since you used a ward for it. Now, it looks like they may get a kill for it still. No, Celery had some, plenty of stick charges.
Still, I think Azure Ray are okay trading this out because you ideally want the Pango getting the better exchange in these types of skirmishes, right? That's where you can abuse the OD early. He's a bit of a slower hero, so you're going even with an Outworld Devour. Probably okay. I keep saying Devour. It is Destroyer now, but
true.
That's not my fault that Valve changed his name 8 times.
And he hasn't been a terribly meta hero for most patches. Hadn't seen him too much in the previous ones, but he's back here.
Veil done for XXS, so the early acceleration into that fighting item is going to put some extra pressure on Duraccio, maybe afraid of some ganks. As the supports are continuing to play around mid, that has been their MO. Ace going for the stacks. And it'll be low going through the gate with Naga here looking for the kill on Duraccio.
XM is low, and the supports are coming through. Both cores are getting ganked right now. Duraccio, he's going to make a run for it, but the Stampede is going to be catching up to him. The Stampede also bailing out the OD, so it serves a double purpose that works out beautifully for Azure Ray.
They get both sides of the exchange there. Save their mid, gank the enemy carry. XM is just taunting his way up and down this mid lane. As there's not enough lockdown to find him, that's a Rolling Thunder on cooldown.
And they're still looking for this kill, but the thing is, Azure Ray, they've been cleared up. Now their supports can rotate back into mid.
8-minute rune. You know they want to take it away from the Pango if possible. They lose the 50-50, but might get a Celery kill in return.
Yeah, Celery, he's being slowed. Disruption into imprisonment, into more and more poisons. He's okay, Tianming.
Yeah, he's feeling himself. A lot of long-range damage that can come out from these supports. And once again, another Rolling Thunder for Quinn that doesn't yield anything on these mid-exchanges, so it's just going back to Ace farming up these Ancients. Gonna try and get a very fast Beastmaster Ags, but he is getting outpaced by XXS right now. As he takes a tower, he is farming camps, he's cutting waves. This Centaur is gonna be absolutely massive in this game. And then it begs the question of, can Ace run into the Centaur even if he gets a lot of acceleration here?
Got the roar, that allowed the silence to last through, and they get the last hit on Tofu.
Nice pickup. Kill. Really important for the support levels here. Tofu needs the extra points. Grimstroke is not a hero you want to fall behind on, as all of his spells are very valuable. Wouldn't be surprised to see him leech some of this Ancient XP, honestly. So far, tempo has been stifled here for gaming. They're going to once more have to play from behind as a 3K gold lead at 10 minutes for Azure. Do not think many people would have bet on this team winning laning phases.
They're just not letting XM alone. Celery doesn't even care if you know. Secure bounty rune for Quinn. And there is one thing about this, I mean, stacking up all those Ancients, there's no real fear of Azure Ray's lineup getting in there and stealing those stacks.
That's why I said if they could have blocked it, it would have been nice, but that's really the only counterplay you had.
Yeah.
And you know gaming, we're going to prioritize freeing that up. They just need the items as fast as possible on Ace, what their lineup functions around. It'll be Witchblade for XM. And a classic OD item.
Yeah,
Curious if he goes Parasma on this hero, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think a great hero for it.
I think you do at some point, right? Like, I feel like if you're going Witchblade, you eventually go that. It just makes sense.
Yep.
Could be an interesting new way to develop the hero.
Disruption means that Celery is going to be stalled up long enough for XM. Oh, he actually turns around, goes for Quinn
they want
instead.
the bigger prize.
He's going to let the stomp land. Do they have the damage to burst him down? Quinn's going to try and get up that Rolling Thunder, and he does manage to do so. Gets in, gets an Arcane Rune too, so that is great for him.
Solid turnaround for Quinn. Though another Rolling Thunder that's not used aggressively. A little sad, but Arcane Rune will make up for it. And we're seeing a little, you know, until you have max orb points on OD, he's not doing that much burst damage. That's what the hero plays.
They smoke up, and they're going for the stack right now, the Ancient stack. They see this, and they see XXS farming away.
Celery was scouting out on the backside.
He does have Stampede, though. XXS, he can easily get himself to safety, but he instead takes the rocket. He's going to get chain stunned up a little bit. The Stampede goes down. He makes a break for it. The Ghost, it's a close call, but he doesn't even finish him off. The Ghost Swashbuckle!
Off the mark.
He barely clips him, doesn't quite finish him off the kill.
And that'll finish up his blink. Costly kill to miss here.
Radiant's top tower is under
He was going to stomp him and go back in if that Ghost did not land.
Yeah, look how much Gaming Gladiators committing here to try and take away this Ancient stack. They really wanted to pick off into guaranteed control here.
A slow steal. I mean, there's no Beastmaster here. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, unless you want to just fight with the Chrono, but it's a Glove of Haste. Faceless Void in the Chrono, and you don't have Gyro ulti.
Yeah, you don't have the best damage to throw into it.
No. Honestly, I think Dorachio's game, it's gonna be tough, right? Just so many saves. Like, you can't really Chrono anybody and have it do anything on its own. It's an okay time dilation game. But Naga is pretty debilitating for this hero as well in terms of just the man fight, so.
Yeah, fast enough Orchid pickup could destroy their lineup. Tango and Void hate that item.
He's gonna have it fast because Low has had an absolutely free game here. So this is gonna go into the mid game 5-on-5s. It's kind of gonna be Ace versus XXS in terms of these offlaners dictating the course of battle.
Another win for Gaming Gladiators in the Rune Luck. They get an amplified damage rune for Quinn.
It's a nice one, though he's still trying to finish Diffusal, right?
Yeah.
This is probably the slowest Pango game we've seen. Just didn't find the connections on the Rolling Thunder, and this Diffusal gets delayed, and it lowers his damage output significantly. I mean, this is what the hero's about. It's about Diffusal. I mean, I think in that first Pango game that we saw, he was 7K net worth at 14 minutes, right? He was where Low is right now, so it's a big exchange in terms of tempo. Give it some time. See what Azure Ray decide to do with that time is they're going to 3-man smoke 2 cores, Witchblade done for the OD, and Blink for XXS online, so they have the initiation, they have some damage. Are they bold enough to just go into Triangle? You have to know this is where Ace is, right? Where else is Beastmaster going to be on the map? It's one of the 2 Ancient camps.
Yeah, they
made willing to take that fight.
They went to the lane instead, and as a result, The smoke is going to crash into Celery instead of allowing them to get up into that triangle area and catch Ace out.
So that's a tank right there. He is purposely screening Ace from the smoke, trying to get this Ags done. He is 50 gold off. Then you can start to take those 5-on-5s.
Structures are fortified.
This would be a nice tower to get down for Azure as well. Open up those Ancients. Make Ace's life a little bit harder.
Yeah.
East does not like losing this tier 1 before he takes yours. And you look at the towers right now for Azure. 2 of them are full. Like, they can easily fight around these tier 1s if they want to, because they're just so damn high HP.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, usually it's their MO to take towers before 10 minutes. In fact, they're the team who's taken the most towers at this tournament, way ahead of anybody else. But here, they've been stifled a bit. I haven't been able to take any tier 1s, and it's Azure who've gotten 2. And all that space, not only is it bad for Beastmaster, right, but it's great for Naga Siren. You just push the lane in deeper and deeper with those illusions.
And Lowe's still playing up here because they know they can take the fight around this tier 1. They have so much counter initiation. This is the test for Ace. Like, you just try and push these tier 1s straight up. You feel that strong on Beastmaster with this Ags right now. Diffusal coming out for the Pangolier. So these are your 2 best early game fighting items. Like, you want to get the fights out of this. If you're not strong enough now, it just feels awful, right?
Yep.
So you're going to have to force it at some point. Azure can take that fight if they want to. They have all their ults up.
Got a pretty potent combination in the Song of Siren into Stomp plus Supernova. There's like a lot of setup abilities that Azure can benefit from. But that would also put those abilities on cooldown, put them in a team fight that they may not win. They're going to take the safer route here. And it seems like they're just going to get more efficiency on the map. They're back up to a 3K net worth lead.
His push is not that fast. There's Naga Illusion stalling it up a bit, wasting some spells, wasting some time. Tower has taken a while to bulldoze down, and like you said, they're just farming the whole map, right? Jin-Q pushing in bottom, XXS farming enemy jungle right now. He is closing in on a Shivas, by the way. And XM gets to clear through the Ancients because they don't have an Ancient-dependent carry. So very efficient on the map right now from Azure as Gaming are just going to 5-man, and this tower's still not taking damage.
Yeah, Tianming managed to finish off that wave pretty easily, got Gaming Gladiators to try and go on him. Now Ace is like, okay, we've got a Siege Wagon. This is a must-take right here, right now. Can't let them delay this any longer. But boy, Azure got a lot of space on the map. Look how spread they are around the map. Everybody's farming something.
Yeah, it made him work for it. It'll be Shivas for Ace. No surprise there. This is just the go-to item at this point. And should be pretty damn nice on him, right? Shiva's Ags, you get the extra spell amp from this. Suddenly this drum and the axes are doing a lot more work. It's got to be a really nice timing for him as he's still having a very smooth game here. And he's looking for the backstab in the tier 1, so Gaming deciding now's the time to just start bulldozing his towers. Can't blame him. Try and free up the space for Dyrachyo versus Low in this carry-on-carry space battle.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is also the part in the game where OD can feel a bit awkward because he doesn't have the mobility item, he doesn't have the BKB.
Dyrachyo's going for it, but look at Jin-Q! He made this read, he's gonna bait it out, and then Disruption Purge onto Dyrachyo. Now he's in trouble, he has to use the Time Walk to get up to the high ground, but Tianming is going to pursue. XXS is right there. Quinn, he needs to be able to stop this damage, but it doesn't come quick enough. Dyrachyo gets bursted down, and Quinn will do what he can, but the Supernova is there to be able to cover him. XXS is not going down easy.
He's holding Song on Lu too. He's thinking about the catch.
Ace, he still feels strong, still wants to take this fight, charges forward, but instead, Disruption, they're going to try and burst him down the Sunray. Is it going to be enough? The mana energy, they got him! They even managed to save the Centaur, who honestly was pretty safe, but the imprisonment just to make sure. And look at that cleanup.
Oh man, Gaming are in trouble now. This is game 5, the pressure's on. You're making a forced chrono play. I mean, again, you're playing into a 5-save lineup. You just don't see enough heroes on the map. He had the ward bottom, so I guess he saw some, but Jin-Q is just ready for it. And that's all she wrote, right? Now you're in cleanup mode. There's not enough damage in the tank here because Ace has to run to this fight. The fight was not around the Beastmaster, it was around this Chronosphere. That is not what you want right now. And all of these ults got some decent value out for Azure. Protect the Centaur at multiple points. Stall up the Beastmaster here with a nice disruption. You get the aura on the backside. Allows a second stomp to come through. And that Eclipse Sunray just, it's devastating, right? Yeah. I don't think Ace got to right-click anything in this entire fight. That's your Ags reveal in a sense, right? I can sense the frustration. It's like, guys, we need to play around me.
It is a rough turnaround in this series. particularly for Dyrachyo, who came into this saying, this is going to be an easy 3-0. Well, here they are, now in a Game 5, down 7,000 net worth.
Easy reverse sweep, perhaps, as Azure Ray have swung all the momentum in this series, taken the wind out of their sails. And like you said, they are at a significant deficit right now, facing a scary scaling lineup with a Naga Siren that can cut the waves, stall the map.
Yeah, you might feel good about the fact you've got a Faceless Void going late, but the Naga Siren is just such a good counter.
But that's the thing, do you? That was the upside of all of these later picks for Azure Ray. You have so many saves for the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
It is not a straightforward Faceless Void game at all.
You're going to get controlled by nets, you're going to get countered on the Chronosphere every which way. Disruption, Song, Imprisonment. Hell, even just like Sunray is massive.
That's a fight where Azure Ray got to use their ults, and they didn't get punished for it. They got to farm the map. Shifts the onus back onto Gaimin here to make something happen and clean up space. Once again, these Naga Illusions have just been scouting things, making it really annoying to make the moves.
And these Naga Illusions are like you say, they're giving vision and such, but they're about to become a real threat with the Orchid complete. Now Low can actually start getting involved in some of these fights.
Every pair of illusions you see is potentially a threat.
Yeah. You could see Gaming Gladiators playing more and more scared.
They're just waiting for the Shivas on Ace. That's it. I mean, all your cards on this man right here. Gonna have to be a crazy team fight from him in terms of the damage impact. Because I don't see the Pangolier Void cleaning it up at this point in time. The upside is the objective taking for Azure Ray is absolutely terrible, right?
True, yeah.
So, like, you're not too worried about getting your towers or Roshan bulldozed down. You have some time in that sense to set up the proper fight, maybe get a good rune to do it. Haste for Quinn will definitely help.
Good positioning by Low. Deep onto the enemy side of the map where he can cut waves.
Yeah, it's just a Naga Dream.
He can clean up both mid and bottom while hitting neutrals.
Every time Gaimin have to come back to clean these up, it's a move that they can't make. That's the part that's so frustrating. They want to get the brawl going right now. Feels impossible. There's Blink Daggers coming out for Azure Ray too. There's a Blink on Jin Q, so he's kind of hard to catch. The Blink on the OD, he can Astral Blink out, Blink on Centaur. A lot of these heroes can get disrupted or Astral and just blink away.
Look at him, he's breaking the smoke and blinking away.
What do you do versus this, right? Your catch is pretty damn limited. It's Ace walking in and roaring somebody. That's your catch. Spell is not that large cast range-wise. Feels like you need some more jump here. Blink Dagger, Shadow Blade, I don't know, something to find something on this map. Right now, Azure Ray are just out farming you. And it seems like they're happy scaling here.
Art up next for Low. Gaming Gladiators, they got to get something soon. Looks like they're going to set up around Roshan, but Azure Ray, they may have an idea of this is going on. They're going to get a 4-man smoke and start making their way for the contest.
They have level 2 egg. Something to keep in mind here. If Yeonmin can get in there deep, there's not a lot of heroes that are happy manning up for it into the Shiva, Stomp Centaur, into the sleep that can save it. Deadly spell right now. You don't have debuff immunity.
Scary.
Yeah, this is a bold play, but it could backfire really hard versus the AoE from Azure Ray.
Dyrachyo placed up on the high ground. He sees this coming. Time dilation, time walk down. Gaming Gladiators won't be caught by surprise inside the pit, but they are on the low ground, and Tofu is going to be found. They spotted him, and they do manage to get him with the Centaur. See if they can burst him down. They have the Supernova on
bail out.
Song going out at the same time.
This is awful for Azure Ray. They wasted egg. They wasted Song.
A lot of abilities thrown around to very little effect, and now Gaming Gladiators, they see their opportunity to turn this pace around. They go straight for Low. A disruption only buys them a little bit of time. He's going to come back into hell and get bursted down. Down he gets sent. Dyrachyo looks for more. An imprisonment to be able to buy Jin Q a bit of time. Maybe he can blink away. Flat cannon shots, stalling him up even more.
He has another blink at 4, but I don't think it's going to be up in time.
On the way, time dilation, he'll catch him.
Huge team fight for Gaming. This is what they needed to get back in this game. Some uncoordinated ultimates out from Azure Ray, and Egg that's in an awkward position because they just didn't know where the heroes were. I thought this was just going to be Illusions going in scouting. XXS committed. Thinks he's tanky enough to survive the burst, but you are not, as that Rolling Thunder cleans you up even into the Song, and that forces an awkward set of spells out between the Song and the Egg, right? All of a sudden, Ace just has a free fight, and this fight's over at this point. It's cleanup time, as saves don't do anything for you when you have lost the initiative. Aegis on the Pangolier. Huge amount of gold going into Ace's pockets. Absolutely massive turnaround, almost 6K off that single team fight that could have gone horribly wrong when you jam yourself in the corner like that. There's a lot of AoE ults, but they made it work.
This is why this team is so tough to be able to bring down in best of fives. You know, always find a way to be able to make some decent team fights work for them. They had the correct read on how to make that one. Azure Ray are gonna have to do a little bit better. They had that network lead, now they're going for Quinn, but the Orchid, oh, just like half a second too late. So close to getting that pick off. Could have taken away that Aegis, taken away that advantage.
Now that 5-on-5 for Azure Ray doesn't seem as confident as before, right? You injected a lot of gold in these gaming cores. And it's gonna be low going back for an Eternal Shroud. Interesting idea. I thought it would have just been art or, you know, more scaling damage. This is an item that got changed a lot in the patch. It's very good versus magical burst damage. In theory, can help him fight the Beastmaster here, deal with some of the Pango and Grim spells coming out in the middle of the fight. But it is a weird item on this hero. Not one I've seen a lot, and we'll see if he can make it work. I mean, if it keeps him alive, that's great, but it does not deal any damage here, right?
No.
And the question is, how are you killing Ace if he gets to this BKB? And that fight might have just gotten him there. He's going to be close to having it for the next fight.
I thought surely, like, art straight into Bloodthorn, all of a sudden your damage is intense low.
BKB Butterfly, some route like this.
They have the scan on him. They know he's here. They see his illusions popping out. They're going to try and chase him down. Now, though, now he knows he's being hunted as well. Looks like he's going to be okay, though. Chased after the wrong illusion here.
Right now, it's Azure Ray trying to restabilize this game and catch up to their next set of items. Ags and BKB for XM is something that's going to change the team fight a lot. It's going to let the OD go and actually get damage out, save people more reliably. It's a big shift, as well as the heart on XXS, just up the HP levels to where the spell damage coming out from gaming isn't enough to put them over the threshold. In fact, it's an Eternal Shroud for him too. So Azure Ray just identifying that gaming pretty dependent on the spell damage right now. They're trying to mitigate it as much as possible.
Also help them a little bit with the mana burn that's coming out from this Pango. Azure Ray taking 2 lanes at once here. Some advantage that they kind of will always have, while Gaming Gladiators have to make more of a 5-man commitment to take a tier 2, but they'll get it. And how far do they go, though?
Getting some utility on their supports as well, which was pretty vital in a lot of their earlier wins. They have the Solar Crest, they have the mech, they have the Shard on the Grimstroke, another save that can go out to counteract a single target initiation from this Centaur. XXS's life is not that straightforward anymore. Feels like it's coming more and more down to these ult placements, right? Where does the egg go off? How many heroes are trapped in it? Who does this Eclipse hit? Dyrachyo all alone in no man's land. He wants another attempt at Jin Q. He wants revenge for the save from earlier, but that guy is
coming in. XM blinks in. A song also used, which makes things a little bit more awkward. BKB gets off from Dyrachyo. He's going to go for the TP out with the physical damage. Woo, it was close. 100 HP. Dyrachyo lives, though.
I mean, this guy's taking aggressiveness to a new level, right? That is an absolute solo play on their side of the map with 5 heroes off the map for a 2,000 HP Gossamer Cape Shadow Demon. I respect the balls on this man. He barely gets out of there with BKB intact and life intact.
That now means Chronosphere on cooldown, but it doesn't seem to be slowing down Gaming Gladiators, who, playing around Quinn, feel confident. With 45 seconds left on the Aegis, they take another tier 1, look to take another tier 2. Azure Ray say, yeah, you can have it. We're going to take the rest of the map.
Building into their scale items, right? It's going to be the Mjolnir for Dyrachyo, the BKB is done for Ace, and that Axe for Quinn. These are big damage items coming out. A lot of you sit in the fight. You're going to start to poke here. 30 seconds still on this Aegis, but they want to take the fight anyway on the side of Azure Ray. I feel like Dyrachyo's not here, and guess what? He isn't. So you're going to get a 5-on-4 if you really want it.
Chivas Hits onto 2 with the stomp on the Beastmaster. Already down to half health, but he gets off the BKB. XXS, who's already shown he can be blown up. It looks like that's going to be what's happening unless the saves come through. One disruption. Now an imprisonment potentially as Low starts chasing after the Beastmaster. Wants to finish him off. Quinn, he tries to push Heroes away, but now he's going to be in trouble. The burst damage is too much for him to handle. And Dyrachyo came into this, but he doesn't have a Chronosphere. He time walks.
Trapped himself.
He's trapped in the trees. BKB, TP out, and will make it again. What a bad fight for Gaming Gladiators. Azure play it slow, and they play it patient, and Gaming Gladiators stumble right into their trap.
Beautifully kited with the saves. They make sure to not commit on the Beastmaster BKB. They bail XXS out at the right time. Another Stampede is up trying to catch Celery. They will get him. Transitioning it into more pickoffs and a damage Amp Rune. Azure strike back with a pretty nice defensive fight, all off of that top play from Dyrachyo. He's not there with the team because he doesn't have BKB, he doesn't have Chrono. But it begs the question, should you be there with the rest of Gaming in a 4v5 where the ults are up for Azure and you're missing your best control spell? Dyrachyo shows up just to leave. And it's costly, another 7K into Azure's pocket almost off that. Swings this game back once more. That'll push XM to his next item, and this is where Outworld Destroyer becomes obnoxious because he's likely going to go for the Ags. He could opt for the BKB here, but these Astrals are going to become a problem. And now he has the defensive Ags in terms of if he gets jumped, so if you go on anybody else, Astral's annoying. If you go on the OD, suddenly he has this, effective borrow time spell that goes off and gives him the shield.
Yeah, this is crazy. Somehow they have to be able to get a Chronosphere on the Naga, OD, and the Shadow Demon.
It's tough. It's very tough. That's why this game is, it's not easy for Dyrachyo, man. Maybe why he's trying to force these aggressive plays. Now, the one item I think is a big game changer for Gaven is, well, they're going to clean up a shard here. Let's see what goes on. Celery, not a bad one. Decent shard.
Yeah,
they're just rushing Hex on Tofu. And I actually think this is the right play. Like, I don't think a Glimmer or any random utility item is going to change the course of the fight, right? But a Hex definitely could if you can get there. It's just going to be a while to get there. However, leading a fight off with double Soulbind and a double Hex, that's a way to play around these saves because you're going to force so many saves out initially. Suddenly you can start the Chrono Heroes afterwards. You can roar them afterwards. The more disables you get, the easier the fight's going to become. And it'll be a smoke from Gaming, but it's instantly popped by Jin-Q. He blinks
Deja
down.
vu! Almost the exact same spot where Jin-Q posts up, breaks the smoke, sees some of the aggression from Gaming Gladiators, and gets away.
This guy's just been an absolute menace on the map, man. So many of these games, it's not even the spellcasting that stands out, it's the map positioning, it's breaking the smokes, playing aggressively. He just knows his limits, he doesn't give anything up. Makes your game awful. And right now, Gaming are feeling it as it's another smoke foiled. That was the Mjolnir finish for Dyrachyo.
Yeah, with the Mjolnir finish, a gem bot and a smoke used.
They wanted
Gaming
to get
Gladiators really needed that to connect.
And now it's going to be a counterplay. Shadowblade done for Low. He can play a lot more aggressive. On top of Bloodthorn finished, he's actually massive all of a sudden.
Ace, they're going to run right into him. Nor can immediately put to use. BKB goes out, but Quinn's already dead. One of the core's gone. They know they have to make a break for it, and the song will catch some more. Both supports are going to get caught.
Take your pick, right? They'll probably try and take both. Why not? They're going to get him here as the smoke break from Jin-Q sets up the counterplay from Azure, and they find 3 off it.
The gem gets it onto the courier?
Yeah, they rescued it. Tandem support courier rescue. Not a bad way to do it. They recover some net worth, but once more, this game is starting to spiral, right? 14K gold lead. Ags done for XM. The targets you can jump are just, you're running out of them on the side of Gaming. Link's done for Ace. There's your initiation power. But you don't need the initiation anymore because the fight has come to you. Azure knocking on the door.
Chronosphere only catching the Naga Siren, and the save is there. XM needed to put it to use. Dyrachyo now turns on to XXS, but it's not looking great on the damage department. Quinn, he chases after them. Rolling Thunder actually puts the roar onto the Centaur, but now here comes the Supernova. How are you walking into this one? The Beastmaster is losing health fast, and there's nobody who can bail him out. Look at XM flanking forward with the aggression. Gaming Gladiators, they had this year's ulti. The Centaur goes out. He finishes a beautiful stomp from XXS. A 3-man stomp that allows them to be able to chase down all of Gaming Gladiators one by one. They will claim every single life. Gaming Gladiators teetering on the brink. and Azure Ray give them the little push, take Elena Barracks, and are now gonna go for the throne even. Gaming Gladiators, they don't have a way to stop this
buyback.
one.
There's a buyback coming up for Duraccio, but what does he do with it? No Chronosphere, no hope in the fight. That was a desperation Chrono. You know the saves are coming out. Azure Ray, the last Chinese hope in a season devoid of Tier 1 tournament wins, trying to claim their stake in the Twilight Hour against the behemoth that has been absolutely unstoppable by our Team Spirit.
They respect the buyback there from Duraccio with some of the death timers running low. They say, no need to push this anymore. They couldn't have gotten a second lane of Barracks. Tier 2s were still up. Watch that fight again, though. You could see Gaming Gladiators, they really were getting nothing out of it.
It's just so stretched, right? Celery's dead. Tofu can't get in here to combo with any of the spells. Every time they throw out an ult, there's something behind it, messing with them in a 4-man Eclipse off the Astral. I thought XM overextended. Just kidding, I have a save of my own. There are no easy targets in this game as XSS finds them all with a stomp. And once you start getting run down, once your ultimates are out, once the Beastmaster's off the playing field, it's just cleanup duty. Victory. They are feeling it now. They are one more team fight away from breaking this team in a reverse sweep in the final tournament of the year. There have been very few in the history of Dota. This would be an historic one. As Ags completed for Jinkyu, he now has double cleanse, double demonic purge with break on top of it. The items are just rolling in. And it's going to be aggression from here on out.
Jump in, XM, fearless in his pokes here. Duraccio tries to go for a punish here, has to use BKB, gets bonus
got
on
3
3.
cores.
There is the Sun Ray out though at the same time. His damage is looking great. Quinn, he's gonna roll in. The disables are there, but not the damage.
And time to go to sleep as Low sets it up. Can you find the stomp afterwards?
BKB immediately goes down from Ace, turns around, controls up the Phoenix. Maybe they can blow him up. The Soul Bond.
Got silence. Another save.
Goes out for a second.
He has egg.
Scepter, can he swashbuckle over the side? He gets the egg off. And now, Tango's gonna die instead. Another
Eclipse him to hell.
Rips it away from you, Duraccio. And in the trees, desperate to get out. XM, always on the hunt. Won't be able to find his mark this time around. But the damage is already done. Azure Ray can just take this tier 2. Barracks are gonna lie completely open for the taking.
And what's left in the tank here? You don't have a buy on Ace. You do not have a buyback on Quinn. This is a 3-on-5 with no Chronosphere. Absolutely good luck. And the ults are just going to start coming back up for Azure Ray. You have another song in 25. You might not have a base by the time your heroes are back up. Azure Ray, they want everything here.
No ultimate.
Trophy.
Few buybacks. Buildings dying rapidly. Gaming Gladiators, they got to put together a miracle here just to hold on.
I mean, we have seen them perform miracles, but this would be the greatest of the entire year. As Megas are down. Low still has Aegis for 2 minutes here.
And he's playing like it
have
too.
Chrono.
Right up in their face.
Don't have time.
They Soul Bind, which is good control on both the Centaur as well as the OD. But again, no real threat. XXS just shrugs off the damage.
Daring them right now. Please go on me. Try and stop this game 5 right now.
They can't do it. Stomped indeed. XXS can feel they are just moments away from being able to take this best of 5 to turn this series around.
XXS carrying them once more, pushing himself on the front line. Chrono up in 9 seconds right here. They're trying to stall for the ultimate to be back up, but again, who are you throwing it on?
Jump back
3
in.
cores last time and it didn't do anything.
Look at that damage onto the Pango. That was almost enough just to
Chrono.
force him out. They immediately have to go to the Chronosphere, but the saves once again.
Song.
The Centaur, nothing else. The song comes out as well. The Damps are mid-team fight. They know this is already done. They can sense it. The team fight's over. You can't do anything without this. Duraccio caught inside the Supernova. The sun will explode in his face, blinding him. Blinded to the fact the hubris, they thought they could get this 3-0. Down 4 games against Gaming Gladiators, stomped 4 games in a row. This wasn't just a game. This wasn't just a series. This was vindication. Vindication for Azure Ray, vindication for China.
The twilight hour here. The last game of the year it gets pushed to. And finally, this region will claim a title against an absolute dynasty of a team. There's nothing else to call it, right? When you win 6 championships in a year, you're looking for a 7th. You are up 2-0. There are very few teams that are this young into their birth that can come back from that position, do it with creative drafts, do it down in that position, make a reverse sweep, and do it in style as they are throwing out the tips during a song.
Malaysia,
they put game
make way for the new generation of Chinese talent. The one and only Azure Ray!
Ladies and gentlemen, your champions of ESL One Kuala Lumpur, Azure Ray! Congratulations!
2-3队让阿尔追山，是我们这届 ESL 吉隆坡的冠军。第一个问题有请长安。前面说你肯定会选独龙的，你独龙呢？
被ban了，被ban了。
So first question was to XM, asking him where's the Viper he promised us. Turns out it was just banned every game. Next question, we want to go to Low. I hear that you have some real hardcore fans in China who's here to support you, so to speak. Do you have any words for them? 你对你国内的那些粉丝和无论是黑粉、喷子还是真河粉，有对他们有什么要说的吗？
我根本不怕黑枣吧，感谢支持我的兄弟。
I love all my fans. I'm not afraid of anyone who flames me. I am here to prove myself, and I've proven myself to you. And finally, we're gonna go to our man Kevin here, who hasn't had a single interview. What does he love about Malaysia? What does he love about this tournament? And what does he love about all of you? Kevin, 这边这届比赛还没有采访过你，就想问你，你来到马来西亚，这次拿下了这个冠军。你有什么支持给你所有马来西亚粉丝，给你所有国际的粉丝要跟他们说的话吗？
可能我们中国Dota去年一整年成绩不好，但是2024年来了，我相信我们会更好的。
We might not have had a good year last year for the whole Chinese region, but this is 2024. It is our year.
Fantastic. Congratulations once again, ladies and gentlemen. China is back home. Give it up one more time for Azure Ray.
A new season Kuala Lumpur 2023, and it was a reverse sweep. It's been so long since we've seen a reverse sweep, and it was quite convincing there towards the end. We're gonna talk about the whole tournament, their whole run, and we're gonna celebrate their success here on the main stage of the MyTech Arena with such a fantastic and some loud crowd. Brian, I think at the start of the day, and even at the start of the series, it felt like the crowd was really behind Gaming Gladiators. Something changed.
Yeah.
They won the hearts of the people.
Yeah, I think we were all managing our expectations a little bit. We were all like, Copium, the game series is going to be done in 3 years. It's okay. It's been happening all year. But this exceeded our expectations, and this has been one of the most exciting finals I've ever been a part of, if not the most exciting finals I've ever been a part of. This was just awesome.
That was incredible. I mean, if you told me that today we'd see a reverse sweep, I would not have believed you. I mean, watching Azure Ray on their journey in this tournament, from looking so strong in the group stages, to the patch dropping as playoffs start, to them looking so weak after the patch drop. But then they go through lower bracket, they beat Liquid, they bring out new strategies. They show us that, no, what is boring Chinese Dota? We are not that. They innovated, they played mid bounty hunter, they brought out OD, and they just drafted their hearts out, especially in these last 3 games. That was so beautiful to watch.
I feel like there was such a big change after the first 2 games. Like, Yanming had some really hard games in the first 2, and this game gets a double kill in the lane. The way they move around Jinkyu, like breaking smokes with Naga Illus, giving himself vision, jumping out, just the way they were team fighting. I thought there was a small chance they were going to throw around that Roche. You know, they made some mistakes, but then they bring it back. You know, this game had everything. High tier play, some throws, you know, the Ratio making some stuff, Azure Ray as well. It's just like game 5 in such an important series. I don't think we could have asked for literally anything better.
God, and the saves in this draft, all 4 heroes saving each other. If somebody gets chronoed, boom, astraled, boom, disrupted. What, you go on my Phoenix, I'm gonna save him. You go on somebody else, no, Phoenix is gonna Sunray into a supernova. The draft just worked together so nicely towards the end. And I mean, Gaming put up a fight. It looked like at some point the game would be a lot closer than that, but in the end, the Naga prevailed. The power of the Naga prevailed. The power of the OD prevailed.
Yeah, and the confidence of being able to just pull out in a game 5 of a grand finals with OD, Brian, a hero that hadn't seen the light of day for the longest time. It's a crowning achievement of Azure Ray here.
Yeah, the fearlessness on a new patch. We had mentioned like a lot of these teams are a little bit too scared to try new things, and XM as a player, hats off to him.
Yeah.
Like he played really whatever the fuck, it just made it work, and I just love how he has different play styles. He's wonky. That's something that you just don't see too often in the mid lane right now, and in a game 5, nonetheless. Damn.
Yeah, and that is the confidence like you need to bring. Yeah, you're going up against Gaming Gladiators. Who cares? You need to play the stuff you want. You need to man up. You need to clutch it up. And honestly, I wasn't sure if they could do it, but they showed us that they're an incredible team, incredible players. They can rise to the occasion, play whatever random heroes you're talking about, and just make it work.
Yeah, and initially at the start of the series, it felt like they were in their heads a little bit. It felt like they lost confidence versus Gaming Gladiators. They were playing right into their trap. They were playing right into their 5-man ball, into their auras, and just getting out-tempoed. And it seemed like they wouldn't find a way to bounce back between that game 2 and that game 3. But something happened between that game 2 and game 3. Someone out there motivated them. Maybe they all motivated each other, but something just clicked. And they dropped all of that fear, all of that hesitation that they brought into that first 2 games, and they gave us beautiful Dota today.
And it's extra special because this team has not, well, okay, Azure Ray has been around, but there's 3 new players since we last saw them at TI, and to just show up and basically win the entire tournament the first time this 5-stack comes together, but also with a coach that has not coached this squad before, Kazu. This is incredible.
Yeah, I don't know who this guy is. Apparently, he's gotta have some good stuff cooking. When, like Mira saying after game 2, we don't know what it was. The belly rubs. Is it him? You know, are they motivating each other? What are the hero calls? I mean, they gotta be cooking something. You know, it's a good recipe. 3 new players. Apparently, a new coach who's some forehead giga brain. I don't know what's going on. He's gotta be good.
Yeah, there's something about like this entire. You were mentioning the momentum of the stadium going from Gaming towards Azure Ray over the course of the series, and the sheer atmosphere going on in Game 4 and Game 5 in this arena, it was, I mean, this is just what we live for. I don't really have much else to say other than it's just been such a privilege to be a part of it.
It was electric. And let's talk about this Chinese region, this Chinese Dota region for a second. Could this be the revitalization, the flipping of the status quo that Chinese Dota needs? I mean, they had 2 teams that got top 4 at TI this year after a very lackluster performance from all of their teams in this region this year. Then, towards the very end of 2023, when we're going into a new year, Azure delivers. They beat Gaming Gladiators, which seemed like the bane of these Chinese teams. No Chinese team could match this team's tempo. And here they come. They just completely flip everything that we know. Could it be a new paradigm? Who knows?
I think it is. I think this might just be the very start of a new reigning champion. But of course, this is only the first event here. Well, the second event total for this season of the ESL Pro Tour. But the first ESL One, and it definitely had a lot of points as well to be picked up, and that means that Azure now stands on top of the leaderboards. They are guaranteed qualified for Dream League season 2020 or season 22. Gaming Gladiators, Bedboom, Liquid Spirit. These are all great, but Azure at the very top. Brian, well deserved.
Yeah, I mean, we've already talked so much about how this year went, but I think every final has created that sheer excitement that we're getting. We're like, oh, we just weren't gonna get it today. And then now our expectations, I'm telling you, I've never had my expectations exceeded this much.
They said that they were gonna beat Gaming for Liquid.
They did.
And somehow they made it happen after dropping the first two games. Honestly, I can't take it.
And what did they say? You guys were the best team of 2023. Guess what? It's the new year. We are going to beat you, and they did deliver on that. Honestly, they have captured so many hearts today in this arena. You can hear the crowd cheering for them. You could hear everybody just be won over as the reverse sweep started to happen. After that first win in Game 3, all of a sudden the tides were shifting. People were whispering in the arena. They're like, could it be? Could they actually do it? And they really did. I just think this team ticks every single box you would want out of a Dota team. They're strong in lane, they're versatile, they can play for scaling, they can play for early aggression, and they play so many different pocket picks coming out of this mid lane. Not only does XM play these traditional pucks and these storms and these classic mid heroes, he also has these pocket picks, these Necros, these Vipers, these Razors that are being respected in draft.
And this is the beauty of Dota. You can do so many things. They're all great players. You make one small tweak, and you can beat Gaming Gladiators.
There definitely is one crowd favorite here, especially those in queue with his own cheer time and time again. This guy delivers, keeps delivering, and I'm sure that the veteran part of him as well helps his team deliver in clutch situations like a best of 5 grand finals. And I want to highlight some of the other players as well, because we talked about Tianming, and yes, he had a difficult start to the series, but he clutched it out in the end. Phenomenal Phoenix performance, especially in that 5th game. And this is a guy that comes in after years and years and years of grind, did well at TI, continues crushing it here, and takes home his first major championship here, Brian.
Yeah, it is hard to take even like a single devastating loss, and if you're doing it over the course of many years, I can speak to the fact that when you just come a little bit short over and over again, it really takes a toll on you, and to be able to push through that to this point, it's just, I'm sure it's so liberating for him. I'm sure he just like shed an entire weight off his back with this one.
And it was also just a lot of experience being accrued, right? Because we talked about how he was choking a little bit in some of the games in the earlier series, but towards the end, he regained that confidence and he performed on the last game, Kazu.
Yeah, I mean, he just never gave up, you know, don't let your dreams be dreams. Apparently after this game too, again, I have to emphasize, I don't know what clicked or what changed or what someone said in this team, but they were...
But someone did.
Someone did, and they were just completely different, and yeah, you know, I can only envy them for making it happen, but they just deserve it.
Oh, deep sigh here, because...
kind of hard to come down.
Yeah, and it's about that time, guys. It's about that time, and while we have still a little bit of our voices left, I would love to hear your final thoughts, Steffi, on the whole ESL One Kuala Lumpur 2023.
I mean, this tournament's been a lot of fun. From the group stages until now, there are a lot of unexpected performances, a lot of teams showing up that you wouldn't expect to show up, and then a patch drops during playoffs, the chaos ensues. I'm just glad that I get to bear witness to Dota of this level, and I hope that I can keep seeing it this year. Or next year. The year is over.
Yeah. That's very true. The competitive year only just began, though, Kazu.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of glad DPC is gone. I want to see more of these tournaments. You know, this tournament is special to me. It's the first time I got to work in front of a crowd. I feel like it's amazing. You know, thank you guys for making it so easy. And I think...
He's really thanking you guys here. You guys are amazing.
I think I speak for everyone when Dota is just an amazing game. It's beautiful. It's giving us everything. It's giving us this amazing grand finals. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just all over the place right now.
I was just going to say that every time you forget, even for a moment, how much you love Dota and how much we all love it together, I just think that these are the moments that you never forget. And in the moments where you're wondering, do I want to play this game still? Is that tilting loss worth suffering through? These are the moments you cling to because there's just no high like it, really.
There is no high like it. And of course, the players are experiencing those highs, but we do as well. And I'm sure everybody here in the MyTech Arena has definitely experienced those highs. And for people that are not here, you can experience those highs. You experience them a little bit online, that's fair, but you could experience them in real life. I know. There is another ESL One on the horizon. I'm talking at the end of April, ESL One Birmingham. Tickets are on sale. Make sure to check that out because you too can experience these highs. It has been such an amazing journey here, our whole time here in Kuala Lumpur. I really hope that we will have many, many more events in Malaysia because this has been absolutely fantastic. So thank you to everyone that's still here as well. It's been such a joy. You guys are actually next level. I really, truly appreciated the signs, the art, the cosplayers. And I want to say just a massive thank you from everyone here. Also a thank you from everyone that's behind the camera. There are so many passionate people working on events like these. And you guys are the reason that it is so worth it. All the hard work is paying off just by having events like these and by hearing you guys cheer and smile for these games. And we could not wish for a better best of 5. We got all 5 games. We got a reverse sweep. Unheard of. I'm thinking this is going to be a tough one to match. But ESL One Birmingham definitely will do our very best to match this one. But that's it for us for now. So thank you so much for tuning in. Also, everybody at home, thank you so much for all your time and attention. We hope to see you again for the next one. For now, though, we'll leave you with the remembrance of this year's ESL One Kuala Lumpur.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first game of the day.
到这里已经差不多了。Go home, Liquid.
Excep's able to get away. Big damage coming in though for Saberlight. He comes through Jiaming, but they turn towards him. Saberlight, he tries to demonstrate away, but he's not going to be able to make it out there. Except trying to finish him off. They'll get him. They'll bring down Saberlight. Low still alive here with his first life. He still has the Aegis to rely on. Mickey trying to retreat, but the nuke damage comes on the soul assumption. Slow on to XXS. Jackal will connect onto the both of them, but Yinky just turns, brings Saberlight down incredibly low. They've got a follow-up stun onto XXS, but he's able to stone form and survive this. Jianming will fall, but Low's here for the cleanup. Double kill for the Luna. Low's ready to clean them all up, and they'll chase over the Ordesia. They'll chase the Wind Ranger out. The buyback's having to come out now from Liquid.
Team Liquid has never beaten Gaming Gladiators in the grand finals before, so we are here to take up the mantle. We'll beat GG for you guys.
That's what I'm talking about, baby!
How many Dota fans do we have in the building? Okay, you got the Doom onto one here, but XM making a bad jump there. Could have gotten the clutch onto the Spark, but he starts backing away. But Ace, the bowling ball ramming through Azure Ray. Take it home, boys!
They got the Luna disruption.
Yeah, that's going to be some deadly illusions. They do manage to go hard attack. Durantio. Jan Ping sees this opportunity. Durantio gets overly aggressive. Quinn, if they can grab him here with the Eclipse, yeah, they've got him. Azure Ray.
Turn around. That is more damage for Jin Q as well.
He doesn't know. Jin Q catches them again. Blinks in. A song also used, which makes things a little bit more awkward. BKB gets off from Durantio. He's going to go for the TBL with the physical damage. Woo, it was close. The Beastmaster is losing health fast, and there's nobody who can bail him out. Look at XM flanking forward with the action. David Gladiator. They had this. There's only the bailout. Goes out. He manages a beautiful stop from XM.
The song comes out as well. The dance for mid-team fight. They know this is already done. They can sense it. The team fight's over. You can't do anything without this. Duraccio caught inside the supernova. The sun will explode in his face, blinding him. Blinded to the fact the Ubers, they thought they could get this 3-0. The one and only Azure Ray.
到这里已经差不多了。夺后Liquid。
Another lonely night, sitting with my memories, haunting me for life. You told me if I just believe, it'll be alright. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Yeah. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? And does it make you wrong or right? Judging me. How do you decide? How do you decide? Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Another phony lie, something you keep selling me, something I won't buy. I know that you keep telling me how to live my life. I won't believe it. I won't believe it. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? Will you ever let me be? Or will you just keep judging me? Keep judging me, yeah. Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. It's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch